Chapter 1. The Realm of the Kais. Majin Buu, in your next life, strive to be a good person. A man engulfed in golden flames stood suspended in the sky, his left hand's index and middle fingers resting upon his forehead, while his right hand directed downwards, compressing a colossal white energy sphere that loomed over a creature with pink skin. Suddenly, the man shouted, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Majin Buu felt the pressure of the energy sphere he was attempting to block intensify dramatically. Before he could even comprehend the situation, he was instantaneously obliterated by the massive energy ball. Earth. In just a few months, we will enter the saga of gods and deities. Lei Chun, who had just transitioned from the realm of the Kais to Earth, wore a bitter smile. He had believed that having recently attained Super Saiyan 2, he would possess the strength needed for self-defense. Yet now, he found himself outmatched not only by Son Goku, but also by Vegeta, Son Gohan, or even the Kai who had fused with his attendant. Lei Chun was unsure if he could hold his ground against them. At present, Lei Chun's combat prowess was comparable to that of the young Son Gohan during his initial transformation into Super Saiyan 2. It appears there is only one place that is most suitable for me, he mused, casting his gaze toward the sacred chamber, his objective being the hyperbolic time chamber. 3 days had passed since the demise of Majin Buu. The hyperbolic time chamber. After much effort in establishing a rapport with Son Goku, Lei Chun finally succeeded in gaining entry to the hyperbolic time chamber. For Lei Chun, deceiving others proved challenging. Only Son Goku, with his naive and somewhat foolish disposition, was easily manipulable. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Lei Chun had not taken many lives, and his aura resonated with a sense of righteousness, thereby earning him the relative favor of other Dragon Ball warriors. However, it was crucial to note that numerous individuals surpassed Lei Chun in strength. Although Piccolo's power was not significantly greater than Lei Chun's, it was still formidable. I have been in this world for over 40 years. I thought that while I might not surpass Son Goku, I would at least be comparable to Vegeta. Yet, to my surprise, there are so many whose strength exceeds mine, it is quite embarrassing. Though Lei Chun had resided in the Dragon Ball world for many years, he had arrived on a primitive planet devoid of advanced civilization. Upon his arrival via spacecraft, a malfunction had left him stranded on this primitive world for over 40 years. This time away had caused him to miss many pivotal story arcs. Nonetheless, during those 4 decades, Lei Chun had acquired various remarkable abilities on that primitive planet, with instantaneous movement being one of the skills he mastered. It was this very technique that ultimately enabled Lei Chun to escape that desolate planet. As he surveyed his surroundings, a vast expanse of featureless white terrain stretched endlessly before him. The sky above shrouded in a pale haze, devoid of any objects save for the structures nearby. The gravity within the hyperbolic time chamber was tenfold that of the outside world, and an individual could only spend 2 years inside, equivalent to 2 days in the outside realm. However, this limitation applied only to those with a combat power below 200 billion. For those who surpassed this threshold, such as Lei Chun, there were no restrictions on their time within. In the storyline, even Piccolo was able to escape the hyperbolic time chamber after destroying its exit. Thus, the automatic closure of the chamber posed little concern. Let the training commence. Lei Chun's training did not resemble the high-intensity movements executed by Son Goku and Vegeta. Rather, it bore a resemblance to Piccolo's meditative approach. Lei Chun's training involved sitting in stillness upon the ground, but instead of engaging in mental discipline, he fought against himself. He sought to comprehend the principles of the universe, absorbing the formless energy surrounding him to enhance his combat prowess. This was why he possessed knowledge of numerous training methods within the Dragon Ball universe. However, after over 40 years of arduous training, he had only attained Super Saiyan 2. The absence of a gravity chamber on that primitive planet rendered his conventional training ineffective once he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven, and earth the named is the mother of all things. Hence, always remain nameless. To observe the subtle, always embrace the named. To observe the tangible. These two emerge together, but differ in name. They are both referred to as the profound. The profound beyond the profound, the gateway to all wonders. Tao produces 1-1, gives birth to 2-2, gives birth to 3-3, gives birth to all things. All things bear the negative while embracing the positive, and the interplay of energies results in harmony. What people despise are isolation, loneliness, and lack, yet rulers regard them as titles. Thus, some things may be diminished to the benefit of others or enhanced to their detriment. What I teach, I also learn. Heaven and earth are unfeeling. They treat all things as straw dogs. The sage is unfeeling. He treats the populace as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, is it not like a bellows? Empty yet unyielding, moving yet yielding more. Excessive words lead to exhaustion. It is better to remain centered. Under the sage, all are but ants. To not become a sage is to remain as an ant. As Lei Chun recited the Tao Te Ching, he absorbed the spiritual energy of this temporal realm, though it should be noted that in the Dragon Ball universe, only energy existed, devoid of spiritual essence. Hence, Lei Chun could only absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Sensing the flow of time around him, Lei Chun entered a wondrous state, sitting in tranquility for 3 months. His combat power surged by over 20 billion, reaching 70 billion. Having just transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Lei Chun now matched Son Gohan's strength after defeating Cell. Son Gohan's base form was 7 billion, and upon recovery, his base form was augmented. Since Super Saiyan 1 was 50 times the base form, and Super Saiyan 2 was twice that of Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2 represented a 100-fold increase over the base form. In this state, Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 strength was 70 billion, which was now equivalent to Lei Chun's combat power. Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times stronger than the base form, Super Saiyan 2 is 100 times, and Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times stronger than Super Saiyan 2, equating to 400 times the base form. However, Lei Chun viewed Super Saiyan merely as a technique or secret art. After all, had not Broly, in his Super Saiyan form, dealt a devastating blow to both Son Goku and Vegeta? The nefarious Saiyan, Kamba, exemplified this notion. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 was not significantly inferior to Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3. In Lei Chun's perspective, as long as one's base power was sufficiently formidable, even Super Saiyan 2 could overpower Super Saiyan Blue. Of course, although Lei Chun's calculations were sound, achieving the base power requisite for Super Saiyan 2 or 3 was nearly as challenging as attaining the mastery of the Tao. Super Saiyan God, on the other hand, represented a realm where one could transform regardless of strength. It required 5 benevolent Saiyans to bestow their Saiyan essence upon you for transformation. I never expected that the Tao Te Ching could be applicable in the Dragon Ball universe. Does this mean I am cultivating the Tao? Will I ultimately become a Super Saiyan immortal? Lei Chun pondered aloud. He had not been idle during these 30-plus years in his quest to escape that celestial primitive planet. He had explored nearly every conceivable method. In his previous life, he had studied the Tao Te Ching, Buddhist scriptures, martial arts manuals, and more, which had allowed him to cultivate a modicum of skill over these 4 decades. At the very least, he had successfully mastered instantaneous movement, and could even halt time. He had also developed a technique for temporal displacement. Despite his current combat power being inferior to that of Son Goku and Vegetaho together, could not defeat him unless they fused into Vegito, had made significant strides. Another 7 months passed, and Lei Chun had now spent 13 months within the hyperbolic time chamber. The transformation into Super Saiyan requires not only an emotional surge, particularly anger, but also a combat power exceeding 3 million. However, if one can master their anger and find inner peace, could they not reach an even higher state or perhaps transform into Super Saiyan God? As he contemplated, Lei Chun transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Boom! A vast surge of energy radiated from Lei Chun, expanding outward in waves. Golden light enveloped him, arcs of electricity dancing around his form, and his hair stood even more erect. Upon assuming the form of Super Saiyan 2, Lei Chun's previously cold gaze softened as he settled into a meditative posture in the void, golden lightning crackling around him. Calmly, he sensed the terrifying power coursing through his body, feeling the heat of his cells and blood as they surged with vitality, igniting a desire to engage in battle. He began to reminisce about his time on the celestial primitive planet. Recalling the moment, he comprehended the laws of spatial movement, envisioning himself amidst a vibrant forest. Before him, the world transformed into a tapestry of lines, and Shapiza realm filled with majestic mountains, flowing rivers, verdant flora, and gentle breezes, teeming with wild creatures. Silver light replaced the essence of all things, intricate silver patterns enveloping everything within Lei Chun's sight, rendering his pupils a shimmering silver HUI in the eyes of Lei Chun. The world appeared akin to a 3-dimensional blueprint crafted by computer, as if the tangible reality had been entirely digitalized. Simultaneously, it felt as though some shackles within his own body had been released, akin to reaching a euphoric climax, overwhelming him with excitement. He sensed an evolution within himself, not merely an enhancement of strength, but a transcendence in the essence of life itself. It was reminiscent of Piccolo facing the supreme Kai, Feeling an insurmountable pressure that stemmed from the very hierarchy of existence, Lei Chun now realized that his life had ascended to an entirely new echelon. The temporal realm remained unchanged, and the spatial dimensions were still the same. Yet, at that moment, to Lei Chun, the entire world seemed exceedingly fragile, resembling a delicate painting crafted from paper. He harbored an inexplicable feeling that with a mere wave of his hand, he could rend the world asunder, tearing the fabric of space into two. Was this merely an illusion? No, it was not an illusion. The roar of a Super Saiyan 3 could shatter the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, let alone the overwhelming power of a Super Saiyan god, which surpassed that by 100 or even 1,000 times. Around Lei Chun, ethereal silver symbols flickered and expanded through the sky, manifestations of energy derived from his ki, akin to the energy of a ki blast. The golden radiance enveloping him gradually faded, replaced by a crimson glow that emanated a sense of divine splendor, as flames of red danced around him, interspersed with vibrant hues. His hair and eyes transformed to a vivid red, giving him a more slender appearance. The fluctuations of energy radiating from Lei Chun diminished, and he gazed silently at his hands, pondering, is this how I have ascended to godhood? He felt an immeasurable power within him, a strength 1,000 times greater than that of a Super Saiyan 2, an infinite expanse of energy coursing through his being. The entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled, engulfed by an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon its very essence. What formidable power! Lei Chun mused, feeling emboldened enough to challenge even Vegeto, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, despite knowing he would ultimately be outmatched. After all, his base strength paled in comparison to Vegeto's. However, he believed he could contend with Vegeto's Super Saiyan 2 form, though he feared that in actual combat, he might falter due to his lack of experience. Suddenly, his complexion paled as the red aura flickered and shifted to a golden hue, signaling his reversion from Super Saiyan God back to Super Saiyan 2. The transformation demanded an immense amount of stamina. He calculated that without engaging in combat, he could maintain this state for a mere 10 minutes, but during battle, he would likely revert to Super Saiyan 2 within 30 to 40 seconds. The combat prowess of a Super Saiyan God was staggering, boasting a power level of 70 trillion. One intimidating pressure. Yet, why can I not sense any ki? A green-skinned man, Piccolo, regarded the terrifying aura emanating from the direction of the hyperbolic time chamber with a grave expression. Is there truly only one person in the time chamber? That Saiyan named Lei Chun, what on earth is he doing in there? Piccolo thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Merged with the supreme Kai, he recognized the divine nature of the pressure, yet he could not fathom why he sensed no ki whatsoever. Meanwhile, at the brief's residence, Vegeta gazed skyward, perplexity etched across his features. What on earth is happening? Is it an earthquake? But it doesn't feel like one, he mused, utterly unaware that it was the result of Lei Chun's actions. At Goku's home on Mount Pozu, he expressed curiosity. What's going on? Is someone battling? Or could this be an earthquake? He noticed the tremors shaking his house. Could it be Lei Chun causing this commotion? Goku felt a thrill at the thought of Lei Chun, recalling their previous encounter when Lei Chun's power had been comparable to a newly transformed Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. He believed that after emerging from the time chamber, Lei Chun's strength would have increased significantly, although the extent of that enhancement remained a mystery. Goku, ever the fighter, relished the idea of engaging in battle, regardless of whether his opponent was weaker. He often sought sparring matches, even with Krillin. Others might not have considered Lei Chun, but Goku's thoughts were solely focused on him. Realizing this, he could no longer remain at home and instantaneously transported himself to the temple. Could it truly be Lei Chun's doing? Goku exclaimed upon appearing behind Piccolo, his gaze fixated on the oppressive aura emanating from the time chamber, excitement radiating from him. Although he could not gauge the full extent of Lei Chun's newfound strength, he sensed that the pressure he felt was not inferior to his own Super Saiyan 3 transformation and perhaps even surpassed it. Ah, Goku, you've arrived, Piccolo remarked, turning to face him. How long has Lei Chun been in there? Goku inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Exactly 24 hours, 1 full year. Piccolo replied, after a moment's contemplation. Just as Goku was about to comment on Lei Chun's remarkable progress in such a short time, the overwhelming pressure suddenly dissipated. In that instant, both Piccolo and Goku felt Lei Chun's ki return. Although Lei Chun's energy was undeniably stronger than it had been a day prior, it remained within the bounds of Piccolo's comprehension. It was not on par with Goku's strength, nor did it rival Vegeta's. Looks like Lei Chun has been honing an impressive technique capable of concealing his ki entirely. This must be quite a formidable skill, Goku remarked, excitement illuminating his face. Indeed, Piccolo nodded, recognizing Goku's expression of eagerness to engage Lei Chun in combat, though he remained puzzled as to why Lei Chun had yet to emerge. In theory, those who enter the hyperbolic time chamber typically emerge after a year. However, Lei Chun has now spent a full year inside without making his exit. Sun Wukong, initially expecting Lei Chun to reappear soon, sat on the ground, waiting patiently. 1 minute passed, then 5, and after more than an hour, Sun Wukong could no longer endure the wait. In a moment of instant transmission, he left the Divine Temple, instructing Piccolo to inform him once Lei Chun had emerged. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Lei Chun was engrossed in his training, blissfully unaware that Sun Wukong had been waiting for over an hour. Ultimately, his patience wore thin. Time trickled by, and soon another year had elapsed. Now, Lei Chun had spent a total of 2 years in the chamber. His power had not increased significantly, reaching a mere 100 billion, an enhancement of 30 billion, leaving him 20 billion weaker than Vegeta's 120 billion. However, the duration of his transformation into Super Saiyan God had extended by 30 seconds. In battle, Lei Chun could sustain this form for a full minute. It seems it is time to exit, Lei Chun mused, realizing that remaining here would yield little further enhancement to his strength, although his raw power had not grown much. His control over his energy aura and physical form had reached a state of perfection, while he lacked the miraculous reflexes of the instant transmission technique, which allowed the body to instinctively evade danger. His mastery over his energy aura had achieved an extraordinary level. For instance, while a fellow warrior's energy blast might devastate a 100-meter radius, with half of its force dissipating in the air, Lei Chun's energy blast would strike the ground entirely, inflicting double the destruction. 2 days had already passed. If this individual did not emerge soon, he might be trapped indefinitely. With arms crossed over his chest and a calm demeanor, Piccolo fixed his gaze on the hyperbolic time chamber. Just as he spoke, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. What is that sound? Piccolo's expression shifted, his hearing far superior to that of an ordinary person, allowing him to discern that the footsteps originated from the direction of the hyperbolic time chamber. What's wrong, Piccolo? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled by Piccolo's sudden change in demeanor. It seems that fellow is about to emerge, but curiously, I sense no energy from him. Is he deliberately concealing his presence? Piccolo explained, his attention still directed toward the chamber. At that moment, a figure, standing at 185 meters tall, clad in blue jeans and a white tank top, emerged from a 3-meter-tall turquoise door. Approaching Sun Wukong, the man greeted him with a smile, saying, "Long time no see, Kakarot. Haha, for you, 2 years have passed. But for me, only 1 year has gone by." With a smile, Sun Wukong addressed Lei Chun. Lei Chun nodded and spoke directly, "Kakarot. I presume you did not come here merely to engage in idle chatter with me, did you?" "Indeed. I believe you are eager to find someone to test just how formidable you have become." Upon hearing Lei Chun's words, Sun Wukong's expression shifted, and he gazed intently at Lei Chun, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. "Very well." Lei Chun nodded, indeed eager to find someone to test his current combat prowess. A resplendent golden radiance emanated from Lei Chun, with electric arcs resembling dragons, his aura intensifying layer upon layer. Surrounding him, golden lightning crackled, even the sky transformed in hue, resounding with thunderous flashes. Lei Chun's golden hair stood even more erect and dense than before, while the electric arcs flickered incessantly around him. His expression was taut and cold, his aura reaching a state of remarkable stability. As a Super Saiyan 2, Lei Chun possessed a combat power of 100 billion. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 right away, Sun Wukong mused, wary despite the casualness of his thoughts. Without transformation, he knew he could not match Lei Chun's might. The transformed Lei Chun, however, evoked a sense of normalcy in Sun Wukong's perception. Previously, Lei Chun had seemed unfathomable, but now he felt strangely predictable. Sun Wukong could discern no trace of Lei Chun's aura, which instead instilled a sense of caution within him. The most fearsome adversary is undoubtedly one whose strength remains unknown, whether formidable or feeble. A golden light burst forth from Sun Wukong, his hair transforming into a golden stance. Electric arcs flickering around him, his expression turning cold and taut. His power surged to 220 billion, double that of Lei Chun. At that moment, Lei Chun made his move. He launched a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong, a massive golden light hurtling toward him. Sun Wukong's expression momentarily froze, not out of fear but due to Lei Chun's speed, which exceeded his expectations. In truth, Lei Qin's velocity was scarcely inferior to his own. However, Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure for his extensive combat experience, particularly from his time in the underworld, had acquainted him with all manner of opponents. Bang! Just as Lei Qin's fist was about to connect with Sun Wukong, he ducked, evading the blow and countering with a punch of his own. Boom! The collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound, an invisible force radiating outward from the two combatants, culminating in a brilliant explosion of golden light. The very earth trembled beneath them. Both Sun Wukong and Lei Qin were forced to retreat. Yet Lei Qin fell back further than Sun Wukong, clearly demonstrating superior strength. He retreated several hundred meters into the sky, swiftly forming his hands into a flower petal shape, positioning them at his waist. A golden energy sphere coalesced in his palms, his gaze fixed intently upon Sun Wukong. Was this the Kamehameha? Sun Wukong regarded Lei Qin's gesture with keen interest, immediately recognizing that he was employing the Kamehameha technique. Wukong's gaze turned serious as he assessed Lei Qin. The latter's strength was formidable, and thus Wukong dared not underestimate him. Suddenly, Lei Qin vanished from Wukong's sight, only to reappear directly in front of him in the next instant. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed, taken aback. He could instantly discern that this was a combination of instant transmission and the Kamehameha technique, a maneuver he frequently employed and often fell victim to. In that very moment, it was being executed upon him by Lei Qin. Sun Wukong hastily crossed his arms in front of him, using his hands to shield himself from the Kamehameha wave that Lei Qin had learned. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed, followed by a thick cloud of white smoke enveloping the surrounding void for miles. After a considerable time, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Sun Wukong and Lei Qin. With his hands raised defensively, Sun Wukong found himself propelled skyward by Lei Qin's Kamehameha wave. As he soared through the air, he maintained his protective stance, slowly lowering his hands and casting his gaze upon Lei Qin below him. In an instant, Sun Wukong's body plummeted rapidly, descending until he matched Lei Qin's height. With a smile, Lei Qin spoke, "Kakarot, enough with the probing. If you don't take this seriously, you might truly lose." Indeed, Lei Qin, your words ring true. I have been careless. This time, I shall unleash my full might, Sun Wukong declared, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from his being. In the next moment, he charged towards Lei Qin with a speed magnified several times over. The overwhelming power, exceeding 200 billion, radiated from Sun Wukong, manifesting as a golden light rushing toward Lei Qin. The two warriors engaged in a flurry of strikes, a rapid exchange that seemed almost instantaneous. Their velocities escalated, their energies intertwining as if they were two luminous beams dancing through the sky. At this point, Sun Wukong and Lei Qin had ascended into the upper atmosphere, nearing the edge of space. The sheer energy they emitted held the potential to annihilate the entire planet. Had it not been for the majority of their power being expelled beyond the cosmos, it would have likely compelled Vegeta and Gohan to intervene. Yet even so, the Dragon Ball warriors were already en route to the unfolding battle, while Gohan and Vegeta had arrived at the temple to spectate. Every technique Sun Wukong unleashed was deftly countered by Lei Qin. Although Sun Wukong's power surpassed that of Lei Qin, striking him proved futile. Nonetheless, despite Lei Qin's successful defenses, it was no effortless task. After all, Sun Wukong's strength was twice that of Lei Qin's. If the battle continued for an extended period, it would inevitably lead to Lei Qin's defeat. However, such a protracted struggle would take hours, a duration Lei Qin could not sustain without succumbing to exhaustion. Sun Wukong, naturally, was not inclined to engage in a marathon battle lasting for hours on end. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was abruptly forced back by a punch from Lei Qin. Just as he was about to charge at Lei Qin with fervor, Lei Qin unexpectedly interjected, "Wait a moment, Kakarot." Sun Wukong paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "What's wrong, Lei Qin? Are we not continuing?" Even though Sun Wukong understood that it would take considerable time to determine a victor between them, he felt unsatisfied, having barely engaged for less than 10 minutes. "You should transform into Super Saiyan 3, Lei Qin suggested. "You know that at this pace, it will take us ages to conclude our battle." "Super Saiyan 3? Are you certain?" Sun Wukong could hardly contain his excitement. He realized that if he were to transform, the outcome would drastically change as Super Saiyan 3. Defeating Lei Qin would likely require just a single blow due to the vast difference in their power levels. "I am certain. I will surprise you," Lei Qin replied with a smile. "A surprise? Can you also transform into Super Saiyan 3? Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Super Saiyan 3? Lei Qin chuckled. Knowing that he had yet to attain that form, Instead, he aimed for a transformation even beyond Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan 3? Apologies. But I cannot transform into that just yet, he remarked with a playful smirk directed at Sun Wukong. Then what is it, if not Super Saiyan 3? Although Sun Wukong struggled to comprehend, he complied with Lei Qin's suggestion and began his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Ah! Sun Wukong's voice erupted into a mighty roar, reverberating through the void as his neck muscles swelled visibly. His hair elongated swiftly, cascading down to his waist, crackling with electricity, while his eyebrows vanished. And a deep blue ring encircled his irises. An invisible ripple spread through the atmosphere, causing the very fabric of the sky to tremble. Brilliant golden light tore through the surrounding space, and Sun Wukong's battle power surged rapidly. 300 billion. 400 billion. 500 billion. He surpassed the power of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, ultimately reaching an astonishing 850 billion, quadrupling his previous strength, which stood at 212. 5 billion. On the temple. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 to confront Lei Qin. He was acutely aware that even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Sun Wukong's strength had already eclipsed that of Lei Qin. Humph, the game is over, Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly. Dad, transforming into Super Saiyan 3? It seems Lei Qin's power is quite formidable, as he has managed to compel Dad to assume that form. Gohan remarked with a smile, feeling the overwhelming aura of Sun Wukong surpassing his own. If previously Sun Wukong could contend with Lei Qin through skillful techniques, now he is capable of defeating Lei Qin with a mere punch. The formidable energy of Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan form erupts in the skies, causing the very earth to tremble. A golden flash streaked across the horizon, and in an instant, Sun Wukong appeared before Lei Qin. This was dire. The speed was astonishing. Sun Wukong's velocity was so remarkable that Lei Qin had no time to utilize his instant transmission to create distance. Initially, Lei Qin intended to retreat and transform into a Super Saiyan God, but the sheer power of Sun Wukong exceeded his expectations. Under the oppressive force of Sun Wukong's might, a crimson aura enveloped Lei Qin, his body radiating a divine essence that was both ethereal and sublime. The red mist danced like flickering flames, interspersed with hues of vibrant colors. His hair and eyes transformed to a striking red, and his physique appeared more slender. The golden light swiftly transitioned to crimson, and an overwhelming aura propelled Sun Wukong backward, an invisible divine pressure suffocating the entire earth. Sun Wukong staggered back, his expression one of astonishment as he beheld Lei Qin, now transformed into a Super Saiyan God, utterly devoid of any discernible energy, as if he had not transformed at all. The terrifying divine might bore down upon Sun Wukong, devoid of any detectable aura. The energy of the Super Saiyan God surged to 80 trillion, a magnitude multiple times that of Sun Wukong's power. The Super Saiyan God form was 20 times that of Super Saiyan 3 and 80 times that of Super Saiyan 2. What kind of state is this? Could it be a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Although he could not sense Lei Qin's energy, he instinctively felt that Lei Qin's power far surpassed that of Sun Wukong. This pressure, why does it feel eerily familiar? Son Gohan questioned, a look of curiosity in his eyes. Lei Qin's enigmatic state was indeed reminiscent of divine beings, thus evoking a sense of familiarity. Subjugated by an unassailable force, he realized that he could not make a move. This was not merely a suppression of power, but a constraint on his very bloodline. If he were to force an attack, he would barely be able to unleash half of his strength. Yet, despite this, Sun Wukong's fighting spirit intensified, just as he prepared to launch an assault on Lei Qin. Abruptly, the crimson glow surrounding Lei Qin dissipated, and he reverted to his Super Saiyan 2 form. Sun Wukong was taken aback and inquired, "Why did you revert?" "My apologies. I cannot maintain the Super Saiyan God state for extended periods," Lei Qin replied with an awkward smile. "Is the Super Saiyan God form truly a transformation that surpasses even Super Saiyan 3? Sun Wukong asked, his face alight with excitement. "Indeed. The Super Saiyan God is 20 times more powerful than Super Saiyan 3, achieving a realm of strength and speed akin to that of divine beings. In other words, while Super Saiyan 3 may possess greater raw power than the Super Saiyan God, it is still unable to surpass it in battle, because their energies are no longer on the same level," explained Lei Qin. "I see," replied Sun Wukong. "This only deepens my desire to test the strength of the Super Saiyan God." As he spoke, he prepared to launch an attack against Lei Qin. "Come on." Lei Qin gestured with his right hand towards Sun Wukong, signaling him to attack swiftly. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, and in an instant, a golden apparition surged forth, launching an energy blast towards Lei Ge. However, Lei Qin deftly evaded the assault. Almost simultaneously, Sun Wukong had already materialized behind Lei Qin. Despite the proximity, Lei Qin's expression remained unchanged. In this state, his speed paled in comparison to that of Sun Wukong. A flash of crimson light enveloped Lei Qin as he transformed into a Super Saiyan god, his velocity nearly reaching the speed of light. Delivering a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's visage, the impact sent Sun Wukong reeling backward as he soared through the void, leaving a trail of blood and a resonating shockwave in his wake. In that very moment, Lei Qin reverted from his divine form back to Super Saiyan 2. Bang, bang, bang. With a resounding boom, each time Sun Wukong nearly struck Lei Qin, the latter would abruptly transform into a Super Saiyan god, repelling Sun Wukong with a single blow. The Kamehameha, a dazzling and brilliant wave of energy, surged towards a singular target, momentarily tearing through the fabric of space, its chaotic might threatening to obliterate all. In the air, after transforming into a Super Saiyan god, Lei Qin managed to block Sun Wukong's Kamehameha with one hand, scrutinizing the increasingly formidable Sun Wukong with a shifting gaze. At that moment, Sun Wukong's energy had surpassed 90 billion. Lei Qin, upon his transformation, did not defeat Sun Wukong with a single punch. Instead, he delivered a blow powered by 1 trillion units of strength. The first Super Saiyan form represents a 50-fold increase in power, while the second is twice as strong as the first. The third form amplifies the second by 4 times. And the transformation into a golden great ape increases energy tenfold. The fourth Super Saiyan form, perfected in controlling the energy of the golden great ape, boasts an energy level 20 times that of the third. In the narrative, even Baby, when transformed into a Super Saiyan great ape, cannot match the full power of Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong. The Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God are on par with the likes of Ultra Red, Ultra Blue, and Yao Hong, all belonging to the same echelon as the Super Saiyan God. The Super Saiyan 4 God is comparable to Deep Blue, Dark and Deep Blue, and the Free-Form White God. Deep Blue is 20 times stronger than Ultra Blue, which is roughly equivalent to Vegeta's Deep Blue. Half-Free Form is twice as powerful as Deep Blue, while in the narrative, the half-free form White God differs from Jiren's context. Ultimately, the fully realized free-form White God triumphed over Jiren. The concept of perfect free form will be elaborated upon later. If one were to categorize the Super Saiyan God into 4 stages, the first stage would be Deep Blue. The second would encompass Dark and Deep Blue and half-free form White God. The third would be the free-form White God. And the fourth would signify the perfect free-form White God. Deep Blue is akin to a candidate for a Destroyer God, while half-free form White God corresponds to a Destroyer God. The free-form White God is equivalent to the second tier of Destroyer Gods, and the perfect free-form White God aligns with the third tier, with the next level being that of the angels. In the later stages, an introduction to the book Dragon Ball Super will be made, beginning with a scene where Rage confronts Sun Wukong on Earth, declaring, Kakarot, behold the might of your Super Saiyan Blue compared to my Super Saiyan 4. With a thunderous roar, Rage enveloped himself in a layer of crimson fur, his hair reverting to black, cascading down to his shoulders. However, a predicament arises. Lei Qin can maintain his Super Saiyan God form for a maximum of 1 minute, even if he only transitions into this state at the very moment of engagement. Yet, even so, Lei Qin could not persist for more than 10 minutes. Taking a deep breath, he realized that if things continued this way, he would inevitably be the one to face defeat. Suddenly, a radiant crimson aura enveloped him, illuminating his entire being as if he were a divine entity. A sacred presence emanated from his form. Lei Qin resolved to exert his utmost effort. He was unwilling to squander any more time. At last, you are prepared to give it your all, Sun Wukong remarked, his gaze fixed on Lei Qin, brimming with combat fervor, fully aware that Lei Qin could not maintain this state for long. Lei Qin did not respond to Sun Wukong. Instead, his focus remained on him, acutely aware that time was of the essence. At that moment, Lei Qin made his move. With a thunderous roar, Lei Qin unleashed a dazzling crimson radiance that spread across the sky, while a divine aura flowed gracefully. Behind Lei Ge, an ocean of resplendent starlight erupted in brilliance. Aya! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his body slightly bent, continuously shouting with fervor. His aura intensified layer upon layer, surrounded by golden lightning that danced around him. Even the heavens shifted in hue. As the sky flickered with thunder and lightning, Sun Wukong elevated his own essence to its utmost limit. Under the immense pressure exerted by Lei Qin, he transcended his own boundaries, unleashing an energy that surpassed 1 trillion points. With a resounding boom, The crimson and golden lights collided, producing a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the air. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the surrounding void for miles. After a considerable time, the haze gradually began to dissipate. Ultimately, who emerged victorious? Son Gohan, perched atop the temple, gazed into the heavens, his expression solemn as he spoke. I do not know. Big shook his head, unable to sense the presence of Lei Qin, while Sun Wukong's aura remained palpable. He was utterly clueless as to who had emerged victorious. At that moment, two figures suddenly descended from the heavens. Sun Wukong and Lei Qin plummeted simultaneously. Is that Lei Qin and Wukong? Tianjin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern the truth before others. It was indeed Sun Wukong and Lei Qin falling from the sky together. Had these two combatants reached a stalemate? Vegeta's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, feeling displeased. Regardless of the outcome, another Saiyan with power surpassing his own had emerged, intensifying his sense of unease and pressure. Lei Qin won. My father seems to have fainted, Son Gohan suddenly shouted, quickly soaring into the air to embrace Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Lei Qin found himself in a precarious situation, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, as they flocked to Sun Wukong. Fortunately, the battleground where Lei Qin and Sun Wukong had clashed was sufficiently elevated, granting Lei Qin a moment's respite to regain some strength during his descent. As Lei Qin touched the ground, his body abruptly halted midair before gently settling onto the earth, gasping for breath. In the fierce confrontation between Super Saiyan God Lei Qin and Sun Wukong, Lei Qin had delivered a decisive blow that rendered Wukong unconscious. However, in that very instant, Lei Qin's energy was depleted, causing him to revert to his normal state, losing by a mere second. After resting for approximately a minute on the ground, Lei Qin finally regained some strength, while the already unconscious Sun Wukong had long since recovered to peak condition and was now approaching him. Here, Sun Wukong approached Lei Qin, presenting a seemingly ordinary peanut-shaped being. Is this the item that restores your vitality? Lei Qin feigned surprise as he gazed at Sun Wukong. Indeed, this is the divine being. Once consumed, as long as one does not perish, they can recover from any injury, no matter how severe. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Such magic! Exclaimed Lei Qin, who then consumed the divine being offered by Sun Wukong. Instantly, his vitality surged. Upon near-death revival, a Scion's combat power would significantly amplify. Although the increase in power would not be as staggering in the later stages, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had indeed risen considerably, with his Super Saiyan 3 energy now reaching a staggering 12 trillion. In contrast, Lei Qin, having sustained less damage, experienced a more modest enhancement in energy. Yet his Super Saiyan 2 energy climbed to 120 billion. Damn it. Now, apart from those few little brats, I, a proud Saiyan prince, and the weakest of them all? Vegeta lamented bitterly within himself. Lei Qin was born in the year 732 of the age, a contemporary of Vegeta, who had already surpassed a combat power of 1,000 at that time, while Lei Qin barely reached 100, qualifying him only as a mid-tier Saiyan warrior. During their time on planet Vegeta, Vegeta had scarcely regarded Lei Qin as a threat. However, he never anticipated that 30 or 40 years later, upon their reunion, Lei Qin's combat power would eclipse his own. Even if Lei Qin transformed into that unstable Super Saiyan god, he was not an adversary that Vegeta could contend with. Humph! Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, choosing to ignore both Goku and Lei Qin, and quietly retreated to his abode, where he immersed himself in relentless training within the gravity chamber. Shortly after Vegeta's departure, Lei Qin, having regained his peak condition, bid farewell to Goku in the temple before departing himself. On December 1st, 779 of the A.D. era, Goku was 40 years old, Vegeta 45, Lei Qin 45, Gohan 20, Goten 9, and Trunks 10. In the western city, a magnificent metropolis flourished, characterized by its temperate climate, graceful environment, exquisite architecture, and convenient transportation. The technological advancements in this city surpassed those of Earth and Lei Qin's previous life by several centuries. Due to its western location, the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball world referred to it as the Western Capital. As usual, the city bustled with life, teeming with people hurrying about, vehicles traversing the thoroughfares, and a continuous flow of activity, reflecting the rapid pace of urban life. Amidst the vibrancy of this grand city, no one seemed to notice the arrival of a man who had quietly stepped onto its soil. The man possessed striking features and a tall, slender physique, his presence marked by a tail trailing behind him. As he walked along the wide streets, passers-by occasionally cast curious glances his way. However, most merely took a fleeting look. After all, in this world, an array of diverse individuals existed, and Lycan's singular tale merely rendered him somewhat distinct. It was akin to a foreigner appearing on a bustling street in China. Ordinary individuals would glance, but not linger in their attention. Such is the essence of the Western capital, where the air remained quite pleasant. Breathing in the pristine, unpolluted air of the city, Lei Chun felt an inexplicable sense of ease wash over him. He took a deep breath, marveling at the atmosphere. Indeed, this was the world of Dragon Balls. Even the air in the city was remarkably pure. It seemed evident that the influx of extraterrestrial beings to Earth had its reasons, and it must extend beyond the mere fact that Sun Wukong was the protagonist. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lei Chun made his way towards the vendors selling food capsules and housing. Do not inquire about the source of Lei Chun's wealth. It was, of course, acquired from the hands of bandits. Before long, he arrived at a modest shop, where an array of small capsules, each measuring 5 to 6 centimeters in length, hung on display. Do not underestimate these diminutive capsules. Their interiors were vast, with each one containing anywhere from several tons to hundreds of tons of food. After an hour, Lei Chun had purchased every edible item available, depleting his fortune of several billion. Having exhausted his resources in the West capital, he soared into the sky, seeking a pristine forest. 3 days later, he settled in a primeval forest not far from the West capital, though not far was a relative term, as it spanned over 1,000 kilometers. During these 3 days, Lei Chun did not engage in training. Instead, he wandered freely, gaining insights from nature's path and researching methods to cultivate large quantities of magical beans. On one of these days, Lei Chun unwittingly arrived at Steam Bun Mountain, intending to hunt for some wild game. "Hello, cockroach. Long time no see," Lei Chun exclaimed with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling as he toiled in the fields. He often balanced work with training, never allowing one to interfere with the other, while Chi-Chi managed their household affairs. "Higi, Lei Chun, you've come. Do you wish to spar with me again?" Sun Wukong asked, his eyes glinting with combat fervor. "Not now. I simply lack the time," Lei Chun replied. His research on the magical beans had yet to yield success, and he was keen to avoid a confrontation with Sun Wukong, for magical beans were scarce on Earth. Should he sustain injuries, it would take a considerable time to recuperate. Even though the energy recovery rate of Super Saiyan God was significantly faster than before, the approach of Beerus's arrival on Earth loomed ever closer. Having already transformed into a Super Saiyan God, it was highly likely that he would become Beerus's target. Lei Chun did not possess the same fortune as Sun Wukong, who repeatedly broke through his limits. Sun Wukong's foundational energy was several times greater than Lei Chun's, and transforming into a Super Saiyan God would likely render him even more formidable. Lei Chun calculated that he needed to amplify his base strength by at least tenfold to stand a chance against Beerus in his Super Saiyan God form. "I heard from the celestial beings that you are researching ways to cultivate more magical beings. Have you succeeded?" Sun Wukong inquired curiously, as he sat beside Lei Chun on the grass. "Almost there," Lei Chun replied, acknowledging Sun Wukong's praise. "You are truly remarkable." Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment, saying, "Haha. I am now a Super Saiyan God. Anything that celestial being can devise, I can certainly accomplish as well." Lei Chun chuckled and inquired, "Super Saiyan God? How can one successfully transform into that state?" In truth, Sun Wukong had been diligently studying the Super Saiyan God transformation for quite some time. Yet he had made no tangible progress and held no aspirations. The method for Kakarot to attain the Super Saiyan God form is rather straightforward. It requires 6 Saiyans, each possessing a heart of righteousness, to concentrate their righteous energy upon one individual. Once that person absorbs the light from the other 5, they awaken as a Super Saiyan God, Lei Chun explained to Sun Wukong. "What? Is that truly the case? Is that how you became a Super Saiyan?" Sun Wukong questioned, astonished. "But there are not that many Saiyans alive now. Even if I join, we only have 5. How then did you become a Super Saiyan God? Are there still other Saiyans living?" Upon hearing Lei Chun's words, Sun Wukong's face displayed a look of surprise. "As for me, I have been researching the path to becoming a Super Saiyan God for over 30 years. This is the fastest method I know of at present. How can I compare?" Lei Chun shot a disapproving glance at Sun Wukong, retorting, "Ha. Indeed?" Sun Wukong found Lei Chun's reasoning quite valid, yet the method seemed simple yet daunting. At the very least, overcoming Vegeta's reluctance would be a formidable challenge. For Sun Wukong recognized that Vegeta's nature would not allow him to center his focus on helping him transform into a Super Saiyan God. This truly is perplexing. Sun Wukong mused, entering a state of contemplation on how to persuade Vegeta. Not wishing to interrupt Sun Wukong's thoughts, Lei Qin quietly rose and vanished in an instant. Unaware that his words had indeed set Sun Wukong on the path to transforming into a Super Saiyan god. Though lacking both Vegeta and Lei Qin, Sun Wukong, with the assistance of Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, ultimately succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan god, fueled by the power he sensed from the transformation. Much like Vegeta, who achieved the form without aid from other Saiyans, it was the proximity to the Super Saiyan god's power that enabled him to succeed. At Lei Qin's residence, amidst a vast expanse of primordial forest, stood a quaint three-story villa. Above the villa, a man sat cross-legged 10 meters in the air, his right hand extended, cradling a tiny bean. "At last, I have created you," he proclaimed. Lei Qin muttered to himself. This man was indeed Lei Qin. And the beans in his hand were the celestial beings sprouted from a mere fragment of their skin, stimulated by his vital energy to attain rebirth. It resembled the phenomenon of leaves from a grand tree falling to the ground, where, nourished by sunlight and water, they could sprout anew and grow into a magnificent tree once more. However, the consumption of vital energy was rather excessive. Lei Qin pondered again. This celestial being could only be deemed as having been created by him rather than sown. To manifest a single celestial being required him to absorb vital energy continuously for an entire hour, a duration that felt excessively prolonged, especially considering his pressing time constraints. Indeed. I've got it. Suddenly, Lei Qin recalled a method. He could learn to plant the divine beings like the celestial beings. Although this process might be somewhat slow, it was certainly preferable to wasting time as he had been. With this thought in mind, Lei Qin began to harness the divine power of the Super Saiyan god to create divine soil. For anything capable of nurturing such extraordinary produce as the divine beings could not simply be ordinary earth. In truth, the term divine soil merely refers to soil imbued with divine energy. Celestial beings, possessing the essence of super divine water, could transform even ordinary soil into divine soil. Before long, nearly 100 kilograms of divine soil materialized before Lei Qin. He placed a single divine being into the sacred earth, using it as a seed. He then guided the surrounding vital energy to allow the divine soil to absorb it, transforming it into the nutrients necessary for the divine being to sprout successfully. All that remained was for Lei Qin to infuse the soil with divine energy at intervals. Once the seedling of the divine being had successfully emerged, it would no longer require his assistance. While the process appeared straightforward, without Lei Qin's decades of enlightenment in the natural path, he would not have been able to cultivate the divine beings so swiftly. Otherwise, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would have already discovered this method themselves. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had never even considered such an approach to growing the divine beings. To them, the existence of celestial beings was sufficient. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta are likened to the fierce warriors among the Super Saiyan gods, then Lei Qin embodies the spirit of nature within their ranks. Beneath a grand tree by a tranquil river, as a few small birds chirped and flitted about on Lei Qin's shoulder, he sat by the river, engaged in the tranquil art of fishing. Lei Qin's essence had seamlessly blended with the surrounding environment, rendering him almost indistinguishable from the natural world, so much so that the birds perceived him as a mere stone figure. His spirit yearned to be as boundless as the sky. With his eyes closed, vivid images of flowing rivers danced in his mind, allowing him to behold the clarity of his surroundings, even with his eyelids sealed. Suddenly, a small fish opened its mouth and lunged for the bait on his hook. Lei Qin swiftly grasped the fishing rod, but after reeling in the fish, he cast the hook back into the river, resuming his pursuit. Once more, he closed his eyes, seeking to meld his essence with the cosmos, aspiring to achieve the legendary state of unity between man and nature. In an instant, he began to distinctly sense the abundant vital energy permeating the earth, surging, vast, and inexhaustible. With his eyes gently shut, he felt as though with a mere thought, his body autonomously absorbed this vital essence, causing his energy to ascend rapidly, increasing by several 100,000 each second. He soon became acutely aware of a peculiar and formidable energy circulating within him. He recognized it as vital energy, akin to the energy of a vital essence orb. As time flowed by, 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. In this brief span, Lei Qin's combat prowess surged by an astonishing 18 billion. When combined with his initial combat strength of 120 billion, his total now stood at 300 billion. Although not quite matching Sun Wukong, he was nearly on par with Vegeta. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan Great Ape, his power would amplify tenfold, reaching a staggering 3 trillion, though he pondered whether he could indeed achieve the form of a Super Saiyan 4. In his heart, Lei Qin mused that his transformation into a Super Saiyan Great Ape would not lead him to lose his senses as it did with Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball GT. Instead, upon regaining his rationality, he would transition into Super Saiyan 4. However, Baby, due to insufficient energy, could only maintain the form of a Super Saiyan Great Ape. Although Baby's strength had surpassed that of Wukong at that time, Vegeta's power fell short in comparison. The physical form of Baby was that of Vegeta. Yet it was the amalgamation of their strengths that enabled him to eclipse Wukong. This elucidated Vegeta's earlier remarks in the training chamber, where he acknowledged his unsuccessful transformation into Super Saiyan 4, aware that his power was inadequate. However, Bulma had indicated that with some rigorous training, his abilities had significantly improved, allowing for the successful transformation, albeit through the machine-generated Super Bully wave to attain this form. This underscored the necessity of reaching a certain power threshold to achieve Super Saiyan 4. In the GT era, Sun Wukong was at least 10 times more powerful than his current self. After all, the Sun Wukong of that era was certainly older than the one in this present time. The additional decade of training has endowed Sun Wukong with formidable prowess. Even without facing life-or-death battles, his combat strength could have doubled every year, a conservative estimate indeed. Lei Qin surmised that, even if the Sun Wukong of that time could only transform into Super Saiyan 3, his power would exceed that of the current Sun Wukong by at least tenfold, amounting to a staggering combat power of at least 100 trillion. However, Lei Qin now harbored a thought: by harnessing the energy of Super Saiyan God, combined with the Ultra Instinct, he believed he could transform into Super Saiyan 4. Unlike the version of Vegeta in the storyline, who lacked a tail and was thus unable to transform freely into Super Saiyan 4, Lei Qin was fortunate enough to possess one. With this realization, Lei Qin suddenly rose to his feet, his black hair shimmering as it transformed into a golden hue, signifying his transformation into Super Saiyan. Instantly, a surge of lightning crackled around him, reminiscent of golden serpents dancing in the air, as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The brilliance emanating from Lei Qin intensified, radiantly illuminating the surroundings, as arcs of electricity surged upwards from his feet. His hair began to lengthen, yet he did not roar like Sun Wukong to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Instead, he calmly elevated his energy. The veins on his neck became pronounced, and his cheeks trembled, indicating that the transformation was not without effort. His hair flourished, growing bangs that cascaded forward, while strands flowed down his back, some extending past his waist, marking his transition to Super Saiyan 3. Suddenly, a flash of golden light signified his successful transformation into Super Saiyan 3. With his combat power skyrocketing from 2 to 3 trillion to an astonishing 12 trillion, setting him apart from the current Sun Wukong. Such immense power. Could Lei Qin truly attain Super Saiyan 3? Sun Wukong, too, could transform into this state, and he was well aware of its strength. Vegeta, for his part, had also reached the potential to become Super Saiyan 3, yet he prioritized raw power over mastery of the form, preventing him from achieving the transformation. In contrast, Sun Wukong, guided by numerous gods and the teachings of various Kaishins, successfully mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Given Lei Qin's frequent meditative insights into the ways of the universe, it was only natural that he would be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 once his strength reached the requisite level. Curse it! In the training chamber, Vegeta sensed a sudden surge in the power of Lei Qin and intensified his training even further. If I were to transform into a Super Saiyan God now, my power would surely reach 22 trillion, Lei Qin mused, considering that the strength of a Super Saiyan God surpasses that of a Super Saiyan 3 by 20-fold. By harnessing the energy of the Super Saiyan God, it might indeed enable Lei Qin to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan 4. As he contemplated this, a flash of light enveloped him, momentarily reverting to his normal state, with a battle power of 3 billion. Lei Qin's Super Saiyan 1 was 150 billion. Super Saiyan 2 300 billion, Super Saiyan 3 1. 2 trillion, and Super Saiyan God 22 trillion. Rising from his position, Lei Qin approached his quaint villa, activated a small switch on the wall, and pressed a tiny button. With a resounding boom, Lei Qin's quaint villa instantaneously transformed into a diminutive capsule, which he promptly retrieved from the ground. After organizing his belongings, Lei Qin extended his hands forward, conjuring a shimmering display of silvery starlight. This celestial luminescence represented his profound comprehension of the laws of time and space, embodying the divine powers of temporal and spatial manipulation. Through his diligent study, Lei Chun discovered that the fusion of these two forces could unlock dimensional gateways, granting access to alternate universes. These realms could be likened to parallel worlds within the Dragon Ball universe, each possessing distinct temporal markers and varying intensities of cosmic energy. In Lei Chun's perception, the world he currently inhabited was the most potent he had encountered. Among the myriad of worlds, there existed one that, while weaker than his own, surpassed many others in strength. This was the world he yearned to explore. He suspected it to be the GT universe, where the energy of the Saiyans felt far more untamed, reminiscent of the ferocity encountered during their transformations into colossal forms. Since entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Lei Chun had initiated his research into this dimensional universe, though he previously deemed his powers insufficient to venture there. Now, however, he believed the moment had arrived. Gazing into the inky void of the black hole before him, Lei Chun's body gradually ascended, entering the passageway. Upon traversing the spatial conduit, vibrant streams of color swept past him as he advanced, absorbing the atmospheric energies surrounding him. In an instant, with a mere thought, his entire form vanished. When he re-emerged, it was within the depths of an expansive cosmic expanse, where twinkling stars resembled fireflies against the backdrop of an endless starry sea. Raising his gaze, he beheld the magnificent Milky Way stretching from west to east, akin to a delicate veil. Surrounding him was a vast, shadowy void, illuminated by the enchanting pale glow of distant stars. Was this the galaxy? Lei Chun pondered, finding himself suspended in the vacuum of space. Unlike ordinary Saiyans, his cultivated energy diverged from that of other Dragon Ball warriors, approaching the essence of divinity, yet not fully embodying it. While he lacked the ability to survive in the cosmic void like deities such as Beerus or the Supreme Kai, he could endure for a limited duration. Moreover, considering that Goku, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan god, could traverse the cosmos and engage in battle with Beerus without issue, it was evident that a Super Saiyan god could indeed thrive in the vacuum of space. As a Saiyan capable of achieving that very transformation, Lei Chun felt emboldened. Suddenly, a formidable presence surged toward him from afar, causing Lei Chun's expression to shift in alarm as he sensed an overwhelming and terrifying energy approaching. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan god pales in comparison to him. With a mere thought, Lei Chun found himself at the source of the energy, planet's foe. The narrative had progressed to the point where Baby had attached himself to Vegeta, transforming into a silver-haired Super Saiyan. Baby triumphed over the returning Goku, seizing control of Trunks and Bra, compelling them to channel their energy alongside Gohan's brothers, enabling him to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Subsequently, he retrieved the Black Star Dragon Balls from Dandy, employing the dragon's power to reconstruct planet's foe, preparing to relocate the inhabitants of Earth and establish dominion over the entire universe. However, while Baby was on planet's foe, Goku once again sought him out. After Baby defeated Goku, the latter, mistaking Earth for the moon, ultimately transformed into a golden great ape. Under the influence of Xiaofang's tears, Goku successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Yet, this transformation was not fueled by his full strength, as it occurred while he was injured. Eventually, after Baby transformed into a golden great ape through the use of the Blutz wave, both he and Super Saiyan 4 Goku were left severely weakened. At that moment, Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Baby in his golden great ape form lay on the ground, being revitalized by the Blutz wave emitted from Bulma's machine. Meanwhile, Goku's energy was also recovering, albeit at a significantly lower rate than Baby's. Just then, Lei Chun made his appearance. Was that the Blutz wave? Lei Chun looked on in astonishment at Baby and Goku, both being rejuvenated by the energy. I wonder if I could also achieve Super Saiyan 4 by approaching now? With this thought, Lei Chun swiftly flew forward, positioning himself directly in front of Baby, blocking the Blutz wave emanating from Bulma's device. What? A Saiyan? Upon awakening, Baby noticed a significant decrease in the energy from the Blutz wave surrounding him. His large eyes widened in surprise at the silhouette standing before him, which, astonishingly, had a tail. He was taken aback, not expecting to find any other Saiyans alive besides Goku and a few others. At that moment, Lei Chun was oblivious to Baby's thoughts, focusing solely on his own transformation. Thump, 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 boom, boom, boom. His heartbeat quickened, and Lei Chun's face contorted into a fierce expression, fangs extending as his body sprouted fur. His physique swelled, expanding from a small frame to a towering height of over 100 meters, enveloped in golden fur, the golden great ape. Roar, roar, roar. The golden giant ape, transformed by Lei Chun, pounded its chest wildly, before raising its fist to the void and letting out a tremendous roar. Unlike the golden giant ape transformed by Baby, the one embodying Lei Qin emanated a golden aura tinged with a crimson glow, a manifestation of the power of the Super Saiyan god. What? Another Super Saiyan golden giant ape has emerged? At the same moment, Sun Wukong was jolted awake by the thunderous roar of Lei Qin's transformation. With a grave expression, he gazed at Lei Qin, who stood 30 to 40 meters away. While this distance might seem considerable to an ordinary person, to Sun Wukong, it was merely a fleeting moment. Gradually, his expression shifted from one of heaviness to curiosity, for he sensed no malevolent aura akin to Baby's emanating from Lei Qin. Moreover, the energy of Lei Qin's transformed Super Saiyan gorilla was only slightly more formidable than his own Super Saiyan 3, even in a non-full power state. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 strength far surpassed that of Lei Qin. Furthermore, with Lei Qin's unexpected appearance, it seemed he was inadvertently assisting Sun Wukong, as Baby had not experienced the significant power surge as depicted in the narrative. At this moment, Baby's strength was comparable to that of Sun Wukong. How infuriating! Baby glared at the sudden appearance of Lei Qin, who had audaciously seized his Brusbo energy. Due to the severe injuries he had sustained, he was unable to intervene and thwart Lei Qin's absorption of the Brusbo energy. The energy emitted by the machine-generated Brusbo waves surpassed even that of the super Brusbo waves produced by the moon. If one were to consider the Scion's transformation upon gazing at the moon to absorb the super Brusbo energy as a passive act, then the Brusbo waves emitted by the machine, striking the Scions, were entirely proactive. The energy of these super Brusbo waves was severalfold greater than that radiated by the moon. At this moment, Lei Qin's combat power was escalating rapidly, now exceeding 12 trillion. How vexing! If it weren't for the Scion who materialized from nowhere, my strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Son Goku. Baby gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Lei Qin. Even though Lei Qin's combat power had reached 13 trillion, Baby did not regard him as a threat. To Baby, dealing with Lei Qin would be as effortless as a mere slap. In his golden great ape form, Baby's combat power stood at 100 trillion. 1 trillion equals 100 billion, equaling that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Their combined might far outstripping Lei Qin's. Thus, Baby dismissed Lei Qin entirely. Lei Qin's combat power in his Super Saiyan 3 form was 2 trillion. And upon transforming into a golden great ape through the energy of the Super Brusbo waves, his strength surged tenfold. Moreover, as the energy from the machine's Super Brusbo waves was several times more potent than that of the moon, Lei Qin's combat power had now skyrocketed to 13 trillion and continued to rise. As time passed, Lei Qin sensed his combat power reaching 15 trillion, only to feel the brilliance of the Super Brusbo waves gradually fading. Simultaneously, he sensed a terrifying gaze locking onto him, sending chills down his spine. For he knew that this gaze belonged to Baby. Baby was waiting, poised to strike once the light of the Super Brusbo waves vanished. Lei Qin too was waiting. After the light faded, he intended to harness the energy of the Super Saiyan god, hoping to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Son Goku was also preparing to intervene and thwart Baby. The radiance of the Brusbo waves continued to diminish. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, the light of the Brusbo waves had completely vanished. Boom! 2 terrifying beams of golden light suddenly erupted, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the sky and shattered the ground, creating a devastating gale that swept across thousands of kilometers in an arc, causing the entire planet to tremble. How infuriating! I am still a step too late. Sun Wukong gazed at Baby with a grim expression. Although his intervention had significantly diminished Baby's power, there still remained over 20 million in damage directed toward Lei Qin. In Sun Wukong's eyes, even if Lei Qin survived, he would be in a dire state. Sun Wukong, I have dealt with that pest. Now it is your turn. Baby turned around, lowering his head, his face resembling that of a human, yet twisted in a sinister grin directed at Sun Wukong. The outcome remains uncertain. Sun Wukong scoffed, addressing Baby. Although he had not returned to his peak form and transformed into Super Saiyan 4 while still injured, Baby had not undergone a secondary enhancement through the Blutz wave either. Therefore, the disparity in their strengths was evident. A formidable aura emanated from both the warrior and the ape, and even without engaging, 2 gales formed, sweeping across hundreds of kilometers in a sweeping arc. Just as they were poised for battle, a terrifying presence erupted from a distance, far surpassing the strength of both Sun Wukong and Baby. What? Sun Wukong and Baby simultaneously turned their heads, directing their gaze toward the location where Lei Qin had landed. Before them stood a colossal golden ape, radiating a crimson glow, furiously beating its chest. Ultimately, it raised its fists towards the void, unleashing a thunderous roar from its immense maw. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, Lei Qin's form began to shrink, gradually transforming into that of a human. His golden eyes gleamed, framed by a crimson aura. His entire body was cloaked in lustrous golden fur, while his hair, stiff and golden, cascaded down to his ankles, with tendrils framing his shoulders. Through the divine energy of the Super Saiyan God, Lei Qin achieved the ultimate transformation into Super Saiyan 4, now boasting a formidable combat power of 240 megajoules, having fully inherited the strength of the Golden Great Ape. A staggering tenfold increase over the 24 megajoules of the Super Saiyan God. This remarkable enhancement was due to Lei Qin harnessing the energy of the Super Saiyan God to elevate the power of the Golden Great Ape to 120 megajoules. Thus, in his Super Saiyan 4 state, Lei Qin's combat prowess reached an impressive 240 megajoules, resulting in a distinctive appearance that set him apart from GT's Son Goku and Vegeta. At last, success. Lei Qin exhaled in relief. Initially, he believed that the energy of a Super Saiyan God amounted to merely 24 trillion. And even with the addition of the Golden Great Ape's power, it would only reach 39 trillion. However, Lei Qin was astounded to discover that upon transforming into a Golden Great Ape, the energy of his Super Saiyan God form surged tenfold. Thus, he was able to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan 4. How could this be possible? Sun Wukong and Baby gazed at Lei Qin in astonishment. Sun Wukong never anticipated that Lei Qin would achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, especially considering that Lei Qin's power was 10 times weaker than his own. Yet, after the transformation, Lei Qin's energy was nearly on par with his own full power. Nothing is impossible, Lei Qin proclaimed, and in the next instant, he appeared beside Baby's right cheek, delivering a swift kick that sent Baby flying. Lei Qin harbored a grudge. You struck me, and I shall return the favor. Here you go, Kakarot. After kicking Baby away, Lei Qin produced a Senza bean and tossed it to Sun Wukong. This is a Senza bean, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, taken aback that this unfamiliar scion possessed such a treasure. Eat it. I know that your power hasn't fully recovered since you transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Otherwise, Baby would stand a chance against you. Lei Qin smiled at Sun Wukong. The Senza beans in this world had been exhausted by Sun Wukong and Vegeta, which was why Sun Wukong hadn't consumed one during his battle with the evil dragon. Otherwise, his strength would have surpassed even the plot's expectations, perhaps allowing for a successful fusion between him and Vegeta. Though I do not understand your motives for aiding me, I am nonetheless grateful, Sun Wukong said, and without hesitation, he consumed the Senza bean offered by Lei Qin. With Sun Wukong's intellect, he could not fathom any ulterior motives from Lei Qin. To him, Lei Qin's strength surpassed his own current abilities, making any devious schemes unlikely. After consuming the Senza bean, Sun Wukong's energy was immediately restored, and his aura surged dramatically, golden radiance erupting from his being. Under this golden glow, Sun Wukong's power intensified wildly, perhaps due to the innate characteristics of the Saiyan race. Once he regained his peak form, his strength exceeded that of a Super Saiyan 4. If Lei Qin's power was 240 trillion, then Sun Wukong's was 260 trillion. The spectacle left Baby feeling a chill run down his spine, on the verge of collapse. In Baby's view, if it weren't for Lei Qin's interference, he could have easily defeated Sun Wukong by now. But due to Lei Qin's disruption, Sun Wukong's power had now surpassed his own. Damn it, what is happening? Even if Sun Wukong consumed the Senza bean to restore his energy, how could his strength possibly increase so much? It seems to have far exceeded mine. Baby cast a sullen glance at Sun Wukong, acutely aware of his own inadequacy as a contender. Yet, in a fleeting moment, an idea flickered within him. If he could merge with this individual, how formidable would his power become? This notion ignited a fervor within Baby. It was, after all, his sole recourse. Should he successfully fuse with Lycan, the possibilities would be boundless. He believed that Lycan's ability to launch him away was merely a stroke of luck. Although he was ignorant of the reasons behind Lycan's transformation into a Super Saiyan 4, he surmised that the extent of Lycan's power was merely on par with his own. If he could assimilate Lycan's essence, his strength would multiply exponentially, rivaling that of Sun Wukong, if not surpassing it. Baby, this time I shall not grant you excessive opportunities. I will swiftly conclude this battle, Sun Wukong declared, as the golden aura emanating from him grew increasingly radiant. The energy of a Super Saiyan 4 is characterized by its golden hue. Sun Wukong's repeated acts of mercy had inadvertently allowed Baby's strength to swell. aided by the enhancements provided by Buma, leaving Sun Wukong uncertain whether Buma could create another machine to further amplify Baby's power. This time, Sun Wukong was resolute, his intentions turning lethal. Revenge Death Ball. As he witnessed the empowered Sun Wukong charging toward him, Baby let out a thunderous roar, raising his hands in defiance. The energy within him surged wildly, coalescing into a massive sphere of dark energy. Go die, Baby exclaimed, hurling the vengeful death sphere towards Sun Wukong with both hands raised. Watch closely, Baby, for this is the true power of Super Saiyan 4, declared the cold-faced Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. As the colossal energy sphere, surpassing 100 meters, approached him, he delivered a powerful kick towards the vengeful death sphere. Perhaps the vengeful death sphere had posed a formidable challenge to the previous Sun Wukong. But for the current omnipotent version, it was utterly insignificant, easily dismissed. With a resounding explosion, the immense vengeful death sphere, capable of obliterating planets, disintegrated as Sun Wukong sent it soaring into the sky with a single kick. How is this possible? He kicked my vengeful death sphere away with one blow? Baby's eyes widened in astonishment. He was acutely aware of the immense destructive power of his vengeful sphere, yet it had been effortlessly deflected by Sun Wukong. Stunned and unable to react, Baby was caught off guard as Sun Wukong suddenly moved. He stepped forward, instantly appearing before Baby. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a devastating punch. In contrast to Baby's massive form, Sun Wukong's fist appeared diminutive, yet it was imbued with terrifying strength. Impossible. With a single punch, Baby instantly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen and retreating relentlessly. Sun Wukong afforded Baby little time to recover, charging once more with clenched fists, perhaps this time driven by a true intent to kill. Boom. Baby staggered back again, his expression contorted with even greater anguish. Sun Wukong, you must realize that should you take my life, Vegeta shall perish as well. In the throes of life and death, Baby uttered these words. Upon hearing Baby's proclamation, Sun Wukong's movements came to an abrupt halt, his hesitation palpable. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Kakarot, sever his tail. The instant Sun Wukong heard this, his expression brightened, and without waiting for Baby to speak again, he closed the distance, delivering a punch that transformed into a tempest, sending Baby reeling once more. Blood spilling from his mouth. Bang, bang. Following a relentless barrage of punches, Sun Wukong swept his right hand, unleashing a wave of energy that surged directly towards Baby. At this point, Baby had already succumbed to Sun Wukong's onslaught, collapsing to the ground. The golden energy wave struck Baby's tail, and with its severance, Baby's form could no longer maintain the massive ape shape, instantly reverting to his normal state. In this restored condition, Vegeta's body could no longer sustain Baby's continued existence. After all, during their fusion, particularly upon becoming a great ape, Baby's body had expanded in tandem with the transformation. Yet now, with Vegeta's form returned to its standard size, it could not bear the weight of Baby's presence any longer. Should Baby remain within Vegeta's body, he would soon be crushed to death. However, if he were to exit and face Sun Wukong and the distant Raichin, escape would prove equally perilous. Faced with the choice of immediate death or the slim chance of survival, Baby opted for the latter. Exiting bore the risk of demise. Yet remaining within Vegeta's form was a certain death sentence. With determination, Baby burst forth from Vegeta's body, as he transformed into a radiant light soaring into the sky. Sun Wukong's voice resonated behind him. Tenfold Kamehameha. A golden Kamehameha wave propelled Baby straight towards the sun. I refused to accept my fate. At the moment of entering the solar star, a haunting cry escaped Baby's lips, gradually fading away into nothingness, ultimately leading to complete annihilation. Father. The adult Trunks descended from the sky, landing beside Vegeta. As Baby emerged from Vegeta's body, Vegeta's sanity gradually returned. He felt the multitude of wounds across his body, and a grimace of discomfort crossed his face, prompting an involuntary cry. Trunks gently placed one of Vegeta's arms over his shoulder, slowly helping him to rise. Kakarot, I never imagined that Baby could bring about your demise. Otherwise, I would never have allowed him to escape unscathed. Vegeta remarked with a smile directed at Goku. Despite being parasitized by Baby, Vegeta retained some memories of Baby's actions through his own body. Thus he was aware that Baby had been defeated by Goku. Goku remained silent, merely nodding with a smile before turning his attention to Raichan. Raikin's Super Saiyan 4 form bore a striking resemblance to Goku's, characterized by stiff, crimson hair cascading down to his ankles, with strands framing his shoulders. His body was adorned with crimson fur, complemented by red trousers and black casual pants. while Goku's hair remained black with red body fur. You are certainly not a scion from our world. Who are you exactly? Are you perhaps a scion from the future? Goku suddenly inquired of Raichon. In the storyline involving the androids, Trunks had indeed traveled from the future. And given that Raichon was aware of his identity and how to rescue Vegeta, Goku speculated whether Raichon had also crossed over from the future. Raiken's expression faltered as he realized that his actions mirrored those of future Trunks. Goku's suspicion regarding his origins was not unfounded. Upon hearing Goku's question, Vegeta began to reminisce about the event from over a decade ago when future Trunks had traveled back in time. Vegeta regarded Raichon with a skeptical gaze, never considering the possibility that Raichon was either a scion from another world or indeed a scion native to their own realm. Raichon shook his head and replied, I apologize, Kakarot, but you are mistaken. My name is Raichon, and it is likely that I do not exist in this world. I am not from the future. If one were to categorize my arrival, it would be as if I have come from 10 years prior. What do you mean you arrived 10 years ago? Why have we not encountered you during that time? Vegeta responded, skepticism evident in his tone. Goten and the others also looked at Raichon with expressions of confusion, uncertain of the true meaning behind his words. If we consider that Lei Qin arrived from a decade ago, then they should indeed recognize him. Yet, in this realm, Lei Qin does not exist. Allow me to illustrate. Imagine 17 or 18 years prior, when the future Trunks traveled back in time with the time machine. After altering this past world, one might ponder whether his original future experienced any transformations. Lei Qin posed this inquiry to Vegeta and the others. I comprehend now. Although the future exists, it does not necessarily represent the future of our world. It is akin to two parallel worlds. While the starting point may be identical, they are not the same reality. Trunks, being the son of the technological genius Bulma, may not possess her extraordinary prowess, yet he remains knowledgeable regarding scientific theories. He once heard from Gohan and his mother that his future self had visited this time shortly after his birth. I see. But although I cannot fathom why you are absent from our world, it is unsurprising that you know Kakarot, given your origins. However, I have a question for you. In your world, what is the strength of another Kakarot and another me? Upon hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta nodded and curiously inquired of Lei Qin. The Kakarot from that world possesses a power level comparable to my pre-Super Saiyan 4 self, around 1.2 million, while Vegeta's strength is about 300 billion. I am different. I can transform into Super Saiyan 4, which is an anomaly. Otherwise, achieving Super Saiyan 4 with a power level below 10 million is exceedingly difficult, Lei Qin elucidated. Wait a moment. Why is it that I cannot comprehend anything you are saying? Why are we discussing parallel worlds? Goku exclaimed, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning of Trunks' words with his intellect. Dad, just a moment, I will explain it to you, Gohan said, casting an awkward glance at Goku. Sigh, Grandpa remains the same as before. Even in his transformation to Super Saiyan 4, he remains unchanged, Xiao Fang remarked with a hint of exasperation. Never mind. Though I do not fully understand your discourse, as long as you are not an enemy, that suffices, Goku stated, suddenly casting a gaze filled with fighting spirit toward Lei Qin. I anticipated you would respond this way. Even if Goku did not seek a confrontation, Lei Qin was eager to exchange blows with him. Having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he yearned to test his own abilities. Everyone, step back, otherwise, I fear I may inadvertently harm you, he warned, as a crimson light emanated from his being. Transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 by the energy of the Super Saiyan God, Lei Qin emanated a crimson aura. Devoid of the twinkling ethereal light characteristic of the Super Saiyan God, yet imbued with its formidable power, a terrifying presence enveloped the entirety of Earth, centered around Lei Qin. The sky within a radius of thousands of kilometers instantaneously darkened, as ominous clouds loomed as if ready to descend. The air was punctuated by deafening thunderclaps and blinding flashes of lightning, instilling a sense of dread. In this current state, Lei Qin could be described as a semi-complete Super Saiyan 4 god. What an intimidating force. It surpassed even Baby by several folds, despite both being Super Saiyan 4s. Yet, why was he so much stronger than my father? Goten pondered, his expression a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. No, that Kakarot's energy is slightly stronger than Lei Qin's, Vegeta remarked gravely, for among the group, his combat prowess was unparalleled, allowing him to sense the nuances most acutely. Lei Qin? That name seems familiar. I should know him. But the passage of time may have clouded my memory. Perhaps, as he suggested, the Lei Qin of this world is indeed no more. Vegeta contemplated silently. A chilling aura emanated from Sun Wukong, accompanied by a dazzling golden light that soared into the heavens. Surrounding him, arcs of golden electricity flickered incessantly. Sun Wukong's expression remained icy as he pushed his power to its utmost limit, unleashing a combat strength of 260 million. Aware of Sun Wukong's full force, Lei Chun felt a wave of caution, for Sun Wukong's strength surpassed his own. With a combat power of nearly 240 million, he was at a slight disadvantage against Sun Wukong's formidable 260 million. In that moment, Lei Chun made his move. He retreated several meters, while Sun Wukong remained suspended in the air, utterly motionless. With a resounding bang, a single punch unleashed an invisible yet terrifying force that collided in the void. The brilliant hues of gold and crimson pierced the sky, casting a dazzling glow across the heavens. Vegeta and his companions watched as the sky oscillated between black and white, fragmented into several sections amidst the swirling, vibrant dance of red and gold. How infuriating! Kakarot, when will the disparity between us become so vast? Vegeta ground his teeth, his expression dark as his gaze fell upon the distant figures of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. After transforming into the Golden Great Ape, his power had surged tenfold, augmented further by Baby's strength. Yet, he was still vanquished by Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Now, having reverted to his humanoid form, he was likely less formidable than even a tenth of Goku's prowess. Deep within, Vegeta vowed to himself that upon returning, he would train relentlessly to attain the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Although Goku's strength previously surpassed his only slightly, it was manageable enough for them to engage in battle. However, now, Goku had surpassed him by an insurmountable margin. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled under the onslaught of energy waves, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling into the air. In an instant, numerous bottomless black craters emerged upon impact, as the howling winds transformed the very fabric of the atmosphere. Fortunately, at the moment of collision, the energy projectiles unleashed by the two combatants consumed each other's power, mitigating the destructive force upon their descent. Above, a myriad of golden and crimson figures danced across the sky. Sun Wukong and Lei Chun engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, each delivering and receiving punches in a fierce contest. The atmosphere crackled with energy as Sun Wukong unleashed a brilliant golden blaze, while Lei Chun crossed his arms defensively to shield himself from the oncoming energy blasts. Yet, Lei Chun pondered within, the inevitable defeat loomed closer with each passing moment. In a heartbeat, he focused his thoughts, and when he reappeared, it was behind Sun Wukong, ready to strike. With a resounding bang, 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 Lei Chun emerged, delivering a single powerful punch that sent Sun Wukong sprawling. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, a forward punch, a side sweep, and a horizontal kick, executing a seamless combination that left Sun Wukong utterly defenseless. Although Sun Wukong possessed the ability to teleport, he could not match Lei Chun's prowess, as the latter wielded his instantaneous movement with unparalleled finesse. Rip, rip, Lei Chun swiftly employed his instantaneous movement, his form flickering with remarkable speed. Having previously been suppressed by Sun Wukong, Lei Chun had now managed to reverse the outcome. Sun Wukong's combat prowess surpassed that of Lei Chun, and his extensive battle experience was beyond what Lei Chun could contend with. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's desire to merely gauge Lei Chun's Super Saiyan 4 powers, the battle for survival would have claimed Lei Chun's life countless times. Even now, despite Lei Chun's astonishing speed of instantaneous movement, which left Sun Wukong astonished, the latter was still perceptive. While Sun Wukong too could utilize instantaneous movement, he first needed to sense his opponent's energy. In contrast, Lei Chun's use of instantaneous movement was far more instinctive and fluid. Gradually, Sun Wukong began to familiarize himself with Lei Chun's attacking patterns, and he commenced to take the battle more seriously. Boom! Just as Lei Chun relentlessly attacked Sun Wukong, the latter, upon noticing a fleeting vulnerability in Lei Chun's instantaneous movement, deftly employed his own teleportation technique, reappearing behind Lei Chun and delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring through the air. Kamehameha. Following the kick that propelled Lei Chun away, Sun Wukong executed a swift succession of movements, his hands converging rapidly into a flower bud formation, which he positioned at his waist. From the palms of his hands, a radiant golden energy sphere began to coalesce, and he thrust it towards Lei Chun. Suspended in midair, Lei Chun, feeling the overwhelming energy of Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave directed at him, abruptly halted his descent. With his left hand outstretched, a smooth orb rested upon his palm, emanating a vibrant red glow that crackled in the air. In an instant, as Lei Chun hurled the energy sphere, it expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal and formidable orb that surged towards Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Boom! A magnificent surge of energy collided in the void, radiating dazzling light that pierced through the entire earth. How formidable this power is! Vegeta mused inwardly, straining to suppress his urge to retreat, his countenance darkened with dismay. The might of the Super Saiyan 4 is truly overwhelming, Goten exclaimed in shock. The clash of power between the fully realized Super Saiyan 4 and the semi-developed Super Saiyan 4 God unleashed an energy so potent it was beyond comprehension. Boom! The battlefield echoed with relentless sounds of collision, and the earth had fissured into a vast chasm. Dust billowed in waves as towering mountains gradually crumbled. In midair, two figures moved like phantoms, engaged in an unending battle. They appeared evenly matched, however. Lei Qin knew that had it not been for his instantaneous movement, he would have already been defeated. Moreover, he sensed that this apparent equilibrium was merely temporary. The continuous use of his instantaneous movement drained his energy at a greater rate than Goku's, who had yet to exert his full strength. Presently, Goku was only employing a power comparable to Lei Qin's, still holding back some of his potential. Bang! Sun Wukong was forced back by a powerful energy blast from Lei Qin. Just as Sun Wukong was about to charge at Lei Qin, he suddenly heard Lei Qin call out, "Wait a moment, Kakarot." Sun Wukong paused, puzzled, and inquired, "What is it, Lei Qin? We're not continuing this fight. Your strength surpasses mine by a slight margin, and if we were to continue, victory would inevitably be yours. If it weren't for my instant transmission, I would have already lost." Lei Qin continued, revealing that he did not share the same competitive spirit as other Saiyans. While he enjoyed combat, he did not relish unnecessary conflict. After finally attaining the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he would be disheartened if he regressed merely due to this battle with Sun Wukong. His achievement of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 had been a fortunate accident. He had initially thought it sufficient merely to enhance his energy. With the availability of Senzu beans, Lei Qin felt little fear of being defeated by Baby, provided he exercised caution. While Sun Wukong could easily transform into Super Saiyan 4, Lei Qin's power was not even close to 2 million. Therefore, he was eager to explore whether he could transform through the energy of Super Saiyan God without the assistance of the Ultra Instinct. Lei Qin produced 3 Senzu beans, consuming one himself, offering one to Sun Wukong, and giving the final one to Vegeta. After consuming the Senzu bean, Lei Qin addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, saying, "Kakarot, Vegeta, I need to study the energy of this state for a while. If anything arises, we can discuss it in a few days. I may remain in this timeline for some time." 2 days later, amidst an expansive, seemingly golden desert, Lei Qin stood atop a sand dune, gazing upon a vast, sloped terrain. It had been 2 days since Sun Wukong defeated Baby, and during this time, Lei Qin had maintained his Super Saiyan 4 form. Typically, few could approach a fully powered Super Saiyan 4, as they would risk incineration. In the narrative, Sun Wukong and the giant ape form of Baby had fought to a standstill, both collapsing to the ground. Sun Wukong had not reverted to his normal state, indicating that Super Saiyan 4 could sustain its transformation for an extended duration, provided energy was not fully depleted. However, in the Dragon Ball Super series, Super Saiyan God could struggle evenly against Master Roshi or Krillin, only to later become overshadowed by newer characters who could contend with Super Saiyan Blue Wukong. The concept of power levels was gradually becoming obscured, with the hierarchy of combat strength appearing increasingly chaotic. Yet, Lei Qin believed that, after all, anime is merely fantasy. In the real world, the Super Saiyan God does not possess the same invincibility depicted in the series. Currently, Lei Qin was capable of transforming into both Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. To him, Super Saiyan God resembled a sorcerer, powerful yet fragile, while Super Saiyan 4 was akin to a hybrid of tank and assassin, versatile in both offense and defense. Whoosh! Lei Qin took a deep breath, and a flash of red light passed by, returning him to his normal state. Lei Qin had completely mastered the technique of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. However, his current transformation lacked the overwhelming power it once possessed. Presently, Lei Qin had 6 forms of transformation, ranging from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 4, including the semi-complete Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan God. This mastery was largely attributed to Lei Qin's early immersion in the cultivation philosophies from novels of his past life, which allowed him profound insights into the realms of existence. Without such enlightenment, it would have been impossible for him to successfully become a Super Saiyan God. By treating his energy as a form of spiritual essence, Lei Qin truly succeeded in his cultivation, or one might say, achieved divine refinement. In the Dragon Ball universe, practitioners primarily enhance their physical strength through rigorous training of their muscles and bones, enabling them to absorb and store more energy. Once their energy reached a certain threshold, it would subsequently nourish the cells of their bodies, leading to an overall enhancement. In other words, the cultivation in the Dragon Ball world is predominantly an external approach. Conversely, due to Lei Qin's early comprehension of the principles of the universe, he directly absorbed energy to fortify himself, embodying a harmonious blend of internal and external cultivation methods. A golden light flashed once more from Lei Qin, who transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his body enveloped in deep crimson fur, with black hair cascading down his back and framing his shoulders. This transformation of Lei Qin was that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 4. His hair black and his body hair a deeper shade of crimson than Goku's, while Vegeta's was a dark red. A terrifying aura spread across the desert, and centered around Lei Go, the entire sky was instantly shrouded in darkness. The battle power of ordinary Super Saiyan 4 Lei Qin stood at merely 24 million, far less formidable than the 240 million of Super Saiyan 4 God. After all, Lei Qin's base power was exceedingly low. Is my energy truly only 24 million? It appears my strength is too feeble, Lei Qin murmured to himself, casting his gaze toward the sky. Perhaps in this new earth, others could not sense the changes in hell. Yet, having reached the divine realm, Lei Qin could perceive the significant disturbances in hell. It seemed that in a little over a month, Super 17 would make his appearance. Lei Qin thought to himself. After the demise of Dr. Mu in the Super 17 saga, he encountered Dr. Gero in hell. The two collaborated to create the ultimate android, Super 17, and opened a portal from hell to Earth, merging with the android 17 on Earth to become Super 17. The other Dragon Ball warriors were no match for him. Even Goku, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Android 18 disrupted 17, allowing Goku to defeat him with the Dragon Fist and the Super Kamehameha. Following the Super 17 and Evil Dragon sagas, Goku and the others sought the Dragon Balls to restore Earth, but inadvertently summoned the evil dragons. It turned out that the overuse of the Dragon Balls had corrupted them. Goku volunteered to defeat the 7 evil dragons to restore Earth. After defeating the one-star dragon, all negative energy was purified. The Eternal Dragon suddenly appeared after the great battle, restoring Earth and departing with Goku. It would be nearly a century before the Dragon Balls reappeared. It appears I must venture into the hyperbolic time chamber once more. However, if I were to go alone, the results may not be as effective. Lei Qin pondered, now yearning to swiftly elevate his base combat power. The Saiyan physiology thrives on training through battle for optimal enhancement. At that moment, Lei Qin suddenly thought of Vegeta. Perhaps this individual would be most eager for my arrival. A smile graced Lei Qin's face as he vanished from the desert in an instant. At the Bulma family's gravity training room, within a fully enclosed space of approximately 200 square meters, surrounded by training machines, a red glow illuminated the room. A middle-aged man was fervently training, with a screen displaying the number 1000. Perhaps the early stages of the gravity chamber could allow Saiyans to progress rapidly in a short period. However, for Vegeta, whose combat power has surpassed 100 billion in this present day, this gravity is hardly a challenge. Cursed be Kakarot. For there will come a day when I shall surpass you. Vegeta, drenched in perspiration, stood amidst pools of his own sweat, gritting his teeth as he spoke. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. What the 1,000 times? The newcomer, Lycan, immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, nearly forcing him to the ground. Lycan gritted his teeth, staving off the urge to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lycan's sudden appearance, and witnessing him nearly embarrass himself before him brought a glimmer of amusement to Vegeta's otherwise grim visage. Who would have thought? He remarked that while your transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is indeed formidable, your base strength is surprisingly lacking. Pray tell, you have trained for an additional decade. Yet in my era, your power was inferior to mine. Lycan retorted with a hint of annoyance. Vegeta's expression darkened. The version of himself from another world was outshone by this individual, causing the fleeting smile on his face to vanish. What is it that you seek from me? Vegeta reverted to his icy demeanor, addressing Lycan with cold indifference. Would you care to train in a more effective location? You must realize that this training room will not augment your strength significantly in a short span, Lycan suggested. Where to? A glimmer of joy flashed in Vegeta's eyes. and his complexion brightened considerably as he gazed at Lei Chun. The hyperbolic time chamber. Training together is undoubtedly more effective than training alone, Lei Chun remarked with a smile. All right, Vegeta replied. 2 days have elapsed. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, a perplexed Vegeta gazed at Lycan and inquired, "It is strange. Why has your power diminished so significantly?" Although Lycan's current combat prowess surpassed that of Vegeta, it was nowhere near as formidable as during their previous encounter with Super Saiyan 4 Goku. He was at least 10 times weaker than before. Huh. A resounding cry echoed through the air as Vegeta clenched his fists, his body slightly bent, unleashing a relentless shout. His aura surged, enveloping him in a cascade of golden lightning, elevating his power to its zenith. Ultimately, the golden energy transformed from a mere flicker into a steady torrent, his golden hair standing erect and flourishing, while arcs of electricity danced around him. His expression was one of cold determination, his energy stabilizing to an unwavering state. As a Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta possessed a combat power of 6 million, while Raichin boasted a staggering 24 million. Despite the considerable disparity in strength, Vegeta's experience allowed him to exchange blows with Raichin, especially since their encounter was merely a sparring session, not a true battle. Otherwise, Vegeta would have been swiftly defeated. I am an anomaly. I can transform into a Super Saiyan 4 because of the energy of the Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, like you, I would only be able to transform into a golden great ape, Raichin explained. Super Saiyan God. Is that yet another new transformation? Vegeta inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement as he gazed at Raichin. All you need to know is that the Super Saiyan God transformation is on par with the Super Saiyan 4. Now, since your tail has grown back, the next step is for you to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan 3. Once you accomplish that, you will undoubtedly be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 4, Raichin assured Vegeta. Well, all right. Vegeta contemplated briefly, although he was not entirely clear on what Lycan meant by Ultra Saiyan God. However, upon learning that the Ultra Saiyan God was on par with Super Saiyan 4, his interest in it waned significantly. A formidable aura erupted from Vegeta, accompanied by a dazzling flash of golden light. Boom, boom. A year later, a colossal golden ape, towering at 100 meters, roared resoundingly in midair. Roar, roar, roar. Bang, bang, bang. The silver-haired giant ape, embodying Vegeta, pounded its chest furiously before raising its fists towards the void, unleashing a thunderous roar. Vegeta's form began to diminish, gradually transforming back into a human shape. His eyes shone a vibrant yellow with crimson corners, his hair a deep black cascading to shoulder length, draping from his neck to his front. His body was cloaked in dark red fur, including a tail, surrounded by no lightning. His battle power stood at an astonishing 240 million. Remarkably, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 months ahead of the storyline, and this transformation occurred without external assistance, as his tail had successfully regrown with the aid of Raijin. In this new Super Saiyan 4 state, Vegeta's battle power surpassed that of Raijin, who, as a Super Saiyan 4, possessed a mere 120 million. Raijin, in his regular form, would stand no chance against Vegeta, even in his Super Saiyan God form. At this moment, Raijin's power levels were as follows: Super Saiyan 3 at 6 million, Super Saiyan 2 at 1.5 million, Super Saiyan 1 at 750 billion, and his base form at 150 billion. When he transformed into Super Saiyan God, his power reached 240 million, and combined with the incomplete Super Saiyan 4 God form, it amounted to 480 million. Successfully achieving his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Vegeta's gaze settled upon Raijin, who smiled and remarked, "What's the matter? Do you truly believe that becoming a Super Saiyan 4 makes you my equal? One cannot ascertain strength without engaging in battle. At the very least, from my perspective, my power has already surpassed yours," Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. "Is that so?" As he spoke, a brilliant crimson light erupted from Lei Chun. He transformed into the god of Super Saiyan 4, his hair a striking red cascading down his back, with locks framing his shoulders. His body was adorned with a coat of red fur, while he sported a pair of black casual trousers. Upon witnessing Lei Chun's transformation, which bore some differences from his own Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegeta's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. He had witnessed this state of Lei Chun before. Back then, Lei Chun's power was merely comparable to his own. Yet now, Lei Chun's strength surpassed his by several folds. Although Vegeta was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Lei Chun's power, His demeanor swiftly reverted to its usual icy demeanor. At that moment, Vegeta made his move, launching into his prince's combat technique. With a flurry of energy blasts emanating from both hands, he unleashed a series of explosions, sending plumes of smoke billowing from Lei Chen's direction. Impressive power, but your tactics are rather antiquated. Lei Chen's voice resonated in Vegeta's ears from the forefront. What? Vegeta's expression shifted in surprise, for Lei Chen showed no signs of exhaustion. His aura remained unwavering. Ignoring Vegeta's astonishment, Lei Chen sprang into action. A crimson beam, traveling at the speed of light, surged towards Vegeta. It was only then that Vegeta reacted, raising his arm to launch an attack, but Lei Chen's velocity surpassed his own. An overwhelming force struck, propelling Vegeta into the air. Boom. The ground was left with a gaping chasm, unfathomably deep. A magnificent beam of golden light erupted from the depths of the earth, its formidable aura conjuring a tempest that sent dust swirling into the air. The ground fissured instantaneously, the chasm recently created by Vegeta transforming into mere flat terrain. As the earth beneath their feet continued to sink, Vegeta surged forward like a streak of golden light, his entire being ablaze with a radiant glow, surrounded by crackling golden lightning, launching a powerful punch towards Thunder. Although Vegeta's explosive speed had significantly increased, Thunder was able to perceive Vegeta's movements with clarity. As he observed Vegeta's fist rapidly approaching his face, he noticed the smile gracing Vegeta's visage. Thunder swiftly raised his fist to counter Vegeta's attack, and at the moment of collision, the impact was akin to a nuclear explosion, shaking the very fabric of space. Both combatants unleashed their strikes almost simultaneously. A brilliant explosion of gold and crimson light erupted forth as Vegeta and Thunder exchanged blows, each delivering punches and kicks in a fierce flurry. Vegeta landed a fist against Thunder's cheek, while Thunder retaliated with a kick to Vegeta's head. Each assault reverberated, causing the entire hyperbolic time chamber to tremble. Curse it! Vegeta grimaced as he felt the impact of Raichen's fist upon him. The terrifying force inflicted excruciating pain. Yet, when Vegeta's own fist struck Raichen, the latter's expression remained unchanged, as though Vegeta's blow had not landed at all. This individual had been suppressing his true power all along. With a grim countenance, Vegeta silently cursed within and once more launched a punch at Raichen. Swiftly, Raichen reacted, seizing Vegeta's arm in an instant, then rapidly spinning himself to hurl Vegeta away. Pointing his right hand at Vegeta, a crimson glow emanated from his palm as he unleashed a colossal wave of energy towards him. Curse it! Vegeta propelled through the air, sensed the terrifying energy blast rapidly approaching him. He forcefully halted his retreating body, and a brilliant golden aura surged upward from his form. Drink! A golden radiance emanated from Vegeta's hands, swiftly advancing towards the energy sphere unleashed by Lei Chen. Boom! The two cataclysmic energy waves collided, unleashing a tempest that heralded chaos, radiating outward from the epicenter of the two combatants. Vegeta's face was drenched in sweat, his gaze fixed intently upon Raichen. Raichen stood suspended in midair, arms crossed over his chest, his expression unwavering as he regarded Vegeta. Suddenly, Raichen plummeted from the sky, landing on the ground with a flash of red light, reverting to his normal state. Vegeta, it ends here. If we continue to fight, the time chamber will cease to exist. Raichen's words took Vegeta by surprise. It was only then that he realized the time chamber had become unstable. If their battle persisted, this parallel world would be obliterated beneath the terrifying might of their Super Saiyan 4 forms. After all, even the power of Super Saiyan 3 was sufficient to shatter the time chamber, causing the entire realm to tremble, and the potency of Super Saiyan 4 was beyond comparison. Vegeta scoffed coldly, choosing silence as he reverted to his usual form and followed Raichen out of the hyperbolic time chamber. New Earth. The impending doom of Earth was a narrative that had been deftly sidestepped. 5 days had elapsed since. As Vegeta and Raichen emerged from the chamber, they were met by a throng awaiting their return. Could that formidable energy be yours? Vegeta mused, astonished that in merely a day, or perhaps a year, he had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. A child with spiky hair approached Vegeta and Raichen. Kakarot. Do not presume that just because you can transform into Super Saiyan 4, I cannot. I am the Prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta declared, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Son Goku. Oh, do you wish to spar? Son Goku replied with a smile of his own, facing Vegeta. Bring it on. Today, you shall learn that I am the mightiest Saiyan in this world, Vegeta proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Vegeta, I am the strongest Saiyan. Do you not recall who defeated you previously? Rachin interjected, unable to suppress a chuckle at Vegeta's bold claim. Humph, you are not of this universe. You do not count. And besides, we have yet to determine a victor, Vegeta retorted. Although he acknowledged Rachin's superior power in his heart, he would never outwardly concede to it. Such was his pride as the prince of the Saiyans. Unyielding, he remained resolute, unfazed even by Goku's repeated surpassing of him, his confidence unshaken. Very well, you are correct. Rachin replied, surprised by Vegeta's admission. Yet, Vegeta was indeed accurate. He was not the strongest Saiyan of this universe, as he was not one of its Saiyans. Thus, Rachin chose not to press the matter further. A radiant golden aura emanated from Son Goku as his physique expanded, transforming from a height of 2 meters to 82 meters. His shoulder-length black hair framed his face, accentuated by dark circles around his eyes, devoid of the golden flames. His upper body was adorned with a coat of crimson fur. As an omnipotent Super Saiyan 4, Goku's body shimmered with a flickering red light, and the temperature surrounding him surged to hundreds of degrees. Any power below Super Saiyan 2 that dared to approach Super Saiyan 4 Goku would be incinerated by a terrifying force. Humph. Vegeta emitted a cold snort, golden radiance emanating from his being as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His dark red hair cascaded to his shoulders, framed by dark crimson eye sockets, and his body was adorned with shimmering red fur that flickered with light. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, his expression somewhat grim, cast a glance at Son Goku. In less than a week, Goku's battle power had surged once more, now reaching an impressive 265 trillion. Though it was merely a difference of 5 trillion. Such a disparity in power could indeed sway the outcome of their fierce contest. Vegeta's own battle power stood at a mere 240 trillion. And having just recently adopted the form of Super Saiyan 4, he was still acclimating to this newfound strength. While he had gained familiarity with the power through his battle with Rachin, there remained a significant distance between mere familiarity and complete mastery. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta let out a mighty roar, swiftly charging towards the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. In response, Goku ascended into the sky, fully aware that both he and Vegeta could effortlessly wreak havoc upon the sacred temple. To his surprise, Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 rendered him far more dashing than Goku. Watching the transformed Vegeta soar alongside Goku, Bulma could not help but chuckle. Her words, however, reached Chi-Chi's ears, who was naturally displeased with Bulma's assertion that Vegeta surpassed Goku in handsomeness. Approaching Bulma, Chi-Chi declared loudly, "My Goku is slightly more handsome than Vegeta." No. Vegeta is undeniably more handsome. Wukong is more handsome. Thus, Bulma and Chi-Chi found themselves embroiled in a dispute over who was more attractive, Sun Wukong or Vegeta. It was only the arrival of Satan that managed to separate the two. Unfortunately, Satan bore the brunt of a punch from both Bulma and Chi-Chi. Lei Chun observed the unfolding scene with bemusement. According to the storyline, the argument over who was more handsome should have occurred only during the battle against the evil dragon. Yet it had transpired prematurely. Lei Chun's gaze shifted to Son Gohan, who at this moment was exponentially more powerful than the Son Gohan of a decade ago. 10 years on, Son Gohan had emerged as a renowned scholar, and with a successful career, he had naturally found time to train. While he had squandered some time, his current battle power had reached an impressive 3 trillion. Gohan. Suddenly, Lei Chun called out to Son Gohan. "Oh, Mr. Lei Chun, did you call for me?" Son Gohan turned his head, a look of curiosity adorning his face as he spoke. He was unaware of the reason behind Lei Chun's sudden address. "Here." Suddenly, Lei Chun tossed a small bag of spirit beans towards Sun Wukong. "What is this?" Sun Wukong gazed at Lei Chun with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. For the bag appeared to contain nearly 50 beans. He harbored doubts about whether they were truly. Yet he could not bring himself to believe that Lei Chun would so generously offer him such a bounty. Indeed, the contents were indeed. "And this could be regarded as a gift from me to you. Prepare one for Vegeta, as he is on the verge of defeat." With that, Lei Chun vanished in an instant. Through a year of rigorous training with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber, Lei Chun's combat experience had significantly enhanced. Although he still could not match Vegeta or Sun Wukong, should he face Sun Wukong again, he would undoubtedly be more proactive than before. However, in a life-and-death battle, he would still succumb. It appears that Vegeta has lost once more. Lei Chun sensed Vegeta's energy swiftly diminishing, indicating that he would soon revert from his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. In the early stages of the battle between Vegeta and Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong had merely been striving for the upper hand, and their clash was relatively evenly matched. Yet, as the battle progressed, Vegeta would ultimately falter due to insufficient energy. After all, Sun Wukong had always been concealing his true strength, engaging with Vegeta at the same level, and given his greater familiarity with the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. It was no surprise that he was able to defeat Vegeta with relative ease. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the most formidable technique is undoubtedly the ultimate instinct. I should now be worthy of training in this divine skill, which is notoriously difficult to master. In the narrative, Sun Wukong began his training in ultimate instinct only after achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. The essence of ultimate instinct differs from previous combat styles reliant on sensing energy. It employs automatic reflexive attacks and defenses from various parts of the body, eliminating the need for cerebral command, thus accelerating reaction and movement speed. The body and consciousness separate, allowing each part to instinctively perceive surrounding dangers, rendering thought unnecessary. This realm, passed down among the gods, represents the explosive potential that emerges after transcending one's limits. Even the gods find it challenging to reach perfection. The god of destruction, Beerus, has undergone related training, yet has failed to fully master it. The state of unfettered ultimate intent is a realm unique to divine cultivation. When Sun Wukong attained this state and transformed into the White God, it was not a transformation belonging to the Saiyans, but rather a divine secret technique. This ability unleashes a power exponentially greater than one's own, with the magnitude of the unleashed force increasing in proportion to the hidden strength within. When Sun Wukong is not transformed, the power of the Super Saiyan lies dormant throughout his body. However, upon utilizing the unfettered ultimate intent, he can unleash a force that is hundreds of times greater than that of a Super Saiyan. Even if the other gods were to master the unfettered ultimate intent, their might would likely not match that of Sun Wukong. Lycan closed his eyes and stood upon an immense, celestial azure sea, quietly absorbing the essence of this vast ocean and the power of nature surrounding him. His aura swiftly diminished, plummeting from 15 billion to 1 billion, and ultimately to 0. Suddenly, a divine flame surged forth, erupting behind Lycan in a resplendent ocean of starlit brilliance. His appearance transformed, his hair and eyebrows turned blue, and his pupils radiated a soft azure glow. The atmosphere around him became sacred and luminous, scattered with points reminiscent of stars. This aura was remarkably dynamic, gently undulating, occasionally swirling with a bubbly essence. Lycan did not successfully attain the unfettered ultimate intent. However, he did manage to transform into the Super Saiyan God in its blue form, which could be considered an unexpected delight. With a smile, Lycan remarked that the power of the Super Saiyan God in blue is fourfold that of the red variant. The combat prowess of the blue Super Saiyan God stands at 960, while the red variant is at 240, Super Saiyan 3 at 12 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 at 3 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 1.5 trillion, in his normal state at 30 billion. The Super Saiyan God's power is twice that of the red variant but half that of the blue. With the energy of the Super Saiyan God enhanced, Lycan found it challenging to easily merge the powers of the Super God and Super Saiyan 4. It can be said that Lycan is now dedicated to the cultivation and fusion of these two powers. After successfully transforming into the blue Super Saiyan God, he chose not to continue his rigorous training, but instead began to explore this new earth. After all, one must consume food bite by bite. To have progressed from Super Saiyan 2 to the blue Super Saiyan God in less than 3 years is already a remarkable achievement. Persisting in strenuous training would yield only marginal increases in combat power. One must remain grounded, progressing step by step without rushing for immediate results. Many things require a gradual accumulation of effort before they can flourish. Just like Lycan, who toiled for over 40 years to reach Super Saiyan 2. He achieved the Super God form in less than 3 years upon arriving on Earth, which offered an excellent environment for training. If we disregard the time spent in the time chamber, it has been less than a month. Time continues to flow inexorably, and Lei Qin has enjoyed a rather comfortable existence on Earth. Now, 15 years have elapsed. Although his power has not increased significantly, he has firmly established his Super Blue transformation, which now requires minimal energy to maintain. On this particular day, the sun shines brightly as Lei Qin reclines on a lounge chair, leisurely sipping juice. He ponders the elusive arrival of Super 17, gazing at the cerulean sky, uncertain of how much longer he must wait. Should Super 17 fail to make an appearance in the coming days, Lei Qin will be compelled to depart from this world. With a resounding roar, an explosion suddenly erupted, causing the juice in Lei Qin's hand to tremble slightly. Shortly thereafter, the ground began to quake. A gust of wind swept through, causing the surrounding trees and flowers to sway incessantly. Moreover, Lei Chen observed as the once clear sky suddenly darkened. Were the realms of the living and the dead on the verge of merging? A faint smile graced the corners of Lei Chen's lips. He turned his gaze towards the source of the explosion, where he sensed several familiar, yet foreign auras. The familiarity stemmed from his profound recognition of their owners, some of whom he had encountered before, including Babidi, Frisia, and the amalgamated presence of Cell, the Jinyu Force, and King Cold. The strangeness arose from the fact that this was the GT timeline, rendering these auras mere echoes of foes he had previously faced, except for the aura of Android 17. Lei Chen could perceive nearly all the characters from the storyline, perhaps owing to the fact that Android 17 was an artificial being, hence his absence from Lei Chen's senses. It seemed he was about to witness a live broadcast once more. With a decisive sip, Lei Chen finished the juice from his cup and placed it upon the table. A fleeting thought stirred within him as he sensed Vegeta's aura, and in an instant, he teleported to Vegeta's side. One might wonder why Lei Chen did not transport himself to Son Goku's location. The answer lies in the fact that Goku had already been drawn into the depths of hell. Countless souls, once departed, now materialized in the mortal realm, plunging Earth into utter chaos. It is undeniable that Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, both of unparalleled genius, managed to defy the rules of the underworld, facilitating a fusion between the realms of the living and the dead. Upon the emergence of King Cold and the Jinyu Force, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and others had long since arrived at the scene. The Jinyu Force, upon laying eyes on Vegeta, charged at him without a moment's hesitation. The resentment they harbored towards the one who had vanquished them was palpable. However, they had gravely miscalculated their opponent, Vegeta, without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Effortlessly dispatched them with mere energy blasts. Meanwhile, King Cold sought out Trunks, the very one who had once brought about his demise. Regrettably for him, he had mistaken his adversary. This Trunks was not the one responsible for his death, and thus he too was swiftly defeated. Humph. I had thought that after all these years, they would have grown significantly stronger, yet they are utterly feeble, Vegeta remarked disdainfully, as former foes resurfaced. Vegeta had anticipated a chance to test the strength of Super Saiyan 4, weary from sparring with Son Goku day after day. Yet upon arriving at the scene, he quickly realized that King Cold and the Jinyu Force were hardly worth his time. Not only he, but even the younger Saiyans like Son Gohan and Trunks could easily handle them. His presence there was entirely unnecessary. Indeed, I had presumed it would be more troublesome than this. Son Goten remarked with a relaxed expression. Do not underestimate them. Number 17 has yet to make an appearance. Trunks cautioned, his demeanor grave as he recalled how, merely hours ago, number 17 had effortlessly defeated him. Had it not been for number 17 sparing him to deliver a message to Son Goku, he would have met his end. Yes, Goten, remain vigilant. To defeat Trunks in one strike is something even I could not accomplish. Perhaps only Father and Uncle Vegeta are capable of such a feat. Suddenly, Vegeta spoke. Come forth. I know you have been watching for quite some time. What? Sun Wutian exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that Android 17 has arrived already? The absence of a presence from the android makes it quite normal for us to be unaware of its existence. Son Gohan remarked with a grave expression. Haha, you managed to discover me. Unfortunately, without Sun Wukong, you stand no chance against my Super Android 17. At that moment, an aged voice resonated through the air. Son Gohan and the others simultaneously stiffened, turning their gazes towards the source of the sound. In their line of sight, three figures emerged, two elderly men and a tall, long-haired youth. Dr. Gero, exclaimed Sun Wukong and the others in astonishment. The old man with white beard and hair, adorned with a halo atop his head, was none other than the creator of the androids, Dr. Gero. To think it is you, Dr. Mew. I never imagined you could return from the depths of the underworld. Trunks and my cast cold glances at another elderly man with yellow hair. The baby created by Dr. Mew nearly brought about the destruction of Earth. Had it not been for Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, the consequences would have been dire. However, Dr. Mew had been slain by Trunks and his companions while on another planet, and they could hardly believe he had resurfaced now, especially in alliance with Dr. Gero. I never anticipated that you two would join forces, Trunks remarked, his expression grim. Humph. You are the common adversaries we share. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We have returned to exact our vengeance, Dr. Mew stated, his face devoid of emotion. Humph. Revenge? Do not overestimate yourselves. I have no interest in you two old men. Summon number 17. That fellow has become rather arrogant since his power has increased. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, his words dripping with disdain. The latter remark echoed the way Lei Qin often insulted Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber, and now Vegeta employed it against number 17. Haha, number 17? No. He is now referred to as Super number 17. Bring him forth and eliminate them all. Dr. Gero sneered before bellowing for Super number 17 to appear. At his command, a young man stepped forward, his expression stern as he regarded Vegeta and the others. Super number 17? Upon hearing Dr. Gero's designation, Vegeta blinked in surprise, casting a puzzled glance at the young man. The young man had long black hair tied back, adorned with a red towel around his neck. Dressed in the fashionable attire of this era, he truly bore a striking resemblance to number 17. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Vegeta also recognized that the man before him indeed resembled number 17 closely. Haha, you know nothing. He is no longer the previous number 17. He is the Hell's number 17, created by Dr. Mu and myself. When Hell's number 17 merges with Earth's number 17, it becomes the formidable Super number 17 before you. He possesses boundless power and will undoubtedly annihilate you all. Dr. Gero laughed boisterously. Is he the Super number 17? Then I shall be the Super Vegeta. As he spoke, a golden radiance emanated from Vegeta, electric sparks coursing upward from his feet. His hair began to elongate, flourishing into a cascade that framed his face and fell over his shoulders, with strands extending down his back, while his brows vanished. Super number 17 can defeat Trunks with a single blow. Vegeta dared not underestimate him. He transformed into Super Saiyan 3 upon arrival, his power surging to 12.5 trillion. Alas, if it were the unmerged number 17, perhaps Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta could have put up a fight. But now, with Super number 17's current form, Vegeta, having not attained Super Saiyan 4, stood no chance against him. Vegeta was bound to suffer a significant loss. Not far away, Lei Qin pondered silently. Although he could not gauge the full extent of Super number 17's might, he recalled that when the character first appeared, his power was inferior to that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, but not by much. Once Goku's energy was absorbed, Super number 17's strength surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4. At present, Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta was merely at 12.5 trillion, while Super number 17's battle power was estimated to be between 150 and 200 trillion. Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashed a punch with 80% of his strength, probing the capabilities of Super number 17. Super 17 cast a frigid glance toward Vegeta, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Whatever intentions Vegeta harbored, it was evident that he would not surpass him. With a swift motion, he tilted his head just as Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta's fist was poised to strike his face, narrowly evading the formidable attack. What? Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. He was taken aback by the astonishing speed of Super 17, who managed to evade his attack just as his fist was about to connect with his face. Vegeta, not one to underestimate his opponents, realized that the power of Super 17 surpassed his imagination, exceeding even his own Super Saiyan 3 strength. Ha ha ha. Super 17's lips curled into a sinister smile, his expression emanating malevolence. Bang! His fist landed squarely on Vegeta's abdomen. Ah! Vegeta cried out in agony, his body hurtling backward in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the ground was abruptly transformed into a vast crater, shrouded in swirling smoke, with Vegeta entombed alive beneath it. Witnessing this scene, Gohan and his companions were utterly astonished. Although Vegeta had not ascended to Super Saiyan 4, his prowess as a Super Saiyan 3 was formidable, yet he was still sent flying by a single punch from Super 17. Just as Gohan and the others were grappling with their shock, a sudden beam of golden light shot majestically into the sky. A sudden, terrifying burst of golden light erupted, unleashing a shockwave that toppled the heavens and shattered the earth, causing the entire planet to tremble. With yellow irises and crimson corners, his black hair cascaded to shoulder length, draping from his neck to his front, and dark red fur covered his form, including his tail, all amidst an absence of lightning. 15 days later, Vegeta's power surged by 10 trillion, elevating his Super Saiyan 4 form to a combat prowess of 250 trillion. What? How is this possible? Dr. Mu gazed at Vegeta with a grim expression. Damn it. Vegeta has concealed such formidable strength. Dr. Gero's countenance also darkened, inwardly contemplating his thoughts. Yet, he felt no real concern. Rather, he was somewhat eager to see if Vegeta's energy could be harnessed for Super 17. I must admit, I underestimated you. You have compelled me to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta's expression soured as he regarded Super 17. The latter, nonchalantly tossing his hair, maintained an impassive stare at Vegeta. Although his internal radar indicated that Vegeta's energy had surpassed his own, he remained unfazed. After all, Vegeta's strength had its limits. While he possessed boundless energy and a body capable of absorbing power, Super 17 was fully confident in his ability to defeat Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's form flickered, and he found himself before Super 17. Is this speed truly possible? Xiao Fong, Son Goten, Son Gohan, and Trunks, who were watching the battle, were utterly astonished. Yet, Super 17 remained remarkably calm as Vegeta approached. Without uttering a word, Vegeta launched a fist towards Super 17. Humph. Super 17 chuckled coldly, extending his arm to block. Bang. Vegeta's powerful strike was deftly intercepted by Android 17. However, Super 17 was swiftly retreating. Although his strength was boundless, Vegeta's power surpassed his own, causing him to be forced back by a single blow. In the next moment, Vegeta pressed on with his assault. Despite his superiority in strength over Super 17, every technique he employed was countered by the radar embedded within Super 17. While Super 17 remained at a disadvantage, he had yet to be bested by Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta relentlessly launched a fierce assault. The two figures flickered incessantly, battling from the ground to the heavens. In the next moment, they had plunged deep underground. A resounding rumble echoed as the ground trembled incessantly, forming numerous depressions and fissures that stretched into the distance. The residual waves from the clash between the two warriors had transformed the surroundings into a desolate wasteland. However, this place had already been ravaged by the deceased, leaving little for Vegeta to concern himself with. Were it Goku in his stead, he might have redirected Super 17 elsewhere. At that moment, Lei Chun descended from the sky, landing beside Gohan, and urged Xiao Fong. Xiao Fong, cease your gaze and promptly devise a means to bring your grandfather back to this realm. Kakarot has been deceived by Frieza and taken to hell. He is unlikely to return soon. What? Xiao Fong exclaimed, her expression changing in shock as she swiftly soared towards the direction indicated by Lei Chun. Can she truly bring my father back to the mortal realm? Sun Wukong expressed his concerns. I cannot speak for others, but I am certain that Xiao Fong possesses that capability. However, I still believe it prudent for you to refrain from spectating for now and to prioritize dealing with these two old men first, Lei Chun remarked contemplatively. What? The expressions of Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero shifted dramatically, as they had not anticipated that Lei Chun would allow Sun Wukong and the others to confront him first. Ignoring the thoughts of Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero, Lei Chun continued, though these two old fellows may lack formidable strength, as long as they remain alive, they can still conjure some terrifying creations. Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Oobi nodded, their gazes fixed upon Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero. Their faces paled significantly. Before Sun Wukong and the others could make a move, Dr. Mew began to shout loudly, Super Android 17, ignore that Vegeta. Quickly eliminate these individuals. However, Super Android 17 showed little concern for their fates. In the narrative, Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero were destined to be slain by him. Presently, Super Android 17, already agitated by Vegeta's relentless pressure, was not fond of this style of combat, even if Vegeta could not harm him in the immediate moment. Just as Dr. Mew called out once more, Super Android 17 was suddenly struck in the abdomen by a punch from Vegeta. Enduring the pain, Super Android 17 retaliated by forcefully pushing Vegeta back with a kick. Utterly vexing, Super 17 conjured a black energy sphere crackling with lightning in one hand, casually tossing it towards Dr. Meow and Dr. Gero. What? Super 17 exclaimed, as the two scientists, Dr. Mew and Dr. Gero, were swiftly engulfed by the dark energy blast before they could even comprehend the situation. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as a tempest stirred, sending dust and debris soaring. Suddenly, an unfathomable chasm appeared, and the winds howled, darkening the skies. As the smoke dissipated, only two charred remains lay on the ground, still emitting wisps of smoke. The two had been obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Their souls irrevocably vanished from this universe. Can you believe it? They have turned against their own, exclaimed Trunks, Goten, and Obu, their faces etched with astonishment. In contrast, Gohan remained relatively unfazed. Having witnessed Android 17 personally eliminate Drive Gero, he found little shock in this occurrence. As for Vegeta, he was beyond such sentiment. After all, he had not only witnessed but had himself committed acts of violence against his own subordinates on more than one occasion. Robots are merely machines, regardless of their humanoid appearance. Killing one's creator, akin to slaughtering one's own progenitor, should not affect you at all. Vegeta remarked with a hint of scorn. Ah. Super 17 playfully tousled his hair, casting a wicked grin at Vegeta, showing no sign of anger in response to Vegeta's words. Thus, the true warm-up had concluded. Do not expect me to hold back. Gamma burst. With that declaration, Vegeta shouted loudly, his arms stretched wide before gradually drawing them towards his chest, emanating a radiant golden light. Boom. The gamma burst of Vegeta roared as it surged towards Super 17. Super 17 extended his right hand. What? Is this lunatic actually trying to absorb my gamma burst? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of astonishment, but in the next moment, his thoughts took a different turn. For as his gamma burst struck Super 17, it was instantly absorbed. Haha. Thank you for your energy, Vegeta. Damn it. How could I let him absorb it? Vegeta hovered in the air, his countenance darkening as he sensed Super 17's power. After absorbing his gamma burst, Super 17's combat strength had surged to an astounding 230 million, perilously close to Vegeta's own. Coupled with Super 17's limitless energy, Vegeta found himself hesitant to unleash any energy attacks, realizing that he was utterly powerless against Super 17. With the passage of time, defeat loomed ominously on the horizon for him. Curse it! Vegeta exclaimed, his expression grim. However, I struck, Vegeta. Behold my move, the electric hell sphere. Super 17 shouted. As he gathered a sphere of dark, lightning-infused energy between his hands, radiating countless beams of black light. What? Vegeta exclaimed. His expression filled with intensity as he crossed his arms defensively in front of himself. A radiant golden energy enveloped him, encasing him within its protective embrace. With a resounding boom, the earth trembles as a storm of sand and stone whirls about. Countless waves of energy strike the ground, instantly creating an array of unfathomable black pits. The howling wind reverberates, darkening the very heavens. Vegeta, struck by Super 17's energy blasts, finds himself compelled to defend rather than retaliate, his fury igniting in an instant. Simultaneously, his power surges uncontrollably. With a resounding rumble, the ground beneath his feet continuously sank, while several enormous fissures stretched out into the distance. Unforgivable, Vegeta elevated his aura to its utmost limit, with the formidable force emanating from him. He forcibly repelled the energy blasts that were directed at him. Vegeta swiftly charged towards Super 17. With a resounding thud, his fist surged towards Super 17, who, undeterred, extended his own fist to meet the impending strike head-on. Bang! In an instant, a deafening collision reverberated throughout the entire sky. With a powerful gust of wind emanating from the two central figures, a forceful energy radiated outward. Gohan and his companion struggled to withstand the onslaught, nearly being swept away by the fierce shockwave. In a display of sheer might, Vegeta unleashed another punch, his fist shimmering with a radiant golden light. With a resounding crash, Super 17 raised his arms in an attempt to block, only to be sent flying through the air. Such is the frailty of artificial beings. Observing Super 17 retreating over 1,000 meters, Vegeta displayed a scornful expression. Yet, the slight quickening of his breath betrayed the fact that he was not as composed as he appeared. Oh, is that so? Although Super 17 was forced back by Vegeta, he felt no anger, for he sensed that Vegeta's energy had diminished to a level comparable to his own. With a swift motion, Super 17 propelled himself towards Vegeta, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Bang! The first punch was deftly blocked by Vegeta. Bang! With the second punch, Vegeta successfully blocked it as well. Bang, bang, bang. After hundreds of punches, under the relentless assault of Super 17, Vegeta was finally struck, his body contorted into an arched shape. With a flurry of jabs, sidesteps, and lateral kicks, Super 17 unleashed a series of relentless attacks, rendering Vegeta utterly defenseless. With a swish, Vegeta's body plummeted downward. Just as he was about to touch the ground, a blinding golden light erupted from his form. Bang! 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 Energy spheres continuously coalesced in the palms of Vegeta's hands, which he hurled towards Super 17. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta had unleashed hundreds of energy blasts. With no other option left, he resorted to the prince's technique. As a multitude of energy orbs surged towards him, Super 17 displayed no sign of alarm. Instead, a smile crept across his face as he spread his arms wide, inviting the energy blast to collide with him. With a thunderous roar, countless energy orbs struck Super Android 17. However, these energy projectiles did not explode upon impact. Instead, they penetrated his form, entering his very being. Almost simultaneously, the muscles in Super Android 17's chest, arms, and thighs began to swell. With each energy wave that collided with him, his muscles expanded further, and his presence grew more formidable. When not engaged in battle, the android's aura remained imperceptible. Yet, once the conflict commenced, the android became acutely aware of his own power. In that moment, Super Android 17's combat prowess truly surpassed that of Vegeta, boasting an astounding battle power of 270 trillion, while Vegeta had dwindled to less than 200 trillion. Whoosh! Curse it! Vegeta, drenched in sweat and with a grim expression, gazed at Super 17. Now it is my turn to strike, Super 17 declared with a wicked grin, transforming into a streak of darkness that surged toward Vegeta in an instant. Upon witnessing Super 17 charging at him, Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged back at Super 17 with equal fervor. With a resounding boom, countless figures swiftly materialized in the sky. Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted as Vegeta plummeted to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. At this moment, Vegeta had reverted from Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan 3. His energy diminished drastically, weakened by several-fold. Aha! The formidable Super 17 descended slowly from the heavens, a sinister grin adorning his face as he regarded Vegeta with disdain. Transformed into a golden-haired warrior once more, it seems only Goku can exchange blows with me. As he flicked his hair back, Super 17 declared, "The inhabitants of this planet are nothing but a bunch of worthless fools. Once I cleanse this world swiftly, I shall prepare to conquer the entirety of the galaxy." Curse it! Vegeta exclaimed with a grim expression, abruptly turning his gaze towards the distant Raichan. "Hey Raichan, quickly hand me a Senzu bean." Raichan was taken aback, not expecting Vegeta to request a Senzu bean from him. Just as Raichan was about to toss one to Vegeta, a sudden boom echoed as Super 17 kicked Vegeta away. "You wish to consume a Senzu bean? Have you even considered my opinion?" Super 17 sneered, his face twisted in malice. Possessing the memories of Earth S-17, he was acutely aware of the Saiyan physiology and the extraordinary properties of the Senzu beans. If Vegeta were to ingest one, his power would undoubtedly surge. Although Super 17 was not particularly concerned, he found it to be quite bothersome. Contemplating this, Super 17 casually unleashed an energy blast towards Raichan, Gohan, and the others. What? Son Gohan and the others were taken aback, utterly astonished that Super Android 17 would suddenly launch an attack against them. Should that energy blast strike them, it would surely leave them severely injured, if not dead. However, upon noticing Lei Chen beside them, their expressions returned to a semblance of calm. While they were uncertain of the full extent of Lei Chen's power, they were confident it could at least rival that of Vegeta, if not surpass it. After all, it was with Lei Chen's assistance that Vegeta had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in Son Gohan's mind, Lei Chen's countenance shifted as he witnessed Super Android 17 hurling an energy blast in his direction. Anger surged within him as he thought, seeking death. Initially, he had merely intended to observe the unfolding drama, fearing that if the plot deviated and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 prematurely, he would recklessly attack Super Android 17, consequently amplifying its power and potentially endangering Goku's life. Although Lei Chen had contemplated intervening, he had intended to do so only after Goku had been defeated by Super Android 17. As the terrifying energy blast sliced through the air, hurtling towards him, Lei Chen's expression remained unperturbed, undaunted by the approaching force that exceeded 100 meters in size. With a loud whoosh, the energy orb drew ever closer, its ferocious winds causing the hair of Son Gohan and his companions to billow wildly. Haha, these fellows have seemingly conceded, for they have not transformed their hair to gold. Nevertheless, it is understandable. Deep down, they must realize that even if they did turn their hair golden, they would still be unable to withstand my assault. Super 17 chuckled coldly. Just as the energy blast was about to strike Thunderchin, his gaze turned frigid. With a casual flick of his hand, he effortlessly sent the energy blast hurtling back towards Super 17. With a swift motion, the energy blast surged towards Super 17 at an unprecedented speed. Merely with a casual swipe, it was redirected back at Super 17, a feat that even Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta might struggle to achieve. The energy blast raced backwards, its trajectory aimed squarely at Super 17. How could this be possible? Witnessing this spectacle, Super 17's eyes widened in astonishment. The energy blast struck him, only to vanish in an instant. Suddenly, a smile crept across Super 17's face. With a swift motion, Super Android 17 materialized before Lei Chen, suspended in midair. His gaze fixed upon Lei Chen with evident intrigue. "It appears you possess far greater prowess than Vegeta. You are indeed worthy of being my adversary." His eyes gleamed with disdain, for he perceived Lei Chun to be merely marginally superior to Vegeta. With boundless energy at his disposal and a physique capable of absorbing energy, Lei Chun stood no chance against him. Conversely, the more formidable Lei Chun became, the more exhilarated he felt. You are correct. I am far superior to Vegeta. And you assert that I am qualified to be your opponent. However, you lack the stature to be my rival. You are merely a punching bag. Lei Chun's declaration left Super Android 17 momentarily speechless, yet he bore no ire. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, exclaimed Super 17. To call me a punching bag is truly the height of absurdity. Indeed, all Saiyans share the same trait as Vegeta, arrogance and pride. I concede you possess a measure of strength, but soon enough, it will be revealed who the true punching bag is. Super 17's gaze was filled with disdain. He then raised his right palm, his eyes turning icy, and unleashed an energy blast directly at Lycan. With a swift whoosh, a crimson and ebony energy projectile hurtled directly towards Rager. A brilliant golden light erupted from Lei Chun, whose hair was a striking red, cascading down his back and framing his shoulders. His body was adorned with crimson fur, while his lower half was clad in red trousers paired with black casual pants. His strength surged to an astonishing 480 trillion. In an instant, he transformed into the divine Super Saiyan 4, effortlessly swatting his opponent away. In the distance, with a resounding boom, the energy orb detonated instantaneously, enveloping the surroundings in a thick haze while the ground trembled and debris scattered chaotically. With a resounding thud, Super 17's fist hurtled towards Lei Chun. Unflinching, Lei Chun extended his own fist to meet the impending strike head-on. Bang! In an instant, the deafening sound of collision reverberated throughout the entire city. With a deep breath, a powerful gust of wind emanated from the two individuals at the center, sweeping outward in all directions. Sun Wukong and the others inwardly sensed the impending danger and were instantly forced back by the ferocious force of the wind. Impressive indeed. Super 17 unleashed another punch, this time his fist radiating with brilliance. Humph! Lei Chun let out a cold snort, his fist glowing as well, but unlike the others. His radiated a golden hue. With a resounding crash, Super 17 was sent hurtling away. The Saiyan was nothing more than this. As he observed Rage retreating over 100 meters, Super 17's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of sheer disbelief. It felt as though his fist had struck solid steel, a searing pain radiating from his hand. How could this be possible? Super 17 could hardly fathom that Raiken's strength was so formidable. Boom. At that moment, Lei Chun had launched yet another assault on Super 17. Super 17's expression contorted in agony as his body was forcefully bent into an arc. With a swift whoosh, his body continued to plummet downward. With a thunderous roar, Super 17 was struck to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of smoke as a colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascended. Simultaneously, Super Vegeta emerged from the rubble. How infuriating. This adversary's power had surged once again. Observing that Lei Chun had effortlessly knocked Super 17 down with just a few punches, Vegeta's expression darkened. A golden radiance vanished from his form as he reverted to his normal state. In his perspective, now that Lei Chun had intervened, there was no need for him to maintain his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Bang! At that moment, amidst the swirling smoke, debris began to soar through the air. A tempestuous wind howled, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. A deafening explosion reverberated suddenly from the ground as a jet of black light surged upwards. Super Android 17 hovered in the sky, his expression somewhat grim as he gazed down at Lei Chun. Alas! Swish, swish, swish. The formidable Super 17 bellowed. And in an instant, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing the ground to tremble. A dark radiance enveloped his form, and black flames erupted from him. Super 17, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, unleashed his full might. His figure flickered and swiftly vanished from sight. The next moment, he materialized behind Lei Chun. With his fists aglow in an ominous light, Super 17 launched a devastating strike toward Lei Chun. Yet, despite his speed, Lei Chun proved even swifter. Before Super 17's blow could land, Lei Chun's fist, shimmering with golden light and crackling with streaks of lightning, had already found its mark. Bang! Lei Chun's fist struck directly against his abdomen. Under the might of Lei Chun's punch, Super 17 cried out in agony. Although androids do not possess the sensation of pain, it is contingent upon the magnitude of the force exerted. Lei Chun's strength far surpassed that of Super 17. A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on the icy visage of Super 17, for he never anticipated that Lei Qin's power would be so formidable. With a resounding swish, the fist of Super 17 once again emanated a brilliant golden light, propelling forward with tremendous force. Bang! Ah! Super 17 suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his fist. And now he could sense a wave of soreness and numbness coursing through his arm. Drumming sounds echoed as Super 17 retreated swiftly under the formidable might of Lei Qin. This is impossible. The inner turmoil of Super 17 was profound, utterly incredulous at the notion that the power of Lei Qin could rival his own. Just as despair began to take root within him, the voice of Sun Wukong echoed from afar. Wait, Lei Qin, allow me to handle this. If he has come seeking me, then let me take on the challenge. No sooner had he spoken than a child with a spiky hairstyle materialized before Lei Qin in an instant. Very well, I cannot recklessly engage in this realm. And I have already imparted a lesson to him. I shall leave him to you, Lei Qin replied nonchalantly. In truth, Lei Qin's words were mere fabrications. The notion of refraining from action in this dimension was a ruse. He merely desired for Sun Wukong to confront Super 17. Then thank you. With that, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted towards Super 17. Hey, 17. Your opponent is now me, he declared to Super 17. It matters not who comes. Although Super 17 spoke with bravado, his eyes, cast towards Lei Qin, were laden with apprehension, and he exhaled with a sense of relief. Upon hearing Lei Qin's words, Super 17 began to comprehend why Earth S17 lacked any information about this individual. It became clear that Lei Qin hailed from another dimension, not from this world. In response to Super 17's remarks, Sun Wukong refrained from further banter and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 4. A chilling aura emanated from Sun Wukong as a radiant golden light shot skyward. The surrounding golden arcs of electricity flickered incessantly, while Sun Wukong's expression remained stern, pushing his power to its utmost limit. In an instant, his height surged from 2 meters to 182 meters, his long black hair cascading down, dark circles framing his eyes. Absent were the golden flames. Instead, his upper body was adorned with a coat of red fur, emitting a pulsating crimson glow. Sun Wukong's combat prowess now surpassed that of Vegeta. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, his power registered at 260 million, which had now escalated to 280 million. This surpassed even that of Super 17, especially considering that the latter bore some injuries. However, Super 17 possessed boundless energy, rendering their strengths nearly equivalent. Sun Wukong was acutely aware of Super 17's capabilities. Thus he unleashed his full might from the outset, without any preliminary testing. In the next moment, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Super 17. With a resounding da-da-da, the formidable Super Saiyan Sun Wukong launched a ferocious assault. The two figures flickered incessantly, battling from the ground to the heavens. In the blink of an eye, they had descended once more to the earth. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembles incessantly as enormous craters emerge and fissures spread forth, extending into the distance. With a resounding roar, the clash between Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super 17 unleashed shockwaves that fractured the very ground beneath them. Bang! 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 The Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super 17 engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each seemingly evenly matched. However, to Lei Qin, it appeared that Goku was preparing to unleash a particular technique. Otherwise, it would not be a stalemate. Goku would be overwhelming Super 17. If that were the case, it was certain that Super 17 would face defeat. As time passed, Super Saiyan 4 Goku began to falter. Ha, Goku, where has your former grandeur gone? Super 17 laughed heartily. Although he could not absorb Goku's energy, his confidence surged as he gained the upper hand, causing a notable improvement in his demeanor. Goku remained silent, continuing to assault Super 17 with relentless determination. Boom! The Super Saiyan 4 Goku raised his arms in defense, only to be sent flying by Super 17's overwhelming force. Now is the moment. Suddenly, Sun Wukong exclaimed loudly. Super 17 was taken aback, unsure of the reason behind Sun Wukong's declaration. However, in the next instant, Super 17 comprehended the situation as a multitude of energy blasts surged swiftly towards him. A sudden grin spread across Super 17's face. Haha, Sun Wukong. Thank you for your energy. Kakarot, what on earth is this fellow doing? Vegeta remarked with displeasure. As he perceived that Sun Wukong's strength was gradually surpassing that of Super 17, yet he wondered why he was conserving his stamina. It is known that Super 17 possesses boundless energy. Engaging in a prolonged battle with him is akin to courting death. Yet, Sun Wukong, fully aware that Super 17 could absorb energy attacks, still chose to launch energy blasts at him, which only deepened Vegeta's confusion. Super 17, undeterred, did not evade Sun Wukong's energy blasts, but rather, with an unperturbed expression, welcomed their arrival. With a resounding bang, the energy blast struck Super 17, vanishing into his very being. Simultaneously, his muscles swelled slightly. As he absorbed Goku's energy projectile, Super 17's power began to escalate. Ha! Super 17's mouth was agape as he laughed uproariously. Although he was unaware that Sun Wukong was fully cognizant of his ability to absorb energy, he launched an attack wave nonetheless. To Super 17, it mattered not what scheme Sun Wukong might harbor. His combat power was escalating rapidly. 270. 6 trillion, 270. 8 trillion. What on earth was Kakarot up to? Did he not realize that Super 17 could absorb the energy from the attack wave? Vegeta's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Ha ha ha. The foolish red monkey continued to unleash more energy blasts. Once I have absorbed sufficient energy, perhaps even the science will pale in comparison to my might. Super 17 thought maliciously, his gaze towards Lei Qin brimming with murderous intent. He felt that with continued absorption, even Lei Qin would be no match for him. To Super 17's surprise, he noticed Sun Wukong remained unfazed, instead breaking into laughter. Haha, you've fallen into my trap. Super 17, just as I suspected, while you absorb energy, you are utterly immobilized. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. What? Super 17 exclaimed, his expression shifting in surprise as he struggled to comprehend the meaning behind Sun Wukong's words. Yet, in the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. He beheld Sun Wukong, whose body slightly hunched as he gathered energy, his left hand clenched into a fist, which suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. The Dragon Fist. In an instant, a magnificent golden dragon emerged from the glimmering aura of Wukong's fist, exuding an immense and boundless energy. Unleash. Upon Sun Wukong's utterance, a magnificent dragon, stretching over 100 meters in length, surged forth, imbued with a torrent of energy, roaring skyward as it hurtled towards Super 17. As the Super Saiyan for Sun Wukong delivered his punch, a resplendent golden dragon, measuring 100 meters, charged towards Super 17. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth as the golden divine dragon pierced through the body of Super 17, creating a gaping hole in his chest and abdomen before erupting out of his back. Once the divine dragon vanished, the figure of Super Saiyan 4 Goku emerged behind Super 17, standing aloof in the void with a cool demeanor. His long black hair billowed in the wind, resembling an unparalleled war god. Super 17 gazed in disbelief at the massive wound in his torso. I refuse to accept this, he bellowed, his face twisted in frustration. In the next instant, his entire body erupted in an explosion. So it was you, Kakarot. You have been scheming all along. Vegeta finally grasped why Goku, despite possessing power greater than that of Super 17, had been suppressed. Damn it. It seems that Kakarot had arrived long before my battle with Super 17. Vegeta pondered, his heart seething at being used by Goku as a means to test Super 17's limits. If only I had discovered Super 17's weakness sooner. Perhaps I could have defeated him myself, he thought bitterly. In Vegeta's mind, anything Goku could achieve, he too could accomplish. At last, the moment of triumph arrived. A flash of golden light darted across the scene as Goku's form swiftly diminished, returning to his normal state after vanquishing Super 17. Hooray! Grandpa has finally defeated Super 17. Little Pan exclaimed joyfully. Though Trunks was also capable of defeating Super 17, he held a deeper admiration for Goku. I never imagined that the fusion of the two 17s would yield such immense power, Gohan remarked, astonished. Indeed, but thankfully, Uncle Goku managed to overcome him. Trunks replied with a smile. Humph. Suddenly, a chilling grunt emanated from behind Trunks, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Oh no, I forgot that my father was also present. Trunks remarked with a wry smile. He was acutely aware of his father Vegeta's temperament. The prince of all Saiyans could not tolerate being compared unfavorably to Goku. Vegeta cast a dark glare at Trunks, pondering, is this insolent brat implying that I am inferior to Kakarot? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Ha ha. Had I not witnessed the battle between Vegeta and Super 17, perhaps I would have been the one to suffer defeat. Goku chuckled. However, with Raichon around, even if I were to falter, Super 17 would stand no chance against him. Humph. Upon hearing Son Goku mention his name, Vegeta let out a cold snort. However, he refrained from uttering a word, instead directing his attention towards Lei Qin. Almost simultaneously, as soon as Son Goku finished speaking, Lei Qin called out, Kakarot. Come here for a moment. I have a gift for you. Oh, Sun Wukong was taken aback, unsure of why Lycan had summoned him. What sort of gift could it be? With a heart full of curiosity, he hurried towards Lycan. What is it, Lycan? What gift do you wish to bestow upon me? Could it be the legendary celestial beings? Little Sun Wukong placed his hands behind his head, gazing up at Lycan, who towered over him by 3 or 4 heads. Lycan did not respond directly to Sun Wukong's inquiry. Instead, he smiled warmly and remarked, Kakarot, if I recall correctly, you were transformed into a smaller form by the dragon. Weren't you? Yes, what of it? Sun Wukong replied, somewhat perplexed by Lycan's question. Oh, it's nothing of great concern. You will find out soon enough. As he spoke, Lycan placed the index finger and thumb of his left hand on his forehead, while his right palm faced Sun Wukong, emanating a silvery glow from its center. Ah? Sun Wukong gazed curiously at Lei Qin, who suddenly extended his right hand towards him. He harbored no concern that Lei Qin would harm him, in his view. Lei Qin's power far surpassed his own, rendering such gestures unnecessary. Only the distant Sun Gohan and others worried that Lei Qin might pose a threat to Sun Wukong. Vegeta, having spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber with Lei Qin, was also confident that Lei Qin would not inflict harm upon Sun Wukong. As Lei Qin's right hand emanated a silvery glow that enveloped Sun Wukong, the radiance from Reg's hand gradually caused Sun Wukong's form to enlarge, ultimately reverting him to his middle-aged appearance. Oh, how curious. Lei Qin, you seem to have shrunk. Sun Wukong remarked, noticing the sudden diminishment of Xiao Fang beside him. How is it that you have become so much shorter? Strange, I haven't transformed into Super Saiyan 4, have I? After casting a glance at Lei Qin, Sun Wukong turned his attention back to Xiao Fang, who had flown to his side out of concern, only to discover that Xiao Fang had indeed shrunk considerably. He now towered over her by several heads. The moment the light from Lei Qin's hand touched him, everything before his eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. Grandfather, it's not that I've shrunk. Rather, you have grown. Xiao Fang exclaimed in astonishment. Dad, you've returned to your original form, Sun Wutian said, smiling at Sun Wukong. Ah, so that's it. I was wondering why you all seem to have suddenly diminished in size. It turns out I have grown. Sun Wukong's face blossomed with a smile, expressing his delight. Despite his exceedingly innocent nature, he was not particularly concerned about whether he appeared as an adult or a child. However, his previous childlike form had undeniably caused him considerable trouble. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. His gaze fixed intensely on Sun Wukong, who had suddenly grown larger. Sun Wukong's power and stamina had seen a significant boost. Previously, the gap between him and Vegeta had not been substantial, but with Sun Wukong returning to his adult form, his stamina naturally reverted to its peak state. Following his transformation into a smaller physique by the dragon, Sun Wukong had previously stated that while his body had shrunk, his strength remained intact. Albeit his stamina had suffered considerably, similar to how his duration in Super Saiyan 3 was no longer as prolonged as before. Now, having been distanced by Sun Wukong, Vegeta found himself in a rather foul mood. If one were to estimate Sun Wukong's combat power at Super Saiyan 4 as 285 trillion, Vegeta's remained at 252 trillion. Although Vegeta's strength had seen some enhancement with the restoration of his stamina, it still fell short in comparison to Sun Wukong. Clatter. This is? Vegeta's expression shifted momentarily as he casually accepted the small pouch that Reg had tossed to him. This is a Senza bean. Vegeta's expression brightened at the sight of the abundant Senza beans. No matter how fiercely he trained, he was no longer concerned about his body's limitations. He now possessed a means to swiftly surpass Goku. Well, everyone, it is time to bid farewell. Having lingered in this time and space for so long, I must return to my own realm, said Lycan with a smile. He refrained from mentioning the evil dragon to Goku, knowing that the Supreme Kai would convey that information to him. As he spoke, a dark portal materialized beside Lycan. He waved goodbye to Goku and the others, indicating his imminent departure. In the realm of time and space, Lycan contemplated whether he could continue to safeguard himself before the god of destruction with his current strength. Upon returning to this world, he anticipated the swift arrival of Beerus, Kampa, Hit, and others. In the narrative, Goku had previously compelled Beerus to unleash 70% of his power when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan god. While Beerus had not yet entered his god of destruction form, Lycan believed that his Super Saiyan 4 form should surpass Goku's Super Saiyan God, potentially equating to 80% of Beerus' strength. However, the Deep Blue Vegeta was merely slightly stronger than a candidate for the God of Destruction, while the true God of Destruction was far more formidable. The Super Saiyan Deep Blue was dozens of times more powerful than the Super Saiyan Blue, making it impossible to accurately gauge Beerus's true power. Lycan felt a sense of uncertainty within. Earth, what is happening? I can no longer sense Goku's energy, exclaimed Krillin in astonishment. Could this be the realm of the gods? Piccolo questioned, his expression filled with intrigue. Suddenly, a divine aura enveloped Goku, and from behind him erupted a dazzling ocean of starlit brilliance. A mysterious, gentle crimson flame burst forth from Goku, transforming his appearance once more. His hair turned a vibrant red, his physique became leaner, and his eyes appeared larger. Finally, I have succeeded. Goku sighed in relief. Ever since hearing Lycan speak of a Super Saiyan god beyond Super Saiyan 3, he had often dragged Goten, Gohan, and Trunks into his training. Now, he had finally managed to transform into a Super Saiyan god. This power was formidable, at least 20 times greater than that of Super Saiyan 3. Yet, even that explosive force would render 30 times the power of Super Saiyan 3 inadequate against him. Goku, having reached the divine realm, radiated a fervent battle spirit. Lord Beerus, let us put this to the test. Beerus floated gracefully, gazing at Goku with a smile. Previously, Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form had been swiftly defeated by him. Now, having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Goku appeared more resolute than ever, stating, Goku, I hope you do not disappoint me. As he spoke, an invisible and terrifying pressure emanated from Beerus, bearing down upon Goku. Almost simultaneously, Goku let out a thunderous roar, his crimson aura surging dramatically. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, suddenly materializing beside Beerus. Yet, Beerus merely raised a single hand to deflect Goku's assault. A notable contrast to the prior instance when he had effortlessly dispatched Goku with a mere finger, indicating that Beerus was now considerably more serious. This was more like it. A hint of a smile graced Beerus's face. Lord Beerus, my strength is far beyond this, Goku proclaimed as a more formidable power erupted from within him, transforming into a red beam that surged toward Beerus. The clash of gods ignited at that moment. Waves of terrifying energy cascaded forth, reminiscent of a series of massive explosions, one after another. Such overwhelming strength. If this continues, Earth will be doomed. The tumultuous shockwaves prompted gasps from the onlookers. Realizing that Goku and Beerus were deliberately restraining their power, otherwise, the Earth would have already met its demise. Lord Beerus, let us battle in the sky, Goku suggested, acutely aware that their recent skirmish had already inflicted significant damage upon the planet. Whatever, remarked Beerus. To his dismay, Goku had indeed succeeded. Previously, Goku had invited Vegeta, proposing to center their efforts around him in hopes of transforming into a Super Saiyan god. However, upon hearing that they were short of a Saiyan, Vegeta promptly rejected Goku's proposal without a moment's hesitation. Yet, what surprised him was that even in the absence of two Saiyans, Goku frequently approached to take Trunks away, ultimately leading to the very situation Vegeta had feared. For against all odds, Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan god, even in the absence of two Saiyans. This revelation enlightened Vegeta to the fact that one could attain the status of a Super Saiyan god through external assistance. Simultaneously, Vegeta recognized another issue. Goku, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan god, appeared to surpass Raichin in strength. However, Raichin had transformed into a Super Saiyan god over a month ago, and Vegeta was uncertain of how much Raichin had progressed since then. While Vegeta pondered these thoughts, he suddenly heard Piccolo exclaim, "It seems that Goku might not be able to continue." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, his expression shifting in astonishment as he turned to gaze at the sky. There, Goku found himself at a disadvantage. With Beerus exerting greater force, Goku's strength paled in comparison. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan god, Goku's power surged 20-fold. His Super Saiyan 3 strength stood at 2 trillion, while the Super Saiyan god form reached 40 trillion. However, Beerus was now employing 80% of his divine might. Naturally, this allowed him to overpower Goku, who, despite being capable of pushing Beerus to unleash 70% of his strength in the narrative, was now significantly stronger than his story counterpart. Ultimately, under the relentless assault propelled by Beerus's augmented speed and strength, Goku reverted to his regular state with black hair, lethargically plummeting from the skies. Kakarot is lost, Vegeta uttered, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. If even the Super Saiyan god Goku was no match for him, who could possibly stand against this capricious god of destruction? Could it be that fellow, Raichin? Yet, who knows where he has wandered off to? How tedious. It appears that the Saiyan Raichin you mentioned is indeed my destined rival. Beerus wore a disappointed visage, having anticipated that Goku, the Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan god, would bring him some amusement, yet the outcome was far from what he envisioned. If that individual does not make an appearance soon, then this planet holds little reason to exist. Destruction. A sphere of purple divine energy coalesced at Beerus's fingertips before plummeting towards Earth. Witnessing Beerus's sudden intent to obliterate the planet, everyone gasped in shock. Even Whis displaying surprise. He hadn't yet savored all the culinary delights Earth had to offer. Grasping his angelic staff, he prepared to intervene. However, just as the violet-black energy of destruction descended toward Earth, a voice resonated from nowhere. Beerus, I hear you seek me. Following this proclamation, a golden energy abruptly surged from the distance, colliding with the energy blast released by Beerus. The two formidable forces annihilated each other, swiftly vanishing into nothingness. What? Upon witnessing someone effortlessly counter his destructive energy, Beerus's expression shifted in surprise. His gaze instinctively darted to the ground, where Son Goku lay unmoving. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Beerus's ears. Turning his head, he beheld a towering figure before him, an individual standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, sporting black hair reminiscent of Broly's usual style, with a swaying tail behind him. A wave of familiarity washed over Beerus, as the figure in his dreams seemed to coalesce with this person. It's you. You are indeed the one I saw in my dreams, Beerus exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Lycan's expression faltered. What is happening? I have somehow become Beerus's dream rival. The notion of being a deity among Saiyans was nothing but a whimsical fabrication. Had Kakarot revealed something to Beerus? A sense of panic began to swell within Lycan. He regretted boasting so recklessly in front of Son Goku. Would Beerus unleash his full power upon him? Could he be defeated in an instant? Lycan's confidence in confronting Beerus did not stem from his own strength. Rather, it was derived from his mastery of spatial laws to their utmost limits. With but a thought, he could instantaneously transport himself to any corner of the universe. In essence, unless the king of all intervened, no one could bring about his demise. Just as Lycan contemplated transforming into Super Saiyan God in blue form, a crimson light surged between the two. Lord Beerus, our battle is not yet concluded. To his astonishment, Son Goku, who had reverted to his normal state, reappeared before Beerus, his hair ablaze with fiery red brilliance once more. You still possess the strength to fight? Beerus gazed at Son Goku in surprise, noting that his power had indeed increased yet again. Although it did not match Beerus's full 80%, it was not far off. Defeating him would no longer be as effortless as before, unless Beerus employed 90% of his divine strength. Haha, Lycan, come back. Could you let me take on Lord Beerus? I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. Son Goku greeted Lycan with exuberance. Certainly, Lycan replied without a moment's hesitation. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid facing Beerus, at least for now. Unless he could merge the power of Super Saiyan Blue with that of Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku possesses the aura of a protagonist, a privilege Lycan lacks. His demise would be permanent, while Goku's fate is shielded by the cosmic laws of this universe, which would not permit the child of this cosmos to perish easily. This is a realization Lycan has come to over many years. The Dragon Ball world will not alter because of his presence. Minor changes may occur. Yet the overarching flow remains unaltered. To put it another way, even if one were to eliminate deities like King Kai Zamasu or foes like Frieza, new incarnations of King Kai Zamasu and Frieza would inevitably emerge, as the forces of this universe's rules strive to restore balance. Son Goku, I find myself no longer interested in you. With that, Beerus unleashed his full power, delivering a single strike that rendered Goku unconscious. In his full might, Beerus's combat prowess soared to nearly 70 trillion, and combined with the element of surprise, Goku, with only 45 trillion in power, stood no chance against him. Thus, mere moments after ascending into the sky, Goku was once again sent crashing back to reality by Beerus. Well, Lei Chun observed the hurried entrance and exit of Sun Wukong with a hint of exasperation. His presence had evidently piqued Beerus's interest in engaging with Sun Wukong. A radiant golden light enveloped Lei Chun, whose crimson eyes glowed ominously, surrounded by a red aura. His form was cloaked in crimson fur, and his hair, stiff and vibrant red, cascaded down to his ankles, framing his shoulders. He was the god of Super Saiyan 4, Lei Chun, possessing an astonishing battle power of 240 trillion. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the very earth to tremble in response. Unlike a divine presence, Lei Chun's state represented the zenith of mortal power, surpassing gods while retaining the essence of humanity. What an intimidating presence! What on earth is happening? Wasn't it said that only gods can perceive divine auras? Piccolo exclaimed, marveling at the sheer magnitude of Lei Qin's power, which he believed to be exponentially greater than that of Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong. What is this? Vegeta remarked, his expression one of astonishment, sensing that this might be the true essence of a Saiyan's original state. Isn't the transformation into a Super Saiyan god supposed to be the pinnacle? What is this? Is it divine, yet not quite divine? Could it be considered a demigod? Beerus mused, his curiosity piqued as he regarded Lei Qin. I suppose this state could be referred to as a semi-complete Super Saiyan 4 god, Lei Qin replied casually. A semi-complete Super Saiyan 4 god? Beerus echoed, his eyes widening in surprise. To possess such immense strength even in a semi-complete form, if it were fully realized, could it not contend with my destruction state? Truly, he is my worthy rival. It is unfortunate, though, no wonder he is termed a semi-complete Super Saiyan 4 god. Beerus lamented internally. This aura is utterly terrifying. How can such formidable power not be divine? Gohan remarked in astonishment, unable to grasp the true extent of his father-son Wukong's strength due to his own lack of divine awareness. Gohan was at a loss on how to compare Lei Qin to his father. At that moment, Whis, standing nearby, chuckled softly and said, perhaps this is a new power born from the fusion of mortal limits and divine strength. Thus, while his power may not strictly be divine, it is several times stronger than Son Wukong's Super Saiyan god form. He could be considered a demigod now. Moreover, this demigod is distinctly different from Son Wukong, who possesses divine power as a Super Saiyan god. This, Gohan replied, becoming increasingly bewildered. Why does it seem like I'm only getting more confused? Without reaching that level, even if you explain it to me, I wouldn't understand. Let me simplify it. If one were to consider Son Wukong merely as a mortal endowed with divine powers, then Lei Qin could be described as an individual possessing celestial strength, with a physique on the verge of transcending into divinity, was patiently elucidated to Son Gohan, attributing his unusually buoyant mood to either the successful confrontation with his arch-nemesis or the recent triumph of Beerus. Under normal circumstances, he would seldom indulge in such explanations. What? Does this imply that Mr. Lei Qin is destined to become a true deity akin to the Kaishin? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. That is a complex matter. I have encountered many who have reached this juncture. However, throughout countless ages, the number of those who have genuinely ascended to true divinity is exceedingly rare, Whis replied, shaking his head as he shifted his gaze towards Lei Qin and Beerus. At that moment, Lei Qin made his move. In an instant, a terrifying roar resonated through the heavens, heralding his departure. As he soared into the sky, the very space from which he had launched began to collapse, threatening to bring the Earth to the brink of annihilation, as if a cataclysmic explosion were imminent. The disparity in power between Beerus, who refrained from utilizing his destructive capabilities, and Beerus when he did, was staggering. Is this what Lord Beerus refers to as the power of destruction? It is truly formidable, Son Wukong exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement and combat fervor. He had once believed that reaching Super Saiyan 3 rendered him nearly unmatched across the cosmos. Yet, upon transcending to Super Saiyan God, he realized that before a true deity, he appeared almost as feeble as an ordinary mortal. Cursed be it, Kakarot, Lei Qin. I have long anticipated the day when I shall surpass you both. Vegeta spoke with a countenance marred by discontent, suddenly noticing Whis obstructing his line of sight. It seemed as if a realization dawned upon him, as his gaze fixed intently on Whis, having to do something profound. Bang, bang, bang. After Lei Qin was struck by Beerus and sent hurtling into the cosmic expanse beyond Earth, a cacophony akin to a barrage of gunfire reverberated through the starry void. Lei Qin appeared to have lost his ability to retaliate, being relentlessly pummeled by Beerus, unaware of how many blows he had endured. Hey, Saiyan. If this is truly the extent of your prowess, then you have greatly disappointed me. The Lei Qin was several times more formidable than Son Goku to Beerus. He bore no distinction from Goku. Strangely, Lei Qin's exhibiting strength now seemed to surpass Kakarot's. Yet previously, Kakarot had been able to exchange blows with Lord Beerus quite evenly. Why was it that now Lei Qin appeared utterly defenseless? Vegeta mused with curiosity. The god of Super Saiyan 4 is truly inadequate. It appears I must indeed transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Just as this thought crossed Lei Qin's mind, he vanished instantaneously from Beerus's assault range. Is this spatial power? I never expected this Saiyan to possess such abilities. It seems he has refined them to an extraordinarily high level. This could prove troublesome, Beerus remarked with a hint of resignation. A sudden burst of brilliant azure light erupted into the dark expanse of the cosmic sky. transforming into a vast sea of cerulean brilliance. This divine radiance enveloped Beerus, eliciting a look of astonishment as he gazed at Rei Qin. A sacred aura began to swirl. And from behind Rei Qin, an ocean of resplendent starlight erupted forth. Rei Qin underwent a transformation. His formerly long red hair had shortened into the Super Saiyan form. His upturned locks and brows now shimmering in blue, with his pupils glowing with a faint azure luminescence. The atmosphere surrounding him was both sacred and luminous, scattered with points resembling twinkling stars. This aura was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating and occasionally swirling with a bubbly essence. Rei Qin's energy rapidly decreased from 480 million to 0, yet his physical power surged to an astounding 960 million. A blue Super Saiyan god? Beerus regarded Rei Qin's state with peculiar intrigue. This is no ordinary Super Saiyan god. This is a Super Saiyan among Super Saiyan gods. Far mightier than the typical Super Saiyan god. I shall name him the blue Super Saiyan god. Before Beerus could fully comprehend, Rei Qin's fist suddenly appeared before his eyes. In the next instant, Beerus transformed into a streak of light, plummeting from the cosmos to Earth. The Earth trembled violently as if an earthquake were imminent. Once the tremor ceased, a colossal impact crater, thousands of meters in diameter, marred the ground. Beerus emerged from the pit, disheveled yet with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, brushing off his attire. A blue Super Saiyan god, even more formidable than the ordinary? How delightful! Beerus chuckled, his demeanor shifting from anger to amusement. A violet glow emanated from him as his muscles swelled, rendering him significantly more imposing than before. He concentrated a unique purple energy in his hands. Should this energy collide with Earth, it would be obliterated in an instant. This was the true power of a god of destruction. As Beerus's gaze locked onto Rei Qin, an overwhelming sense of threat surged within him, an inescapable foreboding. Realizing there was no evasion, Rei Qin steeled himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Beerus's destructive energy surged toward him. Destroy, Super Saiyan God. What? Lightning Qin. Quickly evade. Just when everyone believed that Lightning Qin was destined to perish beneath Beerus's energy blast, a chill gripped their hearts, prompting a chorus of startled exclamations. The battle, which had previously seemed to favor Lightning Qin, had taken an unexpected turn. Damn it, why isn't that fool Lightning Qin dodging? Vegeta exclaimed, irritation evident in his tone. He found it hard to fathom that Lightning Qin could so easily meet his demise. Even if Beerus's energy blast was formidable, Lightning Qin should not fall so readily. Just as it appeared that Lightning Qin would be struck by Beerus's destructive energy, in an instant, both Lightning Qin and the destructive energy vanished. Then, a piercing scream erupted from Beerus. Behold, Beerus, with a visage of shock, found himself enveloped by a surge of violet energy. This fellow, even though this destructive energy blast was emitted by Beerus himself, and he had not exerted his full strength, he was struck by his own destructive energy. Transported by Lycan's instantaneous movement, surely he would not relish the sensation. Gradually, the purple destructive energy dissipated, and Beerus regarded Lycan, who had appeared before him, with a grimace. The power of spatial divinity, I never anticipated you would attain the realm of the gods, Beerus remarked coldly. Indeed, yet it pales in comparison to your destructive divinity. Lycan replied with a faint smile. Though his demeanor was composed, the preceding moment had been fraught with peril. Beerus's destructive divinity was profoundly more intricate than Lycan's mastery of spatial divinity. This force of destruction transcended the confines of space. It was inevitably locked on target, capable of obliterating its objective even to the ends of the universe, leaving no possibility of escape. Even Lycan's instantaneous movement would not suffice to evade it easily. Aware of this fact, Lycan recognized that since evasion was impossible, he would need to draw it toward Beerus. Thus, he made a perilous decision, enveloping Beerus's destructive force with his own Saiyan divinity. Although it was swiftly consumed by Beerus's destructive energy, it was sufficient for Lycan to transport himself to Beerus's location. This was the reason Beerus was struck by his own destructive energy. Lycan's instantaneous movement had managed to carry such a formidable energy. One could only wonder the magnitude of effort required to achieve such a feat. This Super Saiyan God Blue surpassed even the ordinary Super Saiyan God in prowess. Sun Wukong gazed eagerly at Lycan, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, yearning to take Lycan's place in the battle against Beerus. However, unbeknownst to him, Lycan was grappling with his own trepidation, uncertain of his next course of action. While this time he had managed to exploit instantaneous movement to gain the upper hand against Beerus, such a tactic could not be relied upon repeatedly. Feigning ease on the exterior, Lycan's gaze remained fixed intently upon Beerus. I find myself increasingly exhilarated. Beerus boomed with laughter, suddenly unleashing a torrent of violet energy that enveloped his being. Once more, Beerus made his move, and this time it was his first proactive assault. In the next instant, the sky reverberated with a terrifying roar as Beerus, wielding immense power, sent Lycan hurtling away. Goodness, how swift! Such tremendous power! Lycan thought as he was propelled backward. If I cannot match your speed, then I shall resort to instantaneous movement. As soon as the thought struck Lycan, his body, which had been flung away, vanished instantaneously. With a swift motion akin to lightning, Beerus launched his attack. The two transformed into beams of light, one flickering blue and the other a radiant purple, engaging in a breathtakingly fast-paced battle high above Earth. Among those present, only Whis could clearly perceive the movements of Beerus and Lycan. The others, even Goku, could merely hear the resounding sounds of combat echoing in the sky, utterly entranced. With a loud crash, Lycan staggered from a violent collision. The moment his form reappeared, Beerus struck him with a powerful punch, forcing him to retreat a step. Damn it, his speed is too formidable. I can barely keep up. Even though my instant transmission is swift enough to outpace him, my movements have become transparent to him. Lycan mused bitterly. It seems this is my only option. If my eyes are closed, I must leave my fate to chance. With that, Lycan shut his eyes and swiftly employed instant transmission to distance himself from Beerus. This cursed instant transmission is such a hassle, Beerus remarked, visibly displeased. Despite his overwhelming power, he found it futile if he couldn't land a hit. Has he given up? Or is it something else? As he observed Lycan closing his eyes yet continuously using instant transmission to create distance, Beerus was perplexed by Lycan's intentions but suspected he was preparing for a significant move. Suddenly, Lycan's eyes burst open, revealing a pair of iridescent pupils, one black and the other silver, adorned with countless golden patterns. At that instant, his body erupted with crackling electricity, thunder roaring as waves of power surged forth. As his eyes opened, Lycan perceived a transformation. Everything below him became startlingly clear. He could see Goku and the others on the ground, including the striking figure of Android 18, whose slightly revealing attire left little to the imagination. What is happening? Standing beside the diminutive Krillin, the blonde beauty, with her ocean blue eyes reflecting an odd emotion, was none other than Android 18. Why do I feel as though someone has seen right through me? At that moment, Android 18 experienced an unsettling sensation, akin to being exposed, but it dissipated swiftly. Is this merely an illusion? She thought, her brow furrowing in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. As her gaze fell upon Krillin, Lycan swiftly diverted his attention back to Beerus. My reincarnation has finally succeeded. Lycan's eyes, one black and the other silver, gazed intently at Beerus. Beerus remained silent, his curiosity piqued by the unusual duality of Lycan's gaze. He could discern that Lycan's aura exhibited no signs of alteration, unlike a Saiyan whose hair would change color upon gaining strength. Well, since I cannot fathom the reason behind this, I might as well test it out, Beerus murmured to himself, just as the words left his lips. Bang! With a resounding crash, Beerus stumbled, his form retreating a step from the rapid momentum. Oh dear, it appears that Lord Beerus has been put at a disadvantage. Whis was somewhat astonished that Lycan could actually force Beerus back, considering that Beerus' power, once he harnessed the energy of a god of destruction, was several times greater than Lycan's. How peculiar! Lycan's strength had not increased in the slightest, yet he managed to repel Beerus. Could it be that Lycan possesses some unique ability? Goku, standing nearby, remarked with curiosity. You're correct. His strength indeed remains unchanged, but his eyes have grown remarkably potent. If my conjecture is accurate, Lord Beerus's movements have been completely deciphered by those peculiar eyes of his. Whis spoke with a tone of seriousness. What? Does that mean Lycan truly has the potential to defeat Lord Beerus? Goku exclaimed, his expression filled with delight. While Goku yearned for a battle with Beerus, he had just been defeated himself. If Lycan were to falter as well, Earth would likely face destruction at Beerus' hands. Thus, Goku was naturally elated at the prospect of Lycan holding his ground. That may not be the case, although Lycan can see through Lord Beerus' actions. One must not overlook the fact that Lycan's strength is vastly inferior to that of Lord Beerus. Therefore, the outcome of their confrontation remains uncertain. However, one thing is certain, at the very least, this Saiyan, Lycan, may stand undefeated. This implies that perhaps Earth could be spared. Of course, this is contingent upon Lord Beerus not taking his frustration out on Earth for his inability to best Lycan. Whis observed Goku with a faint smile, the first statement bringing relief to Vegeta and the others. while the latter sent a shiver down their spines. Whis is indeed correct. Perhaps Earth truly has a chance of survival. But this is contingent upon Beerus not allowing his frustration over Lei Qin's prowess to manifest as wrath upon them. For that would spell doom. They were acutely aware that Lei Qin was not a scion raised on Earth, nor had he, like Vegeta, established a family there. It was uncertain whether Lei Qin would be willing to risk himself for the sake of Earth in a confrontation with Beerus. Moreover, even if he were willing, the question remained, could he withstand Beerus' strength? They had just heard Whis mention that while Lei Qin could perceive Beerus' movements, his power fell far short of Beerus'. How infuriating, Vegeta thought. When would he relinquish his destiny to another, especially to a fellow scion? After all, he's the Prince of Scions. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta gazed resentfully at Lei Qin, who was engaged in a fierce battle against Beerus high in the heavens. Above in the sky, a thunderous impact echoed as Beerus' fist seemed poised to strike Raken's cheek. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lei Qin vanished, only to reappear moments later, launching a counterattack at Beerus. However, Beerus effortlessly evaded the blow and retaliated once more. As the skirmish progressed, Goku gradually discerned that Raken's stamina was waning. Initially, Lei Qin had impeccably dodged Beerus' assaults, but now he appeared increasingly flustered. The contrast between Raken's earlier performance and his current state was stark. While others might overlook it due to their own lack of power, Goku could distinctly sense Raken's diminishing energy. This is troubling. Raken's reliance on instant transmission is exhausting him far too quickly. He may be on the verge of defeat. Goku remarked gravely. What? Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta began to perceive that Lycan's movements were no longer as fluid as before. Previously, Lycan had been able to keep Beerus at bay, but now he seemed unable to do so. Vegeta had just recognized this dilemma when, suddenly, Lycan's body trembled and he was struck by a punch from Beerus. Blood erupted from Lycan's mouth as his body was propelled through the air, descending from the sky until his feet penetrated the ground, carving 2 deep trenches before he finally came to a halt. Beerus' form gradually descended from the heavens, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance as he gazed down at Lycan. Super Saiyan God. I knew that those eyes of yours would deplete a significant portion of your stamina. Otherwise, I truly would have been at a loss to contend with you. Heh, Beerus. You are indeed correct. My eyes do consume a considerable amount of my energy, yet I believe you still cannot overcome me. With that, Lycan produced a Senzu bean and consumed it before Beerus. In the next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Lycan's being, a presence even more formidable than before. By the heavens! Upon witnessing Lei Qin consume the miraculous bean and instantly regain his peak condition, even Beerus was taken aback, unable to suppress an exclamation. This bean was extraordinary, as Beerus well understood. It could restore one's stamina immediately, allowing the consumer to forego food for 10 days. Such a delicacy was meant for deities. Yet, he never anticipated that Lei Qin would possess such a treasure. You are cheating, Beerus could not help but shout. Having finally managed to gain the upper hand against Lei Qin, only to see him rejuvenated by the bean. Indeed, I am cheating, Lei Qin retorted with a grin. But you two are using your superior strength to overpower me. Is that not a tad unfair? Thus, we are at an impasse. I have plenty more of these beans. Shall we continue fighting, or shall we call it a draw? Lei Qin laughed. A draw? Just as Beerus was about to seethe with anger. He refused to accept such a resolution after having battled so fiercely. Suddenly, in the distance, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting through the air. One he had never encountered before, as he observed Lei Qin and himself engaged in combat while savoring delicious food. In that moment, Beerus lost all desire to continue fighting. No more fighting. However, your actions constitute cheating. Therefore, it is not a draw, but rather I claim victory. With that declaration, before Lei Qin could respond, Beerus soared towards Whis with a speed even greater than that displayed during their confrontation. It seemed Beerus still had considerable power in reserve. Lei Qin was inwardly astonished, having initially intended to engage in a prolonged battle using the miraculous beans. Yet, he did not foresee that Beerus would abandon the fight simply due to the allure of delectable food. However, this outcome suited Lei Qin perfectly. Otherwise, he would have been left wondering just how formidable a fully unleashed Beerus could be, and whether he could withstand Beerus' might by relying solely on the miraculous beans. Half an hour later, under the arrangement of Bulma, Whis, and Beerus, having feasted to their heart's content and packed some delicacies, prepared to return to the realm of destruction. Lei Qin, I hope that our next encounter will not unfold as it did today, Beerus remarked earnestly. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. and it is quite likely that I will astonish you greatly, Lei Chen replied with a smile. Through this battle with the god of destruction, he had gained insight into the essence of Beerus' destructive power, or rather, what could be termed the rules of destruction. For Lei Chen was not yet capable of wielding destructive energy. Nevertheless, he had grasped the theoretical aspects of these rules quite well. Yet, theory is one thing. Practical application requires time. It is akin to obtaining a driver's license. You may know how to operate a vehicle and understand the rules of the road. But executing it in real time is a different matter altogether, having only observed the routes without ever having driven in the field. As you commenced the examination, you were utterly taken aback. While you comprehended the theory, the practical application was a different realm altogether. This is precisely the situation with Lei Chen at present. Is it not? How intriguing this divine being must find it. With a spark of interest, Beerus remarked. In the next moment, he and Whis transformed into a beam of light and soared into the heavens, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. Once Whis and Beerus had disappeared, the crowd finally turned their attention to Lei Chen. Notably, Vegeta stepped forward, advancing to stand directly before Lei Chen, stating resolutely, Lei Chen, come forth and engage me in battle. Regardless of whether you transform into a Super Saiyan God or a Super Saiyan Blue, I, Vegeta, shall defeat you. Is that so? Lei Chen remarked with a knowing smile, observing Vegeta. Aware that his own power paled in comparison, Vegeta's challenge was not born from a desire for conflict, but rather a yearning to witness the might of the Super Saiyan God. Although Vegeta's strength still fell short of the transformation's requirements, experiencing the power of the Super Saiyan God might ignite within him the potential to achieve it after a period of rigorous training. A radiant crimson light emanated from Lei Chen, its fiery aura swirling gracefully around him, imbued with a divine essence. The ethereal flames danced, interspersed with specks of colorful light, transforming his hair and eyes to a striking red and rendering his physique more slender. An intangible divine pressure enveloped Vegeta, instilling within him a sense of helplessness. He felt that any attempt to retaliate would likely result in his immediate demise. A thought of hesitation gripped Vegeta's mind. Damn it, how could the disparity be so vast? This cannot continue. Otherwise, I may truly find myself unable to act. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze intently on Lei Chen. In his transformation, Lei Chen's combat power soared to an astonishing 240 trillion, while Vegeta, yet to transform, remained below a mere 1 trillion. A dazzling golden radiance emanated from Vegeta as he began to roar with fervor. His voice echoed through the heavens, and the veins in his neck bulged. Surrounding him were arcs of golden lightning, and even the sky transformed in hue, flashing with thunder and lightning. Vegeta's hair stood even more erect and grew denser than before, while electric arcs flickered incessantly around him. His expression was one of intense coldness, his battle power surging to 1.5 million. Yet, in the presence of the divine might radiating from Raijin, he appeared as insignificant as an ant before an elephant. Suddenly, Vegeta became a golden blur, charging towards Raijin, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists. However, none of his strikes could find their mark. Boom! In an instant, Vegeta was propelled backward, leaving a trail of blood and a resounding shockwave in his wake. Standing in the skies, Raijin extended a single finger, having merely tapped Vegeta on the forehead, sending him hurtling away. Gradually, Vegeta rose from the ground, his aura intensifying with each passing moment. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth with his left hand, he regarded Raijin with a stoic expression, devoid of any anger at the injury inflicted by Raijin's finger. Vegeta's body ascended slowly from the earth, hovering before Raijin before finally descending back to the ground. His aura grew increasingly formidable, surpassing 2 million, eclipsing the battle power of Goku's Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta raised his right arm, palm directed at Raijin, emanating a terrifying energy, his entire being coalescing with unimaginable power. With a calm demeanor and an expressionless face, he gazed at Raijin. Is Vegeta losing his sanity? This is merely a skirmish. Does he intend to perish alongside Raijin? Piccolo, who had witnessed Vegeta employ this technique against Majin Buu, was taken aback, perplexed by Vegeta's decision. It is worth noting that Vegeta had previously met his demise using this very technique against Majin Buu. What? Upon hearing what Piccolo had said, everyone was taken aback. Father, please stop. Even Trunks was anxious this time. He had witnessed the confrontation with Majin Buu firsthand. Vegeta paid no heed to the others, his expression unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Raichan. Raichan, one must tread carefully, for carelessness can lead to dire consequences. As the words left his lips, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, an overwhelming torrent of golden power. In an instant, a golden beam shot up into the heavens, its colossal energy generating an immense wind pressure that swept across the vicinity for hundreds of meters. The tremendous gravitational pull lifted countless fragments of rock and debris from the ground, creating a phenomenon akin to a black hole that consumed all matter within its reach. "Dad!" Trunks exclaimed, his face alight with agitation, eager to rush forward to halt Vegeta. It was intercepted by Goku. "Calm down, Trunks. I believe Vegeta will emerge unscathed from this technique. You must understand that the current Vegeta is exponentially stronger than before." With Goku's words barely fading, a tremendous explosion resounded, centering around Raichan and Vegeta, creating an unfathomable black hole extending 100 meters in radius. Above in the sky, two figures stood, one radiating a shimmering aura of red starlight, while the other was Vegeta. "Ha! Ha!" Vegeta gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire physique trembling, his gaze fixed upon Raichan across from him, unable to sense Raiken's energy. Vegeta was unaware of the extent of power Raichan had summoned against his strike. Yet, from Raiken's expression, which remained unchanged from before, it was evident that no signs of distress were visible. Profound and unfathomable. These four words surged through Vegeta's mind as he ultimately exhausted all his strength and plummeted directly from the sky. "Vegeta! Dad!" The crowd gasped in astonishment, particularly Trunks, who had already caught Vegeta's body before it even touched the ground. This move of Vegeta's should have been capable of inflicting damage on Goku in his Super Saiyan God form. Moreover, if Goku were to underestimate it, he could very well meet his demise at Vegeta's hands. The destructive power of this attack was estimated to be around 30 trillion. Lei-Chan observed as Trunks cradled Vegeta, his thoughts racing, pleading, "Dad, please don't die." Trunks spoke with a tremor of tears in his voice. "Cough, cough, cough. Trunks, you underestimate me far too much. I, Vegeta, would never perish so easily. This technique is of my own design. Naturally, I comprehend it well," Vegeta said, his complexion pale. At that moment, Vegeta had no strength left, not even the energy to stand. "Here, Uncle Vegeta, this is a Senzu bean." At that moment, Gohan flew over, presenting Vegeta with a Senzu bean. After consuming the mystical beans, Vegeta immediately returned to his peak state. At that moment, Son Goku had already soared to face Raijin. "Kakarot, do you wish to engage in battle with me as well?" Raijin inquired, his gaze fixed upon Son Goku. "No, even in my current form as a Super Saiyan God, I doubt I could withstand many of your attacks. Moreover, I am still not entirely adept at this transformation. My primary intention is to experience the power of the Super Saiyan Blue, which transcends the Super Saiyan God." Son Goku replied, his expression serious as he regarded Raijin. "Excellent." Lei-Chan nodded. Suddenly, a magnificent ocean of radiant starlight erupted behind him. Lei-Chan underwent a transformation. His hair and eyebrows turned a striking blue, and his pupils glimmered with a faint azure luminescence. The aura surrounding him was both sacred and luminous, scattered with star-like specks. This energy was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, occasionally swirling with a bubbly essence. His combat power surged to an astonishing 960 trillion. How impressive! Sun Wukong was directly pushed back 100 meters by the sudden increase in Lei-Chan's aura. In the instant of being propelled backward, Sun Wukong instinctively transformed into a Super Saiyan God. This allowed him to successfully withstand the onslaught of Lei-Chan's overwhelming presence, despite Lei-Chan being utterly overpowered by Beerus. Managing to engage in battle only through instant transmission, he remained vastly superior to them. With a sigh, after transforming into the formidable Super Blue Flying Sun Wukong, Lei-Chan returned to his normal state, his aura palpable to those around him. With a battle power of 30 billion, even in his untransformed state, Lei-Chan surpassed everyone present by a significant margin. "Well, there is nothing more to do now. It is time for me to depart." With that, Lei-Chan vanished from sight in an instant. Tianlan Star, the planet where Lei-Chan has resided for over 40 years, lies within a pristine forest. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. Lei-Chan, who was meditating above a great river, abruptly opened his eyes, his face etched with curiosity as his gaze drifted into the distance. There stood the Supreme Kai. The distinctive attire and the white hair resembling a rooster's comb unmistakably identified her as the Supreme Kai, a being whose stature in the Dragon Ball universe is second only to that of the Destroyer. However, the figure before Lei-Chan was not the Inepti's Supreme Kai. Rather, it was a female with long white hair, purple skin, adorned with patera earrings, and a tall, statuesque form, indeed, a Supreme Kai of considerable strength. Though her combat power did not rival that of Goku or Vegeta, it certainly surpassed that of many others, boasting an impressive power level exceeding 1 trillion. This was perplexing, as it contradicted the narrative wherein the Supreme Kai was slain by Majin Buu. How could one of such formidable strength possibly fall to another Supreme Kai? Was she not the West Supreme Kai? After all, the 7th universe is home to several Supreme Kais, including the East, South, West, and North Supreme Kais. The emergence of yet another Supreme Kai did not seem entirely out of the ordinary. It was astonishing to think that the renowned Supreme Kai would manifest on this lowly planet devoid of human life. Lei Qin's voice resonated through the air, reaching the ears of the female Supreme Kai. Who are you? The Supreme Kai of the universe gazed at Lei Qin with a look of bewilderment. In this cosmos, aside from deities or exceptionally powerful humans, there are very few who have the privilege of encountering the Supreme Kai. Saiyan? The moment the Supreme Kai of the West caught sight of the tail behind Lei Qin, her expression shifted dramatically. In the 7th universe, the reputation of the Saiyans has historically been rather poor. Although the deeds of Sun Wukong have somewhat redeemed their image, transforming the few remaining Saiyans into embodiments of righteousness, this does not hold true for the ancient deities or those who have long remained reclusive. It is essential to remember that the Saiyans were once notorious for their savagery, bloodlust, and belligerence. How audacious! You, a mere human, dare to invoke my name directly. Indeed, Saiyans are far more ferocious than other humans, remarked the Supreme Kai of the West, Rolana, with an expression of disdain as she regarded Lei Qin. In her perception, she could sense that his current combat power hovered around 300 billion. Yet, to her, this might represent the mightiest Saiyan she had ever encountered. But it was still insignificant in her eyes. Even if he transformed into a colossal gorilla, she would hardly regard him with any seriousness. Lei Qin furrowed his brow, bewildered by the tone the Supreme Kai employed towards him. However, the principle of mutual respect dictated that if she treated him with disdain, he would not extend her any courtesy in return. Perhaps other Saiyans had offended her, but what did that have to do with him? Lacking divine power, yet possessing the temperament of a deity. Lei Qin's expression gradually turned icy as he coldly addressed Rolana. Seek death. Upon hearing Lei Qin's scornful words, Lorana was filled with rage. She immediately raised her right hand and extended a finger, unleashing a wave of blue light aimed directly at Lei Qin. Lei Qin let out a cold snort, showing no inclination to evade as he effortlessly swatted away the energy attack. Although Lei Qin had not transformed, his base strength exceeded 300 billion. Nevertheless, he possessed the capacity to unleash powers several times greater at any moment. This was akin to the Saiyans, such as Vegeta and Son Goku, who, when reverted to their normal state after transformation, experienced a drastic reduction in strength, yet still managed to exchange blows with their opponents. For instance, during Vegeta's battle with Kid Buu, he was reverted from Super Saiyan 2 to his base form, losing hundreds of times his power. Yet he was still able to hold his ground against Buu for a time without being instantly defeated. Not transforming into a Super Saiyan does not equate to an inability to harness the strength of a Super Saiyan. The distinction lies in the fact that one can effortlessly wield 50 times the power in their base form, while the other relies on explosive force during combat. How is this possible? Lorana gazed at Lei Qin, astonished, while she wouldn't have been surprised if Lei Qin had merely dodged her energy blast. The fact that he could effortlessly deflect it was utterly beyond her comprehension. After all, Lei Qin possessed a combat power of merely 300 billion, whereas hers soared above 10 trillion. Even a casual energy blast from her should be insurmountable for him. Not even a human with combat power exceeding 1 trillion could withstand such an onslaught. Doubtful of Lei Qin's ability to casually repel her energy attack, she conjured a sphere of white energy, roughly the size of a blue ball, in her palm. In the next moment, she hurled the energy sphere from her right hand. This time, the force she unleashed was exponentially more potent than before. It was beyond the capacity of a mere 300 billion combat power individual to withstand. Even a human with 3 trillion combat power would not emerge unscathed if struck. As Lei Qin observed the approaching energy sphere, it expanded to a colossal size of 100 meters as it neared him. Now, Lei Qin was truly incensed. How dare she underestimate him? If she were not a Supreme Kai, the moment she chose to attack him would have sealed her fate. As the energy sphere closed in on him, a brilliant golden aura erupted from Lei Qin's form, encircled by crackling golden lightning. His hair stood on end, transforming into a dense, upright mane, while arcs of electricity flickered around him. His combat power surged to an astounding 30 trillion, or 3 mega. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Lorana's energy sphere collided with Lei Qin. A pillar of white light shot skyward, and the immense energy generated a powerful gust of wind, sweeping across a 100-meter radius. A vast expanse of white smoke enveloped the sky for miles around. Impossible! Lorena's expression was one of sheer disbelief as she beheld the golden figure amidst the white smoke. The intensity of Lycan's aura had surpassed her own, and not by a trivial margin. This power had reached 3 mega, and it was still rising. Lorena felt a chilling gaze fixated upon her, causing her once violet and graceful countenance to drain of color. Gradually, the visage of Lei Qin materialized before her. His once sleek black hair transformed into a cascade of golden locks, radiating a golden luminescence. Clad in resplendent white armor, beneath which lay a skin-tight blue suit. He bore a golden tail at his waist. Before long, Lei Qin's hair began to lengthen dramatically, his aura intensifying with formidable might. His tresses extended past his tail, his eyebrows vanishing, while a deep blue pupil encircled his irises, the surrounding lightning crackling with increased ferocity. An imperceptible ripple coursed through the atmosphere, distorting the very fabric of the sky. In an instant, the golden radiance rent the space around him asunder. At that moment, Lei Qin's combat prowess soared to an astonishing 12 megajoules. With a resounding crack, the overwhelming force emanating from Lei Qin bore down upon her, and at last, Lorena could no longer withstand it, collapsing into a half-squat upon the ground. The sheer magnitude of his presence, equivalent to several times her own, made her feel as though an immense mountain, the size of an entire planet, was pressing down upon her shoulders, as if the very heavens and earth conspired to subdue her. With a sudden gasp, Lorena expelled a mouthful of blood, just as she believed she was destined to become the first Supreme Kai to fall at the hands of a human. In an unexpected turn, however, the immense pressure weighing upon her suddenly dissipated. The voice of Lycan resonated in her ears, stating that he would spare her life for the sake of Lord Beerus. He issued one final warning. Never underestimate humanity, for there exist many humans in this universe who surpass even the gods in strength. With a casual sweep of his hand, Lycan conjured a powerful gust of wind that whisked Lorena away to an unknown location on the planet Tianlan. As she descended, she marveled at the astonishing reality of such a formidable human, a golden-haired scion. Could the legends truly be real? Yet, even if Super Saiyans possessed the prowess spoken of in tales, it seemed implausible that they could be this powerful. Upon landing, Lorena gazed incredulously in the direction of Lycan. Beerus? Did he just mention Lord Beerus? This human was acquainted with the god of destruction? A bitter smile crossed her lips as she contemplated the implications. It appeared that anyone who knew Beerus was not to be trifled with, especially considering Lycan's remark about sparing her life for Beerus's sake. It was highly probable that Lycan was aware of the symbiotic bond between her life and that of Beerus. If the Supreme Kai perished, the god of destruction would inevitably follow. Though the 7th universe boasted several Supreme Kais, Beerus would naturally prefer to have more of them. After all, if one Supreme Kai's death could lead to his own demise, it would be enough to drive Beerus to fury. The more Supreme Kais there were, the less likely he would be to face extinction due to their loss. Otherwise, he would not have sealed away the old Supreme Kai. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lorena closed her eyes and began to delve into Lycan's personal information. Each Supreme Kai possessed unique abilities, and as a distinguished Supreme Kai herself, Lorena wielded an array of exceptional powers. As Lycan's image materialized within her mind, an influx of information about him flooded her consciousness. Minutes passed, and her astonishment grew as she uncovered the origins of the Super Saiyan god and witnessed Lycan's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, achieving parity with Lord Beerus in battle, a revelation that left her in awe. A peculiar sensation nagged at her, an uncanny feeling of being observed. Lycan muttered to himself, sensing the fleeting nature of this feeling, and instinctively, he turned his suspicion toward the Supreme Kai. Could it be her? Reg murmured to himself. While Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken by Whis to train in the realm of the god of destruction on Earth, beyond the vast expanse of the universe, the once mighty empire of the Frozen Demon Clan had vanished following the demise of their ruler at the hands of Sun Wukong. The forces that had once been subjugated under Frisia's reign were now decimated by the relentless assaults of the Galactic Alliance, with many perishing and others fleeing. Gradually, a considerable number turned into roving cosmic pirates. Yet, some were unwilling to resign themselves to a life of wandering, nostalgic for the days when Frisia reigned supreme and they basked in his glory. Over time, those who harbored such sentiments began to congregate, united by a singular ambition to resurrect their former cosmic sovereign, the most brilliant of the 3 cosmic kings, Lord Frisia. A week later, drink. With a swift motion, Lei Qin's hair stood on end, his eyebrows turned a striking blue, and an ocean of radiant starlight erupted behind him. The aura enveloping him transformed into a celestial blue, sparkling with ethereal energy, while the surrounding atmosphere became sacred and luminous, scattered with starlit flecks. This energy was incredibly dynamic, its outer layer undulating gently, occasionally swirling with a bubble-like essence. Finally, I can transform into the Super Saiyan God in blue at will, Lei Qin mused. Is this the essence of a Super Saiyan God? Such a terrifying aura. Indeed, this presence bears no distinction from that of a deity. Humanity can truly cultivate to become divine. Lorana, the god of destruction, gazed at Lei Qin in astonishment. Although she had been aware of the immense power he would wield in this state, she never anticipated it would reach such formidable heights. Were it not for her position as a god of destruction, she would have already comprehended the laws of divinity. With her current combat prowess, she could hardly perceive the magnitude of Lei Qin's strength. Lei Qin paid no heed to the astonished god of destruction beside him. Ever since he had taught her a lesson, she had become considerably more subdued, though he was unsure why she dared to approach him again. As long as she did not provoke him, he had no intention of engaging with her. Thus, with Lorana's unintentional closeness, she inadvertently aided him in training, albeit at the cost of disturbing the surrounding environment. This improvement in her demeanor allowed Lei Qin to tolerate her presence somewhat better. At least he could allow her to draw nearer. Having fully acclimated to the power of the Super Saiyan Blue, the next step was to master its full potential. Lei Qin reflected. Each transformation from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 3 possessed its own tier, and naturally, the Super Saiyan God also had stages. The first phase of Super Saiyan Blue was the initial transformation, while the second stage allowed for an immediate transformation into Super Saiyan God in Blue, rather than a gradual transition from Super Saiyan 1. The third phase signified the full efficacy of Super Saiyan Blue, enabling one to maintain the Super Saiyan God form for extended periods. Beyond that lay the Deep Blue transformation, a level that surpassed the first and second stages and represented an even higher evolution. If I can sustain this transformation, perhaps I will soon achieve the full potential of Super Saiyan Blue, Lei Qin contemplated. He recalled how Goku and Gohan had maintained their Super Saiyan forms for prolonged periods during the Cell Saga, which ultimately allowed Gohan to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. However, merely transforming into Super Saiyan God in Blue already demanded a significant expenditure of energy. Lei Qin was uncertain whether he could endure for 10 days in this state like Goku and Gohan. Regardless, if my stamina runs low, I shall replenish it with the mystical beans, he resolved inwardly. In the small space Lei Qin had created, the magical beans he cultivated sprouted anew each day. Moreover, the passage of time within is distinctly different from that of the outside world. While a single day elapses outside, 10 days unfold within. If it weren't for the cramped confines of this space, Lei Qin would have eagerly ventured inside to train. However, his initial intention upon entering this realm was not to cultivate, but rather to nurture celestial beings. Every day, Lei Qin would harvest 10 celestial beings. Thus, before the watchful eyes of Rolana, Lei Qin consistently maintained an extraordinary state. After transforming into his enhanced form, he refrained from training, opting instead to sit by the riverbank, fishing with a rod in hand. 5 hours later, what on earth is this fellow up to? Rolana stood a mere 10 meters away, her expression tinged with annoyance as she observed Lei Qin. He had caught nearly 100 fish, yet showed no sign of stopping. Confused by his actions, she decided to disregard him. After watching him sit idle for 5 long hours, her patience waned, and with a swift motion, she vanished from her spot. Shortly after Rolana departed, Lei Qin's hair abruptly transformed into a golden hue. It turned out that if he refrained from combat, his enhanced form could only be sustained for a maximum of 6 hours. As he spoke, he placed a celestial bean into his mouth. In the next moment, his golden locks reverted back to a sky blue shade. Meanwhile, from a distance, Rolana glanced back towards Lei Qin's location. Have I missed something? She pondered, her expression darkening. Curse it, had I lingered a moment longer, perhaps I could have uncovered something. In a fit of irritation, she stamped her foot on the ground. Her actions reminiscent of an ordinary young girl, devoid of the lofty demeanor Lei Qin first encountered. At that moment, Rolana's curiosity about Lei Qin only intensified. Little did she realize that when a woman becomes intrigued by a man, she is not far from developing feelings for him. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled for 100 kilometers around as Lorana's foot struck the earth, akin to the force of a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away, Lei Qin remained oblivious to the commotion, engrossed in his tranquil fishing. 15 days later, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. Lorana rose, her hands emanating a brilliant white light, which began to restore the ravaged landscape of the planet. At that moment, Two figures, one gold and one blue, materialized in the sky. Super Gold Lei Chun and Super Blue Lei Chun locked eyes, their bodies moving at incredible speeds once more. With a resounding boom, two Saiyans, each wielding divine power exceeding 100 megajoules, unleashed their full strength, effortlessly shattering stardust with a mere flick of their wrists. Such overwhelming might is nothing short of terrifying. Fortunately, most of their energy is directed skyward, or else the very planet itself would likely face annihilation. It is little wonder that they can contend with the destroyers on equal footing. Even with Lei Chun having divided his power in half, it remains astonishingly formidable. The eyes of the Supreme Kai, Rolana, shimmered with astonishment, her gaze towards Lei Chun taking on an oddly peculiar quality. With a sigh, the golden and blue figures in the sky finally ceased their movements, gradually merging into a single entity. The recently manifested Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue were but doppelgangers conjured by Raichan through the four-demon fist technique. A skill not particularly challenging to master, Piccolo often employed this technique for his own training. Raichan had divided himself to engage in combat against himself, with his original form transforming into Super Saiyan Blue while the doppelganger assumed the Super Saiyan 4 guise. After 3 days of intense battle, Raichan ultimately succeeded in merging the two forms into one. With a resounding crack, after consuming yet another magical bean, he restored his strength to its zenith. A radiant golden aura enveloped Lei Chun, his eyes gleaming a fierce crimson, the surrounding sockets tinted with a scarlet hue. His entire form was cloaked in a velvety red fur, while his hair, a striking crimson, cascaded down to a length that trailed behind him like a tail. With strands framing his shoulders, flickering red glimmers danced upon the surface of his hair. Next, he would attempt to transform into the divine form of Super Saiyan 4. As he spoke, an incredibly brilliant red light erupted from his being, crackling like a dragon of electricity, with his aura intensifying in layers. Surrounded by arcs of crimson lightning that even altered the very color of the sky, where thunder rumbled ominously. The surrounding arcs of electricity flickered incessantly, his countenance taut and unyielding as the red luminescence began to sparkle with countless star-like glimmers. Behind him surged a magnificent ocean of radiant starlight, akin to a celestial river. With a sudden sigh, Lei Chun reverted to his usual state. It seemed that merging the formidable powers of Super Saiyan 4 with Super Saiyan Blue proved to be a challenge. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had achieved the full efficacy of Super Blue. A smile blossomed on his face at this thought, causing Lorana to blush slightly. However, Lei Chun remained oblivious to her reaction, especially since her purple skin made it difficult to notice. Having returned to Blue Sky Planet nearly a month ago, it was time for him to depart once more. Turning to Lorana, he stated, "Kaishin, I intend to leave this planet for a while. You may choose to stay here or leave with me. Where are you going? May I accompany you? After all, I have nothing to occupy my time here," Lorana expressed. Eager to avoid solitude on this humanless planet, primarily wishing to accompany Lei Chun. "Best not to follow me. I will return soon, in 3 days at the shortest, or up to half a month at the longest." With that, Lei Chun executed a swift instant transmission and vanished from sight. He certainly could not allow Lorana, the Kaishin, to accompany him to the GT universe, otherwise she would incessantly chatter. After all, neither mortals nor deities could traverse time and space at will, especially not to another dimensional universe. "Damn it, Lei Chun, that scoundrel left so swiftly without waiting for me." Lorana fumed as she watched him disappear immediately after speaking. Although she had already expressed her frustration, she pondered her own combat strength, which had multiplied several times compared to before. If she teamed up with Son Goku and Vegeta, could they possibly confront the Super One-Star Dragon? Lei Chun's battle power in his Super Blue state was 3,000 trillion, Super Red, 4, 750 trillion, Super 337, 5 trillion, Super 29, 3 trillion, Super 14, 6 trillion, and in his normal state, 93, 7 billion. A hearty laugh echoed as Son Goku found himself fiercely repelled by a monstrous creature adorned with a dragon ball on its chest, and 6 more gathered behind it, spikes protruding from its back, elbows, and knees. "This is my current power. I never anticipated such an increase after absorbing 6 Dragon Balls. By your usual standards, I am now akin to the Super One-Star Dragon." The Super One-Star Dragon, observing Son Goku, spoke with evident excitement. After absorbing the other 6 Dragon Balls, its power had surged tenfold, acquiring the abilities of all the evil dragons, including the capacity to pollute the environment with negative energy, the searing heat of the 3-star dragon, wind-based skills, electric slime that could infinitely divide, and the ability to harness Dragon Balls, along with its own strength multiplied tenfold. Heh, after absorbing the other 6 Dragon Balls, I must concede that your strength is indeed formidable. I am no longer your match. Sun Wukong smiled, fully acknowledging the formidable strength of the Super One-Star Dragon. However, the outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Sun Wukong, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the Super One-Star Dragon, enveloping him in a firm embrace. Given his substantial increase in power, the Super One-Star Dragon did not evade this unexpected maneuver. Instead, he was curious to see what Sun Wukong intended to do next. "What?" exclaimed Sun Wukong. "What on earth are you planning?" At that moment, the Super One-Star Dragon felt a chilling sense of impending doom approaching from behind. "What do I intend to do?" "Naturally, I wish to drag you down to the depths of hell." "Sun Wukong, are you out of your mind? If this continues, you will perish as well." The Super One-Star Dragon then realized that Sun Wukong was indeed prepared to embrace mutual destruction, just as the Super One-Star Dragon was coming to terms with this grim fate. A voice echoed from a distance. "Kakarot, cease this madness. It is not so easy to kill. Do not sacrifice yourself in vain." Vegeta's voice resonated from afar. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong swiftly released the One-Star Dragon. "Vegeta, I can't believe you're still alive." Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed. "I shall not perish so easily. If I am to die, it must be after you have been vanquished by my hand." Previously, in an effort to enable Goku to transcend Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta had recklessly confronted Omega Shenron, nearly meeting his demise at the hands of the formidable foe. It was only when Goku successfully surpassed Super Saiyan 4 that Vegeta was ultimately swept away by one of Omega Shenron's energy blasts. Yet, in the end, Goku did indeed surpass Super Saiyan 4, proving to be no match for the augmented Omega Shenron, who had absorbed the other 6 Dragon Balls. "Oh, who do we have here?" "It's you, Vegeta. I never anticipated you would survive my wicked energy wave. But what does it matter? Merely having another Super Saiyan 4 will not suffice to defeat me, Omega Shenron." He cackled maniacally. "Who claims that merely one more Super Saiyan 4 is the extent of my power? What if there are 3? Vegeta retorted with a knowing smile. "Come forth, Raichan." As Omega Shenron continued to laugh boastfully, Vegeta remained unfazed, merely regarding him with a sardonic expression. Moments later, a figure emerged, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, with black hair reminiscent of Broly's base form, adorned in gleaming white armor over a snug blue bodysuit, and a long black tail, trailing behind. "Humph. What difference does it make, even if another Super Saiyan 4 joins the fray?" Omega Shenron, though surprised by the appearance of this unfamiliar Saiyan, dismissed the concern. While the presence of another Super Saiyan 4 could pose some inconvenience, he was confident it would not alter the outcome. "Is that so? I hope you can still laugh after this, Vegeta, Kakarot. Leave Omega Shenron to me. You two should hurry and fuse." Raichan called out to Vegeta and Goku. Upon arriving in this GT world, Raichan had discovered the injured Vegeta lying on the ground and had rescued him, leading them to this moment. He had witnessed Goku's desperate intent to self-destruct alongside Omega Shenron, a notion that was abandoned once Vegeta appeared. "Fusion!" Omega Shenron exclaimed, taken aback. As a dragon transformed into a malevolent entity, he was acutely aware of the immense power that fusion could generate. It could amplify the strength of 2 relatively weak fighters exponentially. Thus, Omega Shenron understood that if Goku and Vegeta were to fuse, the outcome could easily tip in their favor. "If you wish to fuse, you must first seek my consent." With that, Omega Shenron unleashed his full power, causing the earth to tremble violently, the sky darkening to a grim hue, as thunder roared and surrounding structures crumbled beneath the weight of his terrifying aura. After surpassing Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong's battle power surged fourfold, reaching an astonishing 12 trillion. Meanwhile, Vegeta, on the brink of death and rescued by Lycan, consumed a Senzu bean to restore himself to peak condition, elevating his power from 260 billion to 500 billion. The One-Star Dragon possesses a power level of 550 billion, which escalates to an astonishing 5 trillion upon transformation into Super One-Star Dragon. In this moment, Lycan let out a powerful roar, and a dazzling golden light emanated from his being, piercing through the fabric of space. As the brilliance faded, Lycan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His crimson eyes gleaming with intensity, surrounded by a mane of red fur. His hair, a rigid crimson, flowed long down to his tail, with strands cascading over his shoulders. His battle power reached a staggering 5 trillion. The form of Super One-Star Dragon vanished in an instant. Suddenly, A thunderous punch from the Super One-Star Dragon struck Lycan squarely in the back. Lycan was propelled like a cannonball from the air, crashing into the ruins below, raising a cloud of dust. What incredible speed! As Lycan hurtled through the air, he noted silently the moment he hit the ground. In the next instant, he teleported right in front of the Super One-Star Dragon. What sorcery is this? Wasn't I just able to strike him? How could he reappear before me so swiftly? Although the Super One-Star Dragon was bewildered, he saw Lycan charging toward him and instinctively unleashed a colossal punch of his own. The battle between Lycan and the Super One-Star Dragon was imminent. Suddenly, Lycan's eyes widened, revealing a pair of swirling orbs, one black and one silver, filled with countless strands of golden patterns. At that moment, his body erupted with a tempest of lightning and thunder, creating a maelstrom of energy. The Super One-Star Dragon's movements slowed in Lycan's perception. Lycan deftly evaded the Super One-Star Dragon's fist, landing a direct blow to its face, striking the bridge of its nose. The Super One-Star Dragon staggered back, a trickle of purplish-black blood streaming from its nostrils. Although Lycan's strength did not match that of the One-Star Dragon, it did not imply that the latter would remain unscathed from Lycan's assault. Wiping the blood from his nose, the Super One-Star Dragon's expression darkened, seething with rage. How dare you injure me? Just as the Super One-Star Dragon prepared to unleash its fury in the distance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta began their fusion. The two adjusted their energy to match each other, initiating a synchronized dance. With feet turned outward and slightly raised, they assumed a half-squat stance, Sun Wukong extending his arms to the left while Vegeta mirrored him to the right. Gradually, they slithered closer, their arms rotating in perfect harmony by 180 degrees. As the hands of the two individuals were about to meet, they once again opened outward. Their legs arched outward at the periphery, and as they descended, they kicked outward. Their arms also rotated in symmetrical fashion, with the four index fingers extending to touch each other. As the two figures began to gradually overlap, a brilliant golden light surged forth, forming a semicircular orb of light several meters in diameter. Almost simultaneously, a blinding beam of golden radiance emanated from afar, causing the very fabric of space and the ground to tremble in reverence to this formidable power. The Super One-Star Dragon sensed this overwhelming force rippling through the cosmos, and his expression shifted with concern, for this aura was exceptionally potent, nearly rivaling his own strength, and perhaps even surpassing it. Despite being suspended in midair, he could still perceive the vibrations. Had the fusion finally occurred? Lei Qin gazed at the distant luminosity, exhaling a sigh of relief. Although the Super One-Star Dragon did not match the strength of Beerus, he was still beyond Lei Qin's capacity to confront. Perhaps, with the aid of instant transmission, Lei Qin could exchange a few blows with the Super One-Star Dragon. However, once the dragon became accustomed to his techniques, it would spell significant trouble for him. Who are you? The One-Star Dragon asked gravely, his gaze fixed on the figure of Gogeta in the distance. Before him stood a brand new Super Saiyan 4, clad in the distinctive vest of the Metamorans, bearing resemblances to both Son Goku and Vegeta. The hair of the Super Saiyan 4 was black, while Gogeta's was an unmistakable red. The eyes of the Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta shone in yellow and green, respectively, whereas Gogeta's eyes were a striking blue. Additionally, the body fur of Super Saiyan 4 Goku was a vibrant crimson, while that of Vegeta was a deep red, combining to create the dark red form of Gogeta, who possessed power exponentially greater than that of a singular Super Saiyan 4, being the strongest warrior in Dragon Ball GT. Son Goku's combat power stood at 120 trillion, while Vegeta's was 500 trillion, culminating in a combined strength of 620 trillion. Upon fusing, their power increased 20-fold, resulting in an astonishing 400 trillion, far surpassing that of the Super One-Star Dragon. With a cold demeanor, Gogeta declared, "I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am simply the one who will defeat you." Haha, what a joke. Regardless of who you are, to defeat me, the One-Star Dragon, you might as well train for another century. Meanwhile, Lei Chun observed the white figure standing majestically in the void, arms crossed, with a pale complexion and a Y-shaped protrusion atop his head resembling two white horns. At that moment, the Super One-Star Dragon was laughing maniacally. "Let us see if you can still laugh after this," Lei Chun murmured to himself. As he spoke, the Super One-Star Dragon paid no heed to Lei Chun, who had previously wounded him, for he had long since healed from that minor injury. In the next instant, he transformed into a blur, rapidly advancing towards Gogeta. Such an overwhelming aura. Only someone like Beerus could possibly contend with it. Lei Chun's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on the Super One-Star Dragon charging towards Gogeta. "Come at me." The Super One-Star Dragon unleashed a powerful punch towards Gogeta. Just as the fist of the Super One-Star Dragon approached Gogeta, a blinding golden radiance erupted from Gogeta's form. Bang! Boom! The overwhelming aura emitted by Gogeta tore through the fabric of space, resonating with a thunderous sound. In an instant, the Super One-Star Dragon accelerated back with even greater speed than before, as billowing clouds of dust rose from miles away, forming a mushroom cloud. As the white mist gradually dissipated, Gogeta's formidable presence began to wane, revealing the disheveled form of One-Star Dragon before him, its body marred with wounds, and its pallid cheek marked by several streaks of blood. How is this possible? Has he truly sent me flying merely with his aura? One-Star Dragon gazed at Gogeta in disbelief. What has happened, One-Star Dragon? Where has your earlier bravado gone? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta inquired casually. Don't get too cocky. My previous complacency was my undoing, but this time I shall hold nothing back. With that, the Super One-Star Dragon raised its fist and struck fiercely towards Gogeta. Bang! 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 The Super One-Star Dragon launched a frenzied assault on Gogeta, each of its punches meeting an invisible barrier upon contact. Waves of unseen energy radiated outward from the clash between the Super One-Star Dragon and Gogeta, causing the air to tremble and the ground to shake violently. It could be said that the power behind each punch of the Super One-Star Dragon was nothing short of terrifying. However, despite its formidable strength, the might of Gogeta surpassed it. After enduring a relentless barrage of attacks, Gogeta finally made his move in an instant. He raised his arm and thrust his fist deep into the abdomen of the Super One-Star Dragon. A searing pain coursed through the Super One-Star Dragon, rendering it unable to stand as it staggered back several paces before dropping to one knee. One-Star Dragon, you have truly disappointed me, Gogeta declared, delivering a decisive kick that sent the Super One-Star Dragon hurtling through the air. It soared thousands of kilometers before finally managing to halt its flight, gazing back at Gogeta, who now stood a mere few dozen meters away, with a look of disbelief. Gritting its teeth, the Super One-Star Dragon exclaimed, "How is this possible? Even if Goku and Vegeta's powers were to merge, they could not possibly attain such a tremendous increase. This must be several dozen times their pre-fusion strength. This is infuriating. This fusion technique is simply outrageous. Had I not been obstructed by that fool, I would never have allowed them to fuse and be left in such a disadvantageous position." After taking a moment to collect itself, the Super One-Star Dragon unleashed a purplish-red glow, pushing its power to the limit. It transformed into a blinding beam of purple-red light and charged toward Gogeta. Gogeta remained calm as he observed the approaching punch of the Super One-Star Dragon. His arms crossed over his chest, patiently awaiting the moment it came near. Just as the Super One-Star Dragon was about to close the distance, Gogeta leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Super One-Star Dragon flying. Boom! The Super One-Star Dragon crashed heavily to the ground and slowly began to rise. Damn it! The disparity in power is too great. My attacks are utterly ineffective, it muttered. Suddenly, its eyes glowed crimson, and it unleashed two serpent-like energy waves. This was a unique ability of the Super One-Star Dragon. If it struck the enemy, it could temporarily incapacitate them, no matter how powerful this foe might be. If their body could not move, they would merely become a sturdier punching bag. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the Super One-Star Dragon's eyes incessantly unleashed serpentine energy waves directed towards Gogeta. He was fearful that his attacks might be evaded. Observing the multitude of crimson serpentine energy waves swiftly approaching him, Gogeta maintained a composed demeanor. The disparity in their combat powers was vast. He had no reason to fear that the Super One-Star Dragon's onslaught could inflict any harm upon him. Hit! With that exclamation, the figure of the Super One-Star Dragon vanished from Raichen's sight. Bang! The clash of fists produced a tremendous sound, with the force of the strikes tearing through the surrounding air. The position where Gogeta and the Super One-Star Dragon exchanged blows instantly formed a terrifyingly deep crater. A white silhouette was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and creating a significant indentation. No, this is impossible. As the One-Star Dragon's body struck the earth, it observed its attack land upon Gogeta with no effect whatsoever. Despite landing a solid punch, its fist was completely obliterated by Gogeta's counter. The bones of all 5 fingers shattered by Gogeta's might. How can this be? My attack clearly connected. How could he remain unaffected? The One-Star Dragon exclaimed, glancing at its devastated arm. Utilizing the regenerative ability of the 5-star Dragon's electric slime, a pink substance materialized on its arm, and in an instant, the One-Star Dragon's arm returned to its original form. What's the matter, One-Star Dragon? You can't possibly withstand a single punch from me now, can you? Gogeta taunted, hovering in the sky above. Humph, don't get too cocky. I was merely careless before. The true battle begins now. As he spoke, a cerulean light shot from the one-star dragon's eyes, unleashing an icy blast with absolute zero temperature directed at Gogeta. This technique belonged to the three-star dragon, capable of freezing opponents solid. Oh, the technique of the three-star dragon? Gogeta observed the super one-star dragon with surprise. Previously, during Son Goku's battle with the super one-star dragon, it had refrained from using this move, as it had deemed it unnecessary. However, in the current context, Gogeta, the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, exerted immense pressure on the super one-star dragon. Unfazed, Gogeta calmly awaited the incoming attack, making no effort to evade as the chilling, cerulean light approached. Soon, Gogeta found himself encased in a massive block of transparent ice, immobilized in midair, while everything within a 1,000-mile radius was frozen, even the air, time, and space itself. Each of the 7 evil dragons possessed distinct abilities, yet each represented the pinnacle of a specific power in this universe: the corrosion power of the 2-star dragon, the ice power of the 3-star dragon, the fire power of the 4-star dragon, the resurrection through lightning of the 5-star dragon, the wind power of the 6-star dragon, and the possession ability of the 7-star dragon. Haha, I knew you could not be that formidable. How could my attack as the super 1-star dragon have no effect on you? The super 1-star dragon gazed upon Goku and Vegeta, who had been instantly frozen by his power, and after exhaling a sigh of relief, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Haha, with this nuisance dealt with. The Saiyans are next. Oh, you are the first. After casting a glance at future Trunks, Gohan, and others, his gaze ultimately settled on Raichan. How could the fusion of my father and Uncle Vegeta possibly be defeated so easily? Goten exclaimed in shock, realizing that the super 1-star dragon had shifted his focus to Raichan after surveying them. They were far from feeling relieved. Instead, their expressions grew darker, understanding the dire consequence that awaited them should Raichan fall. Just as Gohan and the others contemplated rushing to assist Raichan, he spoke up. Are you a fool, 1-star dragon? Have you ever seen an ice block suspended in midair? Raichan retorted coldly to the super 1-star dragon. Upon noticing that the dragon's attention was fixated on him, Raichan remained unperturbed, for he recognized that while the 1-star dragon might be formidable, his strength had its limits compared to his own. As long as he wasn't defeated in a single blow, he knew he could evade death. With a mere thought, Raichan could traverse to any corner of the GT universe. What did you say? Upon hearing Lei Chin's scolding, the super 1-star dragon did not feel anger. Instead, a particular phrase uttered by Lei Chin captured his attention. The super 1-star dragon finally realized a grave error he had made. If Wichita had indeed been frozen solid by him, he would naturally lack the ability to soar through the heavens and would have plummeted from the sky instead. Indeed, just as the super 1-star dragon turned his gaze towards Wichita, he was struck by this revelation. With a resounding crack, the ice encasing Wichita shattered, causing everything within a kilometer to tumble down. Massive chunks of ice plummeted to the earth, some freezing in place, while others transformed into vapor due to Wichita's overwhelming presence. How refreshing. 1-star dragon, your 3-star freezing wave invigorates me immensely. Might you bestow upon me another? Wichita stood suspended in the void, arms crossed in a casual embrace, smiling playfully at the super 1-star dragon. How dare you underestimate me? The 1-star dragon seethed with rage, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from his being, the purple flames surrounding him burning with ferocity. Do not be arrogant, Saiyan. With a thunderous boom, the 1-star dragon transformed into a radiant crimson beam, unleashing a torrent of punches directed at Wichita. Wichita's expression remained unperturbed, calmly observing the barrage of punches converging upon him. The ferocity of the 1-star dragon's assault stirred up a fierce gale, spreading outward. In the distance, Goten, Gohan, Trunks, and Up struggled to withstand the onslaught, forced to retreat until they could barely stabilize themselves by transforming into Super Saiyans. Incredible. This is merely his aura. We must transform into Super Saiyans just to withstand it. How terrifying is the power of the 1-star dragon? Goten shielded himself with his arms, peering through the gaps to witness the ever-expanding crater at the center of the battle. I never anticipated that the fusion of my father and Mr. Goku would yield such formidable strength. I believed their combined might would merely surpass that of the 1-star dragon, or that their disparity would be negligible. Yet, it seems that the 1-star dragon cannot even graze Wichita's skin. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. It appears that this time, the 1-star dragon is doomed. Gohan's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at the 1-star dragon being toyed with by Wichita. Just as the crowd rejoiced at Wichita's impending victory over the 1-star dragon, A commanding voice echoed from afar. Vegeta, stop playing. If you continue, you will disintegrate. The voice of Rai-chan resonated through the air. Oh? Upon hearing Lei Qin's words, Vegeta's expression grew notably serious. The fusion technique was not supposed to disband until 30 minutes had elapsed. It had only been 5 minutes thus far, so how could it possibly dissolve so swiftly? As he spoke, Vegeta unleashed a terrifying force that sent the one-star dragon, who was attacking him, flying. Are you not aware that your combined power has far surpassed the limits of the fusion technique? Vegeta continued. The standard duration for a Metamoran fusion is half an hour. However, this duration is significantly influenced by the magnitude of energy exerted. Should you employ particularly energy-draining techniques during the fusion, the time will be considerably reduced. You are fused in your Super Saiyan 4 state. While this grants you a remarkable boost in strength, it also shortens your fusion time drastically. Moreover, when Kakarot fused with Vegeta, Kakarot was not at his peak, which likely further diminishes the duration of Vegeta's fusion. Lei Qin spoke in a grave tone. Recalling that in the original GT storyline, Vegeta had only executed 2 moves before the fusion disbanded before the third could be unleashed. Is that so? Vegeta's smile gradually faded as he pondered for a moment. How do you know all this, Lei Qin? Have you forgotten that in another parallel universe, I am a Super Saiyan god? Besides, it is wiser to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. Resolving the one-star dragon swiftly will be advantageous for you. For once you disband, the fate of this universe will be at stake. Very well. Vegeta nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Lei Qin's words. Indeed. He could no longer wager the entirety of the universe on this gamble. Should he engage in frivolities with the one-star dragon and inadvertently precipitate his own disintegration, the consequences would be dire. Lei Qin's voice resonated in Vegeta's ears, simultaneously reaching the one-star dragon, evoking a complex mix of affection and resentment within him. The one-star dragon cherished the notion that Vegeta's time was running short, yet loathed Lei Qin for suggesting that Vegeta hasten his demise. If that is the case, then I shall refrain from playing along with you. Should you disintegrate, there is nothing left to fear, proclaimed the one-star dragon as he gradually ascended from a distance. His expression transforming into one of ecstatic anticipation directed at Vegeta. Do not revel too much, one-star dragon, even with my time limited. Dispatching you within this brief interval poses no challenge whatsoever, Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk directed at the one-star dragon beside him. Is that so? Suddenly, the one-star dragon flashed a wicked smile at Wukong, and in the next moment, it swiftly turned its head and transformed into a beam of light, fleeing into the distance. Wish to flee? Vegeta let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed upon the dragon star, which had vanished in an instant. Sensing the lingering aura of the dragon star, Vegeta disappeared in a flash, executing a perfect instant transmission to appear directly behind it. With a resounding thud, Gogeta's fist connected with the face of the one-star dragon. In that moment, Gogeta showed no mercy, abandoning the playful antics he had previously employed against the dragon. Exploded. Blood and bones fell, and a cascade of purple liquid rained down from the sky. Super One-Star Dragon was struck with such ferocity that his head was obliterated by a single punch from Goku and Vegeta. However, Goku and Vegeta were acutely aware of the terrifying regenerative powers possessed by One-Star Dragon. Even though One-Star's head had been shattered, they did not relent. Just as Super One-Star Dragon was about to ascend, a hand gripped his foot, followed by a relentless barrage of punches landing upon him. At that moment, the Dragon Ball adorned with 3 5-pointed stars on Super One-Star Dragon's chest illuminated brilliantly. 2 beams of sky-blue light surged forth towards Goku and Vegeta. It was one of the techniques of 3-Star Dragon, the freezing beam. Another technique from 3-Star Dragon? Goku and Vegeta instantly recognized this as a battle tactic of 3-Star Dragon. They understood Super One-Star's intention, to use this move to momentarily hinder them. In response, Goku and Vegeta unleashed 2 beams of energy. Unlike the freezing beam, these were 2 powerful attack waves. The 4 beams collided fiercely, and with overwhelming energy, Goku and Vegeta obliterated 3-Star Dragon's freezing beam. How infuriating. I am Super One-Star Dragon, and after absorbing 7 Dragon Balls, my power is tenfold that of before. The combined strength of Goku and Vegeta is merely additive. Yet how could they inflict such significant damage upon me with such ease? Once Super One-Star Dragon's head regenerated, he fixed his gaze menacingly upon Goku and Vegeta. However, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth, and instantly, Super One-Star Dragon felt as if he had received a devastating blow. With a resounding puff, a spray of fresh blood erupted from the mouth of the Super One-Star Dragon, who was propelled backward with such force that he struggled to regain control of his trajectory. soaring thousands of miles before finally halting. Regrettably, Super Saiyan Gogeta did not relent in his assault. He reappeared before the one-star dragon in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he launched a powerful punch, followed by a swift series of fluid, graceful attacks directed at the Super One-Star Dragon. The impact was thunderous. The One-Star Dragon's chest cracked under Gogeta's blows, blood splattering forth as fissures emerged across his torso. Countless wounds marred his body, and every bone within him was reduced to a shattered ruin. Dark Guardian. The Super One-Star Dragon bellowed, blood spewing from its mouth. As the 7 Dragon Balls on its chest began to radiate their luminous energy, enveloping the One-Star Dragon in a vibrant cocoon of colors. Yet, in stark contrast, Gogeta stared impassively at the Super One-Star Dragon, raising his right hand toward the heavens, where 5 fingers coalesced into beams of silvery energy. He then thrust them forward. The 5-finger energy barrage unleashed 5 colossal golden energy blasts that descended upon the Super One-Star Dragon, still ensnared by the radiant hues. Before the creature could even react, Gogeta's 5-finger energy barrage shattered its malevolent shield, and the 5 formidable energy blasts struck it with devastating force. A tremendous explosion of energy erupted in an instant, unleashing colossal storms that surged forth simultaneously. The immense energy tempest swiftly enveloped the entire Earth, creating a vast mushroom cloud that ascended into the heavens. It even caused the vibrant auroras that adorned the sky to disperse significantly. With a resounding thud, 6 Dragon Balls plummeted from the heavens, descending to the earth below. Among them, the coveted 4-star ball was deftly caught by Xiao Feng. "Father, look. This is the 4-star ball," she exclaimed joyfully, cradling the mystical orb and gazing at the young man beside her, Son Gohan. With a resounding thud, 6 Dragon Balls descended from the heavens, landing upon the earth. And among them, the 4-star ball was deftly caught by the young girl, Xiaofeng. "Father, this is the 4-star ball," she exclaimed joyfully, cradling it as she turned to the nearby young man, Son Gohan. However, just as Gohan's face lit up with excitement and he was about to speak, a sudden change washed over him. "Xiaofeng, danger. The One-Star Dragon is not yet defeated. Come here quickly." No sooner had he uttered those words than Gohan transformed into a streak of light, swiftly enveloping Xiaofeng in his arms and soaring away into the distance. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, and as Gohan whisked Xiaofeng away, the figure of the One-Star Dragon gradually materialized before the onlookers. Its body was drenched in dark crimson blood, and its once proud white tail was now severed by more than half. The creature's aura had diminished significantly, its power reduced to a mere fraction of what it once was. The once mighty Super One-Star Dragon had been reduced to simply the One-Star Dragon, now gasping for breath. Its form a pitiful sight. How infuriating. The expression on the face of One-Star Dragon was ashen as he gazed at Gogeta, who stood merely a few meters away. "Receive my final strike, One-Star Dragon. Super Ultra Spirit Bomb." With that, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta clasped his hands together, forming a radiant golden energy sphere measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a wave of energy toward One-Star Dragon. The golden energy wave transformed into a brilliant streak of light, resonating with a thunderous explosion in the sky. "Curse it!" One-Star Dragon roared, raising his hands defensively, exerting the scant power he possessed to block Gogeta's attack. Just as Gogeta's colossal Kamehameha was about to strike One-Star Dragon, a sudden flash of golden light enveloped Gogeta, causing him to split into 2 figures, both mirroring the same stance, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Goku. "Why did they separate so quickly?" Vegeta questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Strange, it seems we barely reached the 10-minute mark," Super Saiyan 4 Goku concurred, sensing that their fusion had unraveled too soon. As Gogeta disbanded, the immense Kamehameha he unleashed vanished just moments before it could collide with One-Star Dragon. "Ha ha ha, the time has finally come. It appears fate is on my side," One-Star Dragon exclaimed with unrestrained joy. "Goku, Vegeta, your end is nigh. Ha ha ha, One-Star Dragon, do not celebrate prematurely. Even if we separated earlier, your fate is still grim. Now, I assure you, even Vegeta's formidable prowess might be beyond your grasp." Goku retorted with a smile directed at One-Star Dragon. "Carrot, how dare you suggest I cannot defeat him? The current One-Star Dragon is no match for me," Vegeta asserted, clearly indignant at Goku's insinuation. "Is that so?" exclaimed the Star Dragon, a cold smile adorning his face. In the next moment, he bellowed, "The Dragon Balls have returned." "What?" Vegeta was somewhat bewildered by the intentions of One-Star Dragon, but Goku was already in a state of urgency. "We must act quickly to prevent him. He seeks to consume the Dragon Balls once more to augment his power," Goku exclaimed. After a brief moment, there was no discernible change in One-Star Dragon. And the other 6 Dragon Balls had not returned to him. What is happening? Where are my Dragon Balls? One-Star Dragon said, disbelief etched on his face. Heh. One-Star Dragon, are you referring to these orbs? Well, they now belong to me. At this moment, Lei Qin had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. With a staggering battle power of 3,000 trillion. Without this transformation, it would have been quite a challenge for Lei Qin to effortlessly grasp the 6 Dragon Balls. After all, how could Goku's power, surpassing that of Super Saiyan 4, allow One-Star Dragon to so easily consume the other 6 Dragon Balls? Before them, the 6 Dragon Balls floated gracefully above Lei Qin's hands, enveloped by a celestial azure aura. Infuriating. One-Star Dragon's gaze fixated intently on Lei Qin. The state of Lei Qin was entirely distinct from that of Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta. One-Star Dragon could sense no aura emanating from Lei Qin whatsoever. With his azure hair, blue eyebrows, and pupil shimmering with a faint azure glow, Lei Qin's appearance resembled that of an ordinary Super Saiyan transformation. Save for his hair's color and the ethereal nature of his energy, the surrounding aura was both divine and resplendent, scattered with twinkling points reminiscent of stars. This energy was extraordinarily vibrant, its outer layer gently undulating, interspersed with a bubbly essence that occasionally swirled. At this moment, Lei Qin's aura had diminished to nothing. Yet One-Star Dragon did not underestimate him in the slightest. For no matter how diminutive a creature might be, it always possesses some semblance of an aura. The only variance lies in its intensity. A being devoid of any aura at all could likely only be a lifeless corpse. Return my Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the One-Star Dragon transformed into a beam of light, charging towards Lei Qin, its formidable aura erupting instantaneously. However, this pressure, though still fearsome, had diminished by a factor of 10 compared to before. One-Star Dragon, your adversary is I. The ever-prepared Vegeta would certainly not allow the One-Star Dragon to snatch away the 6 Dragon Balls that belonged to Lei Qin. Get lost. One-Star Dragon glared at the suddenly obstructing Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, shouting furiously. Bang! Bang! As soon as the words of One-Star Dragon echoed, a powerful punch was already launched towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, who, in response, also delivered a formidable blow in return. Boom! Bang! The force of both unleashed a tumultuous wave of air that cleaved the sky, producing a thunderous roar. A billowing cloud of dust ascended, rising into a magnificent mushroom cloud. Bang! 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 The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and the One-Star Dragon engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each retaliating with equal fervor. Despite the One-Star Dragon having consumed 6 Dragon Balls, his combat prowess remained below 600 trillion, placing him on par with Vegeta, slightly stronger, yet limited in his superiority. Moreover, he was already gravely injured, while Vegeta, despite having expended some energy due to fusion, was in far better condition than his adversary. Throughout this encounter, Vegeta maintained complete dominance over the One-Star Dragon. This azure-hued Super Saiyan? Could it be another transformation beyond Super Saiyan 3? Goku, reverting to his normal state, flew over to Lei Qin and inquired with curiosity. Kakarot, you are indeed correct. This transformation is on par with Super Saiyan 4. I refer to it as Super Saiyan God Blue, or simply Ultra Blue, Lei Qin explained. Indeed, Goku nodded in understanding. It had been over a decade since he achieved Super Saiyan 3, and throughout those years, he had been unable to attain a transformation beyond it. This limitation fueled his speculation about the Super Saiyan God. However, it was only through the emergence of Baby and the guidance of the Elder Kaishin that Goku ultimately embarked on the path to transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Observing Lei Qin's transformation, Goku surmised that this state embodied the very transformation he had failed to complete after years of arduous training, as the world lacked a Super Saiyan God to provide direction. Consequently, it was exceedingly difficult for GT Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan God. It appears we need not intervene. Vegeta is more than capable of defeating the One-Star Dragon on his own, Lei Qin remarked with a smile. Indeed, if the One-Star Dragon had not sustained any injuries, it might have been slightly more formidable than Vegeta. However, at this moment, Vegeta possesses the upper hand. Sun Wukong gazes at the One-Star Dragon, who is now at a disadvantage. Bang! 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 The One-Star Dragon was relentlessly pummeled by Vegeta. As countless phantoms flickered across the sky and the earth, energy blasts surged forth, overwhelming everything in their path. Ultimate Flash! Vegeta shouted loudly. His arms widely extended before gradually moving towards his chest, radiating a golden light. A resplendent beam of golden light instantly descended upon the solitary Star Dragon. No. The one-star dragon let out a desperate cry before being engulfed by a colossal wave of golden energy, instantly transforming into cosmic dust. As the winds howled, Vegeta, maintaining his stance from the ultimate flash, had reverted from Super Saiyan 4 back to Super Saiyan 3, having exhausted the energy to sustain the former transformation. However, with the one-star dragon vanquished, Vegeta contemplated reverting to his normal state, as he had already depleted a considerable amount of stamina. It was indeed unfortunate that the Dragon Balls could no longer be utilized. Vegeta picked up the one-star Dragon Ball from the ground and expressed his regret. At that moment, Goku suddenly inquired, "Lycan, you hail from another parallel universe. Surely, your world possesses Dragon Balls?" "Do not dwell on that, Kakarot," Lycan explained. "The Shinran I brought from another universe cannot exist in this one. It is likely that the moment the Dragon Balls were transported here, they were obliterated by the cosmic forces." He continued, "While it may be feasible for individuals from other universes to traverse dimensions, Shinran is bound by the laws of the cosmos. It's akin to a foreigner visiting another country. While they may travel freely, they cannot impose their own nation's laws here." "Well, that's disappointing," Goku replied, his spirits dampened. "Do not be too disheartened. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth are rendered useless, there are still those from other planets that remain functional. Have you forgotten that Piccolo is an Namekian?" Lycan remarked to Goku. "Indeed. How could I have overlooked that?" Goku exclaimed with newfound excitement, recalling the formidable dragon residing on New Namek. "Furthermore, Kakarot, allow me to impart this wisdom. While the Dragon Balls are indeed powerful, one should not become overly reliant on them, unless you can cultivate your strength to that of Vegeto. The Namekian dragon can be even more formidable if it succumbs to malevolence," Lycan cautioned. "In this parallel universe, there are no gods. Hence the negative energy associated with the Dragon Balls cannot be purified, leading to the emergence of evil dragons." "Understood," Goku nodded. "Then I shall take these 7 Dragon Balls with me, for their presence here serves no benefit to you," Lycan declared. His gaze fixed on the one-star Dragon Ball in Vegeta's grasp. In an instant, the one-star Dragon Ball soared from Vegeta's hand, landing in Lycan's possession. With a flash of silver light, the 7 black Dragon Balls vanished from sight, ultimately appearing within Lycan's space of senzu beans. "Did you not claim that the Dragon Balls from this world would be ineffective in yours? What purpose do you have for them?" Vegeta queried, curiosity piqued. "Quite simply. As you mentioned, if I transport them back to my universe, they will become useless, thus ensuring that the evil dragons will never be revived," Lycan replied. "Although the malevolent dragon has been vanquished by your efforts, as long as the Dragon Balls remain, its resurrection is still a possibility. My intention in retrieving it was merely to explore the possibility of purging the negative energy within. In my realm, the Dragon Balls are devoid of such chaotic malevolence. The universe is distinct, and the rules vary. Thus, managing it in this manner proves to be comparatively effortless for me." "Indeed." Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, farewell." As soon as the words left his lips, Lei Chun vanished before the eyes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta with a swift, instant transmission. "Damn it. That guy has escaped again," Vegeta remarked, his expression tinged with irritation. He had numerous questions he wished to pose to Lei Chun, particularly regarding the nature of Lei Chun's recent transformation and how it differed from Super Saiyan 4. Although Vegeta had witnessed Lei Chun transform into Super Saiyan God, he had yet to see Lei Chun become Super Saiyan God Blue. In the hyperbolic time chamber of the super world, Lei Chun gazed at the 7 black Dragon Balls in his hand, each imbued with the negative energy from the entirety of the GT universe. Closing his eyes, he began to absorb the essence of the universe. Upon drawing in this energy, he subsequently focused on the negative energy contained within the black Dragon Balls. The energy from the Spirit Bomb, whether in the GT universe or the super world, represented the most righteous and pure form of energy in the cosmos, making it perfectly suited for purifying the negativity housed within the Dragon Balls. As time slowly passed, 10 full days elapsed, equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Unbeknownst to Lei Chun, he had completely absorbed the negative energy from the black Dragon Balls. Eventually, the Dragon Balls shattered with a series of cracks, transforming into 7 stones that plummeted to the ground, where they disintegrated into dust. "What in the world is happening? Why does my power feel exponentially greater?" Lei Chun's expression reflected disbelief as he sensed the immense strength coursing through him, a power several times greater than before. It felt as though only a few minutes had passed, and yet those 7 Dragon Balls had turned to stone and then crumbled to dust. His battle power had surged to a staggering 10 trillion, more than triple his previous strength, and he sensed that he had gained a multitude of new abilities. At this moment, Lei Chun felt an overwhelming conviction that whatever he envisioned, he could manifest, He could even resurrect the dead, albeit at a considerable cost of energy. Lei Qin transformed into Super Saiyan 4. This transformation was entirely different from his previous appearance as Super Saiyan 4. His golden irises shone brightly, framed by a crimson hue. His entire body was cloaked in golden fur, with rigid golden hair cascading down to his tail and locks framing his shoulders. His battle power soared to an astounding 10 trillion. Super Saiyan 4's power was 10 trillion. Super Saiyan Red stood at 5 trillion. Super Saiyan 3 at 125 billion. Super Saiyan 2 at 25 billion. Super Saiyan 1 at 6 billion, and his base form at 125 billion. His power was more than triple that of before. Why does my golden fur resemble that of Gogeta as Super Saiyan 4? Lei Qin pondered aloud. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and golden light emanated from his eyes. What? Has an entire decade passed? Lei Qin exclaimed in astonishment, realizing through the power of Shinran that he had spent 10 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Yet, to his perception, it felt as though only a few minutes had elapsed. No wonder there is a saying that training knows no time. Lei Qin mused inwardly, as he found the exit of the hyperbolic time chamber before him had already sealed shut. With a flicker of thought, he instantly appeared at the lookout. Gohan, where is Kakarot? Lei Qin inquired of Son Gohan, eager to test his newfound strength against Son Goku. However, he sensed no trace of Goku's energy on Earth. Instead, he had arrived at the lookout to question Gohan. Uncle Lei Qin, I heard from my dad that he went to train with Whis. Son Gohan replied. Very well. Since Kakarot is absent, you shall accompany me in battle, Lei Qin declared. But Uncle Lei Qin, I haven't trained in a long time. My battle power is probably less than half of what it used to be, Gohan said with a wry smile. Is that so? Then it seems I have no choice. Lei Qin retorted, transforming into a blur as he launched a powerful punch towards Son Gohan. Bang! Gohan was sent soaring into the sky by the force of Lei Qin's strike. A golden radiance emanated from Sun Wukong, his hair standing on end. Transformed into a brilliant gold, with his combat power surging to an astonishing 250 billion. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the entire space. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, his body convulsing, a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen. Although he had been struck in the stomach by Lei Qin's punch, he transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the heavens. How could this be? Without the power of transformation, he has already surpassed me, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Though he could not unleash the full extent of his peak combat power at present, it was reasonable to believe that his strength in Super Saiyan form would exceed that of the untransformed Lei Qin. Yet, he was blindsided by the revelation that Lei Qin's power still eclipsed his own. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong steadied himself, unleashing a barrage of golden energy blasts toward Lei Qin. The golden light flickered as countless energy orbs scattered from his hands. Lei Qin raised his hand to block, deflecting the energy blasts that assailed him from every angle, sending them soaring into the sky. I refuse to believe that you can defeat me without transformation. Sun Wukong held on to his pride. Despite his prolonged absence from training, he was unwilling to accept that Lei Qin could surpass him without the power of transformation. Bang! 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 The immense force generated from the clash between Sun Wukong and Lei Qin caused the ground to fracture, energy surging and exploding in the air. Bang! 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 With a series of punches, side kicks, and sweeping attacks, Lei Qin executed a fluid combination that left Sun Wukong utterly defenseless. As time progressed, under the weight of Lei Qin's overwhelming strength, the latent power within Sun Wukong began to awaken. His combat power gradually climbed, soon surpassing 300 billion. The once subdued Sun Wukong now began to match Lei Qin blow for blow. With a resounding bang, 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 the Super Saiyan Gohan clashed relentlessly with Raichon, each strike driving him back hundreds of meters. Deep within him, a dormant power began to awaken. A thunderous roar escaped Gohan's lips, reverberating through the void. His neck muscles taut and pronounced. Clenching his fists, he bent slightly, unleashing a fervent shout, his combat strength escalating with each cry. Golden lightning crackled around him, illuminating the shifting sky as thunder rumbled ominously. At last, the golden aura enveloping Gohan transformed from an ephemeral mist into a formidable jet of energy. His golden hair stood tall and vibrant, while arcs of electricity danced about him, his expression steely and resolute, his aura stabilizing into a formidable presence. The battle power of Super Saiyan 2 Gohan soared to an astounding 10 trillion, equivalent to 1 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, is it? Raichon mused, observing the latent power within Gohan being ignited by his presence, a smile gracing his lips. In an instant, A flash of golden light enveloped Rai-chan. His hair and eyebrows transforming to a shimmering gold, every strand except for his bangs standing erect, as he ignited in a blaze of golden energy. His power surged 50-fold, reaching a staggering 15.6 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, you say? Yet, I sense there remains another reservoir of strength within you, Gohan. Allow me to assist you in unleashing it, he declared, not pausing for Gohan's response before dashing towards him as a streak of golden light. With a resounding bang, 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 Super 1 Lei-chan charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Super 2 Son Gohan flying, executing a series of attacks with precision and explosive jab. A swift side dodge and a horizontal kick, he overwhelmed Gohan, leaving him utterly defenseless. In the face of Son Gohan, Lei-chan exerted an undeniable dominance, asserting his superiority with overwhelming force. With a resounding thud, Lei-chan struck Son Gohan squarely in the face, so swiftly that Gohan had no time to brace himself. The impact sent him sliding across the ground for a considerable distance. At the moment he landed, Gohan's golden hair reverted to its natural black, signifying the cessation of his Super Saiyan 2 transformation, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Brother, from a distance, Son Goten quickly flew over and helped Son Gohan to his feet. It seemed that he had exerted a bit too much force. Lei-chan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted that he had tried to carefully control his strength. Yet, he had inadvertently knocked Son Gohan unconscious. Goten, catch! Lei-chan called out to Son Goten, tossing him a senzu bean. Son Goten swiftly caught the bean and administered it to Son Gohan. After consuming the senzu bean, Son Gohan gradually regained consciousness, returning to his peak condition. Once more, Son Gohan. As Son Gohan awakened, he heard Lei-chan's distant voice. Wait a moment, Uncle Lei-chan. But I do not have enough time to engage in battle with you. I still have much work left unfinished, Son Gohan replied with a wry smile. Not to worry. Once all the people on Earth have perished, your tasks will naturally become irrelevant, Lei-chan remarked nonchalantly. At this statement, Son Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. Uncle Lei-chan, why would you say such a thing? Is there truly anyone capable of defeating my father? An astute question. Then tell me, where do you suppose Kakarot is at this moment? Lei-chan countered, leaving Son Gohan momentarily speechless. Gohan. It will not be long before an adversary arrives on Earth whose power rivals that of Kakarot. Do you truly believe Kakarot can return in time? Moreover, you seem so fond of placing your hopes in others without considering your own position. Kakarot cannot remain on Earth indefinitely. He cannot constantly protect you either. I have a foreboding feeling that the enemies coming to Earth will grow increasingly formidable, and perhaps, by that time, Kakarot may struggle to protect himself. Even if you're averse to fighting, you must fight for your yet-to-be-born child, Lei-chan said earnestly. Son Gohan fell silent, his expression gradually shifting to one of determination. Lei-chan was right. Even if he disliked combat, he had to fight for the child that had yet to arrive. A powerful aura emanated from Son Gohan. Although his combat power had not significantly increased, his presence had undeniably transformed. Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His combat power soaring to a staggering 1 trillion, and it continued to rise. Is this how it should be? Lei-chan remarked with a subtle smile. The reason Lei-chan sought to rekindle Gohan's fighting spirit was twofold. Firstly, he wished to witness whether the once first to attain Super Saiyan 2, Gohan, could surpass Goku or Vegeta. Secondly, and most importantly, Lei-chan found himself without rivals. Goku and Vegeta had ventured into the realm of the gods of destruction. And while Piccolo was indeed stronger than Gohan, it must be noted that Gohan, having been out of combat for an extended period, had concealed his own power. Thus, he appeared weaker than Piccolo. Otherwise, 100 Piccolos would not stand a chance against Gohan. Back when Gohan first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he was merely 11 or 12 years old, whereas Goku and Vegeta took over a decade to achieve the same. This illustrates the astounding potential that Gohan possessed. Is this how it should be? Boom. With that utterance, Lei-chan transformed into a streak of golden light, approaching Sun Wukong with the swiftness of lightning, launching a powerful kick towards him. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave as he raised his arms to block. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the very earth. Sun Wukong managed to deflect Lei-chan's kick, yet his arms tingled with numbness and fatigue, his body reeling from the ferocious impact, leaving a long trail of footprints in his wake. Golden lightning crackled around him, the ground beneath his feet caving in as he struggled to maintain his stance. Such immense power. This is merely Super Saiyan 1. If he were to transform into Super Saiyan 2, the magnitude of his strength would be terrifying. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze on Lei-chan. Wukong, if you can endure for 10 minutes under my onslaught, I will impart this technique to you. Lei Qin declared, when suddenly, a figure identical to Lei Qin appeared before Sun Wukong, exuding an aura and combat prowess that mirrored his own. What is this? Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, staring at Lei Qin. This is called the shadow clone technique. Although this clone's combat strength does not match that of the original, it can serve as a substitute for you while you engage in other tasks, proving to be quite advantageous, Lei Qin explained calmly. Sun Wukong's expression brightened. Although he had resolved to focus solely on his training, he still felt a pang of reluctance to abandon his scholarly pursuits, as he had yet many tasks left unfinished. Ah! Sun Wukong roared, pushing his combat prowess to its utmost limit, now reaching an astounding 1.5 trillion. The power within him gradually awakened. With fervor, Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts towards Lei Qin's avatar. Observing the multitude of energy orbs directed at him, Lei Qin effortlessly retaliated. He understood Sun Wukong's strategy of employing the prince's combat style. It was merely a ploy to buy time. Boom! The cataclysmic energy blast collided, unleashing a tempest that radiated outward from the two combatants. "Da-da-da-da-da!" Sun Wukong shouted, engaging Lei Qin in a fierce exchange of blows, each delivering and receiving punches in kind, leaving an increasing number of wounds upon Sun Wukong's body. Though this was merely Lei Qin's avatar and his power was not as formidable as his true self, it was still beyond what Sun Wukong could endure. The fist sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing screech, a prolonged and agonizing sound that clawed at the soul, only to abruptly come to a halt. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Wukong was propelled away by a powerful punch from Lei Qin. His body soared through the air for quite a distance, and as it came to a halt, Sun Wukong gathered his hands to unleash a colossal energy sphere directed at Lei Qin. In an instant, a magnificent golden beam of light pierced through the sky. Magic flash! Gohan exclaimed loudly. Drink! The clone of Lei Qin also shouted loudly, and the blazing golden flames enveloping him intensified. In that very moment, the body of Lei Qin's clone was engulfed by Sun Wukong's demon flash. The sky was filled with golden radiance, and an overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth as the energy waves of the demon flash erupted into dazzling brilliance. Did I defeat him? Sun Wukong said, his face pale, realizing that his Super Saiyan 2 transformation had regressed to Super Saiyan 1. At that instant, Sun Wukong's expression shifted as he sensed a formidable presence suddenly manifesting within his awareness. The entire realm was illuminated by a beam of golden light, suppressing even the golden glow emanating from Sun Wukong. The silhouette of Lei Qin's clone appeared before him. This is bad. Upon seeing Lei Qin's figure and feeling the terrifying aura, Sun Wukong instinctively took to the skies. He understood that he didn't necessarily have to defeat Lei Qin's clone. He merely needed to endure for 10 minutes. However, Lei Qin's speed surpassed his own, and in an instant, he was above Sun Wukong, launching a powerful punch towards him. As Sun Wukong beheld the fist, which was nearly the size of his own head and radiated immense force, he realized that if struck, he would not only face grave injury but perhaps even death. Is he really holding nothing back? Sun Wukong thought with a bitter smile. As Lei Qin's fist drew nearer, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a terrifying energy surging from within him, ignited by the immense pressure exerted by Lei Qin. At last, he unleashed the power that had been concealed within. Sun Wukong's gaze transformed, exhibiting an aura of profound seriousness. He clenched his fists, and a deep growl erupted from his throat. In that very moment of heightened energy, the earth trembled violently, and simultaneously, Lei Qin's clone was forced back. What an incredible energy! Exclaimed Sun Goten, astonished and exhilarated. Even he could sense the vast surge of energy erupting from Sun Wukong's body. This overwhelming force eclipsed that which he had experienced during his fusion with Trunks. Waves of energy radiated outward, scattering countless fragments in all directions. Sun Wukong's aura had intensified significantly, his battle powers soaring from 1.5 million to 6 million, while Lei Qin's clone maintained a power level of 5 million. The golden flames enveloping Sun Wukong gradually dissipated, returning him to his normal state. However, the aura emanating from Sun Wukong is undeniably more formidable. In his enigmatic state, one could assert that he exists beyond the realm of Super Saiyan 2, on par with Super Saiyan 3, effectively placing 1 foot within the domain of the divines, yet distinctly separate from the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong can be regarded as a demigod. However, this demigod status diverges from that of the Super Saiyan God. For the celestial power he wields is unlike that of the Super Saiyan God, resulting in a corresponding difference in appearance. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a fleeting white shadow, charging towards Lei Qin. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, raising his fist to launch an attack on Lei Qin. A series of heavy punches struck Lei Qin's body, yet his expression remained unchanged. Well done, Wukong, but it is still far from sufficient. Lei Qin's voice resonated in Wukong's ears, his face devoid of emotion. A presence more terrifying than Wukong's emanated from Lei Qin. In that moment, Lei Qin's doppelganger unleashed a power equivalent to 15.6 trillion, comparable to his true form in Super Saiyan state. Oh no! Wukong's face paled in shock. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from Lei Qin's doppelganger, which was nearly on par with his true form. At that instant, Lei Qin's arm rested upon Wukong's abdomen, gathering a sphere of golden energy in his palm. Boom! Wukong was instantly propelled away by the energy wave, resulting in a massive explosion in the distance. The terrifying force spread, winds howled, air trembled, and the earth cracked open, leaving Wukong bloodied at the bottom of the crater. Gasping for breath, Wukong's gaze landed on Lei Qin's doppelganger. Just then, the doppelganger's form began to fade, ultimately vanishing before Wukong's eyes. It disappeared? Wukong questioned, bewildered. The time is up. Naturally, it would vanish, Lei Qin replied casually. Does this shadow clone technique have a time limit? Wukong inquired with curiosity. As long as you do not intentionally control it or exhaust excessive energy, it should theoretically exist indefinitely. However, if the true body perishes, it will also cease to exist. Lei Qin explained. Is that so? That is splendid. Wukong's expression brightened. At that moment, a clear female voice resonated from behind Lei Qin. You promised to return swiftly. I waited for you for so long on that primordial planet. Before Wukong's eyes, a beautiful woman appeared beside Lei Qin. With long white hair, purple skin, wearing patera earrings and garbed in attire reminiscent of the Kaishin, she possessed a power even greater than that of the Kaishin. West Kaishin, how did you find this place? Lei Qin looked at Rolana with a hint of exasperation. I am a deity. How could you possibly elude me? Rolana retorted, simultaneously astonished by the powerful aura radiating from Wukong. Though Wukong's combat prowess did not match Lei Qin's, it greatly surpassed hers by 5 or 6 times. Dear Kaishin, are there other Kaishins besides Kaishin Jebit? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. What nonsense! There are already 5 celestial kings representing the cardinal directions. What could be so strange about the emergence of a female celestial king? Lei Qin remarked thoughtfully. Indeed. Upon hearing Lei Qin's words, Sun Wukong nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his statement. The Kaishin Jebit? Ah, it turns out to be the fusion of his attendant Asen, who remains as timid as ever. As Rolana contemplated this, a golden light emanated from her eyes, revealing that the Kaishin Asen had fused with his attendant Jebit using the patera earrings to become Jebit the Kaishin. Although his combat prowess had significantly increased, he still fell short compared to her. Meanwhile, the tremendous energy emanating from the battle between Sun Wukong and Lei Qin on Earth naturally drew the attention of Jebit the Kaishin and the old Kaishin in the Kaishin realm. The two had been observing through a crystal ball for some time. At that moment, when Rolana made her appearance, Jebit couldn't contain his astonishment and exclaimed, How is this possible? Rolana is alive, and she has become the Kaishin of the West. I thought she perished at the hands of Majin Buu. Oh, so this young girl is also a Kaishin. Judging by your expression, you seem quite familiar with her, the old Kaishin remarked, stroking his chin. Familiar? That's an understatement. We became trainee Kaishins together back in the day. However, ever since the battle with Majin Buu, I have not laid eyes on her. I never imagined she would return, and even more so, that she would come to Earth. Jebit the Kaishin replied with a smile. Bang! Suddenly, the ancestral figure struck Jebit God on the head with a resounding slap, admonishing, How can you still have the audacity to speak? It is one thing for a man to be outshone by a woman, but the fact that you, alongside your own attendant, 2 grown men, utilized the patera earrings to merge into Jebit God, and yet you still cannot measure up to Rolana, is beyond comprehension. I am at a loss as to how you have achieved the status of a Supreme Kai. Upon hearing the words of the old Supreme Kai, Jebit God felt his face flush with embarrassment. He wished to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Vegeta and Son Goku were engaged in a fierce battle high above in the skies. Both had attained the transformation of Super Saiyan God, and particularly for Son Goku. He was on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle known as Super Saiyan Blue. Suddenly, their movements came to an abrupt halt. What an immense aura! Is that the presence of Gohan and Raichin? Has Gohan finally come to his senses and is now battling Raichin? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. had he not been training in the realm of destruction under Whis' guidance to become a Super Saiyan god. Vegeta's combat prowess would likely pale in comparison to that of Son Gohan. For at this moment, Gohan was even stronger than when he faced Majin Buu, having endured 3 injuries from Qin and subsequently consumed a senzu bean, which slightly enhanced his combat abilities. Haha, this is splendid. Gohan's potential is remarkable. Had he not forsaken training over the years, I dare say his fighting capabilities would rival ours, perhaps even surpass us, Son Goku remarked with a grin. Humph. Vegeta uttered not a word, merely expressing his disdain with a cold snort, for he recognized the truth in Goku's words. 2 months later. All right, Gohan. This concludes our session for today, remarked Qin in his Super Saiyan 3 form as he conversed with the enigmatic Gohan before him. Huh. The enigmatic Gohan breathed heavily as he gazed at Qin. Ever since he had mastered the technique of the Divine Shadow Clone, he understood that as long as he remained standing, the battle would not cease. The fact that Qin declared it was time to conclude the fight struck Gohan as peculiar. At that moment, Lorana suddenly appeared before Qin with a swift movement. Qin, a terrifyingly malevolent aura is approaching Earth, likely to arrive within 2 days, she said gravely. Is that so? Yet I feel nothing. Gohan expressed his skepticism towards Lorana, aware that the Kaishin's prowess transcended mere combat strength. The Kaishin possessed unique abilities, such as the old Kaishin-esque capacity to unlock profound potential within a person. After enduring over 2 months of rigorous training, Gohan's power had multiplied exponentially, reaching 100 trillion. He had now surpassed the Goku who had recently transformed into a Super Saiyan god a few months prior. However, given the substantial time that had elapsed, Gohan hesitated to compare himself to Goku. After all, Goku had trained under the god of destruction, whose strength far surpassed Qin's. The distance is simply too great for you to perceive. While Lorana may not possess combat strength on par with yours, it is indicative of her unique abilities. Qin remarked casually. All right then. Gohan nodded, though still harboring doubts. Nevertheless, Qin was correct. The Kaishin, despite lacking formidable combat power, wielded some rather peculiar abilities. Yet, a lingering question troubled Gohan. How had Qin sensed this impending threat? After all, Qin had previously claimed to be a god of the Saiyans. But then, so was his father, Goku. Why did he not command similar abilities? Moreover, Gohan himself could be considered a god, albeit a mortal among gods. These thoughts perplexed Gohan, leading him to conclude that perhaps his own combat power was simply too inadequate to sense such a presence. In merely 3 months, Frisia's power had astonishingly surged to 410 trillion. This was indeed remarkable. If given a bit more time, could he surpass even the god of destruction? Just then, Qin spoke, delivering a shocking revelation to Gohan. Frisia has been resurrected, and after just 3 months of training, his power has already reached 410 trillion. How is that even possible? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that over the years, Frisia had once descended from hell to earth for other reasons, only to be swiftly defeated by him. The fact that just 3 months of training had rendered him more formidable than Frisia, who had trained for nearly 2 decades, left Son Gohan in utter disbelief. Nothing is impossible. If your experiences mirrored Frisia's torments in hell, your combat prowess would likely surpass his, Qin remarked thoughtfully. Frisia's rapid ascension in power within a mere 3 months could be attributed to his terrifying foundational strength, akin to Son Goku's staggering leap from a power level of merely 20,000 to over 100 million in less than 10 days during his journey to Namek. The principle remains the same. Initially, Goku's growth was slow, but he eventually erupted with immense strength. Frisia, having never trained and having endured relentless suffering in hell, would naturally reach such heights upon resurrection. In comparison, Goku achieved a power level exceeding 1 million in 7 days and transformed into a Super Saiyan, surpassing 1 billion in under 10 days. Frisia, it seemed, was still far behind. Furthermore, Frisia likely reached his limits. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to Earth seeking vengeance against Goku, nor would he have sought to exploit Broly's power for retribution. Gohan, do not expect my intervention unless Frisia provokes me or threatens to annihilate Earth, Qin stated, discerning Gohan's thoughts. Well, it seems trouble is brewing. Gohan replied with a wry smile, nodding in acknowledgement of Qin's words. 3 days later, in a picturesque locale, stood a dwelling reminiscent of a giant snail, embodying the architectural style of Namek. Piccolo stood atop his roof, sensing an overwhelming aura. This energy is too potent. How can it resemble Frisia's so closely? Has that fiend been resurrected? Piccolo exclaimed, his expression one of shock, albeit he maintained a level of composure. Although Frisia's presence was formidable, Son Gohan's strength was even greater. Piccolo, however, remained uncertain whether Frisia had achieved his ultimate form or was still in an untransformed state. "Damn it, Frisia has indeed returned," Krillin said, his complexion paling as memories of his past encounters with Frisia's lethal wrath resurfaced. "Have you arrived?" Son Gohan stood solemnly in the void. Although Frisia's aura was significantly weaker than his own, with a combat power exceeding 100 billion, Gohan sensed an exceedingly perilous presence emanating from the heavens above. This feeling intensified with each passing moment. If I could strike him down before he transforms, could I replicate the decisive moment of future Trunks from years past? Gohan pondered internally, yet he understood that the situation was far more complex than he wished to believe. If it were indeed that simple, his father, Goku, would have perished countless times already. A Saiyan, even without transformation, could still unleash a substantial portion of Super Saiyan power in that fleeting instant. It was merely a matter of fluctuating combat prowess. "Can you feel it, Krillin?" Tien Shinhan spoke solemnly as he stood in the sky, addressing the approaching Krillin. "Indeed. That is the aura of Frisia. Who could have possibly resurrected him?" Krillin replied with a heavy expression. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Master Roshi, Goten, and Trunks were swiftly flying towards them. "Gohan, do you have the confidence to defeat that guy?" Piccolo inquired as he approached Gohan. "If this is indeed Frisia's full power, then it would be no problem at all. However, I fear this is merely the aura of Frisia before his transformation." Gohan responded with a grave countenance. He recalled that Lei Chen had mentioned Frisia's combat power soaring to 400 million, while his own strongest power barely reached 100 million. "Well, Gohan, if Frisia's power is truly only a little over 10 billion at this moment, then I could defeat him without your assistance," Piccolo affirmed with a nod. "Perhaps." Sun Wukong mused, his gaze fixed upon the heavens above. "Here it comes." At that moment, Tianjin Fan suddenly spoke up, his keen eyesight allowing him to see far into the distance. An ominous aura began to seep in from outer space. The chilling sensation caused all those on Earth who could perceive such energies to feel a sudden drop in temperature, sending shivers throughout their bodies. A small black silhouette appeared in the sky, quickly revealing a colossal spacecraft that slowly came into view. "How insufferable! Frisia is indeed not to be underestimated," Piccolo exclaimed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. From Piccolo's perspective, Frisia's combat power was merely over 100 billion, yet it was enough to send chills down his spine. Piccolo, not one to be easily fooled, understood that Frisia had yet to unleash his true fighting capabilities. Suddenly, a dark shadow descended, blotting out the sunlight as if it were an eclipse. The enormous circular spaceship descended from the heavens, ultimately landing on a relatively flat expanse of terrain. With a crisp sound, several steel claws extended from the bottom of the ship, penetrating the earth as effortlessly as if it were tofu, securing the vessel firmly in place. Just as Krillin, Trunks, Goten, and Tianjin Fan were preparing for battle, the ship's hatch finally opened. A swarm of extraterrestrial warriors, clad in battle gear, poured out like a horde of wasps, swiftly organizing themselves into a densely packed formation in the sky. While their appearance was indeed intimidating, the combat power of these aliens was laughably negligible, with most not even reaching 1,000 and only a few exceeding 100,000. However, the sheer number was staggering. Krillin and Yamcha felt a chill run down their spines, as the numbers exceeded at least 10 million, and still more ships continued to descend from above. Soon, a diminutive figure emerged from the spacecraft, standing before Gohan and the others, none other than Frisia himself. Standing less than 12 inches tall, with blood-red eyes and purple-black lips. Two streaks resembling blood tears marked his face beneath his eyes, and his purple exoskeleton glimmered, although he looked identical to the Frisia they had encountered in the past. The combat power he exhibited now made even Piccolo's gaze sharpen with apprehension. 5.3 billion? Krillin uttered with a hint of trepidation. Wasn't Frisia's combat power only 530,000 back in the day? Decades have passed, and he has surely grown more formidable. As he pondered this, Piccolo began to mentally calculate Frisia's potential strength. In his second form, Frisia's power had doubled. By this logic, his second form would range from 100 billion to 200 billion, his third form from 400 billion to 800 billion, and his final form would reach 8 trillion, amounting to a staggering 1.6 trillion. Yet, while he could theorize, Piccolo was hesitant to assert Frisia's actual combat prowess. Even if it were merely 1.6 trillion, it would still far surpass his own, which had only just surpassed 1 trillion. Meanwhile, Frisia, seated in a small spacecraft, surveyed the gathering of individuals before him, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. How outrageous. So many Saiyans have emerged in my absence. However, his surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Goldo, it appears that the Saiyan known as Goku is absent from this assembly. Beside Frieza. Goldo scanned the area with a detector and replied, "It seems that way, Lord Frieza. The Saiyan Goku is not present." The mention of Goku darkened Goldo's countenance, as it was due to Goku that he had been transformed into a frog for decades. Only when Sorbet stealthily arrived on Earth to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frieza did Goldo regain his human form. At this moment, Goldo had switched bodies with Tagoma and had even harnessed Tagoma's training, achieving a combat power of 900 billion. Slightly weaker than Piccolo, but still considerably stronger than the others, with the exception of Gohan. Now that everyone is present, let us commence our attack, Frieza declared with a casual air. Indeed, Jinyu nodded, and then bellowed loudly, "Everyone, attack." Humph. Piccolo let out a cold snort, transforming into a streak of green light that surged directly into the throngs of extraterrestrial beings in the sky. In an instant, the surrounding void, spanning thousands of meters, seemed to freeze in time, with only Piccolo's figure darting through the air. The terrifying aura emanating from him swept violently across the heavens, mercilessly cutting through everything in its path. Thus, all the extraterrestrial beings that ventured close to Piccolo were crushed into cosmic dust by an overwhelming force. Ah, alas. Ah. Countless cries of agony reverberated high above in the sky, hundreds of meters above. In an instant, over 100,000 extraterrestrials were vanquished by Piccolo. After exterminating these beings, Piccolo did not halt his advance. Instead, he surged toward Frieza. Oh! Frieza gazed in astonishment as Piccolo soared towards him, his expression betraying his surprise. For Piccolo had grown immensely stronger compared to his time on Namek, and fortunately, Frieza had arrived on Earth only after undergoing a period of rigorous training. Otherwise, he would have found himself wasting considerable time in attempting to subdue Piccolo. However, in the present moment, the sky erupted with a series of thunderous roars. Beneath the cacophony, a resounding explosion ensued, and Frieza was suddenly sent hurtling backward. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into a nearby hillock. "Excellent!" exclaimed Krillin and the others, witnessing as Piccolo sent Frieza flying with a single strike. However, their elation was short-lived, as Gohan interjected, "Do not underestimate him. Let us not forget that Frieza was merely in his weakest form moments ago. He has yet to transform." What? This Namekian possesses such formidable strength? Before Jinyu could fully comprehend the situation, he realized that Frieza had already been launched away by Piccolo. Devoid of any detectable energy, Jinyu remained oblivious to the true extent of Piccolo's power. More significantly, he could hardly fathom that Piccolo would dare to confront Frieza. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the ground where Frieza had landed erupted. In an instant, Frieza surged upward at an astonishing speed, hurtling towards Piccolo. At the moment he launched himself, a flash of purple light enveloped him as he transformed from his first form into his fourth form. His battle power skyrocketed from 5.3 billion to an astounding 40 trillion, a staggering increase. This was dire. How could his power have surged so dramatically? I miscalculated. Piccolo cursed inwardly as a vibrant green aura erupted from his being. He unleashed his formidable strength, causing his heavy attire to explode off him. Once liberated from his encumbering garb, Piccolo's battle power ascended to 1.5 trillion. Almost instantaneously, Frieza unleashed a powerful punch that struck Piccolo squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. What? Even Piccolo could not withstand a single blow from Frieza, a fact that left Krillin, who was observing from a distance, utterly astonished. "It seems we can only rely on Gohan now. Goku, when will you return?" Krillin remarked with a bitter smile, gazing at Piccolo, who was half-crouched on the ground. With a resounding thud, Piccolo fell to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, his countenance a grim mask as he gazed at Frieza. He had struck Frieza with a punch, yet it seemed to have no effect, while Frieza's retaliatory blow had left Piccolo gravely injured. "Not good, Piccolo," Krillin exclaimed in shock, instinctively moving to assist his comrade. Suddenly, a brilliant white light appeared, interposing itself between Krillin, Goten, Tien, and their adversary. "You shall face me, Jinyu." A towering figure, standing at 2 meters tall, devoid of hair above his brow, and clad in Saiyan attire, emerged before them. "Jinyu, have you once again switched bodies?" Krillin exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. "Haha, I never imagined that after all this time, you would still remember me, you little runt. Soon, you shall meet your end," Jinyu bellowed, laughter echoing in the air. "Curse it." Krillin gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently upon Jinyu. Though Krillin's aura may not rival that of Frieza, it certainly surpassed ours by a considerable margin. Hold on, we will confront him together. Tien communicated to Krillin telepathically. Well, very well. Yamcha nodded in agreement, acknowledging the words spoken by Tianjin. Goten, Trunks, you shall go rescue Piccolo. Krillin uttered in a serious tone. Very well. Indeed. Son Goten and Trunks nodded in agreement. Just as Krillin and the others prepared to join them, a sudden golden light soared into the sky. In the next moment, Jinyu met a swift demise. An extraordinarily brilliant golden radiance erupted from Son Gohan, surrounded by arcs of golden lightning, transforming the very sky itself, which crackled with thunder. Son Gohan's hair stood even more erect and became denser than before, while arcs of electricity flickered around him. His expression was cold and tense, with a power level soaring to 5 million. As Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, a colossal spherical energy field emanated from him, expanding across the sky, reducing everything within its radius to nothingness, bathing the heavens in golden light. Krillin and the others were already pushed back by the overwhelming aura that surged forth from Son Gohan. Is this really Gohan? He must be several dozen times stronger than he was against Majin Buu. Tien exclaimed in disbelief. That look in Gohan's eyes is terrifying, Krillin observed fearfully, recalling the kind-hearted nature of the Son Gohan he knew. In the past, he would have merely incapacitated his enemies rather than annihilating them entirely. The ruthlessness of this act left no remains, as he single-handedly obliterated a significant portion of the extraterrestrial beings, exceeding billions in number. This overwhelming display made Krillin realize that this was not the Gohan he once knew. Brother, you are so impressive. Son Goten exclaimed in admiration, gazing up at Son Gohan. Has Gohan's power surpassed that of my father? Trunks looked on in disbelief at Son Gohan. No, my father is currently training with the God of Destruction. He must have grown even stronger. Trunks reassured himself internally. Both Son Goten and Trunks, being young, enjoyed comparing the strength of their fathers and who might be the mightier. Oh, Frieza, who was steadily advancing toward Piccolo, suddenly halted, his gaze fixed upon Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. This Gohan, having effortlessly annihilated so many of his minions with sheer willpower, caught Frieza's attention. The intensity of Frieza's stare bore into Gohan's eyes, which mirrored those of Goku, shifting his previously amiable expression into one of sinister intent. Gohan, sensing the weight of Frieza's gaze upon him, swiftly vanished in a flash of golden light. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Frieza. Goten, Trunks, hurry and assist Uncle Piccolo, Gohan stated with a cold demeanor, his eyes locked onto Frieza. Upon hearing Gohan's command, Goten and Trunks swiftly flew over to support the crouching Piccolo, gradually ascending into the sky. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained in awe of the terrifying combat prowess Gohan had just displayed. Although he had sensed Gohan's formidable energy during the battle with Raichin on Earth, he had not perceived it as profoundly as he did now. During their training, Gohan had deliberately restrained his power, and Piccolo had been positioned at a distance. The sins of the father must be repaid by the son. With Goku, the Saiyan, absent, you shall take his place. Frieza spoke coldly, a menacing purple aura emanating from him. A formidable energy erupted in the air, causing a cacophony of explosions. As countless rocks began to levitate, the ground trembled, and the atmosphere crackled. At that moment, Gohan made his move. Boom. The two merely collided with a single punch. Yet an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy erupted, causing the very earth to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce battle commenced, and the forms of the two combatants vanished entirely from the skies, replaced by sparks and lightning that crackled and roared. Above and below, the only evidence of their clash lay in the visible ripples of shockwaves in the deep craters, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter, that marred the ground. How could Frieza become so formidable? Laura's expression was grave. Since encountering Rei, she had not met anyone weaker than herself, and many had proven to be even stronger. The Frieza clan had earned its reputation as the arch-nemesis of the Saiyan race, which naturally suggested a formidable prowess. Otherwise, how could he dare to set foot on Earth? Rei casually remarked that if he were to explain that Frieza had merely trained for a little over 3 months to attain such strength, and that this was still not Frieza's true fighting capability, Laura would likely be even more astounded. All right then. Laura was well aware of the enmity between the Frost Demon clan and the Saiyans, yet Rei's explanation left her feeling as though he had said nothing at all. Boom. The Super Saiyan 2 Gohan was sent flying by Frieza's kick, his body soaring over 100 kilometers before gradually coming to a halt. Finally, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan stood poised in the void, gazing at Frieza with an icy demeanor. How could this be possible? From a distance, Frieza's expression darkened as he observed Gohan. He never anticipated that the child from years past would evolve to such an extent. This power was no less formidable than his current state. Though Frieza had the upper hand now, vanquishing Gohan would not be an easy feat as Gohan's figure drew closer. Frieza remarked, "If this is the extent of your combat prowess, then your defeat is inevitable." Gohan's countenance remained stoic, bolts of lightning crackling around him, his entire being enveloped in golden flames. Could it be that this is not even Gohan's full strength? That would be splendid. Victory is assured. Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Do not celebrate too soon. Gohan has yet to unleash his full potential, and Frieza has undoubtedly held back as well. Piccolo, possessing the strongest fighting spirit and enhanced senses far beyond those of ordinary Earthlings, could clearly perceive Frieza suppressing Gohan. Apart from a flicker of surprise on his face, Frieza's aura remained steady, reminiscent of their battle on Namek when he faced Frieza's second form. Thus, Piccolo suspected that Frieza had not yet revealed his full might. Ha ha ha, Gohan. You certainly have a knack for jesting, just like your father, Goku. Is there a chance you can transform once more? Frieza laughed, showing no sign of concern over Gohan's concealed power, merely surprised, bolstered by his unshakable confidence in his own abilities. Gohan remained silent, simply observing Frieza as the golden flames and lightning gradually dissipated from his form. Oh, have you surrendered? Frieza questioned, perplexed by Gohan's return to his original state. Yet he certainly did not interpret it as a plea for mercy. Suddenly, in the next moment, Frieza comprehended Gohan's intentions. Drink. However, before Frieza could react and depart, Son Gohan let out a fierce roar, and a surge of white energy erupted instantaneously, forcing Frieza back several dozen meters. In the distance, Piccolo observed Son Gohan, noticing a subtle transformation in his facial features, signifying a newfound maturity. His combat power surged tremendously, soon becoming 100 times that of Piccolo, to such an extent that Piccolo struggled to perceive it. It had transcended his ability to sense energy. Son Gohan's entire being was enveloped in a white aura, flowing like liquid, with strands of white lightning crackling around him. Ultimately, Son Gohan achieved a transformation, not merely a change in form, but an ascension to the realm of the enigmatic Gohan. This moment marked his pinnacle of beauty. Within the Dragon Ball universe, there exist 3 perfect male deities. One is Gogeta, another is Vegito, and the last is the mysterious Gohan. This form is not a Super Saiyan, nor does it involve transformation, yet its combat prowess surpasses that of a Super Saiyan by an immense margin, Trunks remarked, perplexed. Haha, Trunks, you fail to grasp this concept. Goten replied, this is the complete integration of Super Saiyan power into a natural state, resulting in a combat strength that exceeds that of a Super Saiyan by several times, while also conserving energy that would otherwise be expended during transformation. Goten continued, having spent considerable time alongside Gohan during his training sessions. At times, Gohan would be present while Goten observed. So that is how it is. Incredible, isn't it? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that although Goten's explanation seemed straightforward, mastering the ability to harness Super Saiyan strength in a natural state was indeed a formidable challenge. What? Frieza exclaimed, taken aback as he beheld Gohan's power, which had surged to at least 20 times its previous level. In that moment, he was genuinely astonished. For Gohan's combat prowess was scarcely inferior to his own in its most formidable state. Originally, just as Frieza intended to express that his current state was originally meant to confront Son Goku, but now it would benefit you instead. He was abruptly interrupted as a mysterious Gohan sent him flying with a single punch. In Frieza's ears, he heard a voice that nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Mr. Raichan was indeed correct. Villains perish due to their incessant chatter. At that moment, Frieza had already been launched into the air, and as Gohan approached, he instinctively felt his heart racing with alarming intensity. Even though Frieza could not comprehend the sensation of energy, he realized that time was running out, for Gohan's combat prowess had surpassed him by an overwhelming margin. By the time Frieza regained his senses, he was met with a dazzling array of golden light and fists. The sound of Son Gohan's fist slicing through the air emitted a sharp, piercing shriek that resonated deeply, only to abruptly cease. At that moment, Frieza found himself momentarily stunned by the enigmatic Gohan. Was Frieza truly being overpowered? Krillin's expression brightened with hope, sensing that Gohan was on the verge of victory. A smile crept across Piccolo's face as he observed Frieza, rendered entirely defenseless by Gohan's onslaught, his body already battered from the relentless assault. Just as everyone believed Gohan was destined to triumph, a dazzling golden light erupted into the sky, radiant as the sun, searing as molten lava, and imposing as a divine revelation. Frisia's limbs trembled as he unleashed a mighty roar, his body becoming enveloped in a layer of golden skin. Gohan, you have truly ignited my fury. With his transformation into Golden Frieza, a furious glare was cast at Gohan. The mysterious Gohan, his gaze chillingly cold, stared back at the transformed Frieza, astonishment stirring within him. He had not anticipated that Frieza's power would multiply several times after assuming this golden form. Although Frieza was slightly stronger than before, it was manageable. However, to find himself facing an opponent who was 3 to 4 times stronger was disheartening. Gohan began to regret not unleashing his full power to eliminate Frieza before the transformation, instead foolishly opting to battle him in Super Saiyan 2 form. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta suddenly materialized at the center of the confrontation between Gohan and Frieza. Indeed, it's you, Gohan. I never expected you to possess such formidable strength. You must have trained diligently during this time, Goku exclaimed with joy upon witnessing his son's impressive battle power. Humph. Let us deal with Frieza first before discussing anything else, Vegeta interjected with a scoff, astonished by Gohan's newfound prowess. He was well aware that Gohan had not trained in a long while. Merely maintaining his strength would have been commendable. Yet, here was Gohan with a combat power exceeding 100 trillion, a revelation that left Vegeta in awe. Nevertheless, as long as Gohan did not surpass him, Vegeta retained his pride. At last, you have arrived, Goku. Golden Frieza gritted his teeth, his gaze locked onto Goku, each word dripping with malice. Frieza, it is indeed you. Upon hearing Frieza's voice behind him, Goku's previously carefree expression shifted to one of seriousness. Dad, shall we attack together? Gohan, sensing that Golden Frieza's combat power now surpassed his own, suggested this to Goku, uncertain of his father's current strength. Haha, even if you both attack together, you will never stand a chance against me, Golden Frieza. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the Golden Frieza erupted into laughter. No, Gohan, if Frieza has come to challenge me, it is only right that I face him alone. It would be unfair for the 3 of us to confront him together. Goku stated thoughtfully. Goku, I believe it would be wise to heed your son's advice. Should you all engage together, there might be a chance to exchange blows with me, Frieza. But at your current state, I fear you may not withstand even a single strike, Frieza retorted with a cold smirk. Although he was unable to sense energy signatures, he could discern that Goku's combat strength was significantly diminished. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he could only match Gohan's power at best. Goku remained silent as he gradually ascended towards Frieza. Frieza, you still boast as you always have, he declared. A brilliant azure light spread across the heavens, exuding a divine aura that danced around him. Behind Goku, a radiant sea of starlit brilliance suddenly erupted. Goku's appearance transformed, his hair and eyebrows turned blue, and his pupils gleamed with a soft azure light. The surrounding energy was both sacred and luminous, scattered like myriad stars. This aura was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, occasionally swirling with a bubbly essence. In an instant, Goku's combat power surged to an astonishing 400 trillion. Goku's power levels were as follows. Super Blue at 400 trillion, Super Red at 100 trillion, Super 3 at 5 trillion, Super 2 at 25 trillion, Super 1 at 250 billion, and his base form at 125 billion. Meanwhile, Vegeta's levels were Super Blue at 380 trillion, Super Red at 95 trillion, Super 2 ranging from 125 trillion to 5 trillion, Super 1 at 100 billion, and his base form at 120 billion. This is a Super Saiyan God Blue, even more formidable than the Super Saiyan God itself. I never expected my father to have reached such a realm, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. After training with Raichin for over 2 months, he had witnessed Raichin transform into this state, even when the God of Destruction arrived. Yet, he was taken aback that his father, Goku, had also attained this level. Gohan then glanced at Vegeta, who stood motionless on the ground with his arms crossed. Could Uncle Vegeta also transform into a Super Saiyan God? Gohan pondered inwardly. Super Saiyan Blue? Frieza questioned, his gaze fixed on Goku. Though he was unaware of why Goku had transformed into a blue Super Saiyan rather than a golden one, he understood that this form was likely far superior to the latter. Goku, this transformation is not merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. It is a Super Saiyan God Blue, a level surpassing that of a Super Saiyan, with power comparable to that of a deity, Goku articulated. Comparable to a deity? Then I, Golden Frieza, surpassed the divine. As the climactic moment approached, Frisia let out a piercing scream, transforming into a golden aurora that surged towards Super Saiyan Goku. In response, Goku, equally unyielding, charged towards Frisia. With a resounding clash, the two brilliant streaks of gold and blue engaged in a fierce battle at an astonishing speed. The terrifying fluctuations of power reverberated from Earth to the far reaches of the cosmos, causing several massive stars in the celestial expanse to shatter under the sheer force of their confrontation. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to the face of Golden Frisia, the sheer magnitude of the force causing Frisia's cheek to cave in, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Golden Frisia's body was propelled backward with alarming speed. Although his head throbbed from Wukong's strike, he unleashed an energy blast that struck Wukong. A tremendous explosion erupted, waves of energy surging forth as the two warriors re-entered their frenzied battle, transforming into two streaks of light, one golden and the other azure, colliding relentlessly in the sky. At that moment, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis suddenly appeared beside Lycan. Beerus? Lei Qin's expression shifted in surprise, for he had not noticed Whis' presence until that very moment. It was only when their figures materialized that Lei Qin realized Whis was accompanying Beerus. Female Supreme Kai? Beerus gazed at Rolana with a hint of surprise. Although he was aware that the seventh universe possessed 3 Supreme Kais, he had not anticipated that one would be female. While her fighting prowess was modest, she surpassed the 2 Supreme Kais from the realm of destruction significantly. Whis also regarded Rolana with a degree of astonishment, having accompanied Rai-chan. She had learned a considerable amount from him. Although her combat strength had not increased dramatically, her comprehension of the laws of creation had grown exponentially, and her combat capabilities were now several times greater than before. Lord Destroyer. Rolana looked at Beerus with a mix of shock and admiration. Despite their equal status as deities, the overwhelming power of the Destroyer placed the Supreme Kai in a subordinate position. Indeed, you are far superior to those two. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor toward Rolana being notably more favorable than that of other Supreme Kais. Of course, I am the youngest Supreme Kai in history, Rolana exclaimed, a sense of pride swelling within her. At under a century old, your talent is indeed remarkable, yet your combat power remains insufficient, Beerus remarked candidly. Rolana remained silent. He spoke the truth. Although she was stronger than most Supreme Kais in history, her fighting capabilities were still lacking compared to Beerus. Even against certain Saiyans, she would struggle to prevail. To think that your combat strength has improved significantly in just a few months. Beerus's gaze shifted to Rai-chan. Sensing his normal fighting power had reached an astonishing level, nearly 30 to 40 times greater than that of Goku and Vegeta combined. Indeed, Beerus remarked, his eyes reflecting his competitive spirit as they fixated on Rai-chan. Lord Beerus, perhaps this time, defeating me will not be so effortless. Rai-chan chuckled lightly. Haha. Is that so? I am eager to put that to the test. Beerus responded with a playful grin. Lord Beerus, do not underestimate him. The current Rai-chan is no longer the same Super Saiyan god from before. Overlooking him could lead to significant repercussions, was cautioned. Casting a penetrating glance at Rai-chan as if to see into his very essence before turning to remind Beerus. If that is the case, I am quite looking forward to it. With Whis' words, Beerus regarded Rai-chan with newfound seriousness. Such intensity in his gaze was truly remarkable. Within his heart, Lei Chun was astounded, for under the gaze of the angel Whis, he felt as though his very essence and strength had been completely laid bare. The greater his combat prowess, the more he became acutely aware of the terrifying might of the angel Whis. The power of an angel far surpassed that of a god of destruction, existing on an entirely different plane. How could this be? Lei Chun was astonished that he could even engage in battle with the Lord of Destruction. Beside him, Lorana stood in shock upon overhearing the exchange between Lei Chun and Beerus. She had initially thought that Lei Chun merely knew Beerus, but to her astonishment, it became evident that they had already clashed in combat. Frisia, I cannot believe that after all these years, you have returned. Goku, having been sent flying by Frisia's punch, gradually approached him once more. Indeed, Goku, I have returned from the depths of hell. Thanks to you, my decades in that infernal realm were fraught with torment. This time, I shall send you to hell as well, so you may understand the suffering I endured. As Frisia uttered these words, a glint of murderous intent filled his eyes as he regarded Goku. Goku shook his head and replied, Frisia, you have certainly grown stronger than before. However, had you trained a bit longer before confronting me, you might have had a chance. But at this moment, you are no match for me. Upon hearing Goku's words, Frisia erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Goku, your bravado is truly remarkable. Who was it that I defeated without the ability to retaliate? Frieza scoffed, clearly disbelieving Goku's claims. Heh, Frieza. Your strength is indeed formidable now. I suspect you have only recently attained this level before arriving here. Goku responded, unfazed by Frieza's mockery, with a light chuckle. Humph. And what of it? Frieza retorted with a disdainful snort. If that is the case, then a problem arises. You must not be very familiar with this transformation. Am I right? You will undoubtedly exhaust a significant amount of energy, and ultimately, victory will be mine, Goku explained with a smile. Utter nonsense. Goku. Prepare to descend to hell. With that, Frieza's body erupted with a blinding radiance. A powerful wave of energy emanated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. He then transformed into a golden blaze, charging at Goku. Frieza unleashed a punch that struck Super Saiyan Blue Goku squarely in the chest, sending the once mighty warrior, who had previously battled Beerus, hurtling backward like a cannonball. Is this not good? Sun Wukong had already fallen into a disadvantageous position, and this was becoming troublesome. Witnessing this scene sent chills down everyone's spines. The soaring Super Saiyan Sun Wukong stabilized himself mid-air, radiating a brilliant azure light, before darting towards Frieza. What on earth is Kakarot up to? Vegeta, with a grim expression, remarked, observing how Sun Wukong gradually discerned Frieza's weaknesses yet chose not to defeat him directly. Instead, he wasted time explaining Frieza's vulnerabilities, which only fueled Vegeta's frustration. With a resounding crash, golden and azure beams of light collided mid-air. The ensuing explosion reverberated like thunder, transforming into shockwaves that radiated in all directions. With a resounding boom, the formidable beings who had attained the divine realm unleashed their full power, capable of shattering the earth with even the slightest flicker of energy. Yet, this group of warriors found themselves effortlessly thwarted by Whis. Otherwise, the mere clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza could have resulted in the planet's immediate obliteration. If previously Sun Wukong and Frieza had merely tested each other's strength, now they unleashed their full might without restraint. Such overwhelming power was terrifying. Were it not for Lord Beerus' presence, the Earth would have long since met its catastrophic end. As Lorana spoke, her gaze flickered towards Whis, the angel beside Beerus, her eyes shimmering with astonishment as she felt the world around her transform. While the likes of Lycan and Beerus were already formidable, the emergence of an unknown scion with such immense power was utterly bewildering. Am I still considered a deity? Lorana mused bitterly to herself. Suddenly, Frieza seized Sun Wukong's fist, yanking him upward with force. With a fierce motion, Frieza slammed Sun Wukong down into the earth. A colossal crater formed upon impact, and Sun Wukong, somewhat strained, began to rise from the depths, his gaze fixated on Frieza hovering above in the sky. Phew. What has become of you, Sun Wukong? The once mighty warrior seems diminished, Frieza mocked, gasping for breath. Haha, Frieza. It appears my suspicion was indeed correct. Your transformation into golden power is formidable, yet it demands an immense toll on your stamina. Now, it is my turn to counterattack. With that declaration, a brilliant azure light erupted from Sun Wukong's form. In the blink of an eye, a column of blue radiance soared skyward, infused with shimmering starlight, surging towards Frieza. As Frieza beheld the approaching Sun Wukong, he was taken aback, perplexed by the astonishing strength still emanating from him. Suddenly, a powerful punch landed squarely on his abdomen, causing Frieza to spew forth a torrent of blood. Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, punches, side swings, and sweeping kicks, executing a seamless combination that rendered Frieza utterly defenseless. No, I shall not concede. Frieza's eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild, as he witnessed Sun Wukong's fervent assault. It was not that Sun Wukong had grown stronger. Rather, Frieza's own power had waned. Though he could perceive Sun Wukong's speed, his body failed to react in time. Suddenly, two golden beams ignited between Frieza's palms. In the next instant, a golden shockwave erupted from his hands, directly hurling Sun Wukong away. What has happened to Frieza? Rolana remarked, bewildered, as she observed the shift in power dynamics. Just moments ago, Frieza had been overpowering Sun Wukong, yet now the tables had turned. She sensed that Sun Wukong's strength had not increased. So how had this reversal occurred? The answer was straightforward. Frieza, having just mastered this transformation, had sought out Sun Wukong without fully acclimating to its potency, resulting in his body being unable to sustain such immense power, leading to significant fatigue. As the confrontation continued in the heavens, Frieza launched a punch at Sun Wukong, only for it to be caught effortlessly. What? Frieza's expression soured dramatically. Sun Wukong, gripping Frieza's fist, grinned widely. Frieza, your speed has diminished. With that, he swiftly pivoted, seizing Frisia's form and flinging him away. However, Frisia quickly halted his momentum midair, defying gravity. Frisia. With a resounding shout, Son Goku transformed into a brilliant azure aurora and propelled himself forward with great force. His fists clenched tightly. Boom. Frisia's entire form collided with the peak of a towering 100-meter mountain, causing it to crumble into dust and debris. The Super Saiyan Goku gazed at the spot where Frisia had fallen, his expression icy and resolute. "We are on the verge of victory," Qin exclaimed, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Through the battle between Goku and Frisia, he discerned Frisia's weaknesses. The situation appeared somewhat altered. Lachin mused inwardly, noting that Goku had not exchanged places with Vegeta and was now confronting Frisia alone, suggesting Frisia was on the verge of defeat. This implied that Frisia might soon obliterate the Earth, and at that juncture, aside from Goku and Vegeta, only Whis and Beerus would remain, while Rolana was by his side, and he believed he could protect her. Even if he refrained from intervening, Whis would surely take action. However, the survival of others would be uncertain in the vastness of the cosmos. Contemplating this, Lachin called out to Vegeta, "Vegeta." "Oh, what is it?" Vegeta replied, arms crossed over his chest. "Vegeta, keep a close watch on that scoundrel Frisia. I suspect that if he is defeated by Kakarot, he will undoubtedly seek to take Kakarot down with him. I fear Frisia intends to annihilate the Earth, and if that transpires, it is likely that only a few of us will remain alive," Lachin warned Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. He realized that Goku's words held significant truth. Given Frisia's personality, it was indeed plausible that he would annihilate Earth without hesitation. However, such an act would mean the demise of everyone at Frisia's hands. It is worth noting that Frisia possesses the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. "Ah, Goku." The deafening roar of Frisia reverberated throughout the sky, his cry akin to a sonic boom that shattered the very fabric of space. In the next moment, Frisia's entire being erupted in a dazzling golden light as he ascended into the heavens. Goku's gaze sharpened, his body trembled, and a cerulean radiance burst forth, leaving a trail of shimmering blue starlight in the air. He too soared upward, meeting Frisia's gaze head-on. Frisia fixed his eyes intently on Goku, yet he appeared increasingly frail, his breath growing ever more labored. "Ha, ha." Frisia gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently upon Son Goku. "Frisia, you can no longer maintain this form. It would be wise to concede and depart from Earth," Son Goku remarked with a calm demeanor. "Humph. Leave Earth? How could Frisia ever admit defeat? Are you jesting? It is impossible for me, Frisia, to be vanquished." Frisia's countenance twisted in fury as he roared, a golden aura erupting from him, transforming into a radiant beam of light that surged towards Son Goku. "Bring it on." Frisia's eyes glinted with a crimson hue, filled with hatred as he unleashed a powerful punch. Goku, with a dismissive grunt, effortlessly evaded Frisia's strike and retaliated with a fierce blow that struck directly at Frisia's abdomen. Thud. Frisia's face contorted in agony, his body trembling violently as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Goku's punch had nearly pierced through him. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped Frisia, transforming into a deep purple hue as his skin turned white, shedding his golden form and reverting to his final state. How infuriating. With great difficulty, Frisia attempted to turn and attack Goku, but the latter vanished from his sight in an instant, only to reappear behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frisia flying. "Submit, Frisia. You are no match for me now. Though your golden transformation is formidable, you lack mastery over this state. Having only just arrived on Earth, had you taken more time to hone your power before coming here, perhaps victory would be yours," Goku remarked calmly. Silence. Frisia bellowed in fury, transforming into a streak of violet light, hurtling towards Son Goku. Boom. Frisia's return was nearly swifter than his initial approach. His entire form crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, the solid surface fracturing beneath him. Subsequently, his body slid several dozen meters, leaving a long trail in its wake. Super Saiyan Blue Goku descended gracefully, emanating a celestial azure glow, his expression stoic as he gazed at Frisia. With great difficulty, Frisia struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across his face as he muttered to himself, "How could I, Frisia, possibly be defeated?" "No." Frisia bellowed, striking the ground with his fists, creating a massive crater in an instant. Goku, with a visage of icy determination, declared, "Frisia, you have been defeated. Allow me to escort you back to hell." Suddenly, Frisia's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, followed by a glimmer of madness in his eyes. "Ha ha ha ha." Such audacious words. Goku, you shall accompany me to hell? What? Sun Wukong's expression shifted in alarm, and an intense unease began to stir within him. He thought to himself that it was too late to stop Frieza. Suddenly, Frieza raised his fist, preparing to smash it down upon the ground. Ha! Come with me to hell? Frieza's face twisted in a sinister grin as his fist descended. Just at that moment, Frieza, receive my strike. Ultimate flash. From a distance, Vegeta had already anticipated Frieza's move, as Frieza merely lifted his hand. Vegeta unleashed his full battle power with a mighty roar. In an instant, Vegeta's strength surged to an astonishing 380 trillion, his hair transforming into a celestial blue, surrounded by swirling azure clouds and crackling blue lightning. Then, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's hands, instantly propelling Frieza into the sky. A colossal clash of energy erupted, producing a deafening roar and a ferocious whirlwind that threatened to sweep everything away. No, I will return, Frieza screamed, only for his entire being to dissolve into cosmic dust, fading away within Vegeta's ultimate lightning. The abrupt turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Frieza would resort to a self-destructive end, nor could they believe that Vegeta had seemingly been prepared for this, preemptively eliminating Frieza. They were even more astonished to see Vegeta transform into the same Super Saiyan Blue as Sun Wukong, his battle power rivaling that of his counterpart. At that moment, beads of cold sweat dripped from Sun Wukong's forehead. Humph, Kakarot. You have been far too careless. Vegeta scoffed, casting a reproachful glance at Sun Wukong. Although it was Vegeta who had vanquished Frieza, he too was drenched in sweat, grateful for the reminder from Raijin that had prompted him to remain vigilant regarding Frieza, especially during the moment Frieza was defeated by Sun Wukong. Before Frieza could utter his final words, Vegeta had already readied his ultimate flash. Heh, thank goodness for you, otherwise we would have been in quite the predicament. Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Humph. Vegeta remained silent, often rendered speechless by Goku's antics. Regardless of the adversary, Goku invariably chose to spare them upon his victory. Whether it was Frieza or Vegeta himself, both had experienced Goku's merciful nature. This was a significant source of Vegeta's disdain for Goku. Goku's carelessness and his naive disposition are truly exasperating, Whis remarked with a light chuckle. Humph. Beerus scoffed, often left speechless by Goku's naively foolish demeanor. After witnessing Frieza's demise at the hands of Vegeta, his attention shifted towards Raijin. Now, Raijin, it is time for us to engage, Beerus declared, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Just then, a voice interrupted the tension. Beerus, Whis. How delightful to see you both. I happen to be hosting a gathering today, complete with an abundance of delectable dishes. Would you care to join? The voice of Bulma echoed from a distance. Delicacies? Count me in. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus's fierce determination evaporated, replaced by an insatiable craving for culinary delights. My lord Beerus, were you not intent on battling Raijin? Whis remarked with a knowing smile. Humph, Whis, you shan't indulge alone. Besides, one cannot fight on an empty stomach. Beerus retorted, still believing Whis to be selfish. Very well, Lord Beerus, let us partake together. Whis replied with a grin. Thus, a confrontation far surpassing the clash between Goku and Frieza was abruptly concluded due to Bulma's intervention. Consequently, the narrative of Frieza's resurrection also reached its conclusion. Several hours later, having feasted excessively at Bulma's abode and burdened with a plethora of earthly delicacies, Beerus completely forgot about his impending battle with Raijin. Consequently, Beerus and Whis made their way back to the realm of destruction. As the silhouettes of Beerus and Whis faded from sight, Lei Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his formidable power reaching an astonishing 10 quadrillion, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger akin to their first encounter. Beerus possessed two forms, the God of Destruction state and the Ultra Instinct state. In his current condition, Lei Chun could only spar with Beerus in his God of Destruction form for a few exchanges before succumbing to defeat. The only hope for Lei Chun lay in achieving the Deep Blue transformation or advancing further in Super Saiyan 4. Currently, Lei Chun had reached the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan 4 realm. This form is categorized into 4 levels. The first level is the basic Super Saiyan 4, requiring a battle power exceeding 200 trillion. The second level is the intermediate Super Saiyan 4, which Goku achieved after defeating Super 17 with a power exceeding 300 trillion. The third level is the advanced Super Saiyan 4, where battle power reaches 500 trillion during the fight against the evil dragons, and the fourth level transcends Super Saiyan 4, surpassing 1,000 trillion. At present, Lei Chun had attained the fifth level, the ultimate limit of Super Saiyan 4. with his form taking on a golden hue akin to Vegeto, though Vegeto's power was notably superior. Should Lei Qin advance further, his battle power would surge 20-fold, reaching an extraordinary 2 million trillion, placing him at the level of a candidate for God of Destruction, also referred to as the fourth stage of divine realms. The first stage is where most Kaioshians reside, while the second stage is ultra-red, the third is ultra-blue, and the fourth is the realm Lei Qin aspired to ascend, enabling him to engage Beerus in earnest combat. Lei Qin, I challenge you. I shall prove that I am the strongest Saiyan. After Beerus departed, Vegeta confidently approached Lei Qin, asserting his challenge. Frustratingly, Goku had intended to confront Lei Qin first, but was thwarted by Vegeta's timely interruption. As Vegeta boldly issued his challenge, Lei Qin gradually shifted his focus toward him, a smile gracing his lips. Excellent. In the vast expanse of the sky, a staggering 10,000 meters above the ground, Vegeta stood in the void, engaging in a level gaze with Rei. Vegeta could sense the formidable aura emanating from Rei, whose power was already surpassing an astounding 100 billion. A figure tenfold that of Vegeta's own. Taking a deep breath, a brilliant azure radiance enveloped him, transforming his appearance. His hair and eyebrows turned a striking blue, while his pupils glimmered with a faint cerulean light. The atmosphere around him became sacred and luminous, scattered with star-like specks. Vegeta's battle power surged instantaneously to an impressive 380 trillion. His transformation was remarkable. Once again, his hair and eyebrows shone blue, and his pupils sparkled with a soft blue hue, surrounded by a divine and bright aura, reminiscent of twinkling stars. This vibrant energy was extraordinarily dynamic, undulating gently, infused with a buoyant essence that swirled intermittently. Rei, observing the dazzling azure glow radiating from behind Vegeta, smiled. A golden flame now enveloped Rei, his red eyes framed by crimson. His body was cloaked in a coat of red fur, with rigid red hair cascading down to his tail, the locks framing his shoulders. The shimmering red hair flickered with a vibrant glow, yet Rei had not transformed into the golden Super Saiyan. Instead, he had assumed the form of a regular Super Saiyan 4, whose power matched that of the Super Red. The reason Rei refrained from transforming into the Super Saiyan God form, which was red, was due to Vegeta's familiarity with that state and its powers. In contrast, Rei had less insight into the Super Saiyan 4. Furthermore, Rei did not intend to challenge Vegeta alone. He sought to engage both Goku and Vegeta simultaneously. Otherwise, with his staggering battle power of 2,500 trillion, Vegeta would likely be defeated in an instant. Should Goku and Vegeta unite, their combined strength could rival that of beings with battle powers exceeding 1,000 trillion. Given their protagonist status, they often triumphed against overwhelming odds. Despite Rei's power being 4 to 5 times greater than that of Goku and Vegeta, should they fight with all their might, any moment of Rei's negligence could lead to his downfall at the hands of these two heroes. How infuriating. The gap is far too vast. How can we even fight? Vegeta, his expression slightly pale, gazed at Rei, reflecting on the differences between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. The latter fully contained its aura, achieving a state of ultimate simplicity, also referred to as the divine realm, possessing the ability to heal itself and minimizing energy expenditure during combat. Although Vegeta had now transformed into the blue Super God, although it lacks the same endurance as the Super Red, its other abilities are comparable, with even greater strength. In contrast, the Super Saiyan 4 state of Lei Qin embodies a power that is entirely opposite to that of the Super Saiyan God. Characterized by sheer ferocity and explosive force, the energy radiates from his very being, scorching anyone with a combat power below 10 trillion merely by his aura. Even Vegeta, whose combat prowess nears 400 trillion, can feel the heat emanating from Lei Qin. While the intensity of Lei Qin's aura may not harm Vegeta, standing beside him leaves Vegeta feeling distinctly uncomfortable due to the overwhelming heat. If the Super Saiyan God is akin to an assassin, then the Super Saiyan 4 serves as a formidable warrior capable of both offense and defense. This is utterly terrifying, Krillin exclaimed, his face pale at the sight of Vegeta's reaction. For those whose combat power falls short of 100 billion, the disparity is even more pronounced. Indeed, I never imagined anyone could be so powerful. The mere aura radiating from him generates such high temperatures, it is beyond what I could have envisioned. Tianjin Fan remarked in astonishment. Is this the Super Saiyan 4? It truly diverges completely from the path of the Super Saiyan God, Gohan mused, his gaze fixed intently on the distant figures of Super 4 Lei Qin and Super Blue Vegeta. In a previous narrative, Gohan had expressed his desire to forge a path entirely distinct from that of Goku, rejecting the notion of becoming a Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan 4, you say? Piccolo murmured, contemplating Gohan's words. At that moment, they suddenly heard Lei Qin's voice from above. Kakarot, you should join me. You must understand that Vegeta alone cannot possibly contend with me. Perhaps if you both engage, there might be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, Vegeta will be unable to withstand even a few of my strikes. Upon hearing Lei Qin's words, Goku's face lit up with excitement as he transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring towards Lei Qin and finally landing beside Vegeta. Although Goku sensed that Lei Qin's combat power was nearly 7 or 8 times greater than his own, the more formidable Lei Qin appeared, the more intrigued Goku became. Humph. Kakarot, there is no need for you to join me. I can defeat him on my own. Vegeta retorted, his expression grim. Deep down, he recognized the truth in Lei Qin's assertion. Alone, he would indeed struggle to endure Lei Qin's onslaught. Yet, he was resolute in his refusal to ally with Goku, especially against a fellow Saiyan. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, Lei Qin is right. If you go in alone, you will likely be overwhelmed in an instant. Perhaps if we both engage him, we might stand a chance, Goku replied with a grin. Humph, I care not. Vegeta scoffed, his resolve hardening as he transformed into a blazing blue streak, hurtling towards Lei Qin. In the next moment, Vegeta's form materialized behind Lei Qin, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his back. Bang! The space collapsed instantaneously, a sound of sonic explosion resonating. Was this an afterimage? Vegeta's expression shifted in astonishment, for he had not struck Lei Qin at all. I am here. Lei Qin's voice resonated in Vegeta's ear. In the next moment, Vegeta propelled himself back at an even swifter pace than he had arrived. At that instant, another beam of azure light soared into the sky, striking towards Lei Qin with immense force. Bang! Yet in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong was struck with such intensity that his entire body arched like a shrimp. Arg! Sun Wukong's eyes widened in agony, his face contorted by immense suffering. His fist had been firmly grasped by Lei Qin's right hand, while Lei Qin's left fist struck mercilessly against his abdomen. Boom! In the next moment, Sun Wukong was sent flying by a kick from Lei Qin. At that instant, Vegeta arrived. Bang! Bang! In the sky, 2 blue beams of light rushed towards Lei Qin incessantly. Lei Qin stood steadfastly in midair. Each time a blue beam approached him, a flash of golden light enveloped him, causing the beam to plummet to the ground, creating massive craters or burying several small mountains under rock and debris. Crash! Simultaneously, Vegeta and Sun Wukong charged at Lei Qin. Lei Qin unleashed both fists, and the 3 fists collided, resulting in an explosive sound that reverberated through the air. Boom! Sun Wukong and Vegeta were both knocked back. But the next second, they simultaneously launched energy blasts towards Lei Qin. Boom! Countless energy blasts rained down upon Lei Qin. However, none of them inflicted any harm. Crash! Bang! The Super Saiyan Sun Wukong and Super Saiyan Vegeta were struck down from the sky by Lei Qin. Boom! The Earth bore witness to 2 massive craters, followed by a whirlwind of dust. Where is the promised protagonist's halo? Why did their combined combat power not increase significantly? Lei Qin expressed his disappointment. Although the two together might manage a few exchanges with a warrior of over 1 trillion in combat power, they were utterly insignificant before him. Had he not held back, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would have been defeated in an instant, for Lei Qin's combat power soared to a staggering 2,500 trillion. It seems the only way forward is for them to fuse. Yet, given Vegeta's nature, fusion with Sun Wukong seemed implausible. It appears there is no other option. With that thought, Lei Qin's gaze fell upon the already risen Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, Lei Qin's eyes widened, revealing a pair of black and silver pupils, within which countless golden patterns shimmered. At that moment, as Lei Qin's eyes opened, a tempestuous storm of lightning erupted around him. Those eyes, Sun Wukong remarked, unable to contain himself as he beheld the transformation in Lei Qin's gaze. No, Kakarot, do not look into his eyes. Vegeta suddenly recalled something, but it was too late. Both he and Sun Wukong were caught in the mesmerizing gaze. After several seconds of dazed stupor, they regained their senses. Finally, before Gohan, Trunks, and Goten, Vegeta and Sun Wukong began to perform the fusion dance. Goten, your father is actually fusing with my father? Trunks, with a look of astonishment, remarked that he was well aware of his father's nature, which made any possibility of fusion with another utterly improbable. The two adjusted their energy levels to a harmonious equilibrium and commenced a dance characterized by bilateral symmetry. Their feet turned outward, slightly elevated, and their legs assumed a half-squat posture. Goku extended his hands to the left, while Vegeta mirrored the gesture to the right. Gradually, they began to undulate closer, their arms executing a full 180-degree rotation. As their hands neared one another, they once again spread outward, arching their legs at the periphery and propelling them outward upon descent. While their arms rotated in symmetrical fashion, for fingers extending to meet in a delicate collision. As the two figures gradually began to merge, an overwhelming radiance of golden light erupted, forming a semicircular orb several meters in diameter. A blinding beam of golden light emanated from the distance, causing the very fabric of space and ground to tremble, as if quaking in fear of this unfathomable power. With Son Wukong's battle power at 12.5 billion and Vegeta's at 12 billion, despite a disparity of 500 million, their combat prowess was so elevated that the difference was nearly negligible. This slight gap could be entirely overlooked at their level of strength. The sum of 12.5 billion and 12 billion equates to 24.5 billion, and when magnified 20-fold, it culminates in a staggering 490 billion. The unparalleled warrior of the super world, Gogeta, donned a distinctive vest reminiscent of the Metamorans, sporting Vegeta's hairstyle and Son Wukong's bangs. His expression icily resolute as his gaze fixed upon Raichon. "I am neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta. I am merely the one here to defeat you," Gogeta proclaimed. And in the next instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan god, with his battle power soaring to a staggering 8,000 times that of Super Saiyan 1, 50 times that of Super Saiyan 2, 400 times that of Super Saiyan 3, 8,000 times that of Super Saiyan Red, and 32,000 times that of Super Saiyan Blue, bringing his combat power to an astonishing 392 trillion. A divine aura enveloped Gogeta, and behind him erupted a dazzling sea of starlit brilliance. A mysterious, gentle crimson flame burst forth from Gogeta, transforming his hair into a vibrant red, rendering his physique more lithe, and seemingly enlarging his eyes. Although Gogeta had emerged due to his fusion with Raichon, he felt a surge of anger towards Raichon, wishing to unleash a fierce beating upon him for being the catalyst of this forced fusion. "How formidable!" Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the combat power of both Raichon and Gogeta had far surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. The oppressive aura radiating from them compelled Son Gohan to step back involuntarily. "I wonder who is stronger, Mr. Raichon or my father's fusion?" Son Gohan pondered within himself. "To defeat me? We shall see if you possess the strength to do so," Lei Chen exclaimed with a confident smile, as an even more radiant golden aura enveloped him. Behind him surged a magnificent sea of gold. The ferocious golden flames erupted from Lei Chen, amplifying his battle prowess to several times that of before. At this moment, his power surged to an astonishing 2,500 trillion. His mismatched eyes, one black and the other silver, sparkled with golden sparks, fixating intently on. "A splendid name indeed. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as." As he spoke, felt an overwhelming gaze locking onto him. In response, moved, emanating a terrifying divine pressure from his being. With a sudden tear, the fabric of space split apart, and Vegeta transformed into a crimson beam of light, hurtling directly towards Lycan. The terrifying velocity caused the very essence of space to shatter, reverberating with a sonic boom. Such swiftness! Yet, within the confines of Lycan's reincarnation divine eye, even though Vegeta's speed had diminished countless times, it still appeared astonishingly rapid to him. As he observed Vegeta's figure drawing ever closer, Lycan's mind surged with intent, and in the next instant, he vanished from Vegeta's sight. "Instantaneous movement?" Vegeta exclaimed, astonished by Raiken's adeptness in employing this technique. Although he had previously witnessed Raichon utilize it during his battle against Beerus, witnessing it firsthand left Vegeta somewhat taken aback. In an instant, Vegeta vanished, having activated his own instantaneous movement. With a resounding clash, the two reappeared in midair, engaging in combat. Each time they materialized, they occupied different positions, leaving no trace of their presence in the sky. The only evidence of their fierce exchange was the sound of fists colliding in the void. At the moment of impact, bolts of lightning illuminated the sky, and the shockwaves were terrifyingly powerful, echoing like thunder. Suddenly, Vegeta landed a punch squarely on Raiken's face, prompting a pain cry from Raichon as his form abruptly disappeared. In the same breath, Vegeta reappeared behind him, poised to strike again. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Raichon had vanished once more before Vegeta's eyes, leaving him to be sent flying backward. Vegeta contemplated, "This fellow has achieved near perfection in controlling instantaneous movement. Were it not for my superior speed and strength, I might not stand a chance against him." In a moment of fury, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue state, unleashing a tremendous aura that forced Raichon, who had just instantaneously moved in front of him, to retreat. In this new form, Vegeta's power surged fourfold, reaching an astonishing 15,680 megajoules. His appearance altered dramatically, his formerly red hair transformed into the iconic blue of Super Saiyan, with the tips of his hair and eyebrows taking on a vibrant azure hue. His eyes glimmered with a faint blue light, radiating an aura that was both divine and luminous, scattered with star-like sparkles. The energy emanating from him was remarkably dynamic, gently pulsating and swirling with an effervescent essence. Vegeta regarded Raichan with a confident smile. Raichan, you are truly formidable to have pushed me into my Super Saiyan blue state. You are impressive as well, Vegeta. Without my keen eyesight and perfected instantaneous movement, I wouldn't be able to withstand many of your blows, Raichan replied, beginning to unleash his own energy. His hair, once red in the Super Saiyan 4 form, transformed into a golden hue, his eyebrows turning golden as well, with his eyes becoming a striking combination of gold and silver. His golden fur radiated strength, flowing down to his tail, while his hair cascaded over his shoulders. Raiken's power also quadrupled, reaching a staggering 1,000 megajoules. What an overwhelming presence! I never anticipated you possessed such a hidden strength. This golden Super Saiyan 4 power is astonishingly potent, Vegeta marveled. However, if your strength is limited to this, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. As the words fell, Gogeta suddenly charged towards Raichan with astonishing speed, leaving Raichan unable to react in time. It could be said that while Raichan saw it coming, his body was unable to evade. With a resounding impact, Raiken's expression changed as he was struck hard, letting out a cry as he was sent flying. Regaining his composure, Raichan halted and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a serious glance at Gogeta. Both Son Goku and Vegeta were seasoned warriors, their personalities perfectly complementing each other. Vegeta's analytical mind balanced with Goku's camaraderie created a synergy that mitigated their individual shortcomings. Their formidable strength and admirable qualities rendered them the most formidable fusion fighters in Dragon Ball history. Although Gogeta's battle power of 15,680 million vastly surpassed Raiken's 10,000 million, Raichan possessed the flawless instant transmission and the reincarnation eye, enabling him to defeat foes 2 or 3 times stronger than himself. Yet against Gogeta, Raichan found himself at a distinct disadvantage. His anger flared once more as he regarded Gogeta, his expression turning grim and resolute. Again, Raichan shouted, propelling himself forward. Gogeta let out a cold snort, refusing to yield, and charged forward as well. The two engaged in a rapid aerial battle, soaring higher and higher until they found themselves in the cosmic expanse beyond Earth. Raichan launched a powerful punch towards Gogeta, but it was effortlessly dodged. In the same breath, a fist imbued with blue light struck Raiken's abdomen, causing him to double over. However, to Gogeta's surprise, Raiken's form began to fade from view. Is this an afterimage? No. Could it be a clone? The thought raced through Gogeta's mind. Suddenly, the sound of explosive air resonated as Raichan instantaneously teleported behind Gogeta, delivering a punch at an unimaginable speed. This blow forced Gogeta to retreat. Instantaneous technique. Suddenly, Gogeta sensed an invisible attack hurtling toward him with astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to his eyes. Bang! Gogeta raised his arms defensively, successfully intercepting Raiken's strike. What kind of technique is this? Gogeta gazed at Raichan with a hint of astonishment, for he remained motionless before him. Yet, he could feel as if an unseen assailant was launching an assault. Observing the surprise on Gogeta's face, Raichan found himself even more astonished. He had accelerated time to 0.3 seconds, a feat comparable to Hit's instantaneous movement. However, he had not anticipated that Gogeta, upon first encountering this technique, would manage to block it. If this maneuver fails, then time prison, Raichan commanded, directing his hands toward the advancing Gogeta. As a purplish aura of divine power enveloped Gogeta, momentarily halting his movements. Unfortunately, this technique could only restrain Gogeta for a mere second before he broke free. After the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, Gogeta's comprehension of the divine realm had reached an extraordinary depth. Though he was in the Super Saiyan blue state, his combined experiences surpassed even that of the deep blue, rendering Raichan's newly grasped temporal powers insufficient to contain him. In the next moment, Gogeta transformed into a beam of sky blue light, hurtling towards Raichan. Boom! Their exchanges were marked by explosive collisions, each strike resounding like thunder. Amidst the starry expanse, Raichan found himself continually retreating under Gogeta's offensive. Yet, Gogeta felt no advantage against Raichan. The more they fought, the more Gogeta sensed an unsettling disparity. Despite his superior strength and speed, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. Raiken's power was a source of great frustration. A combination of temporal and spatial forces rendering him virtually invincible. With a powerful thrust of his legs against a small star, Gogeta propelled himself like a streak of blue aurora towards Raichen. However, Raichen effortlessly evaded him with perfect instantaneous movement. In the next instant, Raichen appeared directly above Gogeta, manifesting a colossal energy sphere, dwarfing even small stars, and hurled it downward. Unfazed, Gogeta's expression remained unchanged, devoid of panic at the sight of the immense energy sphere. Instead, he stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the sphere, redirecting it back toward Raichen. This is also acceptable. Lei Chen's expression shifted in surprise. Before he could utilize instant transmission, he was struck directly by a powerful energy blast delivered by Vegeta's kick. Boom. A violent explosion resonated, reminiscent of magnificent fireworks. Vegeta's prowess was indeed formidable, yet it left Lei Chen pondering who might possess greater strength when compared to Beerus. As he felt the stinging pain coursing through his body, he mentally juxtaposed Vegeta against Beerus, recalling that Beerus had not unleashed his full power that fateful day. Thus, Lei Chen remained unaware of Beerus's true might. Moreover, Lei Chen's situation was far from the ease Vegeta imagined. Despite possessing the flawless state of instant transmission and flash time, coupled with his keen eyesight, the toll on Lei Chen was substantial. Even though his energy regeneration was rapid, it could not keep pace with such immense expenditure. At that moment, there was no time for Lei Chen to dwell on his thoughts, as Vegeta's assault was imminent. Ultimately, the Kamehameha, Vegeta swiftly formed his hands into a blossom shape, placing them at his waist. A blue energy sphere coalesced in his palms, which he then thrust towards Lei Chen. The overwhelming energy erupted like a vast azure river, surging toward Lei Chen. In response, Lei Chen unleashed a colossal Kamehameha wave of his own, directed at Vegeta's formidable attack. A resounding boom echoed as the cerulean shockwave collided with the golden attack wave amidst the starry expanse, erupting with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. In the fierce clash between Lei Chen and Wu Jita's attacks, countless meteors within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers were swept away, scattering in all directions. The nearby multitude of small meteors disintegrated, ultimately transforming into cosmic dust. The ground trembled ominously, and the sheer terror of it all left the earth quaking. Krillin gazed up at the elongated auroras of gold and blue in the sky, feeling the earth's vibrations beneath him. Lei Chen and Wu Jita had ascended to the void of space beyond earth. Yet the mere fluctuations emanating from the battlefield's core were sufficient to evoke such a profound reaction from the planet, leaving Krillin in sheer disbelief. These two titans. Piccolo observed the trembling ground, his expression one of resignation. Once the formidable Demon King, he now found himself relegated to the sidelines, powerless to intervene in the battle. Acutely aware that even a slight approach towards Lei Chen or Wu Jita could result in his swift demise, the once dreaded Piccolo could only accept his current predicament. Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan 4. Son Gohan, gazing at the radiant figures of Lei Chen and Wu Jita, was lost in contemplation. These beings are truly monstrous, Yamcha remarked with a hint of trepidation. Remarkable indeed, Son Goten exclaimed, astonished. Yes, my father's fused form is undeniably formidable, Trunks reflected with admiration. This cannot continue. Lei Chen observed as his Kamehameha wave was gradually overpowered by Wu Jita's ultimate Kamehameha. It was evident that he could not contend with the Sun family's prowess, particularly against Wu Jita. Suddenly, a flicker of thought crossed Lei Chen's mind, and with a swift instant transmission, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Wu Jita's ultimate Kamehameha wave consumed Lei Chen's attack, surging toward the very spot where Lei Chen had just stood. Another instant transmission. Wu Jita murmured to himself, feeling the pressure in his hands dissipate as he realized that Lei Chen had indeed used instant transmission to evade the onslaught. A flash of golden light swiftly transformed into a celestial hue. Lei Chen's hair abruptly shortened, ultimately resembling the iconic hairstyle of Broly, albeit in a striking blue. His eyebrows shifted to a similar azure, and a magnificent sea of starlit brilliance erupted behind him. The aura enveloping him morphed into a radiant blue, dotted with the essence of starlight, while the surrounding ambience exuded a divine and luminous quality, scattered with fragments akin to stars. This vibrant energy was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, occasionally swirling with a bubbly essence. As Lei Chen transitioned from Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan Blue, he found that, while the strength of Super Saiyan 4 was formidable, it exacted a considerable toll. In contrast, The Super Saiyan Blue form offered a far swifter recovery. Although his power slightly diminished upon transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, his speed increased significantly. "Oh, he has transformed into Super Saiyan Blue!" exclaimed the voices of Goku and Vegeta in unison, as Gogeta stood with arms crossed over his chest, a confident smile gracing his face as he observed Lei Qin's transformation. Once more, with that exclamation, Lightning Qin transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue and soared towards Vegeta. At the moment he approached, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and time itself seemed to freeze around Vegeta, enveloping the entire space in an eerie stillness. Time leapt forward to 0. 3 seconds, and Lightning Qin's speed surged exponentially. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Vegeta. Crack. Huh. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Vegeta effortlessly blocked the punch. What is happening? Lightning Qin gazed at Vegeta in disbelief, recalling how the latter had previously struggled against his time manipulation technique. Could it be that my power diminished after transforming into a Super Saiyan Blue? He pondered with uncertainty. Don't overthink it. The same technique might work the first or second time, but after repeated attempts, do you really think it will still be effective? With that, Vegeta delivered a devastating blow to Lightning Qin's abdomen. This time, the pain was far more intense, causing Lightning Qin to tremble. Vegeta's expression remained cold as he retaliated with a swift elbow strike, sending Lightning Qin hurtling away. He flew over 1,000 kilometers before finally coming to a halt. Clutching the injured area, Vegeta truly deserved his title as the strongest warrior. He had discerned my time manipulation technique with astonishing speed. Yet, if Goku in the narrative could unravel Docket's technique, then it seemed only natural that Vegeta, being even more formidable than Goku, could do the same with mine. With that thought, Lightning Qin concentrated, summoning 3 clones around him. Although their power was not as formidable as his own, they possessed half of his battle strength. In the next moment, 4 Lightning Qins appeared before Vegeta, all launching simultaneous attacks. However, Vegeta merely scoffed, and in the blink of an eye, he clenched his fists, unleashing an immense energy. Rumbling. The azure and crimson light expanded dramatically as Vegeta's aura erupted with terrifying might. The surrounding celestial blue starlight was infused with red glimmers, and an infinite surge of energy coursed through him, roaring outward in every direction. Red light and fierce energy spiraled around Vegeta, flames of crimson igniting against the azure aura. Super Kaioken times 10. Vegeta bellowed, his power skyrocketing from 15,680 trillion to an astonishing 156,800 trillion. Lightning Qin's 3 clones were instantly dispersed by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta, while even Lightning Qin himself felt the crushing weight of that immense force. Given that Vegeta's battle power already surpassed his own, the disparity was now insurmountable. It is over. With an effortless gesture, Gogeta placed his hand upon Lycan's shoulder. In that fleeting moment, Lycan discovered that his perfected instant transmission had inexplicably faltered. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a failure. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. What was happening? Gogeta had actually preemptively wielded the Super Saiyan God technique. At that moment, Lycan was utterly taken aback. If that were the case, perhaps he could also harness the immense pressure emanating from Gogeta to transform into a Super Saiyan God of the 4th level. With this thought igniting a fierce determination within him, Lycan focused on merging the powers of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 4, compelling them to fuse together. Bang! Sparks erupted from Lei Qin's entire body, and a series of explosive sounds resonated across his surface. Alas, how reckless! Lei Qin mused bitterly within, as he forcefully attempted to merge the powers of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, nearly causing his body to erupt in an instant. With no other choice but to treat a dying horse as a live one, he resolved to hasten the fusion of these 2 forces while simultaneously drawing in the vital energy from the universe. What is happening? Vegeta stared in disbelief as he witnessed Lei Qin's body erupting in an explosion, drenched in blood, leading him to question whether he had exerted too much force, causing Lei Qin's body to succumb to the immense pressure. Just as Vegeta contemplated alleviating the pressure upon himself, a terrifying aura and crimson light emanated from Lei Qin, who reverted to his Super Saiyan 4 state. However, this transformation was different. Lei Qin's hair and body fur had turned a striking red. His pupils gleamed with a haunting crimson light, and the surrounding aura was both sacred and radiant, scattered with star-like flecks. This energy was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, infused with a bubble-like essence that swirled intermittently. The Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 state, this fusion of 2 powers instantaneously augmented Lei Qin's combat prowess tenfold, reaching a staggering battle power of 100 trillion. A tremor emanating from the very core of his being enveloped Lei Qin in a wave of profound comfort. These formless, colorless energies surged into his body, fervently absorbed by the recently merged powers of the Super 4 divine force, which had long been starved for sustenance. Lei Qin's physique underwent a remarkable transformation, affecting not only the surface of his skin and muscles but also his bones and every single cell within him. This metamorphosis signified an evolution of life, a refinement of his bloodline, and an ascension of his realm. As he opened his eyes, a faint smile graced his lips. Vegeta, the true battle is only just beginning. Lei Qin gazed at the Super Saiyan Vegeta, who was currently in a tenfold Super Saiyan God state, with a subtle smile. Very well. Vegeta gazed at Lycan with an icy demeanor, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. Although Lycan's power had surged tenfold once more, Vegeta remained unfazed. For his strength surpassed that of Lycan by a considerable margin. Drink. A presence more terrifying than that of Lei Qin emanated from Gogeta. As Lei Qin gazed gravely at Gogeta, a sudden flash of golden light occurred, and Gogeta disintegrated into Son Goku and Vegeta. How peculiar. What happened? Wasn't there still a good 10 minutes left? How could it disintegrate so quickly? Vegeta inquired, his face a mask of confusion. It is possible that the Kaioken's excessive strain on stamina caused Gogeta to disintegrate prematurely, Son Goku mused. Presently, he was unable to utilize the Kaioken in his Super Saiyan Blue form, as his body could not withstand such immense power. In contrast, Gogeta could fully endure the tenfold Kaioken. However, this would inevitably deplete Gogeta's stamina significantly, leading to his early disintegration. Upon witnessing Gogeta's sudden disintegration, Lei Qin returned to his normal state. Disappointment etched across his features as he looked at Son Goku and Vegeta. He had intended to test the potency of his Super Saiyan God form in its Super Saiyan 4 state. Yet, the premature disintegration of Gogeta forced Lei Qin to abandon this notion. Although the Senzu beans could restore the stamina of both warriors, they could not replenish their spiritual energy. Moreover, Vegeta would no longer agree to fuse with Son Goku, and a lack of mental strength could result in a failed fusion. Since you have disintegrated, let us conclude here, Lei Qin said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Lei Qin. There will come a day when I will confront you with my own combat prowess, Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. Is that so? Then do your best. With that, a faint smile graced Lei Qin's face as he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Vegeta also became beams of light, descending from the heavens. 3 days later, Rolana lay upon Lei Qin's chest, her face flushed at the thought of last night's fervor. That evening, after an intense battle with Vegeta, Son Goku, and Son Goten, Lei Qin returned to his room to find Rolana reclining on his bed. A fire ignited within Lei Qin. The Supreme Kai seemed to follow him relentlessly. It was one thing to accompany him, but to intrude upon his private space was another matter entirely. Rolana, you are a woman who trails behind me every day. Do you not fear what I might do to you? Lei Qin said, his tone somewhat severe. Oh, giggle. What else do you wish to do with me? Upon hearing Lei Qin's words, Luolana responded with a smile, her gaze playfully teasing him as if to challenge. Do you dare? This look from Luolana finally pushed Lei Qin to his limits. He stepped forward, pressing Luolana down onto the bed, and kissed her passionately. At that moment, Luolana began to panic. She never anticipated that Lei Qin would be so serious. As she attempted to forcibly push him away, her meager strength was no match for his. Ultimately, Luolana found herself pinned to the bed by Lei Qin. Initially, Lei Qin only intended to frighten her, but to his surprise, Luolana offered no resistance whatsoever, leading him to truly kiss her. After more than 40 years without intimacy, Lei Qin could no longer contain himself and succumbed to his desires with Luolana. You are awake, Lei Qin remarked, glancing down at Lorana, who lay upon his chest, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Lorana murmured softly, feeling somewhat shy to lift her gaze to meet Lycan's eyes. Initially, she had merely been jesting, but she never anticipated that Lycan would actually take her seriously. It was rather impressive. Although Lorana had never experienced romantic love, having lived for nearly a century, she was certainly no stranger to the intricacies of human relationships. Just as she contemplated indulging once more, Lycan uttered a remark that startled her profoundly. Absolutely not. Lorana promptly declined. Laughter erupted. Then let us take a nap. Lei Qin chuckled. 3 months later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, Sun Wukong and Lei Qin maintained the stance of executing the Kamehameha, with Sun Wukong gasping for breath. Lei Qin retracted his hand, subsequently dissipating his super blue form. Sun Wukong also reverted. feeling utterly exhausted from the combination of the tenfold Super Blue Kaioken and the Super Blue state. If I hadn't mastered the Kaioken in my Super Saiyan Blue form, I doubt I would even qualify to spar with you, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile directed at Lei Qin. 3 months had passed, and Sun Wukong's combat power had multiplied tremendously, now reaching 1 trillion. With the addition of the tenfold Kaioken, it soared to an astounding 10 trillion, leaving Vegeta far behind. Super Blue Sun Wukong, 1 trillion. Super Red, 250 billion. Super 3, 12. 5 billion. Super 2, 3, 25 billion. Super 1, 156. 8 million. Normal form, 31. 5 billion. As for Lei Qin, his combat power had not escalated to such terrifying heights, merely increasing to 150 trillion. Super Saiyan God in Super 4, 150 trillion. Super 4 Super Blue, 15 trillion. Super Red, 3, 75 trillion. Super 3, 187. 5 billion. Super 2, 46. 8 billion. Super 1, 23. For billion, normal form, 4, 687 billion. Lei Qin had reached the barriers of these two transformation realms with his Super Blue and Super 4 forms. Therefore, over the course of these 3 months, his growth had been modest, unlike Sun Wukong, who had experienced a 2 to 3-fold increase in such a brief span without encountering any instability in his foundation. In the distance, Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber, acutely aware of the terrifying aura radiating from both Sun Wukong and Lei Qin. How infuriating! Vegeta's countenance darkened as he grappled with the reality that not only had Qin surpassed him, but now even the lower-class warrior Goku had left him far behind. This was an affront that Vegeta simply could not endure. With Goku distancing himself, Vegeta lost all motivation to train in the gravity chamber. Acutely aware that his current strength rendered the chamber's benefits negligible, Vegeta's expression grew grim as he yearned for greater power, desiring to become stronger. His pride would not allow him to bow before either Qin or Goku. Thus, with a heavy heart, he exited the gravity chamber and unexpectedly encountered Whis, who was being entertained by Bulma. A flicker of hope ignited in Vegeta as he approached Whis, contemplating methods to surpass Goku. Regrettably, although the power of the Kaioken X10 was formidable, Goku lamented that he could only sustain it for less than a minute. Exceeding the threshold would lead to his body's destruction. Hearing these words, Qin's lips twitched in disbelief. He had already advanced his battle power tenfold and was still dissatisfied. If Vegeta were to hear this, it would surely infuriate him to no end. Disregarding Goku, Qin vanished from sight in a flash. The next moment, he materialized on the planet Tianshan. Qin had not remained on Earth indefinitely, with his mastery of instant transmission. Reaching Tianshan was merely a thought away. I'm back, just in time for dinner. At that moment, Rarana, her belly round with child, was preparing a mountain of food for Qin. Ever since their encounter, Rarana had discovered she was pregnant. The notion that a deity could bear a child with a mortal was astonishing. It was well known that deities required millennia of ceaseless procreation to conceive a divine offspring among themselves, and the challenge was exponentially greater between a god and a human. This was the source of Rarana's astonishment. To ascertain what kind of divine child she would bear with Qin, she noted that despite being 3 months pregnant, her belly was already quite pronounced. In truth, she had spent 3 years in a time-accelerated space, or rather, 3 years and 3 months. Nana, how can this be? I was gone for less than a day, and your belly has grown so large? Even if you are a deity, it shouldn't happen that quickly. Is it not said that the more powerful the parents, the longer the gestation period? Qin gazed at Rarana in astonishment. That is indeed the case. In reality, I have been pregnant for 3 years and 3 months. I spent 1 day in the outside world, which equated to a year in that space. So I have indeed been there for 3 years, Rarana explained. That still does not add up. I was gone for less than a day. How could 3 years have elapsed? Is it not just over a year? Qin questioned, bewildered. Lei Qin remarked curiously, it has already been 2 years since I entered a few weeks ago. Now I am in my 3rd year. Perhaps I had not yet reached the time of conception before. Hence, the changes were not very pronounced upon my arrival. Now, however, I sense that my time is drawing near. As she spoke, Rarana gazed lovingly at her belly, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. Is this even possible? Lei Qin was at a loss for words. While utilizing time and space for training was one thing, accelerating the gestation period through these means was an entirely new experience for him, particularly when it involved his own partner. 3 years and 3 months of pregnancy, could my child possibly be Neza? Lei Qin mused to himself. Neza? Who is Neza? What are you talking about? Lei Qin. Lorana inquired, a perplexed expression crossing her face. Oh, it's nothing. Lei Qin replied quickly. I want to be going to Earth in the next few days. I shall remain here to accompany you. A smile spread across his face as he spoke to Lorana. That's perfect, as my ancestor just contacted me. Soon, you will accompany me to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Lorana said to Lei Qin. Very well. Lei Qin nodded. The ordinary training he had undergone had become ineffectual for him. Perhaps the old Kai in the Kaishin realm could provide him with some insights. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exists a colossal celestial body, a black planet, 100 times larger than Earth, the Kaishin realm. Upon a towering mountain in this realm, the figures of Lei Qin and Rolana suddenly materialized. As they appeared, Lei Qin felt a gravity far more formidable than that of Earth enveloping him. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as he quickly acclimated to this force. After all, it was merely 10 times stronger. Even if the gravity were to increase to 1,000-fold, it would not pose a challenge for him. As for Rolana, she felt no discomfort at all, having grown up in this environment. Lei Qin's gaze swept across the surroundings. Here lay an endless expanse of verdant fields, pulsating with vibrant life energy. A colossal, nameless tree, towering several hundred meters high, stretched its branches and leaves, casting a cool shade over the ground beneath. A gentle breeze wafted by, causing the emerald grass at his feet to bow in reverence. The abundant vitality in the air prompted Lei Qin to nod in approval. Indeed, the energy in the Kaishin realm far surpassed that of the Tianshan star, he mused. Rorana, the Supreme Kai of the West, suddenly exclaimed. Just as a voice echoed through the air, and the Supreme Kai of the East, along with Jebet, appeared before Lei Qin. One of them sported a striking white punk hairstyle, purple skin, and pointed ears reminiscent of an elf, adorned in the standard garb of the Supreme Kai. Despite his diminutive stature, he exuded an aura of arrogance. The other, tall and imposing, required no introduction. What can I possibly say? It is one thing for a mere human to contend with the god of destruction, but it is utterly astonishing that he has managed to expand the belly of the Supreme Kai of the West. Jebet gazed at Lei Qin, utterly astonished. Yet he had grown accustomed to the science penchant for the unbelievable. However, the notion of enlarging a deity's belly left him utterly speechless. Ah, Jebet, have you two disintegrated? Was it not said that gods cannot separate once they have fused? Rorana inquired, casting a slight smile towards the Supreme Kai of the East, Ascen. Haha, I had Shinran assist us in separating. After all, our combined fighting prowess was rather lackluster. It is far more manageable as two individuals. This way, we can accomplish tasks with greater ease, Ascen replied somewhat awkwardly, embarrassed at the thought of fusing with his own attendant. If he possessed immense power, it might be excusable. Yet, in comparison to Goku, and even Piccolo, Jebet's strength was decidedly inferior. Well, at least you possess some self-awareness, Rorana remarked, eliciting a mix of embarrassment and indignation from Ascen. In truth, his combat power was an impressive 70 billion, positioning him as a formidable warrior within the universe. Yet, on Earth, among the likes of Goku and a host of other Dragon Ball fighters, Ascen found himself overshadowed. Cough, cough. This is not the focal point. The Ancient One has awaited your arrival for a considerable time. The East Kaishin, Ashen, cleared his throat a few times, aiming to shift the conversation, fearing that further discourse might provoke the ire of Rolana. Meanwhile, Jebet had turned his head away, feigning ignorance to Rolana's remarks. Although her previous statement had indeed stirred him, he was acutely aware that one was the East Kaishin and the other the West Kaishin. Neither was a person he could afford to offend. After a brief nod, Rolana grasped Raken's hand and, in an instant, they vanished before Kaishin Ashen and his attendant, Jebet. Raichin and Rolana found themselves standing before an enormous, resplendent gate, so magnificent and radiant that it was nearly impossible to overlook. Ostentatious and flamboyant, this was the grand entrance to the Kaishin realm. The kaleidoscopic brilliance of the door was momentarily kicked open by Rolana, prompting Raichin to raise an eyebrow, though he refrained from voicing any thoughts. It had been a long time since his last visit, yet everything remained unchanged. I can't believe it's still the same as before, Rolana remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Just as the door swung open, an elderly, unattractive figure clad in Kaishin attire awaited her arrival. Rolana gazed at the ancient Kaishin, who hailed from 15 generations past. She lowered her head, resting her right hand on her shoulder, and performed a respectful bow customary between gods. Oh, you are far superior to that insolent boy. In my era, you would rank among the top 3 Kaishins. The old Kaishin praised Rolana. She smiled faintly, opting for silence. As she felt a sense of reverence before this ancient relic, it was a mark of respect for her elder. "You are the second scion to have clashed with Beerus," the old Kaioshin stated, placing his hands behind his back as he addressed Raichin. "Oh, are there other scions who have contended with Beerus? Besides myself, Vegeta, and Kakarot, are there still other scions alive?" The old Kaioshin's words startled Raichin, for such claims had never been uttered in Dragon Ball Super. "Certainly not. I speak of a time long past, when Lord Beerus had yet to ascend to the role of destroyer, having been bested by a scion named Yamoshi. It is said that this Yamoshi was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan god, and thus the illustrious reputation of your warrior race originated from him." The old Kaioshin elucidated. "Yamoshi?" Leichin murmured to himself, contemplating the various incarnations of Yamoshi. He was aware of several versions, one being the progenitor of the Scions, Yamoshi, who wielded dominion over 5 universes but incurred the wrath of the Omni King, resulting in the transformation of the once 18 universes into the current 12. Another version spoke of Yamoshi, who, alongside 5 righteous Scions, ascended to become the Super Saiyan god. Now, the old Kaioshin had introduced yet another interpretation of Yamoshi, leaving Lei Chun perplexed as to which narrative held the truth. At that moment, the old Kaioshin uttered a remark that drew Lei Chun's attention back to him. "Little girl, the child within you is extraordinary," the old Kaioshin stated with a serious demeanor. "Indeed, it is extraordinary, for it is my child," Lei Chun replied with a hint of pride. "After lingering for over 3 years in the womb without being born, the child must surely be remarkable. What I mean to convey is that it has already attained a divine essence before birth, imbued with a mysterious aura that seems both divine and demonic. I wonder what transformations it will bring to the universe upon its arrival." The old Kaioshin expressed his concerns. "Oh, could it be that my child is the legendary Super Saiyan god?" Lei Chun pondered with a hint of exasperation, reflecting on the fact that his battle power had doubled every year without undergoing any formal training. As an adult, he had managed to make even the likes of Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Instinct Vegeta question their existence. While undeniably formidable, his propensity for uncontrollable outbursts posed a significant concern. However, the old Kai's earlier remark about his child being divine even before birth reignited Lei Chun's doubts about whether his offspring truly embodied such transcendence. Lei Chun did not harbor suspicions regarding the old Kai's integrity. The old Kai was a fusion of the original Supreme Kai and an ancient sorceress. Known for his lecherous nature and formidable abilities, adept in various forms of magic and knowledgeable about the Supreme Kai's multitude of powers. With his capabilities, he could significantly unlock a person's latent potential. In the original narrative, it was the emergence of the old Kai that enabled Gohan to harness his potential, elevating him to a level beyond limits, thus becoming the enigmatic mystic Gohan. This old fellow, despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, was far from simple, divine, or demonic. It mattered not. He was my child, and that was enough for Lei Chun. "Let us hope so," the old Kai remarked, suddenly recalling that Lei Chun was a scion capable of contending with Beerus. Even if his child were indeed demonic, he believed it could be resolved. At that moment, a cry pierced the air as Rolana exclaimed, clutching her abdomen, her complexion pale. "I think I might be going into labor." Perplexed. "Indeed, it is said that when one speaks of the devil, he appears. Why must it be at this very moment?" Lei Chun scoffed inwardly. Yet, as these thoughts lingered in his mind, he suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had transported Chi-Chi, the wife of Sun Wukong, and Bulma, the wife of Vegeta, to the realm of the Kaioshin. They were enveloped in a radiant white light, as both were mere mortals. Although Chi-Chi possessed slightly greater strength than the average person, she could not withstand the immense gravity of the Kaioshin realm. Thus, Lei Chun utilized his own power to shield the two of them. "Here we are. Lei Chun, why have you brought us here?" Chi-Chi and Bulma spoke in unison. "There's no time for explanations. My wife is about to give birth. You have all experienced childbirth, so you should be relatively knowledgeable, right?" Lei Chun said with a hint of urgency. "Giving birth?" Bulma looked at Luolana in astonishment, as they noticed her belly emanating a silvery glow. "How painful," Lorana uttered, lying in Lycan's embrace, her face pale. "Ah, allow me. Leave, man." At that moment, Chi-Chi assisted Lycan in helping Rolana to her feet, then turned to Lycan and said, "Fine then." Lycan was well aware that he could be of no assistance here, and ultimately grasped the hand of the old Kaioshin, who was about to utter something, and departed from the Kaioshin temple. After all, this was the sacred Kaioshin temple. How dare one give birth here? "Nevertheless, considering the child of my little grandson, I shall allow you to bring forth life here," The old Kaishin internally scoffed. However, since Rolana was also a Kaishin, and the child within her was, in a sense, his descendant, the old Kaishin had no choice but to pretend he had not seen it. Of course, the most significant factor was that Lycan's power was overwhelmingly formidable. What happened, ancestor? The recently arrived Ashen inquired of the old Kaishin. Although he possessed the ability of instant transmission, Ashen generally refrained from using it unless absolutely necessary when in the presence of the Kaishin. After the dissolution of the East Kaishin and his attendant and protector, Jebit, he had also learned the art of instant transmission and could traverse any distance without sensing another's energy. Nothing much. That little girl is about to give birth. The old Kaishin replied casually. What? This is the Kaishin temple. Ancestor, how can you allow the West Kaishin to give birth inside? This is the supreme and sacred Kaishin temple. Jebit expressed his dissatisfaction. Although he was not a Kaishin, he held certain customs in high regard to him. The Kaishin temple was a place of utmost sanctity, and he would not permit anyone, even a Kaishin, to give birth within its confines. In Jebit's eyes, it was a profound disrespect to such a hallowed ground. What is the matter? Do you have an objection? Or do you, a mere attendant, wish to challenge your superiors? At this moment, Lycan's gaze turned frigid. The instant he heard Jebit utter the word yes, he would have no qualms about eliminating him. The chill emanating from Lycan's icy stare made Jebit shudder. It suddenly dawned on him how foolish his words had been. Seeing that both the old Kaishin and the East Kaishin remained silent, he realized he might have been overly arrogant. Furthermore, the individual inside was also a Kaishin, whose status towered above his own innumerably. Had he lost his senses? I apologize, it was my rudeness. Jebit stammered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. My apologies, Lycan. Jebit is not in the best of states today, and has been rather disrespectful. Might you spare him for the sake of the West Kaishin? At that moment, the East Kaishin silently chastised Jebit for uttering such foolishness. Not to mention that the individual within was a Kaishin. The presence before them was even more terrifying than that of a Kaishin. Humph. Lei Chen let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Had it not been for the favor of his beloved wife, Lualana, he would have already ended Jebit's life. Suddenly, a baby's cry pierced the air, drawing the attention of the old Kai and East Kai, who stood at the entrance of the Kai's palace. Lei Chen, on the other hand, seemed as though he had been struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. Have I become a father? In an instant, Lei Chen snapped back to reality and teleported inside. With a creak, Chi-Chi's face was instantly illuminated with joy upon seeing the sudden appearance of Lei Chen. It's a boy. Thank you, Lei Chen, for finally becoming a father. At that moment, Lualana had already donned her clothes, tenderly cradling a newborn with a tail, her gaze fixed lovingly upon the infant, radiating warmth and affection. Lei Chen could perceive that Lualana no longer bore the haughtiness she once did. She had transformed into an ordinary mother, exuding the luminous aura of maternal love. As Lualana noticed Lei Chen entering, she lifted her gaze and smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. Lei Chen, this is our divine child. Without hesitation, Lei Chen approached Lualana's side, his eyes scrutinizing the infant she held. In that moment, he was utterly astounded. The child bore a hairstyle akin to his own, yet the hair was a vibrant red, while the pupils and irises had morphed into shades of black and red. Those crimson eyes, clear and untainted, curiously regarded Lei Chen. The infant emitted indistinct sounds, resembling a soft whimper. In that moment, Lei Chen, initially taken aback, could not help but smile. At that juncture, Buma chuckled and remarked, "This child is quite peculiar. He only cried once upon birth and has not wept since." Indeed, the offspring of humans and deities are distinct from ordinary children. Indeed, you must be named Rhett, right? Lei Chen nodded, then lifted Rhett from Lorana's embrace, gazing at his child with a smile. My child is truly a natural-born Super Saiyan god. I wonder, however, which is more formidable, the Super Saiyan god physique or the legendary Super Saiyan form? The legendary Super Saiyan did not undergo any extraordinary training, yet upon reaching maturity, he was capable of overwhelming both Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, forcing them to merge in a moment of desperation. Remarkably, even without training, his battle power would double each year, a trait that left Lei Chen feeling envious. However, this innate Super Saiyan god has yet to manifest in the narrative, and thus Lei Chen remains uncertain about its extraordinary abilities. 10 days later, as Lei Chen found himself somewhat inept at caring for a child, he decided to take Lorana and their baby to the earthly abode of the Buma family, intending to reside there for a time. It is already a daunting prospect for a Saiyan child to be dispatched to another planet for training mission shortly after birth. But the offspring of a scion and a deity is truly extraordinary. After a gestation period of 3 years and 3 months, Red emerged, showcasing an astonishing capacity for learning. Within merely 3 days, through the dialogues of those around him, he acquired the ability to speak. On his first day, his battle power registered at 100,000. By the second day, it surged to 200,000. On the third day, it reached 300,000. Remarkably, just a week later, he was able to run freely and even soar through the skies. Fortunately, despite being a Super Saiyan capable of transforming at will, Red possessed the discernment to understand the importance of restraint, knowing not to attack indiscriminately. Otherwise, a typical Earthling would stand no chance, falling victim to a single blow. "Xiao Te," Lei Qin called out from the yard of the Bu Ma family, his voice resonating through the air. Soon, a diminutive figure emerged in the sky, its form enveloped in flickering crimson flames. In the blink of an eye, this tiny being soared gracefully before Lei Qin. The little one's face was flushed with excitement, and their eyes sparkled with joy. "Father," exclaimed Rate, leaping into Lycan's embrace, joy evident on his face as he wrapped his arms around Lycan's neck. Lycan affectionately pinched the soft, delicate features of the child's face. "Little Te, tell me what adventures you had today," Lycan said fondly. Rate, brimming with excitement, replied in a sweet, childlike voice, "Dad, today I played with Brother Trunks and Brother Goten. We had so much fun before I came back. A little playtime is fine. But don't overdo it," Lycan gently admonished, stroking Rate's head. It was remarkable that his child, barely 10 days old, had already grown to the size of an average 3 or 4-year-old. Ever since Rate learned to fly, he had been trailing after Trunks every day, running about with boundless energy. At that moment, the Super Saiyan Trunks descended from the sky, looking somewhat exasperated. "Uncle Lycan, are you sure Rate is really less than 10 days old? He seems more like 3 or 4 years old." "Well, I suppose today marks the 10th day," Lycan pondered. "Goodness, I have to transform into a Super Saiyan just to keep up with a baby who hasn't even turned 1 yet. How absurd," Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. Although Trunks sensed that Rate's power was inferior to his own, Rate's flying speed compelled Trunks to transform just to catch up, a reality he found hard to accept. "If that's the case, you'll need to train harder. It would be quite the embarrassment to be surpassed by an infant." Lycan chuckled. "How could that happen? I, Trunks, would never let Rate surpass me," Trunks declared with determination. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction realm, Beerus and Kampa sat across from each other at a long table. Their gazes locked, while Whis and Vados stood behind them, and Goku and Vegeta stood behind Beerus. Beerus coldly regarded Kampa and began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Goku. "Let us have a competition, Lord Beerus." Beerus's expression darkened as he shot a furious glare at Goku. "What did you say?" Goku smiled slightly. "Let us compete. The victor will surely be one of us." Beerus was momentarily taken aback, wanting to respond when suddenly his brother Kampa burst into arrogant laughter. "You fool! Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Defeating my 6th universe? Are you out of your mind?" Despite Kampa's mockery, Goku remained unfazed, fixing his gaze on Kampa. "I'm quite interested in the strongest warriors of your 6th universe. If possible, let them come and compete. Do you even realize what you're saying, Goku? If you lose, do you understand the consequences?" Beerus gazed at Son Goku and spoke with a calm demeanor. Son Goku, with a confident smile, replied, "We will not be defeated, Lord Beerus." "Humph." Beerus let out a cold snort, choosing silence, for he too believed he would not be defeated. After all, Earth boasted a scion, Lei Qin, who surpassed even Goku and Vegeta in strength. Beerus was well aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Goku and Vegeta. Yet the fact that their fusion could only match Lei Qin was beginning to draw his serious attention. Should Lei Qin continue to grow at such an astonishing rate, it was inevitable that he would soon catch up to Beerus. This thought instilled a sense of urgency within him. "Humph, Kakarot, that fool," Vegeta remarked with a disdainful huff. "Hey, Vegeta, don't you want to witness the prowess of the fighters from Universe 6? Goku retorted, feeling somewhat indignant at Vegeta's scorn. Vegeta's expression stiffened, and after a moment's hesitation, he declared, "With their meager strength, I have no interest whatsoever. However, having already made the commitment, I suppose I must reluctantly participate." "Ha. Vegeta, you always act tough, yet your body is quite honest," Goku chuckled. "Kakarot, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is being honest? If such is the case, then I shall not partake in the tournament from Universe 6, and no one shall compete." Vegeta replied angrily. "Enough, Goku." "Vegeta, are you jesting when you speak of the gods?" Beerus observed with a headache as he watched the antics of Goku and Vegeta. Since the arrival of these two in the realm of destruction, he had not enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. And now, even before the battle commenced, they seemed eager to clash. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus, I apologize, Goku said with a silly grin. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, choosing silence. Beerus paid no mind to Goku and Vegeta. Instead, he turned his gaze to Kampa. Very well, Kampa, I shall accept your challenge. Kampa's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Wonderful. Beerus, you will surely regret agreeing to compete with me. The warriors of Universe 6 will undoubtedly overwhelm the 7th universe. Beerus responded with a sneer, You always say that, yet it is you who ultimately faces defeat. Kampa, however, appeared confident of victory, declaring, This time is different. Beerus, I will decide the arena. Once I have prepared it, I will inform you. Vados, let us depart. Fearing that Beerus might reconsider, Kampa hurriedly called for Vados to leave. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados replied with a slight bow, and together they vanished in a flash of light. After Kampa's departure, Beerus fixed his icy gaze upon Goku, stating, Goku, since you proposed the match, victory is imperative. We cannot afford to lose. Haha, Lord Beerus, rest assured. We will definitely win. Goku replied, completely disregarding Beerus's stern expression, grinning foolishly. What an idiot. Does this guy even understand what I mean? Beerus looked at Goku, somewhat exasperated. He had intended merely to intimidate Goku, yet it had proven ineffective. Suddenly, Whis interjected, I advise you not to underestimate the situation. Universe 6 possesses a formidable character, one that perhaps only the likes of Hit can defeat. Of course, if you two join forces, you might stand a chance. Really? Is he that strong? Goku's eyes brightened, his enthusiasm palpable. What? Is he that powerful? Vegeta expressed shock, then suddenly turned to Goku. Kakarot, I shall defeat that individual myself. I will not team up with you. Even without your assistance, I can defeat him. Goku retorted defiantly. Thus, the two began to bicker. When will these two ever truly collaborate? Whis sighed. On Earth. At Bulma's house, Goku transported himself and Vegeta to Bulma's residence in an instant. Whose child is this? Oh, another Saiyan, Goku exclaimed, astonished at the sight of little Bra hovering in the air at a height of just 4 or 5 decimeters. Kakarot, I have only one child, Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous. Is this a mirage? Is this not a Super Saiyan god? My heavens, and he is just a child? Vegeta stated in disbelief. Just then, Trunks' voice came from behind Vegeta. Dad, Uncle Goku, you have returned, exclaimed Trunks, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, Trunks. Pray tell, where did you find this little one? Vegeta inquired, his arms crossed defiantly across his chest. Father, this is the child of Uncle Raichin. His name is Rhett. Trunks clarified, a smile gracing his lips. What? Raichin's child? When did he even have a child? And to think he can transform into a Super Saiyan god at merely 2 or 3 years of age, Goku remarked. Astonishment etched upon his face. No, Uncle Goku, you're mistaken. Little Rhett was born only 10 days ago. Young Trunks replied, beaming. 10 days. Vegeta gasped in disbelief. You must be jesting, Goku added, unable to comprehend the news. At that moment, little Rhett suddenly cried out, Mama, and transformed into a streak of red, darting into Rolana's embrace. With a tender touch, Rolana affectionately stroked Rhett's small head. Mama, who are these two? Little Rhett asked, gazing curiously at Goku and Vegeta. They are friends of your father, Uncle Goku, and Uncle Vegeta, Rolana explained. King Kai, you cannot possibly mean he is Raichin's child. When did you have a child? The last time we met was over 3 months ago, and you hardly appeared to be with child then, Vegeta expressed, astonished. He recalled Raichin mentioning that he had not known King Kai for long. But why had Raichin fathered a child with Rolana so swiftly? After all, they had known each other for less than a year. Could it be that the gestation period for gods is significantly shorter? Vegeta pondered silently. Rolana offered little explanation, merely stating, I spend a considerable amount of time in a realm akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. Hence my child matured at a pace faster than that of you mortals. With that, Rolana cradled little Rhett and proceeded towards the room that Bulma had prepared for her. This is quite remarkable. Generally, individuals can only remain in the room of spirit and time for 2 years. Exceeding that duration would lead to an inability to escape. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, we typically refrain from entering. Sun Wukong remarked with a sense of wonder. The room of spirit and time, a creation of the celestial beings on earth, could potentially be surpassed by a god of destruction, a being of even greater stature. Vegeta pondered aloud. Indeed, Vegeta, your reasoning is quite profound. If we consider your perspective, it would not be entirely extraordinary for Lei Chen's child to mature at such an accelerated pace. Sun Wukong responded with a smile. Vegeta did not elaborate further. His gaze fixated on the gradually vanishing figure of Rolana. The innate Super Saiyan God, perhaps this is the true essence of a Super Saiyan God, Vegeta mused internally. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally encountered Lei Qin. The match between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, how intriguing. Haha. Lei Qin chuckled lightly. He had anticipated Sun Wukong and Vegeta's arrival, especially regarding a competition with Earth as the stakes. Even Sun Wukong, with his simplicity, would not dare to underestimate the situation. By the way, when does the competition commence? Lei Qin inquired. That remains uncertain for the moment. It should be in a few days, Sun Wukong replied thoughtfully. At that instant, Lei Qin's eyes abruptly widened, revealing a pair of orbs, one black and one silver, through which countless golden patterns shimmered. A slender figure clad in peculiar attire, sporting a long tail and a wolf-like head, appeared alongside a being with blue skin and cascading white hair, adorned with a large light blue halo around its neck. The latter held a lengthy staff topped with a black orb, and both figures materialized before Lei Qin's gaze. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Vegeta became aware of Lei Qin's actions, their eyes drawn to his location. The two figures were none other than Whis and Beerus. Impressive progress. You managed to detect our presence, Beerus remarked with indifference. Whis and Lord Beerus have also arrived, Vegeta exclaimed, astonished at Lei Qin's ability to sense Beerus's approach beforehand, although his combat strength had significantly improved. Had it not been for Lei Qin's awareness, he might have remained oblivious to Whis and Beerus's early arrival. Sun Wukong, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Haha. Lord Beerus has also come, Sun Wukong replied joyfully. Indeed, Beerus nodded. Gradually, he and Whis descended from the heavens. Upon landing on the ground, Beerus fixed his gaze upon Lei Qin, who met his eyes with serene composure. At that precise moment when their gazes intertwined, a sudden humming resonated through the air, and waves of energy rippled across the space within 100 meters. Buzz, buzz. Sun Wukong and Vegeta could not help but retreat a few steps. As the two distanced themselves from one another, the vibrations in the surrounding space intensified. Suddenly, a rift emerged from the fabric of space, and a blinding beam of light burst forth from the fissure. Ka. With the emergence of the first fissure, an increasing number of spatial rifts manifested in succession. Ultimately, amidst the alarmed gazes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the rifts erupted violently. Fortunately, Bulma's yard was spacious enough. Otherwise, the surrounding area would have faced dire consequences. Beerus and Lycan stood face to face in silence. At that moment, Lycan's body began to move, gradually ascending into the air, followed closely by Beerus, who took to the void as well. Suddenly, a sphere of purple energy expanded from the tip of Beerus's finger, launching forth like a bolt of purple lightning. The sphere contained an overwhelming power of destruction. Was this the divine power of destruction? Lycan's expression shifted in surprise, for it was far more formidable than what he had encountered previously. Just as the energy sphere was about to make contact with Lycan, he deftly swatted it away. Boom. The cataclysmic explosion shattered the ozone layer above, allowing the sun's ultraviolet rays to pierce directly onto the earth. Instantly, the flora withered, leaving a desolate expanse of scorched earth. Oh, Beerus exclaimed in surprise. If it were a matter of Lei Qin deflecting his destructive energy during a transformation, it would not have surprised him. However, the current Lei Qin had yet to transform. This individual had actually comprehended the laws of time and space. Beerus mused inwardly. Moments ago, Lei Qin had first leaped forward in time by 0.1 seconds, and only then had he employed spatial powers to successfully deflect his destructive energy. Although it appeared as though Lei Qin had casually swatted it away, in reality, he had accomplished much within that brief interval. Yet, as the god of destruction, Beerus maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Lei Qin, saying, "This time, I shall be earnest. You may strike first." Lei Qin nodded in acknowledgement. A surge of brilliant azure light erupted into the sky, transforming into a vast expanse of cerulean radiance that illuminated the entire heavens, casting its glow upon Beerus. A sacred aura wafted through the air, as behind Lei Qin, a magnificent ocean of shimmering starlight suddenly burst forth. Lei Qin's hair stood on end. His brows turned a striking blue, and his pupils glimmered with a soft azure luminescence, exuding an aura that was both divine and resplendent, scattered with star-like specks. This energy was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, infused with a bubbly essence that occasionally swirled around. Lei Qin's power quickly diminished from 468.7 billion to 0. However, the strength within his body had surged to an astonishing 15 trillion. Oh, his prowess had indeed advanced significantly. Beerus raised an eyebrow, observing Lei Qin with keen interest. In the next moment, Lei Qin's figure flickered. With a resounding bang, Beerus was caught off guard, his body propelled backward uncontrollably for several paces. Yet this was merely the prelude. Lei Qin swiftly brought his hands together into a blossom-like formation, positioning them at his waist. From his palms, a radiant blue sphere of energy coalesced, which he then thrust toward Beerus. The tenfold Kamehameha surged forth, a magnificent torrent of energy cascading toward Beerus like an endless azure river. Boom! The cerulean shockwave struck Beerus directly, erupting in a brilliance surpassing even that of the sun. The tenfold Kamehameha wave indeed exhibited a power 10 times greater than that of the ordinary Kamehameha. Goku, astonished, perceived that the destructive force of the attack unleashed by Lei Qin was over 20 times that of his own energy, boasting an offensive capability exceeding 300 trillion. This indicated that it was tenfold more formidable than a standard Kamehameha. Typically, the energy waves emitted by most individuals do not exceed twice their own combat strength. Most warriors release energy waves in the range of 1, 2 to 1, 5 times their power, with only seasoned experts surpassing the twofold threshold. One could only wonder how much damage Beerus would sustain from such an assault. Although Vegeta was equally astonished by Raikkon's terrifying attack, his primary concern lay in assessing the extent of Beerus's power in response to this strike. As the white smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, a figure enveloped in swirling violet flames emerged, radiating a luminous sea of purple starlight from behind Beerus. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from Beerus himself. Such an immense force. It felt as though my body had become heavier. Vegeta clenched his teeth and remarked, "Huh, this is incredible. Is this truly the might of Lord Beerus?" Goku, feeling as though he were training under a gravity 1,000 times greater, realized that he could only unleash half of his full power. Huh. Suddenly, Sun Wukong exclaimed, a radiant golden light emanating from his being. His hair transformed into a lustrous gold, standing erect, while arcs of electricity flickered around him. His expression turned cold and tense, as his power surged to a staggering 100-fold. How infuriating! It seems that I must transform into a Super Saiyan 2 to effortlessly withstand this overwhelming pressure. Vegeta remarked with a grim expression. You are impressive. Since becoming the god of destruction, you are the first human to compel me to utilize this state, Beerus stated, surrounded by a swirling aura of purple flames. Addressing Lei Qin with a measured tone. With a resounding crash, the collision of the two individuals unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. Centered around them, the very fabric of space began to warp intensely. A tempest roared around, and the ground fissured, revealing deep chasms. Countless fragments of rock and trees were lifted into the air, ensnared within the distorted realm, transforming into mere dust. A dull thud resonated through the air. In an instant, a powerful punch from Beerus struck Lei Qin on the head, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. His body plummeted downwards like a bullet. Just as Lei Qin was about to hit the ground, he suddenly halted mid-fall. His gaze fixated intently on Beerus's position. At that moment, Beerus spoke, "Kid, if I am not mistaken, your ability to pause time should last no more than 0.3 seconds. Am I right?" His casual tone revealed the precise duration of Lei Qin's time manipulation skill. Taken aback, Lei Qin nodded in acknowledgement. Although 0.3 seconds is a fleeting moment, for one of the universe's mightiest beings, it is sufficient to accomplish a great deal. However, in the face of overwhelming power, what do you think your limited strength can achieve? Beerus remarked nonchalantly, observing the astonished Lei Qin. Within Lei Qin's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Upon hearing Beerus's words, he realized that while he could indeed manipulate time for 0.3 seconds, if his strength was insufficient to inflict harm, what value did it hold? Beerus, you have reminded me. My current power is indeed inadequate to challenge you. But what if my strength were to increase tenfold? Huh, thundered Lei Qin. A terrifying aura and a crimson radiance emanating from his being as he transformed into the Super Saiyan God form, his hair and fur turning a brilliant red. His pupils glowed with a haunting red light, and the atmosphere surrounding him was both sacred and luminous, scattered with points resembling stars. This potent energy was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer undulating gently, infused with a bubble-like essence that swirled intermittently. As a Super Saiyan God in the fourth transformation, the fusion of these two powers instantaneously augmented Lei Qin's combat prowess tenfold, reaching an astonishing 150 trillion. Upon assuming this exalted state, Lei Qin felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. The injuries he had sustained moments earlier healed almost instantaneously, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. "I never expected you to harbor such power," exclaimed Beerus, astonished as he observed Lei Chen's strength, which now rivaled a third of his own. A weighty seriousness filled Beerus' gaze as he regarded Lei Chen, tinged with a hint of trepidation regarding Lei Chen's time-skip technique. In the narrative, its abilities were comparable to those of Goku and Vegeta, perhaps even slightly inferior to Vegeta. Yet, due to his time skip, which allowed him to leap 0.1 seconds into the future, he ultimately outmatched Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, rendering them powerless. Although Goku ultimately deciphered Hit's technique, it required him to employ a tenfold Super Saiyan Kaioken to engage in battle, and once Hit extended his time leap to 0.5 seconds, he had completely surpassed Goku, making the latter no longer his equal. Prolonged use of Kaioken would, however, take a toll on Goku's body. Now, while Lei Chen could not leap through time to 0.5 seconds like Hit, the combination of his reincarnation eye and perfect instant transmission rendered his combat capability even more formidable than Hit's. Upon transforming into the Super Saiyan God form, Lei Chen shot forth like a red beam towards Beerus. Beerus' expression shifted in astonishment as Lei Chen executed another leap of 0.3 seconds into the future. Boom! The collision of fists echoed like two nuclear warheads colliding. In midair, a violent explosion erupted, and a fissure emerged from the fabric of space. A blinding beam of light surged forth from the rift, ultimately bursting open. The searing crimson light set the sky ablaze, overshadowing even the sun's most radiant brilliance. "Here!" Lei Chen bellowed, his crimson aura intensifying with fervor. With a swift motion, a purple figure was sent hurtling backwards as Lei Chen exerted his strength. It was Beerus. Without pausing, Lei Chen executed an instant teleportation and found himself behind Beerus. His right leg lashed out like a crimson whip, striking Beerus once again, propelling him forward. At that moment, Beerus felt a sharp ache in his back, a searing pain coursing through him. This young one's power had surged, and his speed was astonishingly swift. Gritting his teeth, Beerus muttered, feeling the sting of pain. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a powerful punch land squarely on his left cheek, sending his body soaring straight into the sky. Super Flash Cannon. At that moment, Lei Chen spread his arms wide before forcefully bringing them together, unleashing a terrifying wave of crimson energy. This technique was distinctly different in potency from the tenfold Kamehameha. Both techniques had been learned by Lei Chen in the GT world. Boom! Under the onslaught of the Super Flash Cannon, Beerus was propelled skyward, swiftly ascending into the vast expanse beyond Earth. Lycan maintained his stance, unleashing the Super Flash Cannon while greedily inhaling the air around him. Thick clouds billowed above, obscuring the sun, which had vanished from the sky. The entire scene resembled the darkness that precedes a tempest. "That's my technique. Damn it, when did he learn it?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of astonishment and frustration. While he was not entirely surprised that Lycan had mastered his technique, the fact that Lycan wielded it with greater prowess than its creator was a bitter pill to swallow. It was truly astonishing that Lycan had appropriated Vegeta's move. Unlike Vegeta, Goku was unfazed. Most of his techniques were borrowed from others, so he hardly paid attention to such matters. "Haha. It's been ages since I've seen Beerus in such a state," Whis remarked with a radiant smile, observing Lycan's recent offensive. The sudden surge in power caught Beerus completely off guard. "Mom, Dad is fighting someone who looks just like him." Little Leyte exclaimed innocently. "That is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and he is sparring with your father," Lorana patiently explained, acknowledging the commotion stirred by Lycan's battle with Beerus. In the battleground soaring hundreds of meters above, Lycan's breathing gradually returned to normal. He then gazed up at the high heavens and called out, "Lord Beerus, are you not coming down? Or do you intend to fight outside the universe?" With that, Lycan instantaneously teleported before Beerus. At that moment, Beerus appeared battered and bruised, clenching his fists and glaring fiercely at Lycan. He looked utterly disheveled, his body marred with bruises and numerous abrasions. "Anywhere is fine. It was exhilarating when you struck me just now, but now it's my turn," he declared, transforming into a streak of purple light that shot toward Lycan. With a resounding thud, the fists of the two combatants collided. In that instant, a formidable force erupted, causing the surrounding stars to burst into brilliance. A distinct sound of impact resonated throughout the expansive cosmos. One of Beerus's fists struck directly against the chest of Lycan. Lei Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that felt as though it were tearing his heart apart. A crimson sphere of light manifested in his hand and was hurled directly towards Beerus. In a swift moment, Lei Qin teleported away from his original position, and when he reappeared, he found himself in the vastness of space, thousands of miles away. Wow. Lei Qin felt a sharp sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. The red light surrounding him flickered ominously, threatening to dispel his transformation into Super Saiyan God. He clutched his chest, his expression grotesque with agony. It felt as though his internal organs were shattering, sending waves of torment coursing through him. Subsequently, Lei Qin retrieved a senzu bean and placed it in his mouth. With a decisive gudong, he bit down and swallowed. And in the next instant, Lei Qin instantly returned to his peak condition, his wounds completely healed. Simultaneously, Lei Qin sensed a remarkable surge in his power, a formidable force awakening within him. His battle prowess, once at 150 trillion, increased by an additional 20 trillion. Lei Qin's eyes widened, revealing a striking contrast of black and silver as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Beerus. In the blink of an eye, Beerus found himself staggering backward with great haste. What is happening? Why do I feel as if I have been struck by this young man with tremendous force? Beerus pondered internally, sensing no direct attack yet feeling as though he had been dealt a heavy blow. However, there was no time for further contemplation, for Lei Qin had already teleported in front of him. Sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding space, Beerus realized that Lei Qin had employed instantaneous movement. A terrifying might erupted from Beerus's body, causing the very fabric of space around him to warp in an instant. With a sudden exclamation, "Ha!" Lei Qin, who had instantaneously teleported in front of Beerus, observed as the latter's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Regaining his focus, Lei Qin summoned every ounce of his combat prowess, elevating his power to an astonishing level of 17 trillion, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Golden threads of energy began to manifest around him. As his eyes opened wide, Beerus's silhouette gradually became distinct. With a single, forceful punch, Beerus unleashed a blow of unparalleled ferocity, far exceeding his previous might by several folds. Lei Qin found himself unable to evade. Even with his instantaneous movement, he was too late. The swiftness of Beerus was overwhelming, leaving Lei Qin with no choice but to brace himself and confront Beerus's fist head-on. With a resounding bang, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding hundreds of stars erupted, their brilliance flickering in hues of crimson and violet, as the very fabric of the cosmos began to warp. Meanwhile, the fierce clash between the two combatants raged on, their fists and feet colliding with unrelenting ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The shadows of fists danced like the wind, as the surrounding space began to fracture in countless places. After 5 minutes of relentless combat, the terrifying power generated by the two could annihilate a planet with even the slightest hint of energy. At last, Lei Qin comprehended why Weiss had proclaimed in the narrative that a battle between gods of destruction could obliterate the universe. Beerus's onslaught showed no signs of abating. His aura seemed boundless, only intensifying as time went on. Conversely, Lei Qin's speed began to wane, as the recently regained strength struggled to keep pace. Maintaining an attack speed of 170 trillion for an extended period proved to be a daunting challenge. With a flicker of thought, Lei Qin summoned spatial energy to manifest a senzu bean in his mouth. With a sharp snap, Lei Qin, before the eyes of Beerus, moved his mouth a few times and, after consuming the senzu bean, felt his energy surge back to its peak, perhaps even stronger than before. This fellow has indulged in those energy-restoring beans again, Beerus thought with displeasure, thankful that his combat prowess far surpassed that of Lei Qin. Had they been evenly matched, he would have been defeated long ago. Simultaneously, Beerus sensed that the aura of power emanating from Lei Qin had grown even more formidable. Lei Qin's gaze was fixed intently on Beerus, his fighting spirit intensifying, and he even felt a thrill of excitement. For Lei Qin, if this continued, perhaps after 10 more bouts, he might just surpass Beerus. Half an hour later, I still want to eat. Suddenly, Beerus's gaze hardened as he sensed the fluctuations in space. And with a single punch, he struck Lei Qin squarely in the face. The celestial beam that had just been consumed was promptly expelled. Lei Qin transformed into a crimson meteor, swiftly descending from the cosmos to Earth, crashing heavily into the courtyard of Bulma's residence, creating a substantial crater. Fortunately, Bulma's home was spacious, otherwise, it would have drawn the attention of numerous ordinary bystanders. Blood trickled from the corner of Lei Qin's mouth as the divine aura surrounding him extinguished, his hair reverting to the ordinary black of a Super Saiyan 4. Lei Qin once again erupted with fury, pushing his combat prowess to the absolute limit as shimmering starlight, imbued with ethereal energy, radiated from his being. Although Lei Chen had transformed once more into the Super Saiyan god in his Ultra Instinct form, it was evident that his power had diminished significantly, now reduced to merely over 70 trillion. Just as he intended to utilize the illusion from the reincarnation to thwart Beerus and successfully consume the sins of being. A voice echoed from the distance. Very well, Lord Beerus, this shall be enough. Otherwise, should you injure him and cause him to lose the match, do not say I did not warn you. Oh, indeed. Just as Beerus was about to launch an assault on Lei Chen, he was suddenly interrupted by Whis' voice, causing him to halt his advance. The thought of inadvertently injuring Lei Chen and subsequently losing the match to Compa weighed heavily on his mind. A loss that would be significant. Contemplating this, the violet aura surrounding Beerus gradually dissipated, and he descended gently from the heavens, landing before Lei Chen. Very well. Your strength has improved considerably, yet you remain rather feeble, Beerus remarked casually, though his tattered attire belied the ease with which he spoke. Perhaps. Lei Chen responded with a light chuckle, the crimson glow enveloping him also fading away to reveal his normal state. His gaze shifted to Beerus as he began to assess the god's combat prowess, estimating it to be between 450 trillion and 600 trillion. It was evident that Beerus had shown restraint during their previous encounter. The narrative indicated that Beerus also possessed the technique of Ultra Instinct, albeit not to the profound extent of Goku. Should Beerus employ Ultra Instinct, it was likely his power would double, suggesting his true strength could exceed 1 million trillion. The mere thought of this astonished Lei Chen, recognizing that such calculations were merely speculative and not definitive. How remarkable! It seems that through my battle with Lord Beerus, I have just surpassed my limits and significantly enhanced my own strength. Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he watched Beerus approach. Hearing Goku's words, Beerus's expression darkened, mentally cursing. This fool truly believes he can aid them in augmenting their power as a training partner. Observing the determined glint in Vegeta's eyes, Beerus felt a twinge of exasperation. Faced with this band of Saiyans, he was at a loss. Every encounter with them seemed to yield considerable growth on their part. When did he, the god of destruction, become a mere training partner for the Saiyans? Just as Beerus was on the verge of losing his temper, Whis interjected. I have just received word from my sister, Vados. The 6th universe will be competing against us in 3 days at a location precisely at the juncture of the 6th and 7th universes. That is splendid news. It seems I must dedicate these 3 days to rigorous training. I am quite eager to see the masters of the 6th universe, Goku declared. His excitement reignited by Whis' announcement. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Though he uttered no words, his body trembled slightly, signifying his own excitement, albeit with a composure far surpassing that of Son Goku. Crack. Lei Chen consumed a celestial being, replenishing his vitality. Oddly, it seemed that a single celestial being now restored only half of his energy. Lei Chen mused, having surpassed a battle power of over 10 trillion. The being no longer provided the immediate rejuvenation it once did, merely reviving half of his strength, with the other half requiring yet another being to restore. Nonetheless, he dismissed the concern, reassured by the abundance of celestial beings at his disposal. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon Beerus. At that moment, his son, little Lei, transformed into a streak of crimson light, racing towards him. Father. As soon as the words left his lips, little Rider had already soared into Lei Chen's embrace. Father. Are you all right? Did you emerge victorious? The child inquired with a curious expression. Haha, it was more of a draw, to be honest. Lei Chen replied with a somewhat strained smile. If Beerus had indeed departed, he would claim victory. However, with Beerus still present, he hesitated, uncertain whether the irascible deity might interject, declaring his own triumph. Such a scenario would be rather awkward, yet fortunately, Beerus seemed oblivious to their exchange. His attention consumed by the irritation caused by Sun Wukong, whose antics had left Beerus's face a tapestry of red and green. At that moment, Whis' gaze fell upon little Rider, and he exclaimed in astonishment, this child is indeed the offspring of a deity, an immortal. Moreover, he possesses the bloodline of a Saiyan, truly remarkable. Oh, a child of the Kaishin and a Saiyan, how rare, Beerus remarked, acknowledging that while it was indeed challenging for gods to produce offspring, it was not unheard of. The progeny of a god and immortal, though far less common, was not particularly extraordinary in Beerus's eyes. Haha, Lord Beerus. I understand now, haha. Suddenly, Whis burst into hearty laughter, as if struck by a humorous revelation. What is it? Whis? Is something amusing? Beerus queried, a hint of annoyance creeping into his tone. Indeed, it is quite hilarious. For Lord Beerus's true rival is neither Sun Wukong nor Lei Chen, but rather this newly born child, merely 10 days old. This natural Super Saiyan god, could it not be deemed Lord Beerus's arch-nemesis? Whis' laughter erupted once more. What? Beerus's expression soured as he glared at the child nestled in Lei Qin's arms. Simultaneously, Lorana hurriedly flew to Lei Qin's side, anxious that Beerus's ire might lead him to harm her child. Humph. Beerus let out a cold snort, saying nothing but casting another glance at little Rhett. He was well aware of Rolana's true thoughts, yet he pondered whether he, Beerus, would be the type of person to act on such whims. In fact, he secretly wished for little Rhett to mature swiftly so that they could engage in a fierce battle. However, gazing at the innocent child, whose curious eyes were fixed upon him, Beerus found his combativeness waning. Ultimately, he turned and walked away. As Beerus made his way to Bulma's hall, Goku approached. Is this little fellow truly the arch-rival of Lord Beerus? Goku asked, his face brimming with curiosity. Perhaps so. After all, we have all trained to become Super Saiyan gods, while my son is a naturally born Super Saiyan god. Thus, it seems my son might indeed be Beerus's rival, came the reply. Lord Beerus's rival, you say? Goku mused, his gaze toward little Rhett shifting in contemplation. Kakarot, what manner of look is that? Do you wish to challenge my son? Rhett remarked, somewhat exasperated. I do entertain such thoughts, but perhaps we should wait until he grows a bit more. Goku admitted, recalling Whis' words about Rhett being Beerus's rival. Yet, upon seeing the 2- or 3-year-old child before him, Goku's interest in combat dissipated. After all, Rhett was simply too young. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, his arms crossed defiantly across his chest. He displayed little interest in a child who had just been born. Thus, the battle between the 7th universe and the 6th universe continued on its predetermined course. In pursuit of Earth's delectable cuisine, Kappa proposed a grand inter-universal tournament against Beerus, with each side nominating 5 warriors to participate in a contest formatted as a knockout match. The victorious team would claim 6 Super Dragon Balls and the ownership of Earth from the 7th universe. After indulging in a day filled with Earth's culinary delights, Whis and Beerus departed. Following their exit, Goku and Vegeta intended to challenge Raichin but were rebuffed. Ultimately, they returned to their respective homes to bolster their own strengths. Meanwhile, Raichin accompanied his son, his mind racing to contemplate suitable contenders. Soon, a subtle smile graced his lips. Goku, Vegeta, and with Gohan included. He realized he was merely one individual short. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Hell, in a fragrant forest filled with melodious birdsong, Shilu lay wrapped in white cloth, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed a group of winged children frolicking and singing before him, their melodies stirring a deep discomfort within him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure appeared before Shilu. Is this hell? It feels more like paradise, Raichin remarked with a playful grin. With his arrival, the group of winged children instantly vanished. Who are you? Shilu inquired, his expression still impassive, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you wish to escape, Raichin replied casually. Flattery without intention is either deceit or theft. Reveal your origins. Shilu's gaze sharpened with intrigue as he spoke. Oh, I must admit, I did not expect you to possess such knowledge, Raichin responded, taken aback by Shilu's eloquence. Some of the cells within my body belong to a genius scientist from Earth. In this realm where training is impossible, I have devoted my time to studying them. Shilu elaborated. Is that so? Lei Qin nodded, yet within him surged tremendous waves of turmoil. He felt a certain trepidation towards Shilu. It was no wonder that Sun Wukong, regardless of the adversary, would always urge others to embrace virtue, while in the presence of Shilu, he would resolutely drag them into the abyss. An adversary endowed with immense strength yet devoid of intellect is not particularly fearsome. However, an enemy who possesses both cunning and might is truly formidable. And now, the Shilu before Lei Qin epitomized the latter. 3 days passed swiftly. Whis and Beerus once again descended upon Earth. Lei Qin and his companions had long since gathered. The 5 individuals present were Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Vegeta, and Shilu. Upon their meeting, Vegeta, Shilu, and Sun Wufan exchanged glances, each scrutinizing the other with evident dissatisfaction, Sun Wufan being the sole exception. Sun Wufan, after years apart, one could only wonder if your strength remains as formidable as it once was. Shilu sneered, recalling how he had once been sent to the underworld by a single Kamehameha wave from Sun Wufan. I believe I should be able to defeat you without issue. Sun Wufan replied casually. Is that so? A faint smile appeared at the corners of Shiru's lips as his gaze settled upon Vegeta, who was observing him intently. What's the matter, defeated foe? Do you still wish to challenge me? Shira mocked, but Gohan paid him no heed, leaving Shiru to direct his ire towards Vegeta. Defeated foe. Shalu, do not forget that you once begged for mercy beneath my command. Moreover, this is not the past. I am no longer the Vegeta I once was. Vegeta said coldly. Ha ha ha. Shilu suddenly burst into laughter. Back in the day, Vegeta had remarked in a similar manner, which ultimately led him to absorb Android 18s, resulting in his own downfall. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, remaining silent. He was well aware of what Zero was laughing about. Zero, after so many years apart, one wonders how much stronger you have become. Goku gazed at Zero, his eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. What is this, Goku? Do you wish to engage me in combat? Zero replied with a faint smile. Indeed, I do entertain that notion. If Raichan could bring you back from the depths of hell, your prowess must be far more formidable than it appears. Goku remarked thoughtfully. Currently, Zero's apparent combat power is comparable to Frisia's third form, roughly around 5.6 million. However, Zero possesses the cells of Frisia, Science, Piccolo, and others, making him far more terrifying than Frisia. Unless one possesses an overwhelming strength surpassing Zero's, in most scenarios, no one with equal power can stand against him. You will undoubtedly be astonished, Zero said with a smile. Enough of your grievances. Those can be settled after the match. If you allow personal issues to cloud your performance, even Raichan cannot save you. We are nearly prepared. Let us depart. Beerus observed Goku's eagerness to battle Zero, casting a casual glance over the group before focusing on Whis. Whis nodded in understanding and tapped his staff against the ground. The group vanished from Earth, heading towards the nameless star. They soared through the boundless darkness of the universe at remarkable speed. Such is the nature of the Destroyer God, there seems to be nothing to fear. Zero's gaze fell upon Beerus. Although he did not comprehend why Goku, Raichan, and the others held such trepidation towards Beerus, it was evident that Beerus' strength surpassed that of Raichan and his companions. The thought that a being as formidable as Raichan could fear Beerus left Zero unable to fathom the extent of Beerus' power, even though he did not perceive any overwhelming aura emanating from him. What incredible speed! Raichan mused internally, astonished by Whis' ability to carry so many at such velocity. This was no mere display of strength. Whis' power belonged to the realm of laws, transcending simple energy. Raichan could achieve similar speeds in his Super Saiyan 4 form, but he could not transport so many individuals simultaneously for such an extended duration. After an indeterminate time, as Whis slowed his pace, the group beheld a barren red planet in the distance, gradually descending onto its surface. Above, 6 enormous Dragon Balls floated, each the size of Earth itself. So this is the Dragon Ball? It is astonishingly large. Shilu surveyed his surroundings, his expression one of astonishment. He had encountered Dragon Balls on Earth, yet he could scarcely fathom the existence of such an enormous Dragon Ball in this universe. Suddenly, he sensed that the world was far more complex than he had previously imagined, and that deities could not possibly be as feeble as the few gods he had known, such as the King of Worlds. Perhaps, he mused, this King of Worlds was merely a lesser deity. Oh my! Exclaimed Krillin, gazing at the sky in disbelief. Is this really Dragon Ball? It seems far too vast. The landscape was pockmarked with enormous craters scattered across the planet. At that moment, a semicircular energy shield enveloped one of the massive pits, within which a grand arena had been constructed, sprawling across nearly 1,000 square meters. Flanking the arena stood 2 colossal signs, which were, in fact, mirrors reflecting images of Beerus and Kampa. Kampa, along with Vados and others, had already gathered in the arena, and their competitors were also assembled, totaling 6 individuals, one of whom served as the referee. On a lifeless, brown planet, enormous craters dotted the terrain. Vegeta and Piccolo observed with piercing gazes, arms crossed, as they scrutinized the scene. There are already some people there, could they be our opponents? Goku marveled at the surroundings, spotting the constructed audience stands and shouting in excitement. The group turned their eyes upward, confirming the presence of spectators from Universe 6. Let us proceed, instructed Whis calmly. And with a flick of his staff, the group's bodies vanished. In an instant, they materialized on the grand arena. At the forefront of the stage stood a monumental likeness of Kampa. To their left were Kampa and Vados, among others. Ha ha, Beerus. I thought you were too frightened to show up. Kampa boasted with a loud laugh upon seeing Beerus. Humph. How could I not come when you delivered the Dragon Balls to me? You overgrown pig. Beerus retorted, unable to contain his disdain. Who are you calling a bag of bones? Xiangpa was furious. No one had ever dared to call him a fat pig, and those who did had long since vanished. Similarly, no one had ever dared to insult Beerus in such a manner, and those who had the audacity to do so were swiftly dealt with by him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Xiangpa directed a menacing gaze at Beerus, who, in turn, fixed an intense stare back at Xiangpa. Though neither had officially engaged in battle, the air was thick with tension, a palpable sense of impending conflict enveloping the arena. Even before their confrontation began, the overwhelming aura emanating from both warriors reverberated throughout the planet, causing the very ground to tremble. Fractures began to appear in the atmosphere, as if the fabric of space itself was on the verge of being torn asunder. The immense power radiating from them surged forth like tumultuous waves, threatening to engulf everything in their vicinity. How terrifying! I can hardly breathe, Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Beerus not far ahead. The pressure weighed heavily upon him, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Is this the power of a god? Just by looking, it sends chills down my spine, he added. While Shiru's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling uncontrollably, he finally grasped why Lei Chun held such apprehension towards Beerus. If Vegeta and Shiru were feeling this way, one could only imagine the plight of others present. The weaker Krillin collapsed to the ground, realizing that without Lei Chun shielding them from this overwhelming aura, they would surely be crushed beneath the oppressive presence of Beerus and Xiangpa. Aside from Lei Chun, Whis, and Bados, who remained unaffected, everyone else felt the oppressive weight of death in the air. Vegeta and his companions could barely stand. As the disparity in power between gods and mortals became starkly evident, a chasm so vast that they were not even comparable entities. At that moment, Whis and Bados appeared simultaneously between Xiangpa and Beerus. Lord Beerus, do you still wish to continue the match? Whis inquired. Lord Xiangpa, please cease this at once. Have you forgotten our purpose for gathering? Bados added. Humph. Upon hearing the words of Bardos and Whis, both of them scoffed simultaneously. It is evident that Beerus, that rascal, is aware of his impending defeat and is deliberately trying to provoke me. Xiangpa mused inwardly. At this moment, Beerus, I have discerned your intentions. You surely believe that you are destined to lose, hence your attempts to incite me into battle, thereby evading the competition altogether. Ha ha ha, I am indeed quite astute, Beerus. I shall not allow you to succeed in your schemes. Ha ha ha, exclaimed Xiangpa, bursting into a boisterous laughter. This fool. Beerus expressed his exasperation, finding his brother's narcissism utterly bewildering. Meanwhile, Zampa, noticing Beerus's silence, became increasingly convinced that Beerus was deliberately provoking him, which only led to Zampa's arrogance intensifying. Is this the true power of a god of destruction? Indeed, it seems far more formidable than before, thought Lycan. At that moment, the sixth universe remained true to the storyline, dispatching Hit, Jabe, Batamo, Frost, and Bergamo to join the fray. Lycan surveyed his companions, each face brimming with fighting spirit. Even Seller, possessing Scion blood, shared their combative nature, suggesting that everyone was eager to be the first to enter the arena. Lycan then inquired, who will take the first step? Upon hearing this, all four were eager to volunteer, especially Goku and Vegeta, with Seller among them. Lord Lycan, allow me to be the first. I can eliminate those weaklings in an instant. Seller stepped forward, addressing Lycan. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze upon Lei Chun. No way, I disagree. I should go first. Sun Wukong remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction upon hearing Shilu's words. He had been anticipating this day for quite some time. Enough of the quarrel. Let Gohan go first, followed by Shilu, then Vegeta, and finally Kakarot, Lei Chun said, feeling somewhat exasperated by their bickering, and ultimately had no choice but to speak up. Alas, exclaimed Sun Wukong, why am I in fourth place? Does that mean I have no chance left? Humph. Vegeta scoffed, his face etched with discontent. Yet, as long as neither Zamasu nor Goku stood before him, he remained relatively unconcerned. Should Gohan take the stage, he would have another opportunity to fight. If the warriors from Universe 6 proved unable to overcome Gohan, then Vegeta would find little reason to participate further and might as well challenge Zamasu directly. As for Zamasu, while Vegeta was uncertain of his current strength, he sensed it must rival Gohan's, if not exceed it. I am the first to go, Gohan exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Very well, as Raichin suggested. Let Gohan take the lead, Beerus stated, his tone grave as he addressed the group. Upon hearing this, the others momentarily froze in surprise before swiftly nodding in agreement. Even the typically fearless Vegeta appeared somewhat intimidated at this moment. Gohan, do your best. I wish to see the progress you've made during this time, Goku encouraged, giving Gohan an affirming nod with a smile. Indeed, Gohan nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on the arena, before soaring towards it like a beam of light. "Let us take our seats in the audience," Whis suggested with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, each leaping gracefully to the nearby stands, finding their respective places to sit. At the moment Gohan ascended to the stage, the fighter from Universe 6, Bardock, also leapt onto the arena. The two locked eyes in a tense standoff as a transparent energy barrier gradually enveloped the arena. A commentator and referee, resembling an extraterrestrial being from Earth, bounded onto the stage. "Both of you, if you are prepared, the match shall officially commence." Bardock and Gohan nodded simultaneously, signaling the start of the battle. In the original narrative, it was Goku in his regular form who, after an arduous struggle, managed to defeat Bardock. However, this time, Gohan stood in Goku's place. Under the tutelage of Raichun, Gohan had shed the overly benevolent nature of his storyline. He knew when to be ruthless and when to show compassion. He understood that mercy towards an adversary could often translate to cruelty towards oneself, as some individuals are simply not deserving of sympathy. Though this was merely a contest, the stakes were high, determining the fate of Earth. Gohan would not approach Bardock with the same restraint that Goku had once exhibited. As the battle commenced, Son Wukong wasted no words. With a fierce shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. A dazzling and resplendent golden radiance erupted from his being, surrounded by arcs of golden lightning, causing the very heavens to change hue as thunder rumbled ominously above. His hair stood even more erect and thicker than before, with flickering arcs of electricity dancing around him, his expression taut and ice-cold. With Son Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, a colossal spherical energy field emanated from him, spreading across the sky, reducing everything within its reach to nothingness, enveloped in a celestial glow of golden light. "What?" Bardamo exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected surge of formidable energy emanating from Son Wukong. With a swift motion, Son Gohan appeared before him, leaving him in a state of shock. In an instant, Bardock was sent flying, propelled at an astonishing speed. He vanished from the arena in the blink of an eye, crashing heavily against the barrier, only to rebound a considerable distance before collapsing outside the ring. Though he bore no visible wounds, his expulsion from the arena signified defeat. At this juncture, Son Gohan's formidable strength rivaled that of Golden Frieza from a few months prior. Is that all? Son Gohan was taken aback by how swiftly he had dispatched his opponent. Can the referee declare the match result?" he inquired, glancing at the official beside him. Prompted by his words, the referee quickly gathered his composure. "Seventh Universe. Victory to Son Gohan." "What?" Campo exclaimed, taken aback. He had never anticipated that Bardamo would be defeated so swiftly. However, upon recalling it, a semblance of tranquility returned to his countenance. "So, Lord Campa, who shall we send forth next?" Vados inquired with a subtle smile, casting a glance at Bardamo. Campa surveyed the assembled competitors from Universe 6 and finally fixed his gaze upon a tall contender encased in steel. "Magetta, it is your turn to take the stage," he declared. "Gohan, do not hold back your strength. Do not engage with this fellow for too long. Unleash your full power and send him flying," Lei Chin advised Gohan upon hearing Campa's sudden alteration of the competition's rules. All right. Although Son Wukong was unaware of the reason behind Lei Chin's words, he surmised that the robot named Magetta possessed some unique abilities. Humph. Vegeta disdainfully glanced at Magetta on the arena, astonished that Universe 6 would dare to send such a pathetic creature into battle. It was utterly laughable, truly laughable. Could they possibly underestimate the Saiyans to such an extent? Vegeta scoffed. "Do not be so dismissive of this formidable opponent," Raichun remarked. "He possesses immunity to all physical attacks." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, his expression one of shock. Did that mean that any form of harm would be rendered ineffective against him? How could they possibly proceed with the battle under such circumstances? With this revelation, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Son Gohan and Magetta. As the match commenced, Magetta began his slow advance towards Son Gohan. His colossal metallic frame rendered him exceedingly cumbersome, causing the ground to tremble with each step he took. Upon reaching Son Gohan, Magetta's eyes gleamed ominously as he looked down upon him from his towering height. Suddenly, he raised his massive iron fist and brought it crashing down towards Son Gohan with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Son Gohan's expression turned solemn as he gracefully leapt aside, deftly evading the attack. Heeding Lei Chin's call to unleash his full power, Son Gohan did not underestimate Magetta. Despite the latter's sluggish movements, he remained vigilant and cautious. With a resounding crash, a colossal indentation appeared on the arena, showcasing the immense power of Magetta. Undeterred by his misstrike, Magetta pressed on, relentlessly attacking Son Gohan. His massive fist swung with a force that would be deemed swift by ordinary observers. However, to Son Gohan, they moved as slowly as a tortoise. Such formidable strength. This behemoth is indeed extraordinary. Son Gohan mused to himself, realizing that this level of offensive power was comparable to his Super Saiyan 2 form. How astonishing. Suddenly, Son Gohan let out a thunderous roar, and a surge of white energy erupted instantaneously, forcing the massive Magetta back several meters. The contours of Son Gohan's face subtly shifted, maturing in appearance, as his battle power skyrocketed to an astounding 410 trillion. His entire being was enveloped in a white aura, fluid in nature, with tendrils of white lightning crackling around him. Ultimately, he transformed into the enigmatic state of Mystic Gohan, a pinnacle of his aesthetic appeal. A terrifying aura emanated from him, and the shockwave radiating from his form shattered the barriers surrounding him. Kamehameha. With swift precision, Son Gohan shaped his hands into a flower-like formation and positioned them at his waist, gathering a silvery energy sphere in his palms. He thrust his hands towards Magetta, unleashing a torrent of energy that cascaded like a vast, luminous river towards his opponent. Magetta, already straining with all his might, could only attempt to block Son Gohan's Kamehameha wave. The immense force beneath his feet began to fracture the arena, as Son Gohan's attack sent him careening outside the boundaries of the ring. The entire arena lay in ruins, rendered utterly unfit for further use. After swallowing hard, the referee announced loudly, from Universe 7, contestant Son Gohan is the victor. Useless, a mere collection of incompetence. If you lose again, I shall dismantle you all, spat Kampa, his face darkening with displeasure at yet another defeat. Now, it was Cabba's turn to face Son Gohan. At that moment, a voice broke through. Gohan, step down and allow Vegeta to take your place. Very well. Although Son Gohan was puzzled by Raken's request to substitute him with Vegeta, he complied and relinquished his position. At last, it's my turn, Vegeta exclaimed with glee, though his enthusiasm quickly waned as he faced the match. He found himself burdened with an additional pupil, Cabba, and swiftly dealt with Frost before he could transform, as Vegeta's attention was already fixed on Hit. A warrior whom even Raichin praised was not someone to be underestimated. Jumping ahead, the power levels were as follows: Son Gohan in Mystic State at 410 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 at 20 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 10 trillion, and base form at 50 billion. Goku and Super Saiyan Blue at 1200 trillion, Super Saiyan Red at 400 trillion, Super Saiyan 3 at 20 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 at 5 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 5 trillion, and base form at 50 billion. Vegeta in Super Saiyan Blue at 1200 trillion, Super Saiyan Red at 400 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 ranging from 5 to 10 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 5 trillion, and base form at 50 billion. Hit awaited. I've anticipated this moment for quite some time. I hope you do not disappoint me. Vegeta calmly addressed Hit beside him. Upon hearing this, Hit remained expressionless, though he was perplexed by Vegeta's remark about having waited for him for a long time. Nevertheless, Hit chose to remain silent, his hands tucked into his pockets as he quietly observed Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta began to exercise caution. Subsequently, the match was set. The representative from Universe 7, Vegeta, would face off against Hit from Universe 6. The referee, noting that the two were now face to face, promptly announced the commencement of the battle. Having heard of Hit from Lycan, Vegeta launched into the fray with full force, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, his combat power soaring to an astounding 1.2 trillion. Vegeta's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. His hair and eyebrows turned a striking blue, while his pupils glimmered with a faint azure light. Surrounding him was an aura that was both sacred and radiant, scattered with star-like fragments. This energy was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, interspersed with a bubbling essence that swirled intermittently. Hit gazed, somewhat astonished, at the brilliant cerulean light emanating from Vegeta, spreading across the horizon. The previously impassive Hit now displayed a shift in his gaze, for he recognized that the power emanating from Vegeta posed a genuine threat to him. At last, Hit made his move, assuming an attack stance with his usual stoicism. Vegeta, embodying a fierce spirit, spoke little, transforming into a streak of blue light as he surged toward Hit. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to connect with Hit, with a resounding thud, Vegeta was unequivocally knocked to the ground. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This technique seemed familiar. Sun Wukong gazed intently at Hit, his expression laden with gravity. What was happening? Why had Vegeta suddenly collapsed to the ground? Zamasu's eyes were fixated on Hit. He was already astonished by Vegeta's terrifying display of power, but he had not anticipated that Hit would prove to be even more formidable. Vegeta, momentarily stunned from his position on the ground, was perplexed. He had been the one to strike first, yet he had not even perceived Hit's movement before finding himself defeated. Though confusion lingered in Vegeta's mind, he charged forward once more. Hit, unfazed by Vegeta's renewed assault, maintained an impassive demeanor. He effortlessly evaded Vegeta's strikes, sending him crashing to the ground once again. How could this be possible? He too possessed the ability of time skip? Vegeta's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He understood well the prowess of time skip, having experienced it firsthand when his equal in strength, Qin, had overwhelmed both him and Sun Wukong without a chance to retaliate. However, despite his astonishment, Vegeta quickly regained his composure and launched another attack on Hit. This time, he was not as impulsive as before. He began to anticipate Hit's movements, taking preemptive defensive actions. Having endured such a severe defeat at the hands of Qin, Vegeta had developed a certain understanding of time skip. Bang! This time, it was Hit who was struck. Humph! The same tactic is ineffective against me. I have already deciphered your instant transmission technique, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. Oh, so you are aware that this is the instant transmission technique? Hit replied, astonished after receiving a punch from Vegeta. He had not anticipated that someone could discern his use of instant transmission, let alone counter it. Humph, you are not the only one skilled in this technique. Others in our universe are adept at it as well, Vegeta retorted with a scoff. Is that so? If he were here, I would truly relish the opportunity to witness it, Hit responded, his face revealing a touch of intrigue and curiosity. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Suddenly, Vegeta was sent flying, landing on the ground with astonished eyes fixed upon Hit. He had not anticipated that Hit's speed would increase. It should be said that the duration of his time skip had lengthened. Just moments ago, it was a mere 0.1 seconds, and now it had extended to 0.2 seconds. Hit remarked casually. Infuriating. Vegeta transformed once more into a brilliant azure light, soaring towards Hit. With a resounding crash, Vegeta was once again sent reeling by Hit, his body tumbling across the ground until he finally came to a halt after rolling several times. This fellow. Vegeta struggled to rise, acutely aware that Hit's strength was nearly on par with his own. Yet, due to the latter's instantaneous movement technique, he found himself utterly defenseless, a fact that filled him with deep-seated frustration. Determined, Vegeta soared into the sky, stabilizing himself in midair before conjuring an abundance of azure energy spheres with both hands. Targeting Hit's position, he unleashed his Prince's technique, causing a cacophony of explosions to erupt from the ground, shrouding the entire arena in a thick cloud of smoke. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Vegeta's abdomen as he realized that Hit had appeared before him without warning. Blood erupted from his mouth, and the blue hue of his hair reverted to black. The fiery aura surrounding him extinguished, and his consciousness began to blur before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Vegeta was defeated. TCH, not this move again, Beerus remarked with irritation as he observed Hit employing the same technique as Qin. The memory of the considerable effort and time he had expended to defeat Qin, who was far inferior in strength, lingered in his mind. Ha, Beerus. It seems you are destined to lose this time, Kappa boasted, reveling in the ease with which Hit had vanquished Vegeta, despite having just suffered 4 consecutive losses. Yet, Beerus paid no heed to Kampa's bravado, merely muttering, "Fool." This provoked a near explosion of rage from Kampa. Now, it is my turn to take the stage, Cyril proclaimed, taking a deep breath before transforming into a radiant blue light that soared towards the arena. As Cyril ascended to the platform, he unleashed a powerful shout, and a dazzling golden light spread across the sky, brilliant as the sun, intense as molten lava, and magnificent as a divine descent. His skin shimmered with a golden hue. And unlike Golden Frieza, Cyril was surrounded by the crackling energy of Super Saiyan 2. Where did so many powerful beings in Universe 7 come from? Initially, Gohan had already captivated his attention, but he was now astonished to discover that Vegeta possessed an even greater power. Furthermore, the strength of Cyril before him was no less than that of Vegeta, and his aura seemed to exude an even stronger presence. After transforming, Cyril faced Hit, and in the next instant, his entire being vanished from sight. With a resounding thud, Shilu instantaneously transported himself behind it. Yet, to Shilu's astonishment, it was as if Hit possessed a sixth sense. He swiftly pivoted, raising his hands before him to counter Shilu's assault. What? Shilu had not yet had the time to be startled. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones resonated. Hit did not engage him head-on. Instead, he employed a technique of swift movement, maneuvering to his rear. With a decisive kick, he shattered the vertebrae of his opponent. Yet, to Hit's astonishment, Zero forcibly twisted his body, enduring the pain to deliver a powerful punch to Hit's face. Hit slightly inclined his head, but Zero's fist still grazed his cheek, leaving a delicate wound. Irritation flickered in Hit's eyes, yet he dismissed any curiosity regarding Zero's unorthodox approach. In the next moment, the technique of swift movement was activated. With a resounding thud, Hit delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of Zero, his fist sinking deeply into the latter's body. Zero's eyes widened to an extraordinary degree. As if they might pop from their sockets, his expression contorted in a grimace of pain. Yet, despite the agony, Zero's determination surged. He resolved to retaliate with a strike against Hit, even at the cost of his own hands. This time, Hit was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. The inhabitants of the sixth universe were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Hit could be knocked from the sky. Nor could they fathom the brutal lengths Zero would go to in order to land that one punch. Slowly, Hit rose from the ground. His gaze fixed upon the battered Zero, questioning the worth of such a sacrifice for the mere opportunity to strike him. Is it truly worth it? He pondered, bewildered. Meanwhile, Goku could only chuckle in surprise, remarking on Zero's ingenuity in devising such a method to counter Hit's time skip, a feat that seemed uniquely within Zero's capabilities. At this moment, the rejuvenated Vegeta let out a cold snort, fully aware of the terrifying regenerative abilities possessed by Zero. Otherwise, such a fighting style would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Naturally, Hitler heard the words of Sun Wukong, yet he remained oblivious to their meaning. However, it did not take long for him to comprehend the situation. Before the eyes of the assembly, the lower half of Surna, which had been severed, was enveloped by a golden object. With a single punch, Hitler shattered the hand that held it, discarding it effortlessly, only to witness it reconstitute itself instantaneously before the astonished crowd. This monster. Hitler finally comprehended why Cyril had engaged him in such a manner. Only Cyril could exchange injury for injury. If this creature was so formidable that it was nearly impossible to defeat, then he need not worry about accidentally killing this fellow. Gradually, Hitler's gaze grew more serious, and his attacking stance shifted accordingly. With a resounding thud, Hit delivered a powerful punch to the face of Golden Zero. The sheer force of the blow causing Zero's cheek to cave in, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Zero's body recoiled rapidly. Though Hit's strike nearly shattered his skull, the energy blast he conjured still found its mark on Hit. A tremendous explosion erupted, waves of energy swirling chaotically. In that instant, as Zero was struck once more by Hit, the energy blast that had been aimed at Hit instead detonated upon him. Boom. The anguished cries of Zero echoed in succession. Although he initially managed to land a hit on Hit using his injuries to his advantage, it did not take long for him to resemble Vegeta, unable to touch Hit as the latter accelerated with his time-skipping technique. At this moment, Zero was spitting blood, his expression a portrait of agony. The relentless onslaught had left his body battered and broken, with not a single part of him unscathed. Despite Zero possessing the abilities of Piccolo, enduring such prolonged attacks required an immense amount of energy for him to restore his form. Indeed, this Zero was far more formidable than Frieza. I'm quite surprised, Goku remarked. If he weren't capable, I wouldn't have brought him here. Rachin replied with a smile. Vegeta let out a cold snort, remaining silent. He could sense that the strength of Zero was on a different level than his own. Yet, it was due to that terrifying regenerative power that he managed to endure for so long against Hit. In the arena, Zero had already faded, reverting to his original green hue. After receiving a punch from Hit, he finally collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Huffing, Hit slowly caught his breath, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his temples. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that each warrior from Universe 7 would prove to be increasingly resilient. If they all possessed such tenacity, this match would indeed be arduous and challenging. Universe 6 emerges victorious. The referee proclaimed loudly into the microphone, announcing the outcome of the match. In the stands of Universe 6, Compa nodded in satisfaction at the result, oblivious to the fact that Hit was beginning to struggle. His full attention was consumed by Beerus. However, Beerus consistently ignored him, leaving Compa feeling increasingly uneasy. Beerus yawned, feeling somewhat bored by the level of combat. Goku, it's your turn to take the stage, said Whis. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. Goku exclaimed excitedly, gradually elevating his body before finally landing atop the arena. Upon reaching the platform, Goku did not immediately engage in battle, nor did he transform into Super Saiyan Blue right away. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Hit. It remained expressionless, patiently awaiting Goku's move. Humph. Such theatrics. No matter how powerful the Scion of Universe 7 may be, he cannot defeat Hit. Our Universe 6 is destined for victory. Kappa could not help but taunt. Shut your foul mouth. The match hasn't even begun, so spare us your incessant chatter. Beerus retorted angrily. Ha ha ha, Beerus, you're upset. How delightful. Kappa laughed heartily at Beerus's words. Goku on the arena suddenly relaxed his expression. He then turned to Hit and said, Apologies, I was preoccupied with some matters, but now I finally comprehend. Hit raised an eyebrow, asking, comprehend what? Goku assumed a combat stance and replied, of course. I've discerned the weakness in your time skip technique. I've been studying it for quite some time. When you dealt with Vegeta and Zamasu, your time skip duration was 0.2 seconds, wasn't it? It paused, then responded, even if you've studied it extensively, what does that change? Goku smiled gently and said, it changes everything. For I have identified your weakness. Hit regarded Goku and replied, enough of your prattle, let us get to it and finish this, leaving only one opponent remaining. Hearing Hit's words, Goku ceased his banter. A brilliant azure light spread across the horizon, a sacred aura swirling, as a magnificent sea of luminous stars erupted behind Sun Wukong. His appearance underwent a transformation. His hair and eyebrows turned a striking blue, and his pupils shimmered with a soft azure glow. The surrounding atmosphere was divine and radiant, scattered with stardust-like flecks. This energy was remarkably vibrant, its outer layers undulating gently, occasionally swirling with a bubbly essence. His combat power surged to an astonishing 1.2 trillion. Suddenly, the ultra-blue Sun Wukong's expression hardened, and he transformed into a streak of blue light, darting forward to stand before Hit in the blink of an eye, launching a direct punch. Hit remained impassive, quietly observing Sun Wukong, and in the next moment, activated his time skip technique. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was forcefully repelled by a punch from Hit, stumbling backward while cradling the area where he had been struck in evident pain. Yet, undeterred, he transformed once more into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Hit. Upon reaching his opponent, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. However, as anticipated, Hit deftly evaded each assault. This time, though, Sun Wukong did not suffer the same fate as before. Instead, he successfully parried Hit's attack. What? Hit exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Sun Wukong had managed to block his time skip attack. How was this even possible? Oh my, he actually deflected it. Everyone was in shock. They never expected Sun Wukong to withstand Hit's assault. How could this be? While Vegeta had initially evaded Hit's attack, he ultimately succumbed when Hit accelerated his time skip. Although Zamasu had lasted longer than Vegeta, he would have been defeated even sooner had it not been for his regenerative abilities. How could this be? How did Kakarot perceive a mere 0.2 seconds of time skip? Vegeta found this hard to accept. Zamasu's expression was even grimmer. He hadn't managed to decipher even 0.1 seconds, let alone 0.2. The essence of time skip means that the opponent can effectively halt time for 0.2 seconds, during which a true master can accomplish numerous feats. Moreover, it not only manipulates time, but can also utilize his time skip to enter parallel dimensions. This explains why Vegeta's energy blast failed to strike Hit, only to be returned to him through Hit's time skip. However, even with an understanding of the opponent's abilities, overcoming them is no simple task. It demands sufficient strength, as well as perfect harmony between mind and body to react instantaneously and anticipate the opponent's next position. Sun Wukong, in this instance, was predicting Hit's intentions as Raichin elucidated. Does that mean my father can defeat Hit? Gohan asked, filled with excitement. Not necessarily. While we Scions can augment our power through transformation, Hit, as the foremost assassin of Universe 6, undoubtedly possesses more than just this level of strength, Raichin explained gradually. Damn it. Vegeta glared with displeasure as he watched Son Goku once again surpass him. Sun Wukong. Shilu cast a troubled gaze upon the arena where Sun Wukong stood, initially believing that his strength had surpassed that of Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, which had brought him considerable joy. However, he soon realized that he had been outdone by Sun Wukong. How astonishing! Krillin and the others regarded Sun Wukong with expressions of mixed emotions, utterly astonished that he could perform such feats. In the arena, Zid observed Sun Wukong with a look of surprise. This must be a fluke, right? Sun Wukong chuckled, Indeed. It was a fluke, but not this time. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing an instant later to deliver a sweeping kick towards it. Zit. Employing his time flash technique, found the space around them solidifying. He pivoted and struck a punch towards Sun Wukong's midsection. Bang. The scene unfolded with Sun Wukong firmly grasping Zit's fist with one hand, while Zit caught Sun Wukong's left foot with his other hand. In this exchange, both fighters reached a stalemate. Bang. In the next moment, they both retreated simultaneously. In that fleeting 0.2 seconds of their retreat, Sun Wukong and Zit had engaged in countless exchanges. Zit, if your time flash technique is ineffective, your strength is not particularly formidable, is it? Sun Wukong remarked with a grin. Zit gazed calmly at him and replied, "This is the first time someone has been able to counter my time flash since I started my journey, which speaks volumes about your keen judgment. However, defeating me will not be an easy task." With that, Zit clenched his fists, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his features. "It has been ages since I have experienced such exhilarating combat. I never imagined that in another universe, there would be a master capable of matching me." Boom. Suddenly, Zit erupted with energy, unleashing a powerful wave of violet force that resonated profoundly. Sun Wukong remained silent, yet his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. "With the title of the first assassin, no one has ever evaded my assassination attempts, nor has anyone been able to counter my time flash. Thus, I have not progressed further over the years. Sun Wukong, you are the first to compel me to unleash my full strength." A smile flickered across Zit's face, and in the next moment, he vanished without a trace. Sun Wukong's expression darkened, and with an enraged shout, a celestial blue light emanated from him as he charged directly towards it. With a sudden crash, Sun Wukong's entire body was sent flying. How could this be possible? He was hit. Krillin exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. In just 0.3 seconds, Hit had elevated his time skip to that very threshold. Lei Chun remarked slowly. "What? Does that mean he is on par with you?" Vegeta asked in astonishment. "No, perhaps his time skip has surpassed mine, for this is not his full strength," Lei Chun said pensively. "In the narrative, Hit can leap through time by 0.5 seconds, while I, Lei Chun, am limited to a mere 0.3 seconds. As he spoke, Sun Wukong lay defeated on the arena floor, having been struck down by Hit. Vegeta observed the unfolding battle with a calm demeanor, then slowly closed his eyes. "Kakarot, are you prepared to use that technique?" How infuriating. Though Vegeta had never witnessed Sun Wukong employ the Kaioken in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he was aware of its power from their fusion as Vegeto. Thus, Vegeta understood that Sun Wukong had mastered this technique. 0.3 seconds. Your time skip has progressed once more. Sun Wukong slowly rose from the ground, fixing his gaze on Hit. "Yes, it is you who has spurred my advancement, Sun Wukong. Let us see your full strength. For I refuse to believe that this is all you are capable of," Hit replied. "Huh. Since you've discerned my intentions, I shall no longer conceal my prowess. This technique was originally intended for Lei Chun, but it seems I must unleash it prematurely." With that, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he shouted, "Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken." An overwhelming force surged forth from Sun Wukong, erupting with terrifying power. The surrounding azure starlight flickered, enveloped in a crimson glow. Boundless energy surged within him, the red light roaring forth in all directions, while crimson flames danced around the blue radiance. Tenfold Super Kaioken. Sun Wukong bellowed, his battle power skyrocketing to staggering heights. "What? The power has increased so dramatically." It was taken aback. Sun Wukong roared incessantly, his aura expanding explosively, soaring like a rocket in that moment. With a resounding crack, the protective barrier in the air shattered under the immense aura of Sun Wukong. Suddenly, he transformed into a brilliant streak of red and blue, hurtling toward Hit. Wukong unleashed a powerful punch, channeling a terrifying force within his fist. Hit's eyes gleamed momentarily, and in that instant, time itself seemed to freeze around him, enveloping everything in a void of silence. Simultaneously, Wukong's movements began to slow. In a flash, Hit observed Wukong and retaliated with a punch of his own. The impact echoed as Wukong's heavy fist collided with Hit's arm, who barely managed to block the onslaught. With a furious roar, Hit countered with a strike, yet to his astonishment, Wukong caught his fist effortlessly. Wukong gazed at Hit and slowly remarked, "Though your time skip technique is formidable, your speed is still lacking. If this is all the power you possess, then, Hit, I shall show no mercy." Suddenly, Hit smirked mysteriously and declared, Is that so? With a sudden motion, Hit vanished entirely, reappearing instantaneously to deliver a punch to Wukong. Surprised, Wukong crossed his arms in defense and was forced to retreat several steps, bewildered by the sudden acceleration of Hit's speed and strength. In a swift moment, Wukong executed a teleportation move, reappearing behind it. However, it let out a fierce roar, unleashing an overwhelming energy that pushed Wukong back, his aura rising once more. Has his power increased? Wukong pondered, realizing that with this newfound strength, Hit's speed would escalate further, allowing him to execute even more maneuvers in the fleeting 3 seconds. Determined, Wukong resolved to unleash his full power, recognizing that he could not sustain this for long and needed to conclude the battle swiftly. With a fierce cry, he activated the Kaioken technique. In an instant, his battle power surged from a mere 3 trillion to an astonishing 12 trillion, an increase of tenfold. With both warriors now brimming with energy, the fierce battle commenced. They exchanged blows with fervor, each fist colliding with the other. Wukong, suddenly bursting with energy, employed the Kaioken once more, enhancing his speed dramatically. He executed a powerful strike, sending Hit plummeting to the arena floor, creating a massive crater upon impact. Yet, Hit quickly ascended once more, soaring towards Wukong, and without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. With a swift kick, Son Wukong was sent soaring through the air. In the fleeting moment of his flight, he swiftly positioned his hands into a flower bud formation, channeling a radiant blue energy sphere in the palms of his hands. He thrust his hands toward Hit, and in an instant, a magnificent surge of energy erupted, resembling a vast azure river of light rushing toward Hit. Whis. At that moment, Beerus, seated in the audience, suddenly called out to Whis. With a nod of understanding, Whis immediately recognized what Beerus had instructed him to do, and in the next instant, he appeared above the arena. Almost simultaneously, Beerus also materialized at his side. The two celestial beings exchanged a glance and nodded in unison before activating their respective staffs. In an instant, a new protective barrier enveloped the arena, encasing both Goku and Hit within its confines. The following moment, a colossal explosion erupted in the air. A blinding light enveloped the entire scene, dazzling the audience who instinctively shielded their eyes. Such formidable power! It was truly astounding how, after years apart, Goku had grown to such an incredible level. Sidra's face registered shock, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He too possessed the Kaioken technique. However, he found the power it granted to be inferior to his transformations, which is why he had never employed it. Now, witnessing Goku utilize it post-transformation, he naturally believed he could also harness it in his golden form. As for Vegeta, the perennial third-place holder, he was currently beset by frustration. After training with Whis, his strength had reached a level on par with Goku, positioning him as Goku's most formidable rival. Yet, upon discovering that Goku could also wield the Kaioken, he realized just how far he had fallen behind. It was one thing for Trunks to surpass him, but now Goku had eclipsed him as well. A reality that Vegeta found difficult to accept. On the arena, the tension mounted. With a resounding tear, the fabric of space split open instantaneously. Son Wukong transformed into a dazzling streak of red and blue light, hurtling directly towards Hitler. The sheer velocity was so formidable that it caused the very space to fracture, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. Flash time. As Hit activated his flash time ability, the space around him instantaneously froze. In that moment, even though Son Wukong's speed had diminished to a fraction of its former self in Hit's perception, it was Hit who began to feel as though his own movements had slowed down. Observing Hit's figure drawing nearer, a thought crossed Hit's mind. What? In an instant, Son Wukong passed through the body of Hit. The figure left behind was merely an afterimage, while his true self had already entered the realm created by the flash time technique. Here, Son Wukong shouted loudly, sensing a fluctuation in the surrounding space. He immediately launched a powerful punch. Bang, bang, bang. In that fleeting moment, Son Wukong and Hit clashed countless times, engaging in a rapid aerial skirmish. Son Wukong swiftly threw a fierce punch towards Hit, but Hit evaded it deftly. Simultaneously, a fist radiating a violet glow struck Son Wukong in the abdomen, causing him to double over. However, despite landing a hit on Son Wukong, Hit's expression turned to one of surprise. He then observed that Son Wukong's entire form was gradually fading from view. Is this an afterimage, or perhaps a clone? The thought crossed Hit's mind, for he sensed that he had indeed struck Son Wukong rather than merely air. This technique was one taught by Whis. If Whis could impart it to Gohan, then it was only natural that Son Wukong had acquired it as well. Suddenly, Explosive sounds reverberated in the air as Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared behind Hit, delivering a punch imbued with terrifying strength. Bang! Hit raised his arms defensively and managed to block Sun Wukong's blow. He staggered back several steps. The two now facing each other mid-air, their gazes locked. After a prolonged moment of silence, Sun Wukong finally spoke. Has your time skip technique reduced to 0? 5 seconds. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Hit nodded and replied casually, not just 0. 5 seconds. My speed and strength have increased even more than before. Sun Wukong acknowledged this with a nod, recognizing the truth in Hit's statement. If Hit's strength had not also improved, then even a time skip of 1 second would have been ineffective against Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong's power now greatly surpassed Hit's previous capabilities, nearly exceeding tenfold. It is because of you that I have been able to surpass my limits and elevate my strength, Hit remarked with a mysterious smile. Hee. Sun Wukong's expression bore a light smile, and he said nothing. The two exchanged glances across the expanse, their lips curling into smiles, embodying a sense of mutual admiration. In the next instant, both erupted with energy. A crimson and a violet aura emanated with overwhelming might. Suddenly, it vanished from sight. The space surrounding Sun Wukong transformed into a brilliant white, and time itself seemed to freeze. Unfazed, Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, shattering Hit's time skip. In the blink of an eye, he raised his arm in defense. Bang! A powerful punch collided with Sun Wukong's arm, and in the next moment, he retaliated with a forceful strike. It was struck as if by a thunderbolt. Doubled over like a shrimp from a fierce kick to his abdomen delivered by Sun Wukong. With another powerful punch, Sun Wukong sent Hit crashing down to the ground. Hit, in a disheveled state, plummeted from the sky, but at the moment of impact, he erupted with fury, transforming into a violet luminescence that surged towards Sun Wukong, simultaneously activating his time skip to appear right before him. Hit unleashed a punch aimed at Sun Wukong, who crossed his arms in defense, yet this time, he found himself back on the arena. With a swift motion, Hit reappeared once more in front of Sun Wukong. Bang! Hit was once again propelled backwards by a single punch from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth slightly, although the Kaioken technique significantly amplified his strength. It also imposed a tremendous burden on him. He had already expended a considerable amount of energy and stamina, and his muscles began to ache. Even though Sun Wukong's might surpass that of the narrative in the story, it was portrayed as slightly more formidable. At present, however, Sun Wukong had the upper hand. Yet he could only maintain this advantage for a limited time. A swift resolution was imperative. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a thunderous roar. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying force erupted forth. 11 times the Kaioken. With a resounding roar, Wukong's battle power surged once more, reaching its zenith in that very moment. In the next instant, he dashed directly before Hit. What? Hitler's expression changed instantly. He never anticipated that Sun Wukong could unleash his power ahead of time. His time travel technique proved ineffective, as he was struck by several punches from Sun Wukong, sending him hurtling away, ultimately embedding him beneath the arena. At that moment, Hitler was merely 20 to 30 centimeters away from the edge of the platform. Suddenly, Hit shouted, narrowly evading Sun Wukong's strike. He unleashed an energy blast that struck Sun Wukong. Although it inflicted no damage upon him, Sun Wukong, propelled by his excessive speed, was unable to halt his flight and consequently landed outside the arena. A profound silence enveloped the scene as the spectators stood in stunned disbelief for a moment before realizing that Sun Wukong had been defeated. Beerus. Now you see the might of my sixth universe, Compa exclaimed, bursting into raucous laughter. Hit, having triumphed in a 1-against-3 battle, emerged victorious, much to Compa's elation. Nanny. Beerus's face turned a deep shade of purple with anger. Goku, how could you be so careless? Beerus scolded, filled with exasperation. My apologies, Lord Beerus. I can't help it. It's too close. Besides, we still have Raijin, Goku replied with a silly grin. Your words. This statement nearly infuriated Beerus. Although with Raichan present, Beerus felt assured he would not be defeated. Departing the match with a direct victory was far preferable to languishing in tedium. Just then, Goku's next utterance further irritated Beerus. Raichan, do you still have any senza beans? Goku inquired of Raichan. The moment these words left his lips, the expressions of Krillin and the others shifted dramatically. Goku, what on earth are you planning? Piccolo's face turned a shade of green, astonished. Could it be that he intended to offer a senza bean to Hit? Simultaneously, Piccolo cast a glance at the nearby Hit. recalling how he had faced him in the past. Goku had put himself in a precarious position back then as well, not to mention Vegeta. Were these Saiyans truly mad for the sake of battle? Hit also reminisced about the time Goku had given him a Senzu bean during their bout, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. However, before Raichan could respond, Beerus delivered a punch to Goku's head. Fool, what are you thinking? Are you not afraid of actually losing? This is no time for jokes. The others too were visibly taken aback, while they recognized Raiken's formidable prowess. Only Goku would dare to make light of such a serious situation. Goku, nursing his head, protested unhappily, Lord Beerus, why did you hit me? With a clenched fist. Beerus retorted, let me ask you, do you truly want Hit to regain his strength? Are you not concerned that Raichan might lose? Not at all, Lord Beerus. I am well aware of Hit's capabilities. I merely wish to see how much strength he can compel from Raichan. Otherwise, if Raichan enters the fray, Hit would be defeated in an instant, which hardly seems fair to him. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, where is Raichan? Goku suddenly paused, realizing that Raichan, who had been beside him moments ago, had already ascended to the arena. At that moment, Raichan regarded Hit with a calm demeanor. Despite Hit's formidable nature, he paled in comparison to Goku in Raiken's eyes. After all, Raichan had also mastered the instant transmission technique, albeit not as proficiently as Hit. Nevertheless, Hit's mastery of the technique would prove ineffective against Raichan. Furthermore, Hit's strength had already waned significantly. Hit observed Raichan, his expression grave. For the pressure Raichan emanated was even more formidable than that of Goku. Suddenly, Raichan produced a Senzu bean and tossed it to Hit. The onlookers were left speechless. Beerus's face shifted dramatically. These Saiyans, he thought, gazing at Raichan with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. What was Raichan attempting to achieve? Krillin and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort, remaining silent. He was well aware of the reasons behind Lycan's actions. However, Vegeta was also curious to see just how much power Hit could compel Lycan to unleash. Ha ha ha, that fellow Lycan truly would act this way. Sun Wukong remarked with a hint of surprise, his excitement evident as he gazed at Hit. What is this? Hito inquired, gazing at Raichan. Raichan replied with a smile. This is a Senzu bean. It can instantly restore your stamina. Hitter finally comprehended why the battered Vegeta and the resilient Seller had recovered so swiftly. It was due to this extraordinary bean. Goo. It consumed the divine bean handed to him by Lycan, and suddenly a surge of purple energy erupted from within him, restoring him to his peak condition, even amplifying his power slightly beyond what it was before. Just as Hit was about to make his move, Lycan interjected, wait, I would like to propose a revision to the competition rules. What? This unexpected maneuver from Lycan left the crowd in bewilderment. Only Sun Wukong regarded Lycan with a hint of surprise, as he had long contemplated altering the rules of the competition himself. Yet he never anticipated such misfortune to befall him. Hit paused, gazing at Lycan with a sense of astonishment, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Kampa's expression reflected surprise. After all, Lycan had just provided a divine bean to restore Hit's stamina, and he had casually addressed him as Hey rather than Lord Kampa. What rule do you wish to revoke? Kampa inquired, intrigued. Lycan replied with a subtle smile, I wish to abolish the rule pertaining to killing. Otherwise, should I defeat this fellow Hit? He would hardly accept it with grace, as he is an assassin. If an assassin were to confront his opponent head-on, can it still be referred to as an assassination? Kampa was taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. How could the opponent dare to speak in such a manner? Everyone was astonished, unable to fathom that Lycan would make such a statement. Yet, in the next moment, Kampa promptly replied, all right, Lycan, you are absolutely correct. For the sake of fairness in this competition, let us abolish that rule. Naturally, Kampa was eager to agree with Lycan's request, as it favored his side. Hey, I do not consent. Beerus suddenly appeared before Kampa, gritting his teeth in frustration. Given the opportunity for an effortless victory over his opponent, Beerus was unwilling to acquiesce to Lycan's proposal. Isn't that your own requirement? It was your seventh universe's people who insisted on it. Kampa glared angrily at Beerus. Humph, I don't care. I am the god of destruction, and my word is law. Beerus retorted with a cold snort. As the two deities quarreled over the rules of the competition, Hit reflected, gazing at the two divine beings in the sky. In the presence of these two gods of destruction, perhaps we are merely ants in their eyes. Not necessarily, Hit continued. In my view, gods are only slightly stronger than humans. Humans are not inherently inferior. No one is born as an ant. Even gods have ascended from the ranks of ants. And while their starting point may be higher, it does not guarantee that they will always remain ahead of humanity. Lycan spoke thoughtfully. It paused, suddenly emanating an aura even more formidable than his own. Perhaps his strength had not increased, but his presence was several times more powerful than before. Well said. While gods may have a higher starting point, it does not mean they will always stay ahead of humanity, Hit declared confidently, gradually dismissing his smile. His gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, a white domain began to spread from his entire being. Time prison. Lycan's expression remained unchanged as a golden flame enveloped him. His eyes transformed into crimson orbs, with a red hue surrounding them. His body was covered in crimson fur, his hair a rigid red cascading down to his tail, framing his shoulders with long locks. The radiant red hair shimmered with a brilliant glow, surrounded by a divine and luminous aura, scattered with star-like specks that undulated gently. Infused with a bubbling essence, Lycan instantly transformed into the Super Saiyan god state, his battle power skyrocketing to 17 trillion. Its power was not significantly inferior to that of Goku in his super blue form with Kaioken, so Lycan did not hesitate and unleashed his full strength. Goku had been unfortunate enough to be knocked off the stage by Hit, and Lycan could not afford to be complacent. How astonishing! Hit was equally surprised by Lycan's overwhelming strength, which far surpassed that of Goku. Lycan's power was entirely his own, unlike Goku, who relied on Kaioken to amplify his combat abilities, indicating a considerable disparity between the two. Moreover, Lycan's strength was even beyond that of Goku. I am no match for him. A thought flickered through Hitler's mind, yet he was not one to concede easily. With a furious roar, he erupted with rage. And in the next moment, he unleashed his fury, his fists moving like shadows as he stood his ground, relentlessly striking at Lei Qin before him. How could this be? Xiangpa stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. He could hardly fathom that Lei Qin's combat prowess had ascended to the level of a potential destroyer god, and even surpassed that of the typical candidates by a considerable margin. Bang, bang. How could this be? You managed to completely evade my attack. Hitler gazed at Lei Qin in disbelief. Lei Qin approached Hitler and calmly stated, I too possess the ability of time evasion, though I cannot achieve the remarkable 0.5 seconds as you do. However, due to my superior speed, I can naturally counter your own time evasion technique. Thus, you shall never triumph over me. What? Hitler exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could react, he was struck squarely in the face by a punch from Lei Qin, sending him reeling backward. To his dismay, Hitler's time flash technique proved utterly ineffective against Lei Qin. This was astonishing. It seemed that Lei Qin had grown even stronger than he had just a few days prior. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight at this unexpected turn of events. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Though he remained silent, he was undeniably taken aback. Having personally experienced Hit's time-skip technique, under the influence of this ability, Vegeta found himself utterly powerless. Now, as Hit faced off against Lei Qin, he mirrored Vegeta's previous encounter with Hit, being completely devoid of any retort. Hit. This time, Xiangpa was taken aback, rising abruptly to his feet, his face drenched in cold sweat. Should Hit be defeated, there would be no one stronger than him. The Dragon Balls he had painstakingly acquired would be forfeited to Beerus. With a swift motion, a white time cage enveloped the arena, cast by Hit himself. However, Lei Qin's assault did not freeze in that instant. Instead, it culminated in a ferocious punch landing squarely in Hit's abdomen. In that moment, an invisible yet terrifying force surged through Hit's very being. Hitler spat blood directly. Unable to maintain the confines of his temporal prison, his efforts in manipulating time had utterly failed. Hit. The audience, including Gabe, stood up in a panic. If Hit were to lose, he couldn't bear the thought of whether Pat would spare them. Hit, concede. Your time flash technique, though impressive, pales in comparison to my strength. You are no match for me, Lei Qin remarked calmly. Gritting his teeth, Hit struggled to rise. If 0.5 seconds of time flash had no effect on you, then what about 0.6 seconds? Oh, Lei Qin was taken aback. In the next moment, he witnessed Sight grit his teeth and once again activate the time flash technique. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Lei Qin. At that moment, Lei Qin found himself far less at ease than before. He was genuinely astonished that Sight could employ a time flash that surpassed the narrative's 0.5 seconds. However, within the story, Sun Wukong had merely managed to achieve a stalemate against Sight, failing to push him to his limits. Thus, although Lei Qin was initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, feeling that it was a normal occurrence. Zite roared, unleashing a wave of white, intangible temporal energy that abruptly halted the flow of time around them. With a swift motion, he threw a punch. I told you. Your time flash technique is ineffective against me. Lei Chun shouted in return, following up with a horizontal kick that sent a beam of red light hurtling towards Zeit. Suddenly, a fierce determination glimmered in Zeit's eyes. As Lei Chun aimed a kick at him, Zeit stood his ground, refusing to flinch or evade. He clenched his fist tightly, unleashing a torrent of purple energy that erupted from his being. Thud. Lei Chun's kick, imbued with terrifying force, struck Zeit squarely in the chest. Zeit's face contorted in agony, feeling several ribs shatter, yet he let out a deafening roar. All of his strength surged forth, and Lei Chun found it exceedingly difficult to retract his foot, as a formidable gravitational force emanated from Zeit, preventing him from pulling back. Zeit's fists began to swing wildly, each punch infused with frenzied power, crashing down towards Lei Chun's head. Even before the fist made contact, a faint purple glow had already brushed against Lei Chun's skull. He furrowed his brow, astonished by Zeit's reckless determination. Did he not fear being killed by a single kick? At that moment, Lei Chun seemed to possess but one option: to unleash his overwhelming strength and send Zeit flying. However, he was acutely aware that such an action could result in Zeit's demise. Although he had persuaded Xiang Pa to lift the no-kill rule, he could not guarantee that Xiang Pa would not assert that, despite the lifted rule, killing was still not permissible. Should Xiang Pa lose, he would undoubtedly seize that very issue, insisting that Lei Chun had committed murder, thus rendering their confrontation a draw. Moreover, Lei Chun had no desire to take Zeit's life. This was the only strategy Zeit could conceive to defeat Lei Chun: to gamble on Lei Chun's reluctance to kill him, believing that if Lei Chun truly intended to end him, he could inflict damage on Lei Chun before his own demise. A terrifying force surged from his chest, as his body was torn apart by an unimaginable pain, yet it strangely sharpened Zeit's focus. Nevertheless, Zeit had miscalculated. While Lei Chun did not wish to kill him, he would not retreat or hesitate due to Zeit's desperation. In that fleeting moment, Lei Chun had made his decision. Indeed, sheer determination cannot vanquish me. Lei Chun's gaze hardened, his strength surpassing that of Hit. He harbored no fear of Hit's desperate onslaught, asserting that the disparity in power was negligible. While one might triumph over the formidable through sheer will, the chasm in their combat prowess was insurmountable. Hit's current fighting capability barely reached 3 trillion points, while Lei Chun's prowess soared to a staggering 170,000. Even with Hit's remarkable speed, the difference was too vast. With a low growl, Lei Chun radiated an increasingly blinding red scion aura, dismissing Hit's frenzied attacks. He unleashed a powerful kick upon Hit, shattering a portion of his body, blood splattering onto his shoe as he nearly dislocated Hit's left shoulder. Simultaneously, Hit's fist crashed into Lei Chun's head. A deafening collision reverberated through the air, causing even Lei Chun to slide back against the ground. A tremendous explosion ensued, accompanied by a mushroom cloud rising into the sky, bolstered by his speed technique. Hit unleashed a punch with a destructive force of 30 trillion. For a brief moment, Lei Chun's body stiffened, his scalp splitting under the impact, and he staggered back a few steps. In that instant, both combatants struggled to maintain their footings. Yet Lei Chun quickly regained his composure while Hit remained crouched on the ground. Although Hit's punch appeared to inflict grave injury upon Lei Chun, it only grazed his skin. Yet the fact that it managed to wound Lei Chun astonished him. The arena fell silent as many spectators covered their eyes, unable to witness the brutality unfolding before them. This was no mere contest. It was a brutal struggle for survival. Blood trickled down Lei Chun's face as he wiped his brow, his gaze fixed incredulously on Hit. The revelation that Hit could unleash 30 trillion in power was astonishing, yet the fact that such a force could injure him was even more surprising. At that moment, Hit's eyes widened with fury, a long wound stretching across his chest and extending to his shoulder, resembling a near-fatal blow. Blood flowed freely as he collapsed to the ground, his purple aura gradually dissipating. The victory belonged to Lei Chun of Universe 7, as the referee's voice echoed. A palpable tension enveloped the audience. Meanwhile, Kampa's expression darkened ominously, akin to an impending storm. A sinister purple aura began to emanate from his feet, his demeanor icy as he seethed with anger. The defeat of Hit and his comrades filled Kampa with rage, especially as he recalled the arduous journey across 12 universes to find the 6 Super Dragon Balls, only to see them squandered against Universe 7. You worthless fools! How could you possibly lose to Universe 7? This is utterly disappointing. In the shadowy realm of Kampa, at this moment, Hit, having consumed a mystical bean provided by Sun Wukong, rose to his feet and gazed at Kampa, declaring, "I no longer desire the cube. Allow me to return." Ha ha ha. You wish to leave after losing the match? It is not that simple. You have brought me great embarrassment. Thus, your existence has become unnecessary. With that, Kampa suddenly conjured a sphere of destructive purple energy in his hand, radiating a terrifying aura as he raised it towards Hit. The gaze of Kampa fell upon Gaby and the others, their faces paling in horror as they stood up abruptly, aware that they could very well face annihilation alongside Hit. Hit remained expressionless, directing a cold stare at Kampa. Is that truly the case? Yet, I shall not await my demise passively. On the other side, Sun Wukong could no longer bear the scene. Sensing the dreadful energy emanating from Kampa, he clenched his fists, yearning to assist Hit. Not only Sun Wukong, but even Vegeta felt compelled to rush forward, unwilling to witness his newly acquired disciple, Gaby, perish at the hands of the god of destruction from Universe 6. At that moment, Beerus appeared before Sun Wukong and Vegeta, his back turned to them, speaking indifferently that matter belongs to Universe 6 and does not concern us. Moreover, when a god of destruction takes action, mortals should refrain from interfering. Otherwise, they must bear the consequences. Lei Qin, do you think if I fused with you, we could defeat Lord Kampa? Sun Wukong suddenly turned to Lei Qin and asked. Lei Qin was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from Sun Wukong. Nor did he expect Wukong to wish for a fusion with him. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Qin replied, theoretically, it should enable us to defeat him. But we have yet to test it, so I cannot say for certain. Is that so? Excellent. Lei Qin, let us fuse. Upon hearing Lei Qin's words, Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Beerus's expression shifted, for he was acutely aware that the fusion of the two would result in a tremendous increase in power. Their combined strength would multiply 20-fold, and with Sun Wukong's Kaioken times 10, Beerus could hardly fathom the might they would possess, perhaps even surpassing the destructive capabilities of Kampa himself. Just as Beerus was about to voice his thoughts, his eyes widened suddenly, and his body trembled as if struck by lightning. In that moment of his trembling, Lei Qin noticed three figures standing not far away. Two of them bore striking similarities, resembling diminutive versions of Teletubbies, their expressions cold and detached. The third was an exceedingly small child, donned in a purplish-red robe, with the front of his garment emblazoned with two inverted circles. His head resembled an egg, with three vertical lines in contrasting colors, purple on the sides and blue in the center. The king had arrived. As Lei Qin pondered the immense power he would possess if fused with Sun Wukong, he found himself unable to attain tranquility. The king of all exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of a 2- or 3-year-old child. Despite wielding terrifying strength, his actions were dictated solely by whim. Incurring his wrath would yield unfathomable consequences. Unlike Sun Wukong, whose charm could endear him to the king, Lei Qin sensed no aura emanating from him. Yet, an unsettling agitation stirred within Lei Qin, as if an ominous event loomed on the horizon. This sensation evoked memories of his initial encounter with a formidable creature on Tianlan Star, where he felt a brush with death itself. However, the intensity of the present feeling was far more profound, as though he were perpetually on the brink of demise. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, Lei Qin realized that his clothing was drenched, and the Saiyan godly power within him seemed stifled by an unseen force. Clarity washed over him as he perceived that the moment the king's gaze shifted to Sun Wukong, the disquiet dissipated. How terrifying! Merely the king's gaze rendered him incapable of unleashing his full potential. Perhaps he could not even muster 1/10 of his strength. Lei Qin marveled internally. However, as he glanced at the others, it appeared he was the only one experiencing such trepidation. To them, the king seemed merely an ordinary child, leaving Lei Qin perplexed, though it appeared to align with the unfolding narrative. Thus, with the king's arrival, Kampa relinquished his intent to wreak havoc upon Hit and his companions. And the events unfolded as scripted. Sun Wukong, having allied with the king of all, could instill fear in both Beerus and Kampa. The king turned to Sun Wukong and remarked, "You are quite amusing." To which Wukong replied, "You are also quite interesting." The king nodded. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Until we meet again." Sun Wukong waved goodbye. Lord Zeno, farewell." Kampa and Beerus both bowed at a 90-degree angle, lowering their heads in deference to Zeno. The Omni King uttered, stepping between the two guards, who swiftly transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the depths of the cosmos. As soon as the Omni King departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the arena finally relaxed. Beerus and Kampa exhaled in relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Suddenly, Beerus rushed in front of Goku, lifting him by the collar with one hand, and bellowed, "You insolent brat! How dare you be so audacious as to disrespect Lord Omni King? He is the most noble of all." Goku, taken aback, replied, "Did I?" I don't believe I did anything at all. What do you mean you did nothing? Do you understand that if Lord Omni King were to become angry, not only would everyone present vanish in an instant, but two universes would also cease to exist? Kampa shouted furiously. Raising an eyebrow, Goku casually remarked, I doubt that would happen. I don't think Lord Omni King is that type of person. Lord. Kampa was stunned. He hadn't anticipated Goku referring to the Omni King in such a casual manner. Suddenly, Kampa shouted, How dare you address the esteemed Lord Omni King so flippantly? What's wrong? Lord Kampa? Goku asked, puzzled by Kampa's reaction. I'm done with this. I refuse to associate with a madman like you. Vados, let us leave, Kampa exclaimed, calling out to Vados. Beerus then approached and smacked Goku on the head. Oh, Lord Beerus, why did you hit me? Goku said, rubbing his head and looking at Beerus in confusion. Goku, you are far too audacious. Beerus replied, a hint of exasperation in his gaze. What's the big deal? Lord Omni King doesn't seem that terrifying to me. Why are you all so afraid of him? Goku questioned, genuinely perplexed. Goku, the Lord Omni King may not appear formidable. Do you know that there were once 18 universes, 6 of which were eradicated by him? Can you comprehend why he is revered as the most exalted of all deities? Whis chuckled lightly. As an angel, Whis did not share the same fear of the Omni King as the destroyers did, as long as angels did not commit grave errors. The Omni King would not hold them accountable. In contrast, the destroyers could be replaced even after death, but angels were irreplaceable. Losing one was a significant loss. As they were exceedingly rare, it is imperative that Goku never encounters Lord Omni King, or else unimaginable calamities may ensue. Within his heart, Beerus cried out fervently. Let us bypass the preceding details and delve directly into the present scene. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, 7 colossal Dragon Balls rotated in harmony, their resplendent, translucent amber hues adorned with vibrant red pentagrams, each symbolizing a wish from 1 to 7 stars. These magnificent Dragon Balls, scattered amidst the emptiness of the universe, created a breathtaking spectacle. Even Lycan could not help but marvel. He had witnessed the Dragon Balls of Earth, yet these Super Dragon Balls were as immense as planets. However, in the boundless universe, they appeared diminutive. The cosmos was even grander. Gazing upon these Super Dragon Balls, Lycan felt a yearning. They possessed a power far superior to that of Earth's Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Even the vanished universe could be resurrected. Should Lycan be granted a wish, he would wish for an enhancement of his wish-granting abilities. Although he had absorbed the Dragon Balls from the GT parallel universe, most had merely bolstered his strength, while his own wish-granting power remained rather limited. Those who had died twice were beyond his reach to resurrect, and those of overwhelming strength were equally unattainable. With his heart racing with ambition, Lycan gazed upon the 7 Dragon Balls. Beerus pondered momentarily before addressing Whis. Summon it, Whis. Whis nodded lightly, then waved his scepter, unleashing a divine aura from within. His demeanor grew serious as he uttered in the divine tongue, Arise, Dragon. In the next instant, the 7 colossal Dragon Balls emitted 7 beams of radiant golden light. Under this immense golden brilliance, the Dragon Balls began to glow brilliantly, radiating dazzling golden luminescence. Suddenly, all the Dragon Balls were enveloped in gold, the light expanding ever more intensely, growing blindingly brilliant. At that moment, the space trembled violently, and a powerful force surged forth, encasing the 7 wish-granting orbs. Following this, a form of immense stature coalesced from the golden light, a blurred dragon silhouette slowly materializing, the great divine dragon. A resounding roar echoed throughout the starry expanse, and at that moment, all present heard this magnificent dragon's cry. A golden dragon glided gracefully through the cosmos, with planets appearing as insignificant as ants before its presence. This was a divine dragon with wings, long and robust, reminiscent of the Yinglong from Chinese mythology. In the instant it opened its colossal maw, it consumed countless planets in one gulp. Even Sun Wukong and Lycan were engulfed in its vast belly. What was happening? Sun Wukong and the others' expressions changed dramatically, believing they had been devoured by the super divine dragon. Only Lycan remained unperturbed, his face reflecting nothing but awe at the dragon's immense size. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon witnessing the scene. Do not panic. We are about to enter the inner realm of the divine dragon, where we shall truly behold its magnificence. At that moment, Wise suddenly spoke, and upon hearing his words, the others felt a sense of reassurance wash over them. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, until they finally beheld a colossal golden divine dragon suspended in the darkness, emanating a sacred radiance that appeared capable of illuminating the entire universe, though, in truth, it was merely an illusion, for while the divine dragon was immense, the universe was far greater. Is this the divine dragon summoned by the gigantic Dragon Balls? It is truly astonishing. Piccolo, being a Namekian, possessed a certain understanding of the Dragon Balls, yet, even so, he had never envisioned a divine dragon of such magnitude. State your wish. The colossal divine dragon proclaimed. Beerus nodded, stepped forward, and, invoking the divine language, articulated his desire to the super divine dragon. As the enormous dragon's eyes blazed with golden light, in the next instant, 7 beams shot forth into the cosmos. While all eyes were fixed upon the super divine dragon, Lei Qin had already prepared 7 clones, ready to utilize instant transmission to reach the gigantic Dragon Balls that had formed from the super divine dragon. Is that it? A voice echoed in the silent starry sky. As Sun Wukong expressed his confusion. It should be over, right? Krillin replied uncertainly. What is going on? It feels like nothing has happened. By the way, Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Bulma inquired curiously, glancing at Beerus. This is a secret, Beerus remarked with a faint smile. What secret could it possibly be? After all, the Super Dragon Balls were won by us. It is unacceptable for us to remain uninformed. Bulma protested indignantly. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. If Bulma were to discover that his wish was to restore Earth in the 6th universe, she would surely pester him incessantly. Vegeta, noticing the peculiar expression on Beerus's face, which hinted at an impending outburst, quickly interjected, All right, Bulma, refrain from pressing further. Humph. With her husband Vegeta's intervention, Bulma decided against pressing Beerus any longer. She turned away with a huff, choosing to ignore him. Women can be so troublesome, Beerus thought helplessly. If an ordinary woman dared to be so unreasonable towards a being as formidable as him, the god of destruction, he would have long since made her disappear. An hour later, Lycan, Vegeta, and the others returned to Earth, while Shiru was sent back to Hell by Lycan. After Beerus and Whis brought Bulma a lavish feast back to the realm of the gods of destruction, tranquility returned to Earth. Lycan chose to remain on Earth, taking care of their child and accompanying his wife, the Supreme Kai, Rolana. That distance is simply too far, Lycan lamented. Unable to contact his doppelganger due to the vast expanse, only able to sense that his other self was alive in another universe. The Super Dragon Balls were scattered across the 1st, 2nd, 7th, 10th, 4th, 5th, and 11th universes. It seems that, within a few months, it will be impossible for me to gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls, Lycan mused. Meanwhile, in the future world, a series of enormous explosions resonated through the silent night, revealing several hemispherical glimmers. In what should have been a bustling city, chaos erupted, laying waste to the landscape with ruins, smoke, and the haunting cries of despair, unfolding a scene of unspeakable tragedy. Corpses lay strewn about, with human remains littering the ground, engulfed by flames consuming towering buildings as fire raged uncontrollably. What was once a daylight world was now shrouded in the smoke of devastation, with clouds in the sky blending shades of black, white, and gray. Amidst the ruins, a young boy wielding a sword traversed the desolation. He dared not make a sound, fearful of awakening some terrifying entity. The boy, with short blue hair and a strikingly handsome visage reminiscent of Vegeta, was none other than Trunks, the future's great warrior. At this moment, Trunks was clad in tattered garments, his body marred by numerous injuries, desperately running with an urgent longing to reach his desired destination. A month has elapsed since the destruction tournament. On this day, in the vicinity of Bulma's residence on Earth, the sky transformed dramatically. What had been a serene and sunny day was abruptly overshadowed by ominous clouds and resounding thunder. In the high heavens, eerie beams resembling arcs of lightning converged towards a singular direction, culminating in the sudden emergence of a black hole, measuring several meters across. This aura was unmistakably Trunks. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Trunks beside him, feeling a familiar yet alien presence enveloping the atmosphere. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he swiftly ascended into the sky. Concurrently, the astute Raichin had already detected the anomaly, arriving ahead of Vegeta to assist Trunks, who was now visibly injured. Father! Trunks exclaimed, his eyes widening as he spotted Vegeta soaring towards him. Trunks, how did you find yourself in such a predicament? Has a formidable foe emerged once more in the future? Is it Majin Buu? Vegeta inquired, his arms crossed defiantly as he descended slowly from the firmament, casting a cold gaze upon Trunks. However, upon witnessing Trunks' grievous wounds, Vegeta's brow furrowed, a flicker of rage igniting within his eyes. Just as Trunks attempted to articulate his thoughts, a terrifying aura descended from above. Once again, strange beams of light gathered in the sky, leading to the formation of another black hole, this one 10 meters wide. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the scene, and a figure materialized in midair. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, yet adorned in the attire of the Supreme Kai. Complete with white boots, a time ring on his right index finger, slightly darker skin than Goku, and a patera earring dangling from his left ear. He appeared before Raichin, Vegeta, and the others. Is this Earth? A voice, eerily familiar yet imbued with an air of superiority and malevolence, resonated through the atmosphere, sending shivers down the spines of Raichin and Vegeta. An overwhelming aura radiated from this dark counterpart of Goku, blanketing the Earth in a palpable sense of dread. Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. No, this is not Kakarot. It is merely an entity bearing his likeness. Oh no, this being possesses Kakarot's body. Yet his soul is not of Kakarot, Raichin remarked, idly toying with his fingers as he addressed Vegeta. What? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. He was aware of Raichin's remarkable abilities, so he was not overly surprised by his knowledge. How do you know that? However, what did it matter? Black Goku was startled, but his expression quickly returned to its usual demeanor. A hint of gravity appeared in his gaze as he noticed Raichin's tail. You are a Saiyan? How peculiar. In my world, I have never encountered a Saiyan of this sort, Black Goku muttered to himself. Raichin, is that not Son Goku? Why is he clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai? Rolana, cradling Rate, approached Raichin. This revelation infuriated Black Goku further. He could easily discern that Rolana was indeed a Supreme Kai, and the notion of a deity consorting with a human, and even bearing a child, incensed him. The contempt he held for humanity, coupled with his already fractured psyche, fueled his rage. As a deity, how could you be with a human? You, woman, repulse me as a fellow divine being. Black Goku's voice resonated ominously in the sky. Have you lost your mind? Is Son Goku deranged? Rolana, incensed by Black Goku's unwarranted insults, retorted. Hey, Supreme Kai of the West, he is he, and I am I. Do not conflate us. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly teleported before Raichin and the others, having overheard Rolana's words. He hastily began to clarify, two Uncle Gokus. At this juncture, little Rate, nestled in Rolana's arms, curiously spoke up, his innocent eyes darting between Black Goku and Son Goku. Nana, the one in the sky is not Kakarot. This one is. Raichin elucidated. Who I am is not of consequence. What truly matters? Black Goku's words were abruptly interrupted by an energy blast from Raichin. Black Goku's expression hardened, and as he swiftly extended his hand to brace against the impending energy blast, he felt the overwhelming force coursing through his palms. His countenance shifted dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. Black Goku struggled immensely upon encountering the energy blast, only to be propelled away by its overwhelming force, crashing into a distant mountain. A tremendous explosion resonated in the air. Such a verbose display, remarked Lei Chun. His sudden intervention left Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks utterly astonished. Moments later, a disheveled Black Goku appeared before them. This foe possesses an extraordinary amount of power. Black Goku glared at Lei Chun with a grim expression. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's latent potential surging forth, he might very well have perished at Lei Chun's hands. The energy blast unleashed by Lei Chun was devoid of restraint, a staggering 50 megajoules directed squarely at Black Goku, with a mere 12 megajoules of his own. Black Goku stood no chance against such an onslaught. If not for the last-minute activation of Sun Wukong's power within him, he would have been vanquished in an instant. Nonetheless, even now, Black Goku bore severe injuries. Although this awakening had augmented his strength to 30 megajoules, he was acutely aware of the peril he faced. With a sudden exclamation, Lei Chun's gaze fell upon Black Goku as an energy sphere materialized once more in his hand. His dark hair shimmered and transformed into a golden hue, signifying his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Immediately, a tempest of lightning surged forth, resembling golden serpents dancing around him, as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The brilliance emanating from Lei Chun intensified, radiating with an astounding luminescence as arcs of electricity coursed from his feet upwards, causing his hair to elongate. In less than 3 seconds, Lei Chun transcended into Super Saiyan 3, his battle power soaring beyond 200 trillion. An overwhelming aura radiated from his being. How is this possible? Black Goku gasped in astonishment. His own Super Saiyan 3 form boasted merely 13 trillion in power, while his Super Saiyan Red form reached only 250 trillion. The battle powers of Black Goku were delineated as follows. Super Saiyan Blue at 1000 trillion, Super Saiyan Red at 250 trillion, Super Saiyan 3 at 12. 5 trillion. Super Saiyan 2 at 3. 25 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 156. 8 billion, and his base form at 31. 5 billion. Yet, Black Goku had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he fully harnessed the strength of the Super Saiyan as his new baseline. Wait a moment, Lei Qin. This fellow bears an uncanny resemblance to me. I shall confront him. Son Goku sensed a formidable power within Black Goku yet to be unleashed. Fearing that Lei Qin might eliminate him swiftly. In a hurry, he stepped forward, still perplexed by the unfolding events. Despite facing an unfamiliar adversary, he felt a surge of exhilaration. What a joke, Kakarot. If anyone's to take the lead, it should be me. This fellow has inflicted such damage upon Trunks. It is only right that I step in. With that, Vegeta transformed into a radiant burst of light and charged towards Black Goku, instantly becoming Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta. Son Goku's expression darkened. He was well aware of Vegeta's intentions, simply wishing to pummel someone who looked precisely like him. To an observer, it might seem as though he was being attacked himself. This Vegeta. Lei Qin watched Vegeta ascend into the sky with a bemused expression. Although the narrative initially set Son Goku against Black Goku, for Lei Qin it made little difference. Should he intervene, Lei Qin contemplated swiftly eliminating Black Goku. He had no desire to wait for Black Goku to unleash the full power of his alternate universe counterpart, Son Goku. If Black Goku were to merge with Zamasu, utilizing the Patera earrings and combining their immortality, it would be a significant challenge for Lei Qin. The amalgamation of their powers would amplify their strength 40-fold. Without even calculating Zamasu's battle prowess, Black Goku's strength already reached 1,000 trillion, and with a 40-fold increase, that would amount to 40,000 trillion, a conservative estimate. The fusion dance would similarly augment their strength by an additional 20-fold. This is precisely why Lei Qin yearned to act swiftly and eliminate Zamasu. If Zamasu and Black Goku were to merge, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. A month later, Son Goku's combat power had soared to an astounding 2,000 trillion. With Super Saiyan Rose at 500 trillion, Super Saiyan 3 at 25 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 at 6. 25 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 3. 1 trillion. In his base form at 62 billion. The tenfold increase of the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken reached a staggering 20 trillion. Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue power was nearly on par with Goku's, boasting 2,000 trillion for Super Saiyan Blue, 500 trillion for Super Saiyan Rose, and fluctuating between 6 trillion to 20 trillion for Super Saiyan 2, while his Super Saiyan 1 stood at 78 trillion in base form. As for Lei Qin, his power had once again reached a plateau, with enhancements becoming increasingly gradual. In his Super Saiyan God form, he exhibited a might of 250,000 trillion. While his Super Saiyan 4 Blue form was at 25,000 trillion, Super Saiyan Rose at 6250 trillion, Super Saiyan 3 at 312 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 at 78 trillion, Super Saiyan 1 at 36 trillion, and his base form at 7,200 billion. Vegeta and Black Goku immediately engaged in fierce combat. After enduring several trillion in battle against Black Goku, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Rose, his battle power skyrocketing to 500 trillion, effectively suppressing Black Goku. In a different universe where Lei Qin did not exist, Vegeta's strength surpassed that of Son Goku from that realm. With a wave of his hand, Vegeta conjured a crimson energy sphere and hurled it directly at Black Goku, resulting in a brilliant and blinding explosion of light. With a resounding thud, Black Goku ascended from the shattered mountains, seemingly devoid of all strength, his limbs hanging limply at his sides. His countenance was grim as he gazed at Vegeta. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Black Goku, who had been arched forward, opened his tightly shut eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Vegeta's power surpasses even that of Son Goku. But wait, what could this mean?" As he pondered this perplexity, Vegeta launched yet another assault upon him. Boom! Black Goku was once again struck down to the ground by Vegeta's powerful punch. Vegeta, with his arms crossed over his chest, gazed at the battered Black Goku with a hint of disappointment. "You counterfeit merely exploit Kakarot's body. Truly, a fake is a fake. It is rather repugnant to feel for Kakarot, whose arduous training has culminated in this body and strength, now usurped by you." As he spoke, a more terrifying aura emanated from Vegeta, unleashing a staggering 500 million units of energy that erupted forth, a cascade of red starlight shooting into the sky. How infuriating! What on earth is happening? Why is this version of Vegeta so formidable, when clearly Goku, a mere human, surpasses him in strength? Despite the immense pressure exerted by Vegeta, Black Goku summoned the power of Goku's body, his combat strength reaching 100 million. Yet, his severely wounded form was unable to unleash much strength. At that moment, Black Goku suddenly sensed an overwhelming force of attraction emanating from an unknown source. His expression brightened with realization. It was the rules of this universe attempting to expel him, to send him back to the future world. What? Just as Vegeta was about to strike down Black Goku, the latter suddenly soared into the air, and a massive black hole appeared in the sky. Vegeta, taken aback, gazed at the sudden emergence of the black void. You think you can escape? With that, Vegeta spread his arms wide and then forcefully brought them together, unleashing a tremendous energy wave directed at Black Goku, who had just entered the black hole. Almost simultaneously, the black hole vanished without a trace. A terrifying aura emanated from the position where the black hole had just been, signifying the immense power of Vegeta's attack, which had somehow transcended space to reach Earth. At that moment, Trunks, witnessing Black Goku's defeat at Vegeta's hands, finally felt a sense of relief, only to faint from the overwhelming circumstances. What on earth is happening, Vegeta? Why do you say that this guy has taken over my body? I'm standing here just fine. Goku inquired, perplexed. Kakarot, that creature has assumed a form of your body from another dimension. He likely possesses a body-switching ability akin to that of Jinyu. It's clear that your carelessness has allowed him to easily swap bodies with you, Vegeta retorted coldly, recalling a time when Goku had been subjected to a similar fate. What? Is that so? No wonder I felt so weak. Perhaps he hasn't fully acclimated to my physique yet. Goku nodded in agreement with Vegeta's assessment. No, Vegeta. You're mistaken. That Black Goku does not merely possess a body-switching ability. You must realize that at our current level of power, most super abilities have little effect on us. Therefore, there exists only one plausible explanation. Raisin paused momentarily. Are you suggesting the Dragon Balls? Vegeta suddenly recalled something and interjected. But even the Dragon Balls on Namek do not possess the capability to switch Kakarot's body, he added, remembering the limitations of both Earth and Namek's Dragon Balls, which could not grant every wish. Are you referring to the colossal Dragon Balls, even larger than those on Earth? I've heard such Dragon Balls are meant for divine beings. Goku exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Whether that is the case remains to be seen. Perhaps we will uncover the truth once Trunks awakens. As for that Black Goku, having endured Vegeta's blow, you should have received enough damage, Raisin remarked thoughtfully. Black Goku? Raisin, how do you know his name? It's just one character away from mine. Goku queried with curiosity. Fool, he looks exactly like you, save for the darker hue. If I didn't know his name, would you prefer I referred to him as something else? Raisin clarified. Oh, I see now. Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging the validity of Lei Chen's words. Lei Chen, do you not possess some peculiar abilities? Surely, you could utilize those powers to gain immediate knowledge, Vegeta remarked to Lei Chen. Is it really necessary for me to employ them? Once Trunks awakens, I can simply inquire directly. I have no desire to expend a significant amount of energy unnecessarily. Lei Chen responded thoughtfully. His statement held truth, for should he invoke the power of wishes, it would indeed require a considerable expenditure of energy, rendering the act of questioning Trunks no different from his own approach. This is quite bothersome, Vegeta remarked, casting a glance at Trunks. After a span of 2 or 3 hours, Trunks finally regained consciousness. Oh, Trunks is awake? Goku's expression brightened momentarily, but swiftly morphed into one of alarm, for Trunks had already launched an assault upon him. Trunks, what has come over you? Goku inquired, evading Trunks' onslaught. Cease this at once, what are you doing? Bulma shouted. It was only upon hearing Bulma's voice that Trunks came to the realization that he had returned to the timeline of the past. I am so sorry, Mr. Goku. I mistook you for someone else. Trunks expressed, his voice laden with regret. Ah. No harm done. You haven't injured me. Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a goofy smile. Mom. The moment Trunks laid eyes on Bulma, his own eyes welled with tears in his world. His mother had been slain by Black Goku. Overwhelmed, Trunks rushed forward and embraced Bulma, tears streaming down his face. What troubles you, Trunks, my dear child? Bulma, noticing the tears cascading down Trunks' cheeks, set aside her bewilderment regarding his earlier aggression towards Goku and focused her attention on her son. At your age, why are you crying like this? Have you faced some injustice? Speak to me, and I shall have Vegeta teach them a lesson, she said, gently stroking Trunks' head, which was taller than her own. It's nothing, Mom. I simply missed you, Trunks replied, wiping away his tears and forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful. Trunks, as a scion, to weep like a child is utterly disappointing, Vegeta scoffed, his expression sour, disapproving of tears being shed in his presence, especially by his own offspring. Hey, Vegeta, could you refrain from your remarks? Trunks has just traveled from a future fraught with peril. Can you not utter a single kind word? Bulma retorted with displeasure. Humph. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta let out a cold snort. However, he refrained from continuing the discussion about Trunks and instead questioned him. Speak, Trunks, who is that individual? Why did he swap bodies with Kakarot? Father, to be honest, I do not know much about that mysterious person either. Trunks replied gravely to Vegeta, subsequently recounting his encounter with Black Goku in the future world. From what you said, if that guy withstood my blow, he is certainly not so easily defeated. Vegeta pondered for a moment before responding. I'm uncertain. But one thing is clear. If he is still alive, he will undoubtedly become stronger than he is now, Trunks asserted with conviction. In that case, it would be rather intriguing. Allowing Black Goku to die so easily would be too lenient, Vegeta said with a cold smirk. If that is the case, let us venture to the future world together, Goku declared, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. That may not be feasible. My time machine is currently out of energy. Trunks replied, his expression darkening as he wished to return sooner. Not to worry. Leave it to me, Bulma said with a carefree demeanor. Then, Trunks, let me see how much you have progressed over the years, Goku remarked just as Gohan's voice echoed from afar. Long time no see, Trunks. Gohan, clad in a suit, gracefully descended from the sky, landing before Trunks with a warm smile. Gohan. Trunks' eyes glistened with tears as he beheld his long-deceased mentor, now an adult, standing before him. His entire being trembled. Having grown up alongside Gohan, Trunks had been profoundly affected by Gohan's death. In the future world, while others could afford to be carefree, he, Trunks, bore the weight of immense pressure alone. Oh, Trunks, what is the matter? You seem on the verge of tears, Gohan inquired, concern etched on his face. And nothing. Trunks wiped away his tears, finally managing to produce a semblance of a genuine smile. Father, may I have a moment to speak with Trunks? Gohan requested of Goku. Raichin had previously informed Gohan that in the future world, Trunks had faced dire circumstances, where even transforming into a Super Saiyan required relentless training. His death had served as a catalyst for his eventual success, and aside from his mother, Trunks had few trustworthy allies left, as all the powerful warriors, including Goku and Vegeta, had been eliminated. To rescue humanity, Trunks must rely solely on his own strength. Originally, Vegeta intended to convey this to Gohan merely to bolster his fighting spirit. However, with the arrival of future Trunks, Gohan inevitably feels a profound sense of sympathy and curiosity towards him. Had it not been for the recent work-related matters that consumed much of Gohan's time, he would have arrived here much sooner. Very well. Upon encountering his eldest son, Son Gohan sought Trunks for a matter of importance, prompting Son Goku to relinquish his interaction with Trunks. In truth, Goku was well aware that Trunks was no match for him. He merely wished to savor the thrill of battle. However, matters were becoming increasingly complicated. Within his mind, Lei Qin contemplated the situation. Although Black Goku's combat prowess was escalating rapidly, it was Zamasu who posed a greater challenge for Lei Qin. The Kaishin of the 10th universe from the future, Zamasu, had wished for immortality using the Super Dragon Balls, rendering him nearly invulnerable, even to the powers of the Omni King, despite receiving assistance from others. Zamasu's immortality seemed to possess virtually no weaknesses. If all else fails, I shall seal him away, Lei Qin mused. Half a day later, Bulma was deeply troubled, pondering how her future self had managed to create a time-traveling spaceship. For Bulma, other issues were trivial, but the energy required for the time machine had left her perplexed. She was at a loss as to where to find the necessary power source. What's wrong, Bulma? Hasn't Trunks' time machine been repaired yet? Lei Qin inquired, noticing Bulma's struggle in her scientific laboratory. It's already fixed. It's just the energy for the time machine that I can't seem to locate, Bulma replied, her expression somewhat grim. What energy? Is it this white stone? Lei Qin asked, pointing at a dim stone displayed on the screen. Yes, that's it. Have you seen it before? Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Wait for me a moment. Lei Qin nodded at Bulma, and in the next instant, he vanished from her sight. When he reappeared, he held two identical stones in his hands. Although Lei Qin didn't possess many of these energy stones, he had collected a fair number during his time in the GT world, where Bulma utilized them to unleash the Super Buu wave. Thus, when Lei Qin encountered them, he instinctively gathered several, believing they might prove useful in the future. What Lei Qin had not anticipated was that he would need them at this moment. The energy for Trunks' time machine was derived from these stones, and the current narrative diverged somewhat from that of Dragon Ball Super. Bulma had not used the Dragon Balls to forget the name she had given this energy stone. She simply referred to it as the energy stone. With Beerus and Whis absent, Black Goku's early appearance caught Lei Qin off guard, making him feel that the trajectory of the story was veering beyond his expectations. Yet, Lei Qin was not particularly concerned about this, for he understood that if the unfolding of events remained identical to the original narrative with his presence added, it would indeed strike him as peculiar. The protagonist's combat prowess had been significantly enhanced due to Lei Qin's emergence. If the adversaries remained unchanged, that would be truly strange. It is akin to two individuals commencing a race simultaneously. One chooses to ride a vehicle midway, while the other continues on foot. Although both may eventually reach the finish line, their journeys will differ greatly, one swift and the other slow. Remember, Saiyans must never entertain any notions of luck or fear, nor should they ever place their hopes upon others. With these words, Vegeta cast a glance at Trunks before turning to depart. At that moment, Trunks had just been reprimanded by Vegeta and was grappling with existential doubts. Suddenly, Lei Qin's voice resonated from afar. In truth, Vegeta's assertion was not entirely accurate. Saiyans are indeed forbidden from harboring any semblance of luck or fear, and relying on others is far less dependable than relying on oneself. Trunks was taken aback and turned to the newcomer, recognizing his mentor's mentor, Mr. Lei Qin. As Lei Qin approached, he smiled and said, "Perhaps they may not comprehend your plight, but I do. Here, Kakarot and Vegeta are alive, and we still possess the Dragon Balls. In your timeline, however, you stand alone without any other warriors. Though Black Goku's strength may be lacking, he is not solitary. Even I find this situation somewhat troublesome." "Ah, Mr. Lei Qin seems quite familiar with Black Goku," Trunks inquired, perplexed, while feeling a sense of helplessness regarding Lei Qin's comment about Black Goku's insufficient power. After all, even Gohan could defeat Black Goku. It was only Trunks who perceived him as an insurmountable foe. Lei Qin chuckled lightly. "It's manageable. I possess certain abilities that you might have heard Gohan mention. While I do not fully comprehend Black Goku, I have a general understanding. Currently, Kakarot, accompanied by Beerus, should have dealt with Zamasu from Universe 10, I presume." "Zamasu?" Trunks was momentarily bewildered, unsure of Lei Qin's implication. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that Black Goku is Zamasu?" "Indeed. Zamasu is the apprentice Supreme Kai from Universe 10 in our timeline." "While that Black Goku is the Zamasu from your timeline," Lei Qin replied calmly. "Indeed." Trunks nodded, suddenly feeling a bit shy as he addressed Raiden. "Mr. Raiden, may I become your disciple?" Raiden was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Trunks would voluntarily seek him out as a mentor, rather than requesting instruction from Vegeta. Curiously, Raiden inquired, "Why not have your father, Vegeta, train you? Given his current strength, it would be an effortless endeavor. Though my father is indeed formidable, my time is limited. Gohan has informed me that only you, Mr. Raiden, can enhance my power in such a short span," Trunks replied with unwavering determination. Realizing this was Gohan's influence, Raiden consented. "Very well, I shall accept your request." He nodded, now understanding that despite not being well acquainted, Trunks was eager to take him as a mentor. Trunks' face lit up with joy as he knelt on one knee. Bowing his head, Trunks pays his respects to his master. "Rise, Trunks. Bulma will likely have your time machine ready in less than an hour. If you wish to enhance your combat prowess in this brief time, we shall need to go elsewhere," Raiden instructed. "To the hyperbolic time chamber?" Trunks queried. "Sort of," Raiden mused. "What do you mean by sort of?" Trunks was puzzled by Raiden's words, but in an instant, Trunks comprehended as a white light enveloped him. When the scene before him shifted, he found himself in a place both familiar and foreign. Indeed, it was the hyperbolic time chamber. However, the gravity here felt significantly heavier, at least 100 times that of Earth. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, though for him, 100 times gravity was not insurmountable. "This is the hyperbolic time chamber?" "You're not mistaken. The gravity here is indeed 100 times that of the outside world. I should clarify, though, this is not the hyperbolic time chamber, but rather my Scion space. Although it may not rival the chamber in size, time flows here twice as fast. One day outside equates to 2 years within. Spending a month here would only be equivalent to 1 hour outside," Raiden explained. As he spoke, an idea struck him, and he tossed a sense beam to Trunks. "First, restore your energy." Trunks nodded, promptly consuming the senza bean, feeling rejuvenated instantly. The two ascended into the air, positioning themselves at a distance from one another. Raiden's Scion space, while not as vast as the hyperbolic time chamber, spanned an area comparable to 10 football fields, with over 80,000 square meters of space. In midair, Raitan addressed Trunks. Now, let me witness your true strength. Unleash your full power. Very well. Although Trunks had never witnessed the prowess of Lei Chan, he harbored no doubts about him. He had heard from Gohan that Lei Chin's strength surpassed that of his father, Vegeta, and that even their combined might would be insufficient to contend with Lei Chin. In an instant, Trunks transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Electricity coursed through his body, and a fierce battle intent emanated from his eyes as he embraced this new state. Suddenly, he let out a mighty shout, and his power surged to an entirely new level. His battle strength skyrocketed to 3 million, surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku from the Majin Buu saga. Yet still only equivalent to the current Super Saiyan Goku. Are you not going to transform, Master? Trunks inquired, puzzled as he gazed at Lei Chin. Though he acknowledged Lei Chin's formidable strength, he did not believe it sufficient to defeat him in his base form. No, if I were to transform. You might find it challenging to even stand before me, Lei Chin replied nonchalantly. He was not exaggerating. The gravity here was 100 times that of the outside world. Should Lei Chin truly transform, Trunks might indeed struggle to maintain his footing under the overwhelming aura Lei Chin would emanate. Seeing Lei Chin remain in his base form, Trunks felt a flicker of defiance. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and unleashed a fierce energy, merging his essence with the blade in an instant. Lei Chin narrowed his eyes slightly, for upon Trunks' unification of spirit and sword, his aura doubled in intensity, reaching an impressive 6 million. Is this the fusion of man and sword? How intriguing. Trunks shot towards Raitan like a rocket. Yet, in the next moment, he was sent flying backward, his sword slipping from his grasp. What on earth is happening? I clearly did not see him move, and his combat power is far inferior to mine. How is this possible? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. It is entirely natural that you could not perceive my movements, for I just executed a leap that lasted a mere 0.1 seconds, a technique I refer to as flash time. Come now, Trunks. Let us see if you can unravel my flash time technique. From this point onward, I shall not hold back. Remember, you have only 1 month, and the extent to which you can enhance your strength rests solely in your hands. Raitan placed his left hand behind him, while beckoning Trunks forward with his right hand, signaling him to attack without delay. Indeed, Trunks nodded, his spirit ignited by the formidable determination emanating from Raitan. He possessed a sense of pride of his own. If Raitan had transformed, he would have felt less indignant. However, the notion that he could not best Raitan without any transformation was something Trunks found difficult to accept. Clang, clang. Trunks was repeatedly sent flying, yet gradually he became accustomed to Raiken's techniques and began to mount a counterattack. However, the cost of this retaliation was that Trunks was swiftly knocked down. After once more being rejuvenated by Raiken's healing abilities, Trunks launched another assault. A month later, Raitan diligently trained Trunks each day, and the latter's strength grew increasingly formidable. Following yet another instance of being sent flying by Raitan, Trunks, with a strained effort, managed to rise to his feet, unleashing an overwhelming force from within. At that moment, with a resounding shout, an astonishing power surged skyward. As he exerted this tremendous energy, it became evident that after 10 days of training, Lightning's time manipulation could no longer contain Trunks. However, upon Lightning's transformation, the tide of battle shifted once more. Now, on the 30th day, Trunks' combat prowess had escalated to an impressive 36 trillion. When factoring in his mastery of the sword and his own being, this formidable strength doubled to an astounding 72 trillion. Bang, bang, bang. The collision of fists resonated like 2 nuclear bombs colliding. A violent explosion erupted in midair, and a fissure materialized from the fabric of space. A blinding beam of light surged forth from the crack, ultimately bursting open. The entirety of the Saiyan realm trembled in response. With a resounding explosion echoing through the air, both Lei Chin and Trunks staggered backward a few steps. As they retreated, a brilliant golden radiance emanated from Lei Chin, his hair transforming into a golden hue, standing upright as arcs of electricity flickered around him. His expression hardened into a chilling intensity, and his power surged to an astounding 78 megajoules. Bang! Trunks had yet to react. His body was propelled through the air, uncontrollably retreating several steps. He had finally transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. With a mix of astonishment and exhilaration, Trunks exclaimed, but at that moment, the golden aura surrounding Raitan suddenly dissipated, returning him to his normal state. This is it, Trunks. It's time to leave, Raitan informed him. Trunks, taken aback, replied, but today marks only the 30th day. Isn't it still ongoing? Raitan explained, this final day is a break for you. Remember, The duration of training does not equate to a proportional increase in power. Without a solid foundation, even the mightiest strength is futile. I understand, Master. Trunks nodded appreciatively. A day later, Trunks and Raichon returned to Bulma's home, where only an hour had passed. The moment they appeared, Vegeta noticed the scene, momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure, eventually closing his eyes with a faint smile. Trunks had grown stronger, and as a father, Vegeta felt a sense of pride. He surmised that Trunks must have trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, the only place capable of rapidly enhancing Trunks' combat prowess. Presently, Trunks' power levels were astonishing. Super Saiyan 2 at 10 to 36 million, Super Saiyan 1 at 5 million, and his base form at 62 billion, nearly matching Vegeta's own strength. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta had been waiting for Trunks for quite some time. Well, Trunks, after just a few hours apart, your energy seems to have multiplied significantly, Goku remarked, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Trunks, feeling a bit shy, explained, "You see, Master Raichon took me to a place akin to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. 2 years pass inside while only a day goes by outside. I've been training there for a month, which is why my power has surged." "Oh, that explains your rapid increase in strength," Goku said, though somewhat astonished. He quickly regained his composure. He understood that while time inside may be longer than in the hyperbolic time chamber, extended training doesn't necessarily yield greater power. Otherwise, he and Vegeta would have spent all their time there, emerging only after surpassing Raichon. Vegeta, though initially surprised that Raichon knew of such an excellent training ground, soon dismissed the thought. While training there was effective and could enhance combat power in a short period, remaining too long would diminish the benefits. This was precisely why Vegeta and Goku chose to train in the God of Destruction's realm instead. The four of them found the time machine somewhat cramped. Trunks, with a somewhat troubled expression, remarked, "It's nothing. I don't need to take that route. I have my own means to follow you." "Oh, could it be instant transmission? Ray, your ability to traverse time with instant transmission is truly remarkable," Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "Of course not. My mastery over space has not yet reached such heights," Ray replied. "Enough with the chatter. You all should hurry along. I have my own time to join you." "Very well." Sun Wukong nodded. Since he had claimed to possess a solution regarding Thunder Chin, there was no need for him to insist further. It was just as well. He was curious to observe how Thunder Chin would keep pace with them. Humph. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort as he settled into the time machine, calmly observing how Raichon followed them. Suddenly, a black hole materialized in the void, and Trunks piloted the time machine into it, with Raichon trailing closely behind. Is this truly possible? Vegeta began to regret his decision to accompany Goku in this time machine, what was originally meant to accommodate one now seated three, creating a rather cramped situation. He noticed Raichon gripping the underside of the time machine with one hand, enveloping himself in his own energy, which appeared far more comfortable than being inside. In the future world, a rumble echoed. Above the ruins of a city, a bright white light emerged. Moments later, the time machine manifested in the scene. As it descended slowly, Goku and the others leaped out, while Raichon had already landed on solid ground. "Trunks, secure the time machine. If it breaks, we'll be in deep trouble," Vegeta commanded. Trunks nodded, understood. Is this what the future world has become? Goku took a few steps forward, surveying the devastation around him, feeling a sense of shock. All of this was wrought by that Black Goku. The mere mention of Black Goku ignited a fire within Trunks, an immense aura emanating from him. "Zamasu, come out," Trunks bellowed in fury. After a tense silence of several seconds, an unexpected event occurred. The sky above suddenly tore apart, accompanied by a voice that resonated through the air. "Hiki, I knew you would come." The cold, mocking voice of Black Goku echoed in the void. Before them appeared Black Goku alongside a figure with green skin and adorned with two pendants, both gazing calmly at Vegeta and Goku. "Zamasu, weren't you destroyed by Lord Beerus? How is it that you still exist?" Goku glared intently at Zamasu. "Oh, I see you are referring to the version of me from your timeline. I never anticipated he would be eliminated so soon. It seems to be the fault of that human Trunks," Zamasu remarked, his gaze towards Trunks momentarily flashing with malice. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power skyrocketing to an astonishing 36 trillion, radiating as a golden light as he charged towards Black Goku. Zamasu harbored murderous intent towards Trunks, yet, in contrast to Zamasu, Trunks was more determined to eliminate both of them. "Oh, in just a moment, this human's battle power has surged so dramatically." Black Goku's eyes widened in surprise, but he swiftly regained his composure, sneering coldly. Although he could not fathom what had transpired with Trunks, the stronger Trunks became, the more delighted he felt. This is bad. Trunks, that imposter has grown even more powerful. Vegeta naturally sensed that Black Goku's strength was exponentially greater than during their previous encounter. This was no longer a challenge that the current Trunks could face. As Vegeta intended to rush forward to aid Trunks, Zamasu had already positioned himself in front of Vegeta, stating, you're. Before Zamasu could finish his words, he was instantly obliterated by Vegeta. Utterly feeble. After a single energy blast shattered Zamasu's entire upper body. Vegeta disdainfully remarked, just as Vegeta was about to depart. What? Suddenly, Vegeta's expression changed dramatically, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. For he beheld the upper half of Zamasu's body manifesting before him. Impossible, exclaimed Sun Wukong in astonishment. There is nothing unattainable. I am a deity endowed with immortality. You are utterly incapable of killing me. Zamasu, with a sinister grin, spoke these words, though he too was taken aback by Vegeta's formidable power. What of your immortality? Witness as I reduce you to ashes, and we shall see if you can resurrect, Vegeta declared, as a radiant crimson starburst ascended into the heavens. His appearance transformed. His hair and eyebrows turned a vibrant red, and his pupils glimmered with an eerie crimson light. With a fierce roar, Vegeta gathered his energy, proclaiming, Final Flash. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy erupted forth, hurtling towards Zamasu. Yet, Zamasu merely grinned, standing his ground against the onslaught. Boom. A colossal explosion resonated, followed by the abrupt vanishing of Zamasu's aura. Let us see how you revive now, Vegeta scoffed, having reduced Zamasu to mere fragments. However, confusion quickly set in as Vegeta sensed something amiss. He was not dead. Zamasu's form materialized, completely unscathed. How was it possible that he survived? Vegeta gazed in astonishment at Zamasu. Although Zamasu was not particularly strong and significantly weaker than Trunks, his battle power still registered at 20 million. This Zamasu's strength far surpassed that of the one we encountered. Goku remarked with a hint of perplexity, reasoning that even if this Zamasu were stronger than his counterpart from another timeline, it should not be by such a margin. Yet, this Zamasu was 100 times more powerful than the one Goku had previously encountered. I surmise it has to do with his immortality and the energy from Black Goku. Lei Chen conjectured. Black Goku's energy amplified his own, and his immortal nature allowed him to endure the immense power of Black Goku. This also meant his divine power could be utilized to heal Black Goku. Otherwise, relying solely on a Kai's strength to heal a more potent deity would likely deplete his divine energy. Lei Chen stated thoughtfully, Kakarot, leave this foe to me. I refuse to believe he is truly invincible. You go assist Trunks. With that, Vegeta erupted in fury, launching a powerful punch that sent Zamasu flying. Very well. Sun Wukong nodded. Meanwhile, a thunderous explosion echoed as Trunks was struck by an energy sphere unleashed by Black Goku. With his anguished cry, a brilliant light erupted. As the white smoke gradually dissipated in the underground arena, Trunks was seen kneeling on one knee, the golden flames surrounding him extinguished, and he began to cough violently. Black Goku had grown exponentially more powerful, rendering Trunks unable to withstand the assault. Trunks, I shall not allow you to escape this time, Black Goku declared coldly. Extending his hand towards Trunks and conjuring a massive energy sphere, poised to eliminate him with a single strike. Whoosh. Suddenly, Sun Wukong unleashed an energy blast that shattered the orb in his hand. Oh, who am I? It turns out to be you, Sun Wukong. Black Wukong sneered. Sun Wukong regarded Black Wukong with a serious demeanor. You have grown stronger than before. Black Wukong grinned widely at Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha. Now, with the essence of another you within me, my power surpasses even your own. I have become the strongest in the entire universe. Ha. The strongest? Even Lei Chen, who is mightier than I, would never claim to be the strongest. Your arrogant boasts are truly insufferable, Sun Wukong retorted with derision. Ignorant human. How could you fathom the greatness of a deity? Merely having absorbed a fragment of divine power has granted me this strength. Humans shall all perish. As he spoke, a deep loathing glimmered in Black Wukong's eyes. This rascal has truly lost his mind, Sun Wukong thought, as an exquisite azure light spread across the horizon, a divine aura swirling around him. Behind Sun Wukong, a dazzling ocean of starlit brilliance erupted, illuminating the sky. Sun Wukong's appearance transformed, his hair and brows turned blue, and his pupils glimmered with a faint azure glow. The surrounding aura was sacred and radiant, scattered with star-like specks. Faced with Black Wukong, whose combat power had surged to a staggering 1 trillion, Sun Wukong dared not underestimate him. He immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his power escalating to 2 trillion. His previous form of Super Saiyan God Red was no match for Black Wukong. Boom. With a piercing scream, a dark figure crashed through several dilapidated buildings. Moments later, the structure where Black Wukong had landed suddenly exploded, resonating with a tremendous sound. A resounding roar echoed through the air as a brilliant crimson light erupted from the dilapidated building. With a hiss, a mist-like flame billowed forth, transforming Black Goku's hair into a striking shade of crimson. His hair and brows, along with his pupils, glimmered with an ethereal crimson glow, while the surrounding aura exuded a sacred radiance, scattered with star-like specks. The energy was remarkably dynamic, its outer layer undulating gently and interspersed with an effervescent essence that swirled intermittently, resembling the ultra-blue form yet entirely cloaked in crimson. The formidable power of the Super Saiyan God, combined with the inherent divine strength of the Kaishin, elevated Black Goku to the status of a Super Saiyan in radiant crimson. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of shock. He had not anticipated that Black Wukong would transform into a Super Saiyan God. And even more astonishing was the fact that his aura was a shade of crimson distinct from his own. According to your Saiyan lore, I am a Super Saiyan of crimson hue, Black Wukong sneered. In the next instant, he surged forth as a radiant beam of crimson light, launching a relentless assault upon Sun Wukong. The clash echoed like a thunderous drumbeat as the two warriors ascended from the ground into the skies, their battleground expanding in all directions, shattering the surrounding edifices with their overwhelming force. Remarkable! Mr. Sun Wukong's strength surpasses that of Black Wukong. Trunks lay prone on the ground, straining to witness the fierce combat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, astonished by the spectacle. With a resounding crash, Black Wukong blasted a colossal crater into the earth. Gritting his teeth, he strained to gaze upward at Sun Wukong, pondering how this formidable opponent could possess such immense power. But wait, my strength should have already eclipsed that of Sun Wukong, he mused. Sun Wukong, gracefully alighting upon a high vantage point, regarded Black Wukong with a grave expression. Although he had consistently maintained the upper hand, he realized that his adversary was growing increasingly formidable, displaying a terrifying ability to evolve rapidly in battle. As Black Wukong slowly rose from the ground, he fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, chuckling softly, "Pain only serves to make me stronger." Initially, upon his transformation to crimson, Black Wukong's combat prowess was merely half that of Sun Wukong. However, after enduring numerous assaults, his power had surged to an astounding 1.2 trillion. "I am eager to see how far you can ascend," Sun Wukong declared, before suddenly descending from the heights, materializing directly behind Black Wukong. With a swift, decisive punch. Though Black Wukong sensed the impending danger, evasion was no longer an option. Black Wukong was sent flying, crashing through several dilapidated buildings. Boom. Then, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. From beneath the smoke, a fierce roar emerged, followed by a powerful gust of wind that swept away the haze. A formidable crimson aura surged forth as Black Wukong let out a ferocious roar. His fighting power began to ascend once more, rising from 1.2 trillion to 1.4 trillion. The intensity of his aura increased yet again. I wonder how much more he can augment. With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring towards Black Wukong. In the next instant, Sun Wukong appeared above Black Wukong, delivering another crushing blow. Black Wukong, struck as if by a heavy blow, plummeted downward. In the instant he fell to the ground, a crimson energy sword unexpectedly coalesced in his hand, and he swiftly turned to deliver a strike to Sun Wukong. "What?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly evading the attack. Although the dark counterpart's strength did not match his own, a single strike from that sword could still inflict harm. Thus, he found himself continually dodging. So you can wield such a technique as well. While evading the dark Wukong's onslaught, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. In an instant, a brilliant azure light coalesced in his palm, forming a sword of energy. This ethereal blade was exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly piercing through defenses. Sun Wukong was certainly not to be underestimated. "What?" Black Goku exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the revelation that Sun Wukong possessed this particular technique as well. Yet, despite his surprise, he swiftly resumed his assault on Sun Wukong. Regrettably, although their techniques were identical, Sun Wukong's strength and speed far surpassed his own, leaving Black Goku with several fresh wounds. Boom, boom. Within the desolate remnants of the abandoned city, a series of explosions reverberated, As the last echoes of a lifeless world lingered, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, and the interminable night felt as though the world was on the brink of apocalypse. I knew Kakarot would act this way. Lei Chen observed the fierce clash between Sun Wukong and Black Goku with a sense of helplessness. Black Goku, endowed with the powers of the Kaishin, coupled with the Saiyan trait of exponentially increasing battle prowess upon near-death experiences, was a formidable adversary. Black Goku was continuously restoring his own body while gradually augmenting his power. Although Sun Wukong's current combat ability was not sufficient to eliminate Black Goku instantly. Should he employ the Kaioken technique, even Black Goku would meet his demise in an instant. After scrutinizing the battle between Black Goku and Sun Wukong, Lei Chen turned his gaze to the other side, where Vegeta was engaged in combat with Zamasu. Rat-a-tat-tat. Vegeta unleashed a series of increasingly ferocious strikes. His attacks accelerating with each passing moment, the red aura surrounding him tinged with a hint of blue. His power expanded relentlessly, and the speed of his onslaught left Zamasu questioning his very existence. Zamasu attempted to retaliate, but the overwhelming disparity in strength and speed rendered him utterly confined by Vegeta's relentless assault. Crash! Ultimately, Vegeta delivered a powerful knee strike, sending Zamasu soaring through the air. Ultimate flash! A thunderous explosion resonated, and in the next instant, Zamasu's figure was engulfed in the blast. Vegeta's breath quickened, his heart racing, and his gaze was exceedingly grave. Throughout his encounters with Zamasu, he had obliterated the latter's form countless times. Yet, each time Zamasu managed to resurrect, and not only that, but his power also seemed to amplify with every revival. Originally possessing a combat strength of merely 20 million, Zamasu had now ascended to 30 million, though seemingly modest. If this trend continued, it would not be long before Zamasu's combat prowess exceeded 100 million. Damn it, is this immortal body truly insurmountable? Vegeta could scarcely restrain himself from cursing. If this were a battle of equals, he would not mind so much. However, Zamasu's tenacity was exceedingly irksome, and Vegeta found himself losing the will to fight. With a resounding boom, debris scattered. Zamasu's figure re-emerged in the arena, bearing numerous abrasions. Yet his expression was one of amusement. Haha, what's the matter, you mere mortal? I am an immortal being. With that, he charged directly at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed coldly, and in the next moment, he sent Zamasu flying with a swift kick. Just then, Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he beheld Trunks, who had recently consumed a senzu bean and was revived from the brink of death. A look of joy crossed Vegeta's face as he exclaimed, Trunks, come over and deal with him. I shall assist Kakarot. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring towards the battlefield where Goku and Black Goku clashed. Trunks, possessing a power that naturally surpassed Zamasu's, had his strength further amplified after his revival, exceeding 100 million. Vegeta harbored no concerns regarding Trunks' ability to contend with Zamasu. However, he recognized that over time, Trunks might falter due to exhaustion. Humph, that Kakarot. Vegeta observed as Goku refrained from unleashing his full Ultra Blue power against Black Goku, seemingly reveling in the thrill of battle. Goku regarded Black Goku merely as a worthy opponent rather than a relentless adversary. This ignited a fire within Vegeta, who was already seething with frustration towards Zamasu. He transformed into a flash of light and charged at Black Goku. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? With that, Vegeta abruptly appeared before Black Goku, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Though Vegeta was also taken aback by Black Goku's formidable strength and his transformation into a Super Saiyan god in the red state, he found it rather perplexing. Yet, given that Black Goku possessed Goku's body, it was not entirely surprising that he wielded such power. In Vegeta's eyes, Black Goku still fell short of the true Goku's potential. What are you doing, Vegeta? This is my opponent. Goku protested, visibly displeased by Vegeta's interference. Humph, I couldn't care less. Your approach is intolerable. Vegeta replied with an icy demeanor. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. I never expected Vegeta to possess such formidable strength, capable of inflicting intense pain upon me. Vegeta, you truly impress. Black Goku, clutching his chest and wincing in pain, took to the air once more. To Black Goku. While Goku was undeniably strong, Vegeta's attacks were merciless and lethal. Goku had always held back against him. Imposter, I am not Kakarot. This time, I shall not allow you to escape my grasp. Vegeta's expression turned cold as he witnessed Black Goku take flight once again. Is that so? But I am no longer the Zamasu of before. Ah. Black Goku let out a maniacal laugh, followed by a fierce roar. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, A rosy aura surged forth. At that moment, Black Goku's power escalated dramatically. If we previously estimated Black Goku's combat power at 1/100 trillion, it now skyrocketed to an astounding 1/900 trillion. How could this be? Is this some kind of jest? Both Vegeta and Goku's expressions shifted dramatically. Although Black Goku's aura still paled in comparison to theirs, the mere 100 trillion difference made it exceedingly difficult for Vegeta to suppress Black Goku effortlessly. Moreover, should Vegeta become careless, he too could fall victim to Black Goku's might. Such formidable power, Goku remarked, I must express my gratitude to you. Black Goku replied with a cold smirk. Curse it. Vegeta's expression darkened. Yet, before an adversary bearing an uncanny resemblance to Goku's smile, Vegeta's grim visage transformed into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. You counterfeit. If you were to be defeated by me in just a few moves as before, wouldn't that be too lenient on you? As he laughed maniacally. Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, his battle power soaring beyond 2 trillion. Initially on par with Goku, Vegeta's combat strength had now surged to an astounding 2 trillion. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, simultaneously reflecting within his mind. It appears that during this period, Vegeta's power has risen significantly, surpassing my own. Imposter, perish. Vegeta bellowed, launching himself towards Black Goku, enveloped in a brilliant azure light. In response, Black Goku let out a furious roar, unleashing his energy to confront Vegeta head-on. The battle escalated once more, yet this time, it was Vegeta who faced Black Goku. They clashed with fervor, and Vegeta initially subdued Black Goku. However, to Vegeta's astonishment, his opponent's strength continued to rise, seemingly without limit. One possessed an immortal body, while the other's power surged with each encounter. What kind of wish had these two made with those Super Dragon Balls? At the very moment Vegeta engaged Black Goku, another battle unfolded elsewhere. With a sharp thrust, the Super Saiyan 2's golden sword pierced through Zamasu's body. Zamasu's eyes widened, yet they betrayed no fear, only a simmering rage. After striking Zamasu, Trunks unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes, retreating swiftly while gathering a massive orb of golden energy with both hands directed at Zamasu. Final flash. With a thunderous explosion, Zamasu was engulfed in a blinding light from Trunks' attack. Victory. Trunks' expression brightened with disbelief. His father had struggled for an extended period to defeat Zamasu, and yet he had vanquished him so effortlessly. Victory? No. You have not won. Suddenly, Raichin calmly regarded Trunks. Upon hearing Raikin's words, Trunks was taken aback. Indeed, Zamasu would not be so easily slain. In the next instant, Trunks' expression shifted as he widened his eyes in shock. Before him stood Zamasu, seemingly unscathed. Despite having been cleaved into numerous pieces, how could he possibly have resurrected before him? Do not underestimate him. Zamasu, this wicked deity, has utilized the Dragon Balls to attain immortality. He will not fall so easily. Raikin's voice resonated in Trunks and Zamasu's ears. Ignoring Trunks, Zamasu seethed at being labeled a wicked deity. He retaliated by launching a green energy blast towards Raichin. Alas, the energy strike merely dissipated upon contact, akin to a single drop of water vanishing into the vast ocean, as if nothing had occurred at all. How could this be? This human is astonishingly powerful. Before Zamasu could fully grasp the situation, Trunks had already resumed his assault. Bang, bang, bang. Trunks, while suppressing Zamasu, felt a heavy weight settle upon his expression. Although his strength surpassed that of Zamasu, it did not imply that Zamasu's assaults were devoid of consequence. He was no Vegeta. The insufferable immortality of Zamasu was exceedingly grotesque. It was fundamentally impossible to slay him. Mortal, you shall pay the price for your actions. Zamasu's visage twisted with malice, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Trunks was taken aback as an immense force surged from behind him, propelling him through the air. Whoosh! Black Goku reappeared behind Trunks, delivering a thunderous punch. With a cry, Trunks plummeted to the ground, creating a colossal crater upon impact. Gasping for breath, his energy began to wane. As the smoke dissipated, a figure gradually rose. This mortal. Zamasu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike would leave Trunks standing. With a cold snort, Trunks surged with energy, transforming into a golden figure, and in an instant, he charged towards Zamasu. A punch was unleashed. Slap. Though Zamasu managed to grasp Trunks' fist, he exclaimed, Mortal, do not be so arrogant. Get lost. Trunks bellowed, executing a swift kick. Zamasu, seeing this, was compelled to release his grip and retreat. Meanwhile, in another part of the battle, Goku and Vegeta had begun to join forces against Black Goku. The two unleashed energy blasts directed at Black Goku in unison. How could this be? Both Vegeta and Goku were taken aback, for at the moment their energy blast struck Black Goku, he suddenly appeared above them, delivering a devastating crimson energy sphere. This speed was astonishing. Vegeta and Goku were caught off guard, and in an instant, they were struck by the energy sphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that formed a mushroom cloud in the sky. As the smoke cleared, wounds appeared on both Goku and Vegeta. How infuriating! Vegeta glared at Black Goku with a grim expression. Originally, his strength surpassed that of Black Goku. Yet, for reasons unknown, the more injuries Black Goku sustained, the stronger he became, gradually eclipsing Vegeta. Now, even when Vegeta and Goku united their forces, they could only manage a tenuous advantage. One could not be vanquished. While the other grew more formidable with each clash, it was exceedingly vexatious. Trunks summoned his strength to its zenith, adopting a pose for his ultimate technique, the flash cannon. A tremendous roar erupted from the distance as a colossal wave of energy surged forth, striking Zamasu's upper body and reducing it to mere ashes. A vast circular energy field radiated outward, leveling everything in its path, transforming the landscape into a flat expanse spanning 1,000 meters. However, in the very spot where Zamasu had stood, as Trunks unleashed his finishing move, white smoke enveloped the area, and in an instant, Zamasu's upper body reformed anew. Damn it! Trunks' expression darkened immediately, for the excessive consumption of energy had diminished his combat prowess, leaving him barely stronger than Zamasu. This god is immortal. How could a mere mortal possibly kill me? Zamasu descended before Trunks, gazing at him with a calm demeanor, when suddenly his attention shifted to Goku and the others who had just passed nearby. At that moment, Zamasu's gaze transformed. For the divine aura emanating from Goku was overwhelmingly potent. The sky-blue luminescence enveloping Goku gradually dissipated, returning to its normal state. Yet his energy surged forth with an exceptionally terrifying force. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupted from his exterior, an inexhaustible torrent of energy coursing through him. As the red light roared and surged in all directions, surrounding Goku, brilliant crimson flames ignited. Super Saiyan God Fist. With Goku's resounding cry, the sky-blue radiance burst forth once more, the red flames swirling around the azure brilliance. How is this possible? The God Fist can be utilized in such a manner. Black Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Ah! Goku continued to roar, his aura escalating in intensity within that fleeting moment, resembling a rocket ascending dramatically. With a sudden ka-ka-ka, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red and blue light, soaring towards Black Wukong, his fists brimming with formidable power. What? Black Wukong was taken aback, for the speed of Sun Wukong was astonishingly swift. In a hurry, he conjured a large crimson energy sphere directed at Sun Wukong, attempting to force him back. At that moment, as the energy sphere, resembling a crimson sun, was hurled towards Sun Wukong by Black Wukong, it instantaneously expanded in size. Sun Wukong's expression remained composed as he effortlessly struck the energy sphere unleashed by Black Wukong. What? Black Goku exclaimed, astonished that Sun Wukong had so effortlessly shattered his energy sphere, which contained a staggering 80% of his power, surpassing an intensity of 2,500 megajoules. Impossible! My strength has surpassed Sun. Before Black Goku could finish his sentence, he was swiftly overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's Kaioken-enhanced assault. Thud, thud, thud. Sun Wukong's speed had multiplied exponentially, launching a relentless barrage of punches at Black Goku, who found himself being mercilessly battered in midair. Witnessing Black Goku's plight, Vegeta clenched his teeth and declared, "Humph! What of the Kaioken? Kakarot, watch as I, Vegeta, obliterate this pretender." With that, he unleashed a tremendous surge of power. Boom! Whoosh! In an instant, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta also unleashed his full might. Unlike Sun Wukong, who augmented his combat prowess through the Kaioken, Vegeta forcibly enhanced his strength, shattering the limits of his own body and elevating his battle power to 3,000 megajoules. Although he could not match Sun Wukong, he was now on par with Black Goku. One might wonder why Vegeta chose to engage Black Goku despite Sun Wukong's superior strength. It was because Vegeta deemed Black Goku excessively sinister. Though not immortal like Zamasu, he could sustain injuries, yet his recovery rate was alarmingly rapid. As long as he was defeated in a single blow, he would gradually recuperate, with his power subsequently increasing as well. Trunks, noticing Zamasu's sudden focus on Black Goku, mistakenly believed he intended to assist him. Trunks shouted to Zamasu, "Zamasu, your opponent is me." Upon hearing Trunks' challenge, Zamasu broke into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I was merely toying with you, but now, this farce must come to an end. The Zero Plan for humanity is officially commencing." With that, he removed his earring and switched it to the other ear. Meanwhile, from a distance, Raken's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Trunks, stop him. Black Goku, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta continued to maneuver swiftly through the skies. Not good. Black Goku exclaimed. Witnessing the formidable Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta approaching him with a power level that had surged to an astonishing 3,000 points. The mounting pressure weighed heavily upon Black Goku, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The Ultra Blue transformation of Son Goku, empowered by the Kaioken technique, had nearly been enough to eliminate him. Should Vegeta decide to intervene, Black Goku knew he would be utterly defenseless. However, a wicked smile soon crept across his face as he seemed to sense something. Hastily, he flicked his earring, generating a ripple of sound that resonated through the air. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed, startled. This is bad, Kakarot. Hurry and stop him. Vegeta shouted loudly as he flew behind Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong, who was already at a distance from Black Goku, found himself suddenly close to Zamasu. Almost simultaneously, a figure emerged beside Black Goku, and it was none other than Zamasu himself. In the next instant, a mysterious radiance enveloped both of them. Their bodies drew closer, and a blinding light erupted, causing Sun Wukong and Vegeta to instinctively shield their eyes. At that moment, a burst of colorful light illuminated the scene, revealing a figure before Sun Wukong and Vegeta. With white hair, green skin, adorned with green earrings, he radiated a divine aura. It was the fused form of Zamasu, the amalgamation of Zamasu and Black Goku. How infuriating, he managed to teleport here instantly. Just as Zamasu and Black Goku successfully merged, Trunks finally arrived at the scene, gritting his teeth in frustration as he summoned the remnants of his power to maintain his Super Saiyan form. At that moment, the suddenly appearing Lei Chen reached out to stop Trunks, saying, "This battle is no longer one you can partake in. You should hurry and check on your friends." As he spoke, he tossed 2 sins of beans towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Here, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously caught the divine beans thrown by Lei Chen, swallowing them without hesitation. Lei Chen, how come you still have so many divine beans? Didn't the celestial beings say they wouldn't be available until next month? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. It's quite simple. I possess a considerable number of divine bean saplings, Lei Chen replied. So, Lei Chen, does that mean you have plenty of divine beans left? Vegeta responded with a hint of excitement. Yes, I still have around 20 or 30, Lei Chen casually remarked. Wonderful. An immortal body, I wonder how many times you can resurrect. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the increasingly terrifying presence of Zamasu. What an intimidating power. Trunks observed, sweating as he watched the scene unfold. Although his strength surpassed that of most deities, Trunks, having not yet reached the divine realm, could not fathom the depths of Zamasu's power. Yet, the magnitude of the opponent's strength sent shivers down Trunks' spine. Strangely, Zamasu, with his green skin, does not seem particularly powerful. Yet their fusion has exponentially increased their battle strength, Sun Wukong remarked gravely, puzzled. This phenomenon could be attributed to the fact that they were originally the same being. Although their bodies have changed, their souls remain identical, resulting in such a significant enhancement in Zamasu's power post-fusion, Lei Chen pondered. While the Pod-era earrings make fusion simpler than the dance fusion, if there is a considerable disparity in size and strength between the two, their combined power will not see much of an increase. However, Zamasu and Black Goku, due to their shared soul, have seen Black Goku's strength, which is many times greater than Zamasu's, serve as the foundation for their fusion, resulting in a staggering 40-fold increase in battle power. At this moment, Zamasu's battle power had reached an astounding 12 trillion. Suddenly, Zamasu's voice echoed across the entire earth. Aha! Sun Wukong, Vegeta, this is the true power of a deity. It is a privilege for you to witness my magnificent form, Zamasu proclaimed, exuding radiant colors as he gazed triumphantly at Sun Wukong and the others. A white halo appeared behind him, and his strength continued to surge. A terrifying divine pressure rapidly descended upon Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Lei Chen. This is bad. His power is overwhelming. Vegeta, perhaps we should fuse as well, Sun Wukong suggested. Humph, Kakarot, I refuse to fuse with you. We still have Lei Chen. You should understand that while Zamasu's aura is formidable, he is no match for Lei Chen. Vegeta let out a cold snort, promptly rejecting Son Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Lei Chen shook his head and remarked, Vegeta, while I may be capable of defeating him, I cannot bring myself to end his life. Perhaps only through your fusion can there be a chance to vanquish him. Then you should merge with Kakarot. I believe that the two of you combined ought to be able to defeat him, no? Vegeta replied with an unsatisfied expression. Do you think I do not wish to merge with Kakarot? My strength far surpasses his. If I were to fuse with him, although my power would indeed increase significantly, it would still pale in comparison to the might of Vegeto born from your fusion with Kakarot. To truly eliminate Zamasu, I believe it requires both Vegeto and myself to act in concert, Lei Qin elucidated. In the narrative, while Vegeto's power exceeds that of Zamasu, he is unable to slay him, merely subduing him instead. Yet, as is often the case in stories, one would expect that the combat prowess of Goku and Vegeta's fusion would far exceed that of Zamasu. Nevertheless, when faced with Zamasu, Vegeto merely holds the upper hand. What is the matter? I thought you would remain there, motionless. Humans are merely humans, no matter how great their strength. Before a deity, they are but larger ants. Zamasu remarked with an air of superiority, casting a scornful glance at Lei Qin. Humans, you claim to despise them so. Yet why do you rely on the power of Son Goku, a human? Lei Qin retorted disdainfully. At this, Zamasu's expression darkened, and he coldly regarded Lei Qin, saying, I know what you are insinuating. You merely wish to disturb my divine intellect. You, like those inferior humans, deserve to perish. With that, Zamasu slowly raised his hands. Instantly, a halo illuminated behind him, followed by the emergence of numerous red orbs of light. In the next moment, with a swift motion of his hand, those countless orbs descended like beams of light. Boom, boom, boom. The red beams surged towards Lei Qin and the others, and the air was soon filled with the sound of terrifying explosions. What? How is this possible? As Zamasu stood in astonishment, he beheld the position of Lycan and his companions before him. A swirl of white smoke enveloped the air, and a man with flowing golden hair materialized before his eyes. His golden irises, framed by crimson, were striking, while his upper body was adorned with golden fur. His hair, stiff and golden, cascaded down to the base of his tail, with strands gracefully framing his shoulders. Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Lycan found himself encircled by an invisible energy sphere, effortlessly deflecting Zamasu's recent attack. Zamasu's expression darkened. How could his strike, even if casually executed, be so readily thwarted by Lycan? The power behind his attack was formidable, reaching 2 trillion units of force. How could Lycan possibly withstand such might? Yet, sensing the divine aura emanating from Lycan, Zamasu realized it surpassed 2 trillion, escalating to an astonishing 2.5 trillion. Zamasu's countenance turned a shade of ashen fury as crimson storm clouds gathered ominously behind him. Within this blood-red tempest, bolts of lightning crackled menacingly, instilling a sense of dread. Human, prepare to face divine judgment. He bellowed, his voice laden with malice as countless arcs of lightning surged forth towards Lycan. Do you truly believe I will simply stand idly by for your assault? Super 4 Lycan retorted, his voice booming as he swiftly conjoined his hands in a blossom-like formation at his waist. In his palms, he coalesced a radiant golden energy sphere, propelling it towards Zamasu. This was no ordinary attack. It was the tenfold Kamehameha wave, a magnificent torrent of energy that surged forth like an expansive golden river, colliding with Zamasu's divine judgment in a cataclysmic clash. Boom. 2 terrifying attacks erupted in the sky, radiating a brilliance more dazzling than the sun. How could it be that my divine power is not effortlessly overwhelming my opponent? Zamasu began to doubt whether he had been overly complacent. After all, this was half of his divine strength, yet he was merely exchanging blows with Lycan. Just then, Lycan underwent a more advanced transformation. Thunder rumbled. A blinding red light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire atmosphere. A terrifying aura and crimson radiance emanated from Lycan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan god in his Super Saiyan 4 state, his pupils glimmering with a deep red glow. The surrounding energy was both sacred and luminous, scattered with star-like specks. This aura was incredibly dynamic, its outer layer gently undulating, mingled with a bubbling essence that occasionally swirled. Lycan's battle power surged tenfold, reaching an astounding 250 trillion points. No, it's impossible. The sudden increase in Lycan's power left Zamasu aghast. He hastily unleashed a beam of purple divine light, condensing it into a long purple lightning bolt stretching for 10,000 meters, aiming to judge Lycan. Yet, against Lycan's overwhelming battle power of 250 trillion points, Zamasu's full effort was rendered ineffective. Lycan simply dispersed the lightning with his formidable strength. The golden light shattered, and Zamasu was struck by an energy blast from Lycan's hand, transforming into a purple light that plummeted to the ground with a tremendous explosion, engulfing his form. Boom. In the wake of the colossal explosion, Zamasu's figure was enveloped in a silvery light as he fell, creating a massive crater of 10,000 meters on the ground. Damn it. In the abyss, Zamasu's expression contorted. and immediately the silver halo behind him shattered. In the next moment, a terrifying power erupted from within Zama's, causing his body to swell. His combat power surged from 12 trillion to 20 trillion, and his other arms suddenly expanded, becoming as robust as that of a monstrous creature. He had mutated. Lei Qin regarded Zama's with caution. A formidable force shot skyward as Zama's ascended slowly. The halo behind him was no more, and the aura emanating from him transformed from silver to a blend of purple and blood red, with the outer layer being crimson and the inner layer violet. Diffused Zama's had evolved into mutated Zama's. "You cursed human! How dare you force me to this extent?" Mutated Zama's roared, unleashing a dreadful aura that coalesced into a beam of bloodlight directed at Lei Qin. Tat 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 tat. Lei Qin and Zama's engaged in a rapid exchange of blows in the sky, yet Zama's found himself at a disadvantage, repeatedly battered by Lei Qin. The space surrounding Zama's was enveloped in a blinding white. His form was ensnared within a temporal prison. In an instant, Lei Qin appeared before Zama's, delivering a crushing punch to his head, the sheer force obliterating it. However, Zama's head swiftly regenerated at an astonishing rate. Damn it, this is the power of time. Zama's expression darkened as he stared at Lei Qin in shock. Yet, upon noticing Lei Qin's labored breathing, Zama suddenly laughed and took the initiative to attack. His fists rained down on Lei Qin with reckless abandon. Although none of his strikes landed, he himself endured a barrage of Lei Qin's blows. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, continuing his frenzied assault. However, the earth was far less fortunate. Under Zama's mad onslaught, mountains crumbled, volcanoes erupted, tsunamis surged, and the surface fractured, spewing forth lava. In an instant, the entire planet plunged into a cataclysm. We cannot allow him to wreak further havoc. Trunks' heart ached at the sight. This was his home. Such terrifying power. Even Goku felt beads of sweat form as he observed the scene, the current might of Zama's instilling a primal dread within him. Trunks turned to Vegeta, urgently imploring, "Father, please agree to Goku's request. If this world is destroyed, it will be too late. That Zama's not only killed my future self, but also everyone else, including my mother. Are you truly willing to let him continue his rampage?" Upon hearing Trunks mention Bulma, Vegeta's resolve wavered. Gritting his teeth, he finally snorted, "Kakarot. This will be the last time I fuse with you." At this moment, the elder Kaishin, Gaosu, along with the Kaishin of Universe 7, had already arrived and were endeavoring to persuade Vegeta to merge with Goku. However, neither could sway Vegeta. Meanwhile, the Kaishin had already removed his earrings and handed them to Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's consent, Goku joyfully turned to Vegeta and presented him with one of the earrings, saying, "Come on, Vegeta." At last, Vegeta accepted the earring, placing it upon his ear. Simultaneously, the battle between Raichin and Zama's had evolved from an initial overwhelming suppression into a more balanced exchange. However, Raichin was beginning to show signs of wear. In the air, Raichin and Zama's engaged in swift combat. Although Raichin's power surpassed that of Zama's, the latter was no longer the invincible being he once was. Yet he remained beyond Raichin's capacity to kill. With a sudden crash, Lei Qin was struck down by Zamasu, who then raised his hand to conjure a terrifying crimson energy sphere and hurled it forth in an instant. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing Lei Qin entirely. Zamasu, with an impassive expression, gazed into the billowing smoke as he formed another blood-red energy sphere, intent on eliminating Lei Qin in one decisive blow. At that moment, an overwhelming force surged upwards into the sky, and as the light beam dissipated, a figure emerged, suspended in midair. A warrior, embodying the features of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, appeared before Zamasu, adorned with a hairstyle reminiscent of Vegeta but with eyes akin to both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. His bangs and overall appearance bore a closer resemblance to Sun Wukong, albeit with a slightly smaller frame than Vegeta. He wore the Patera earrings, an orange short-sleeved vest, and a deep blue turtle school GI that mirrored the style of Wukong's attire, though the color matched that of Vegeta's outfit, complemented by Vegeta's boots and gloves. A confident smile graced his lips, and an enchanting aura enveloped him, with white streams of light swirling like silk and mist. This was a divine presence. The overwhelming, chaotic energy pressed down upon the entire universe, instilling a sense of oppression even in Lei Qin. With Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan blue power at 3.5 trillion and Vegeta's at the same, their combined might reach 7 trillion, further amplified by a factor of 40, culminating in an astonishing 280 trillion. "What? Who are you?" Zamasu exclaimed, his expression transformed in shock as he fixed his gaze upon the formidable opponent. "Aha!" Vegeta chuckled. lightly flicking the earring on his left earlobe with his fingers, and then proclaimed, "I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, but rather the fusion of both." Vegito, suspended several meters above the ground, Lei Qin crossed his arms in front of him as a cloud of white smoke gradually dissipated around him. With a serene expression, he gazed at Vegito soaring through the sky. "Vegeta, I had thought you truly lacked the ability to fuse. Yet, I suppose it makes sense if this battle continues. Zamasu may still survive while the Earth is obliterated first," Lei Qin mused to himself. "Vegito." Zamasu glanced at Vegito's earrings, his expression darkening instantly. "Humans, how dare you wield the artifacts of the divine? You are unworthy." With that, he suddenly extended his hand and unleashed a crimson energy blast towards Vegito. However, it had no effect on Vegito, who effortlessly intercepted the projectile with a single hand and, with a fierce shout, shattered it into fragments. "How can you speak so boldly, Zamasu, when you too inhabit the body of a human, Son Goku?" Vegito ascended slowly into the air, a serene smile gracing his lips. Zamasu's face darkened further, and he seethed, "All humans must perish." In an instant, Zamasu roared, enveloped in a radiant scarlet glow, and began to unleash his fury. With a fierce determination, Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. In an instant, a magnificent column of blue light soared into the heavens, casting a radiant cerulean glow across the sky. A divine aura swirled around him, as a resplendent sea of starlight erupted behind him. Vegeta underwent a remarkable transformation. His hair and eyebrows turned a striking blue, and his pupils shimmered with a ghostly light of pale azure. The atmosphere surrounding him became sacred and luminous, as his battle power skyrocketed to an astounding 280 trillion, surpassing even Raijin and Zamasu. Humph! Upon sensing that Vegito's power had surpassed that of Raijin, Zama's expression twisted into one of ferocity, and he immediately charged towards Vegito. With a resounding thud, Zama's was forcefully propelled backwards by a single punch from Vegito, clutching the spot where he had been struck in pain. Transforming once more into a streak of crimson light, Zama's surged towards Vegito, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, predictably, Vegito deftly evaded each of his attacks. The sheer force of their clash sent tremors through the surrounding structures, causing nearby buildings to tremble under the weight of their confrontation. At that moment, Raijin had returned to his normal state, observing the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, where Vegito had finally made his appearance. Unlike Gotenks, Vegito exhibited a demeanor devoid of arrogance. Rather, he remained composed. His personality could be seen as a harmonious blend of Goku's spirited camaraderie and Vegeta's analytical calmness, compensating for each other's shortcomings. With formidable strength and an admirable character, Vegito could be deemed the most perfect fusion warrior in the history of Dragon Ball. Against Raijin, Zamasu might have relied on his immortality to mount a counterattack, but in the face of Vegito, he was thoroughly overpowered. Were it not for his invulnerable nature, he would have perished countless times over. Who would have thought that there exists a human in Universe 7 with such extraordinary power? Even the god of destruction might be astonished. "This is truly a rare spectacle," Guas exclaimed with a hint of admiration. The Supreme Kai, Asin, wore an expression of pride. "Indeed, we gods should not underestimate humanity. They possess boundless potential." "You speak wisely," Guas responded, his gaze fixed on the sky where Zamasu was being relentlessly assaulted by Vegito, his thoughts swirling with complexity. Zamasu, with his immortal form. Could it be that Vegito would truly defeat him? Trunks, watching the aerial battle, voiced his concerns. "Master, do you have any strategies in mind to deal with Zamasu?" At that moment, Trunks noticed Raijin standing still in the sky, lost in thought, and muttered to himself. Finally, the Kamehameha. Vegito swiftly positioned his hands in a blossom-like formation at his waist, channeling a brilliant blue energy sphere into his palms, which he then thrust towards Zamasu. An overwhelming torrent of energy surged forth, akin to a vast azure river rushing towards its target. "Unbeatable!" Zamasu bellowed defiantly, but before he could finish his proclamation, he was engulfed by the ultimate Kamehameha. As the smoke cleared, Zamasu was no longer unscathed. His appearance had become quite grim. After the fusion with Black Goku, one half of him was immortal while the other was not, and thus the fusion had rendered him mortal. It was evident from his disfigured visage that he had become grotesquely altered. One side of his body was now a gruesome sight, marred and incomplete. Zamasu gasped in agony, unable to comprehend the extent of his defeat. Yet, his decaying flesh gradually began to regenerate, a testament to the power of immortality. However, Vegeta refrained from launching another assault on Zamasu, for he understood that, even if he were to strike now, he would be unable to extinguish Zamaz's life, at best. He would merely delay the process of his restoration. At that moment, a crimson radiance suddenly soared into the heavens. What? At that moment, Bajite was astonished, for Lycan's hand was slowly raised. Suddenly, a terrifying orb of purple energy coalesced, not merely an ordinary energy sphere, but one of destructive power. Upon witnessing the energy of the god of destruction, Zamaz's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? How do you possess the power of a god of destruction? Could it be that a god of destruction bestowed it upon you? Yet, how could you wield such formidable destructive energy? If you wish to know, venture to hell and speculate. With that, the destructive energy in Lycan's hand seamlessly merged into Zamaz's body, and in the next instant, his entire form began to tremble, dissipating into luminous particles from the bottom up. No, this is impossible. How could I lose? Zamaz's roar echoed, but soon after, he transformed into glimmers of light, his body on the brink of complete dissolution. Just as Lycan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a powerful force suddenly surged forth, causing Lycan's expression to change as he swiftly leaped aside to evade it. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air as a colossal black hole emerged from the ground. Unfathomably deep. What manner of being is this? Bajite's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed upon a colossal figure in the distance, whose physique was reminiscent of Broly's, an imposing silhouette of black and crimson, exuding boundless energy. The demon of Super Saiyan, Kamba, Lei Chun articulated, his countenance awash with astonishment as he regarded Kamba. How could this individual have appeared here so prematurely? Lei Chun pondered inwardly. The demon of Super Saiyan? Kamba? What distinguishes the demon of Super Saiyan from the god of Super Saiyan? Bajite inquired, curiosity etched upon his face, his eyes cautiously fixed on Kamba. I am not entirely certain. I have merely heard whispers. Legend has it that in ancient times, Kamba, the demon of Super Saiyan, was the arch-nemesis of the god of Super Saiyan. It is said that the demon of Super Saiyan emerged as a mutation of the god of Super Saiyan, a being solely driven by destruction. Yet, after all this time, it seemed implausible that he could still be alive. I never anticipated his survival, Lei Chun responded, his expression grave as he regarded Kamba. The malevolent Saiyan Kamba, within the narrative of the game, was capable of contending evenly with Bajite in his super blue form in his normal state, even gaining the upper hand momentarily. As the battle progressed, Kamba transformed into a Super Saiyan to engage Bajite in his super blue form, and when Bajite unleashed the tenfold power of the super blue Kaioken, Kamba, in his great ape form, shattered Bajite into fragments. Lei Chun's eyes widened, revealing pools of black and silver, adorned with countless golden threads. In that moment of revelation, his body erupted with crackling energy. His gaze shifted to another figure clad in black. After much effort, Lei Chun had finally harnessed a wave of destructive energy, eagerly awaiting the moment when Zamaz's energy would be depleted by Bajite. He intended to confront Zamasu directly, yet regrettably, he was thwarted by the intervention of this enigmatic figure in black. Run there! Vegito exclaimed as he spotted the figure in black suddenly materializing before him, intent on abducting the barely conscious Zamasu. Vegito was poised to intervene and thwart his intentions. With a resounding roar, "Let the battle commence," a deep voice suddenly echoed, as a crimson glow surged forth, enveloping Vegeta. That fellow. Vegeta relinquished the pursuit of the enigmatic figure and instead fixed his gaze upon Kamba. With long, raven black hair, he donned a mask and armor, complemented by a Saiyan tail. Even before transforming, his combat prowess was already markedly distinct from that of the ordinary Super Saiyan 4, boasting an astonishing power level of 25 trillion in his base form. Neither party uttered a word, their eyes met, and the battle commenced without hesitation. Vegite launched the initial assault, a cerulean light erupting from his being as he delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding impact, Kamba staggered backward, while Vegite surged forward, transforming into a streak of blue light, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes that sent Kamba hurtling through the air. Boom! Kamba crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater upon landing. Rising from the depths of the pit, Kamba finally underwent his transformation. Kamba clenched his fists, his body slightly hunched, unleashing a series of fervent cries, his aura intensifying with each moment, surrounded by golden lightning that danced around him. Even the sky shifted in hue, as thunder rumbled ominously above, and the very earth beneath him began to tremble and sink. Kamba's hair grew more resolute, golden lightning coursing through him, while his armor and mask shattered, his presence morphing into a dark crimson essence. His combat power surged dramatically to an astonishing 250 trillion. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Merely transforming into an ordinary Super Saiyan had already demonstrated immense power. If he could further evolve, it would be nothing short of defying the heavens. Evil Wave. With one hand, Kamba directed a red energy sphere towards Vegeta. The moment it was hurled, it transformed into a colossal red energy orb, exceeding 100 meters in size. In response, Vegeta raised his right hand against the approaching massive energy sphere, concentrating golden energy orbs at each of his 5 fingertips before launching them forward. The two techniques collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed the surroundings. The forces were evenly matched. As the smoke dissipated, the forms of Vegeta and Kamba were revealed. Vegeta observed the ground fracturing beneath them, followed by the eruption of countless lava streams. The earth was in turmoil, as if the very planet itself was on the verge of disintegration. This cannot continue. The earth cannot endure such a level of battle any longer, Vegeta declared. His gaze toward Kamba now resolute, as if he had made a momentous decision. In the next instant, he clenched his fists tightly and unleashed an explosive aura. Oh, rumble. Vegeta's energy erupted with a terrifying force, manifesting a brilliant red glow amidst the celestial blue starlight surrounding him. An endless surge of energy coursed through his being, with crimson light roaring in all directions. Red flames danced around the blue luminescence, igniting the sky for thousands of kilometers. The air crackled with an overwhelming energy akin to a raging inferno. Super Saiyan Kaioken times 10. Vegeta shouted, his power dramatically escalating from 280 trillion to an astonishing 2.8 quadrillion. Kamba's expression shifted. He was taken aback by Vegeta's ability to amplify his strength tenfold. Just moments ago, facing Zama's, Vegeta had held back this tremendous power. Before Kamba could fully comprehend the situation, Vegeta's fist struck him squarely on the chin, sending him hurtling like a cannonball into a towering mountain, instantly collapsing it. Boom. The mountain where Kamba landed erupted in a violent explosion. Kamba's power surged again, quadrupling as lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating it with a black-red brilliance. His brow furrowed, eyebrows vanished, and his golden hair grew longer and more resolute, surrounded by dense arcs of golden lightning. His armor and mask shattered as his aura transformed into a fiery red hue. Super Saiyan 3 Kamba achieved a battle power of 1 quadrillion. Such a formidable Saiyan still exists. Trunks gritted his teeth, his body trembling as he spoke. Damn it, if only I were stronger, everyone wouldn't have to die. Trunks felt a deep resentment towards his own weakness. Trunks. Xiaowu ran over from a distance. Xiaowu. Upon seeing his girlfriend, Trunks felt a wave of relief wash over him, finally allowing a faint smile to emerge. The two embraced tightly, their expressions reflecting a complex array of emotions. The future world lay in ruins, ravaged by Zamasu, with humanity on the brink of extinction. Even their dearest loved ones had perished, and the weight of their grief and pressure was immense. Zamasu was on the verge of being defeated by Vegeta, yet another malevolent Super Saiyan had emerged. Just as one wave of chaos seemed to subside, another surged forth. Truly, this future world was beset by calamities. You must leave at once, if you perish here. The god of destruction will suffer the consequences. Lei Chen admonished the god of destruction of Universe 10, Gaosu, and the god of destruction of Universe 7, Asen. How do you know this? Gaosu inquired, astonished, having not expected Lei Chen to be privy to the secrets between the gods of destruction and the Kais. Is this still a secret in your Universe 10? Lei Chen replied casually. Gaosu turned to Asen, who, with an innocent expression, remarked, "Don't look at me. I only learned of it recently." Very well, the variables in this timeline are too numerous. If we linger any longer, we, the less combat-ready Kais, may indeed find ourselves in peril, Gaosu stated, nodding toward Asen. Then, Lei Chen, we shall meet again in the timeline, Asen declared. And as soon as the words left his lips, both he and Gaosu activated their time rings and vanished. Do not grieve excessively. Those who have passed are not beyond the reach of revival, Lei Chen reassured Trunks. Is that true? But Master, we have no Dragon Balls here, Trunks responded. His excitement mingled with disbelief. No need for Dragon Balls, as long as the time since their demise is not too prolonged. I possess the means to resurrect those who were slain by Zamasu. Of course, our immediate priority is to deal with this legendary malevolent Super Saiyan. Otherwise, even if humanity on Earth were to return, they would merely face death once more, Lei Chen remarked, his gaze fixed upon the Super Saiyan 3 Kamba. Bang, bang, bang. In the air, the figures of the two had completely vanished, replaced by sparks and lightning, a cacophony of thunderous sounds echoing through the skies and ground. All that remained were the visible shockwaves in the deep craters, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter, left behind in the earth. Quickly, we must hurry. Lei Qin took a deep breath and remarked that if it were not for his reincarnation divine eye, he would have been utterly incapable of perceiving the figures of the two individuals. An aura of dread suddenly enveloped the surroundings, causing the very earth to tremble. As he sensed the planet quaking beneath him, a silvery energy manifested in Lei Qin's left hand, which he then hurled towards the ground, allowing it to seamlessly merge into the earth. Subsequently, the fissured terrain began to converge, and the myriad of molten lava ceased its eruption. However, as the fierce battle between the two continued, the stability of the earth was destined to be short-lived. At the moment when Super Blue Vegeta's fist collided with Canvas, a cerulean brilliance intertwined with a crimson radiance, momentarily rendering the cosmos a canvas solely of these two hues. With a subtle gesture of his right hand, Kamba slowly raised it, as a surge of white energy began to quietly materialize. In an instant, a white orb of energy materialized in Kamba's hand, swiftly ascending into the sky. Realizing that he was no match for Vegeta, Kamba began his transformation into a colossal ape. Upon witnessing the orb's emergence, Vegeta's pupils dilated, as he was evidently reminded of a crucial detail. Curse it, I almost forgot he still had his tail. Vegeta silently cursed to himself. This was indeed a predicament. As he felt Kamba's energy surging uncontrollably, he understood that even if he were to obliterate this artificial moon, it would be of little consequence. Roar. Kamba's thunderous roar resonated through the air, accompanied by the heavy thumping of his heartbeat echoing in Vegeta's ears. Before his very eyes, Kamba's form began to expand at an alarming rate. With an original battle power of 1 million trillion, Kamba's strength had now surged to a staggering 10 million trillion. What an overwhelming presence. Lei Qin gazed gravely at Kamba, now transformed into a super golden great ape, feeling the oppressive weight of an unimaginable force pressing down upon him. How could this be? This was merely the aura radiating from his body. It was terrifying beyond belief. Trunks exclaimed in shock, beginning to struggle for breath as if he were carrying a mountain on his shoulders. If Trunks felt such discomfort, one could only imagine the plight of Xiaowu, an ordinary person. Were it not for Lei Qin's protective energy, Xiaowu would have been utterly crushed under this immense pressure. Cursed be it. Vegeta gazed solemnly at Kamba, who had transformed into a colossal golden ape. The sheer magnitude of Kamba's power was truly terrifying, with the combat strength soaring to an astonishing 10 quintillion. At this juncture, Vegeta had no choice but to unleash a 20-fold Kaioken, elevating his combat prowess from 2.8 million trillion to 5.6 million trillion. Scum! I shall grant you the honor of being buried by my hand. The giant ape Kamba declared coldly. With that, the enormous figure of Kamba morphed into a golden shadow, hurling a mighty punch toward Vegeta. Despite his massive size, his speed remained undiminished. Though his strength was formidable, in Vegeta's eyes, Kamba's velocity appeared to have diminished exponentially. The increase in Kamba's size created an illusion of slowness, yet in truth, he retained remarkable agility. This sheer bulk allowed Vegeta to perceive the movements with greater clarity. As Vegeta watched the gigantic fist, engulfed in black and crimson flames, hurtling toward him, he soared into the air, leaping onto Kamba's massive fist. With determination, he pressed his feet firmly against Kamba's arm and delivered a swift kick to the right side of Kamba's face. With a sharp crack. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. For his kick had struck Kamba's face yet inflicted little harm. Kamba's gaze remained fixed upon Vegeta, and suddenly, a torrent of dark crimson energy erupted from his mouth. Vegeta swiftly evaded this onslaught. Observing Vegeta's successful dodge, Kamba lunged once more, delivering a punch that resonated with a thunderous explosion against Vegeta's body. With both hands raised before him, Vegeta summoned a brilliant red and blue aura, rising skyward to intercept Kamba's blow. Kamba was taken aback. He had not anticipated Vegeta possessing the strength to withstand his assault. Just as Kamba was astonished, a flash of golden light enveloped Vegeta, and he transformed into both Son Goku and Vegeta. Impressive strength, but your speed leaves much to be desired, they remarked in unison, a subtle smile gracing their lips. However, their expression shifted in an instant. How could they have separated so swiftly? There should have been over 20 minutes left. Vegeta exclaimed, his countenance darkening. It appears our power was insufficient to sustain the fusion. Son Goku responded with a serious demeanor. This is troublesome, Vegeta remarked, eyeing Kamba with trepidation. I cannot allow you to continue wreaking havoc. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind the colossal Kamba, as Trunks unleashed a brilliant flash of white light. In an instant, A terrifying surge of energy erupted, enveloping his form in a radiant glow that transformed into blue, distinct from the Super Saiyan blue. With an outer layer of blue and an inner layer of gold, Trunks embodied the collective will of all humanity. Trunks charged fiercely at the giant ape Kamba, who scoffed, "Humph, little insect." In that very moment, the space surrounding Kamba turned a blinding white as he found himself ensnared by the time prison. A technique wielded by Raichin. Kamba's expression shifted in shock, and in that fleeting instant of distraction, Trunks severed his tail. Bang! Suddenly, a golden, furry, elongated appendage plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. Kamba, suspended in midair, trembled as if struck by lightning. His form gradually diminished, transforming into his Super Saiyan 3 state. Although his power had diminished tenfold, he was still a formidable opponent for Goku and the others. "Well done, Trunks," Goku exclaimed, a smile brightening his face. "Kakarot, do not celebrate too soon," Vegeta cautioned gravely. "Even with his diminished strength, he remains a challenging adversary." "Damn it. I have been bested by a mere insect," Kamba growled, breathing heavily after reverting to his humanoid form. He turned to glare at Trunks, his fury palpable. Despite his weakened state, he dismissed Goku and the others with contempt. Surrounded by Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Raichin, Kamba felt undeterred, his combat spirit soaring amidst the overwhelming odds. Kamba's battle power was at 400,000, injured. Ultra Blue Goku, for 1,000 trillion, restored with a Senza Bean. Ultra Blue Vegeta, for 1,000 trillion, also restored. Ultra God Trunks, 10,000 trillion, empowered by human will. Ultra God Raichin, 280,000 trillion. With a furious roar, Goku unleashed the Kaioken in his Ultra Blue state. A brilliant red aura erupting as his power surged to 40 trillion. Trunks too amplified his strength, surpassing Vegeta, aided by human tenacity. Raichin, observing Kamba, felt his own power escalating. "Damn it, I, Vegeta, am now the weakest." He seethed inwardly, azure flames erupting from him as he dashed toward Kamba, delivering a punch that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. "Humph, scum," Kamba sneered, slowly extending his palm, effortlessly absorbing the blow. "How infuriating," Vegeta exclaimed, his heart racing with surprise as Kamba delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, Vegeta endured the blow, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift kick. "Dad!" Trunks exclaimed urgently as Vegeta ascended too swiftly for him to react. "Kakarot, hold on for a moment. Although the malevolent Super Saiyan Kamba has sustained injuries, this battle is beyond your reach unless you fuse. Leave this to me." With that, Raichin let out a thunderous roar and transformed into a crimson light, charging towards Kamba. "Very well." Sun Wukong nodded, refraining from insisting on following suit. If the disparity in their strengths were not so pronounced, it might have been a different story. However, even with his 20-fold Kaioken, his battle power barely reached 80 trillion, which paled in comparison to Kamba's 300 trillion. Boom. The fists of Raichin and Kamba collided, generating fierce sparks, causing the earth to crack and the space to tremble. Kamba was struck in the face by Raichin's punch, staggering several steps back, and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. "What kind of technique is this? Why has my body suddenly slowed down?" Kamba exclaimed, his tone laced with fury as he addressed Raichin. "This technique is called time stop. I halt time for 0.1 seconds. Which is why you perceive your movements to be sluggish," Raichin explained. He was not surprised that Kamba could see his actions. After all, despite Kamba's significantly reduced battle capacity, his eyesight remained intact. Had it not been for his time stop ability, he would have likely struggled to withstand even a few of Kamba's moves. "Humph," Kamba snorted, suddenly rising into the air and transforming into a streak of crimson light soaring towards the heavens. At the moment he ascended, a vast black hole appeared in the sky, and Kamba flew directly into it. Although Kamba was combative, he was not foolish. His mission had been accomplished, and given that he was not at his peak fighting condition, he found himself at a disadvantage against Raichin's flash technique. While he believed he would ultimately emerge victorious if the battle continued, he was not fond of such a fighting style. As Kamba departed, Raichin could no longer endure. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from his chest. The red aura dissipated, and his hair reverted to its ordinary Super Saiyan form. With a resounding thud, Raichin's body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Although he remained in the state of Super Saiyan 4, this form possesses a distinct advantage over Super Saiyan God, while the latter boasts superior regenerative abilities. It risks reverting to a normal state if energy is excessively depleted. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 allows one to maintain its form as long as energy is not entirely exhausted. Are you alright, Lei Qin? Goku soared over, lending a hand to help him up, while Trunks supported Vegeta as they approached. Cough, cough. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. A single celestial bean suffices. With that, Lei Qin produced a celestial bean and consumed it. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his peak condition, enhancing his combat prowess. The Super Saiyan transformations are categorized into 5 distinct tiers: elementary, intermediate, advanced, peak, and ultimate, with each tier representing a 50% increase in power. The deep blue form surpasses the super blue by a factor of 20, while the super blue is 4 times more powerful than the super red. The super red form is 20 times weaker than the super 4 form, which in turn is 4 times more formidable than the super 3 mystical form. The super 3 mystical is 4 times stronger than the super 2, and the super 2 is twice as powerful as the super 1. The super 1 form boasts a strength 50 times that of the base state. Above the super 3 lies the super god and super 4 forms, also referred to as the divine realm, which is divided into 10 tiers, with each tier representing a tenfold difference in power. Each tier consists of 5 sublevels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, peak, and ultimate, with each sublevel exhibiting a 2-fold increase in strength. Lei Qin's base state is the peak super 3, with a combat power of 10 trillion. In super 1 state, intermediate tier of the divine realm. In super 2 state, advanced tier of the divine realm. In super 3 mystical state, peak tier of the divine realm. In super red state, intermediate tier of the second stage of the divine realm. In super blue state, peak tier of the second stage of the divine realm. The Super Saiyan God in super 4 state possesses 5 times the peak combat power of the second stage of the divine realm. Son Goku's base state is the peak of super 2, with a combat power of 1 trillion. In super 1 state, Son Goku exhibits the strength of 10 super 3 forms. In super 2 state, Son Goku is at the elementary tier of the divine realm. In super 3 state, he reaches the advanced tier of the divine realm. In super red state, Son Goku achieves 5 times the peak power of the first tier of the divine realm. In super blue state, he is at the intermediate level of the second tier of the divine realm. The tenfold super blue king fist represents the peak level of the second tier of the divine realm, while the 20-fold super blue king fist signifies the ultimate tier of the second stage. Vegeta's base state is that of an ordinary peak super 2 warrior. In super 1 state, Vegeta possesses the strength equivalent to 10 super 3 forms. In super 2 state, he ranges from the elementary to the advanced tier of the divine realm. In super red state, Vegeta achieves 5 times the peak power of the first tier of the divine realm. In super blue state, he is at the intermediate level of the second tier of the divine realm. Trunks' base state is that of an ordinary peak super 2 warrior. In super 1 state, Trunks possesses the strength of 10 super 3 forms. In super 2 state, he is at the intermediate level of the divine realm. As for Trunks in his human willpower state, also known as the super blue gold state, his super blue red form boasts combat power at the advanced level of the second tier of the divine realm. However, after Kamba's retreat, Trunks' super 2 state is now at the intermediate level of the first tier of the divine realm. Kamba in super 3 form stands at the intermediate level of the third tier of the divine realm. Lei Qin, I am eager to witness the truth of your claims. How on earth did you manage to resurrect so many deceased souls? Vegeta inquired with a curious expression. Could it be that you possess the ability to summon the eternal dragon? Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, recalled the divine dragon that the celestial beings had once resurrected. Lei Qin, however, chose not to respond to the inquiries posed by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In his hand, a golden light materialized, transforming into countless golden specks that cascaded down upon the earth. Gradually, towering edifices sprang forth, and one by one, the luminous points emerged, bringing humanity back to life. Is everyone back? Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Indeed, Trunks nodded, though he spoke not a word, his body trembling slightly. Who could truly fathom the immense pressure he had endured during this time? Meanwhile, in this timeline, Goku and the others had perished long ago. And Raichin lacked the power to resurrect them all. He could only bring back those humans slain by Zamasu. Is this truly real? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. What other abilities does this fellow possess to resurrect so many? Vegeta gritted his teeth, casting an envious glance at Raichin. Trunks, it appears that matters here have been resolved. It is time for us to return, Raichin remarked to Trunks. Master, must we leave so soon? Can we linger a few more days? Trunks implored Raichin. Regrettably, time travel is officially prohibited. While I may disregard such rules, I fear that prolonged presence here may invite unforeseen changes. Additionally, although we have wounded that Super Saiyan demon, and while he is unlikely to materialize here, should he arrive, remember not to act recklessly. Instead, utilize the spatial ring I provided to return to our timeline. Raichin advised Trunks. Understood, Master Raichin, Trunks acknowledged with a nod. I had hoped to stay a little longer, but alas. The Lord Kaioshin has decreed that we should not linger in another timeline for too long, lest history be altered, Goku lamented. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, standing silently behind Lei Qin. In the original timeline, the sky abruptly manifested a vortex, and shortly after, a streak of luminous light descended directly from the whirlpool, ultimately landing on the ground not far from Bulma's home. Indeed, Whis said, his eyes narrowing slightly in surprise. It seems a solution has been found, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, though a hint of astonishment lingered. Both were taken aback by the realization that Lei Qin possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse time and space alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. By the way, since you can resurrect the deceased, why not bring back the versions of me and Vegeta from that world? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. Hearing this, Vegeta also turned his gaze towards Lei Qin, his eyes filled with questions. Observing the inquisitive expressions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Lei Qin replied with a hint of resignation. I cannot resurrect those who have been dead for over a year or those who have reincarnated at the moment of their passing. So that is the reason. Sun Wukong finally understood, realizing that every dragon's abilities come with limitations. He was aware, just as the dragon on Earth was not as formidable as that of Namek. At that moment, Dad, you've returned? Son Goten and Little Trunks, along with others, noticed the trio and rushed over, their faces brimming with joy upon seeing Lei Qin and the others. You are all here. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. By the way, without a time machine, how did you manage to come back? Bulma asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Not only was she puzzled, but the others shared her bewilderment as well. That's an excellent question. I too am curious about how you managed it. Time travel is beyond reach. Even a fourth-tier deity wielding divine power cannot accomplish such a feat. Beerus interjected, approaching alongside Whis, who remained composed. Lei Qin elaborated. I have cultivated the divine powers of time and space. And by advancing further between these two forms of divine energy, achieving the capability to traverse time and space becomes quite feasible. Humph. Beerus let out a cold snort. Indeed. Lei Qin's assertion held merit. Yet, this talent was truly formidable. Aside from angels, only the Supreme Kais could traverse time and space with the aid of spatial rings. Contemplating this, Beerus began to feel a twinge of envy towards Lei Qin. His talent was extraordinarily monstrous. Observing the expression on Beerus's face, Lei Qin discerned that the deity was likely feeling quite disgruntled. This could pose a problem. If this fellow were to seek an excuse to engage him in combat out of jealousy, it would certainly be troublesome, for he had no desire to fight at the moment. With this thought in mind, Lei Qin left behind a clone while his true self instantaneously teleported back to the Azure Planet. Whis smiled slightly as he regarded Lei Qin, instantly recognizing that this version was not the original. Currently, only Beerus and Goku remained unaware that Lei Qin had already vacated the premises on the Azure Planet. Within the Saiyan realm, Lei Qin sat in quiet meditation, his eyes closed. He was entering an extraordinarily peculiar state known as the comprehension state. His spirit and thoughts were still active as he reflected on the power of Kamba. Each Saiyan's strength was distinct, although their transformations bore some resemblance. Their combat techniques and energies were entirely different. Take Vegeta, for instance. Despite having emulated Goku for so long, transforming into Super Saiyan Red when Goku did, and into Super Saiyan Blue in tandem, Vegeta finally carved out a path of his own upon Goku's ascension to Ultra Instinct, becoming Deep Blue Vegeta, Mystical Gohan, Ultra Instinct Goku, Deep Blue Vegeta, Majin Kamba, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, and the Ultra Divine Dragon. But what path was most suitable for him, Lei Qin? Should he ascend to Super Saiyan 5 from Super Saiyan 4? Pursue the path of the Super Saiyan God, or perhaps cultivate both powers in tandem? Suddenly, Lei Qin attained enlightenment. His spirit and mind began to absorb an array of bizarre and obscure rule-based information. Some of it he comprehended, yet the majority eluded his understanding. Among this plethora of information, one particular aspect caught his attention, for it was familiar: the energy manipulation techniques of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, albeit more profound than the two powers he was currently merging. This power bypassed the fusion stage entirely, and instead focused on cultivating this new energy, which Lei Qin named the power of the Super Saiyan Holy God. Super Saiyan 4 enhances a mortal's strength to a level comparable to that of a deity, while Super Saiyan God ascends directly to the divine realm, albeit slightly weaker in raw power compared to Super Saiyan 4. Suddenly, Lei Qin rose with a thunderous shout, unleashing a cataclysmic aura that radiated brilliant and blinding light. Waves of energy surged outward in concentric circles, while countless fragments of stone were propelled in all directions. Behind Lei Qin, a resplendent sea of starlight erupted, exuding an overwhelming essence imbued with the brilliance of celestial bodies and the weight of entire galaxies. A terrifying energy, accompanied by a purplish glow, emanated from Lei Qin as he transformed back into his Super Saiyan 4 state. However, unlike before, although his fur remained crimson, his aura had shifted to a vibrant purple. With the completion of his Super Saiyan Blue transformation in this state, Lei Qin's combat prowess ascended to the third tier of the divine realm, amplifying his strength tenfold compared to before. In this Super Saiyan 4 Blue form, Lei Qin's power was commensurate with the mid-tier of the third stage of the divine realm. While the Super Saiyan 4 Blue itself equated to the pinnacle of the second stage, the Super Saiyan Red being the apex, followed by the Super Saiyan 3 at the superior level, the Super Saiyan 2 at the median, and the Super Saiyan 1 at the lower tier of the second stage. Even in his base form, Lei Qin's strength rivaled that of the pinnacle of the first stage of the divine realm. The training systems of Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan had all been amalgamated into Lei Qin, explaining why the power of each transformation no longer exhibited the immense growth it once did. Feeling the boundless energy coursing through his body, enveloped in a purplish flame, Lei Qin floated in midair. Let us henceforth refer to you as Super Saiyan 4 Purple. It is worth noting that Super Saiyan God exists in 5 distinct stages. The first stage encompasses Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, where Super Red, Super Blue, and Yao Red all belong to the first tier of Super Saiyan God. The second stage is characterized by Deep Blue, followed by the third stage, which includes the demonized Deep Blue and the semi-instinctive White God. The fourth stage is the instinctive White God, and the fifth stage is the perfect instinctive White God. Deep Blue is a candidate for the God of Destruction, while the semi-instinctive White God is equivalent to a God of Destruction. Currently, Lei Qin resides within the second stage. He mused to himself, lamenting that he had yet to make any progress in his comprehension of the law of wishes. In his heart, he contemplated that the most formidable forces within the Dragon Ball universe are the erasure energy of the Omni King and the wish energy of the dragon, one capable of erasing all, and the other able to manifest anything. Following these are the angelic powers, the powers of destruction, and then the Saiyan powers of Son Wukong and his kin. Thus lies the grandeur of the 11th universe. Boom, boom, on a planet reminiscent of Earth, adorned with vast expanses of land and oceans many times larger than those of Earth. There exists a supermassive world that could rightfully be referred to as the Super Earth of the 11th universe. At this very moment, the ground reverberates with the sound of explosions, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Several crimson figures dart about in the center of the arena. Tizro, your strength is insufficient. Augment your power and launch an assault. A robust man clad in a red bodysuit, with a white mustache adorning his lips, bellowed emphatically. Indeed, I never anticipated that I would find myself in the 11th universe, and even more so, on the planet of the proud warriors. As the avatar of Lycan took in the scenery, he closed his eyes, relishing the blend of familiarity and novelty that enveloped him. Navigating this unfamiliar territory in search of the Super Dragon Balls, he had utilized instant transmission countless times. However, he unexpectedly arrived here. What a formidable aura! Lycan exclaimed, astonished. He had presumed that, due to his own strength, along with Goku and Vegeta, they would undoubtedly surpass Topo. Yet, to his surprise, not only Jiren, but even Topo's battle prowess was not inferior to that of Goku. If Goku had not employed the Kaioken technique, he might not have stood a chance against Topo. Lycan sensed a familiar power emanating from Topo, a force he had only previously felt in the presence of a god of destruction. Although this power may seem feeble in the eyes of Beerus, it was undeniably more formidable than that of Goku. At this moment, Lycan was certain of the identities of those radiating such auras on this planet. Among the 12 universes, few could compare to Goku and Vegeta. While the 6th universe had hit, only he could truly contend with Goku. In contrast, the 11th universe boasted 3 or 4 such formidable warriors, suggesting that it could very well claim the title of the strongest among the 12 universes. In the 7th universe, on the planet of the blue sky, Lycan, from the Saiyan realm, smiled slightly as his entire form gradually vanished. Suspended in the air, he observed the battle below, nodding in acknowledgement. With an avatar in the 11th universe, Lycan could traverse galaxies through instant transmission. Upon arriving in the 11th universe, he realized that the next time he wished to return, he would no longer need his avatar for travel. His essence had already been imprinted here. Wherever Lycan had been, he could use instant transmission to return, showcasing the remarkable efficacy of his perfected technique. It was clear that the strength of the proud warriors was not without justification. Lycan's attention shifted from Topo, who was centrally directing the others, to a robust bald man nearby, who stood with arms crossed, impassively observing the unfolding events. Is that Jiren? Lycan mused, his gaze filled with intrigue. Indeed, he exudes an air of cool detachment and confidence. It was no wonder. His power surpassed that of a god of destruction, and it would be remarkable if he were not self-assured. However, had it not been for Frieza and Goku collaborating to forcibly eliminate him from the arena, he might have genuinely claimed victory. Although Goku's Ultra Instinct technique was formidable, his body ultimately succumbed to the strain, leading to his collapse. Thus, it can be concluded that Jiren emerged victorious. Indeed, Lei Chen holds a profound admiration for him. In the narrative, when confronted by the relentless assault of Sun Wukong and his companions, Jiren remains undeterred, effortlessly dispatching them one by one. Had it not been for the protagonist's aura that Sun Wukong possesses, he might have single-handedly triumphed over the entire universe. The Pride Troopers boast a minimum combat power of Super Saiyan 2 and above. Tispro, intermediate second stage of divine power, high speed in divine realm. Topo, peak second stage of divine power. Jiren, pinnacle of the third stage in divine realm. Upon observing this, Lei Chen inhaled deeply, recognizing that this is merely the surface of Jiren's true strength. Should Jiren possess any hidden capabilities, he is likely nearing the fourth stage of divine realm. However, a being at the pinnacle of the third stage in divine power being stronger than the destroyer of Universe 11 is something Lei Chen finds utterly implausible. It is well known that a candidate for the role of destroyer possesses a minimum combat power of the third stage in divine realm, while the destroyers themselves wield a minimum power of the fourth stage, augmented by their destructive abilities, rendering their combat prowess exponentially more terrifying. It seems that Jiren must possess some formidable combat techniques akin to Hit, who, despite being significantly weaker than Sun Wukong and Vegeta, was able to severely injure Vegeta with his time-skip ability. Even Sun Wukong, utilizing the tenfold Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken, was barely able to gain the upper hand. Just as Hit, Toppo, and the other members of the Pride Troopers were engaged in training, a sudden occurrence transpired. Who goes there? Jiren suddenly turned his head, his voice resonating with authority. The two closest to him, Toppo and Dispo, swiftly pivoted to scan their surroundings. However, after surveying the area, they found no sign of life, and the atmosphere was devoid of any presence. Jiren, is there truly no one here? Dispo inquired, his curiosity piqued as he glanced at him. Topo, with a focused gaze, conducted another thorough search. Jiren offered no response to Dispo's question. Instead, he remained vigilant, observing the environment with acute awareness. Each individual's prowess dictated their vantage point, rendering their observations distinctly different. Although Topo had not discerned anything amiss, his superior strength allowed him to instinctively sense that something was off. While he could not articulate what it was, Jiren's cautious demeanor led Topo to suspect that their unseen visitor was likely more formidable than himself, which explained his inability to detect their presence. Upon hearing Jiren's voice, a figure named Raichin nodded to himself in quiet admiration. Truly, it was no surprise that Jiren, one of the most formidable foes in the latter stages of his power, could sense even the slightest fluctuations in space. He had merely dispatched his doppelganger from this location. Indeed, he was the first human whose strength surpassed that of a destroyer. Raichin's calm voice echoed as he descended from the heavens, revealing a man standing at an impressive height of 185 meters. His hair, reminiscent of Broly in his base form, framed his face, and a tail swayed gently behind him as he materialized before Jiren. Upon hearing the voice, Jiren swiftly turned, his intense gaze fixated on Raichin. Topo and Dispo immediately followed suit, their expression shifting to one of caution as they regarded the newcomer. Who are you? I have never seen you before. Topo remarked with a serious countenance, surprised to encounter a human of such power, rivaling that of Jiren and the gods. It is entirely normal for you not to have seen me. It would be strange if you had. I am Raichin, a scion from Universe 7. Raichin replied with a smile, though his gaze remained locked on Jiren. Isn't that a rather pointless statement? If we knew you, that would indeed be peculiar. Dispo mentally scoffed. Humph, a being from Universe 7. What brings you to our Universe 11? What ulterior motives do you harbor? Topo questioned Raichin coldly. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? I am merely here to retrieve a sphere, Raichin said with a light chuckle. A sphere? Topo was taken aback, finding it hard to believe that Raichin had journeyed such a distance solely for that purpose. It seems that I must subdue you to uncover the truth. With that, Topo exchanged a knowing glance with Dispo. Understanding the unspoken signal, Dispo's slender legs sprang into action like a coiled spring, transforming into a streak of lightning. With a swift motion, as Dispo's fist made contact with Lei Chin's body, a sudden and dramatic change overtook Dispo's expression. This was due to a terrifying aura that erupted forth from Lei Chin. Wow! Dispo's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression reflecting sheer shock. Lei Chin had effortlessly propelled him through sheer force, causing him to spew blood as he was sent hurtling backwards, tracing an elegant arc through the air. How could this be possible? Tobo gazed in disbelief at the suddenly elongated-haired Super Saiyan Lei Chin. The speed was impressive, yet the strength was lacking. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Lei Chin spoke with nonchalance. Witnessing Lei Chin easily injure Dispo, Tobo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. A blazing red aura erupting from his form, enveloped in violet flames. With a roar fueled by rage, Tobo transformed into a streak of red light, rapidly launching himself at Lei Chin. A terrifying aura spread, the air rippling with turbulence, and the ground trembled under the weight of Tobo's formidable power. Bang! After exchanging several blows, Lei Chin grew somewhat impatient. Were it not for Jillian's absence, perhaps he would have found some interest in sparring with Tobo, but currently, Lei Chin regarded him with disdain. Lei Chin suddenly bellowed, an immense tidal wave of energy surging forth from him. In an instant, a column of purple light shot skyward, the colossal energy generating an overwhelming wind pressure that lifted all nearby debris and rubble. As if a black hole were drawing in all matter. Lei Chin transformed once more. What? Tobo's expression changed dramatically, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, a wave of terrifying energy collided with him, sending him flying. Thunderous sounds echoed as Tobo landed on the ground, crouched low. The earth beneath him seemingly unable to withstand the immense force, fracturing instantly into fine rubble. Wow! Torpo could not suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth. How formidable! Tispro stared in astonishment. Just moments ago, Torpo was able to exchange blows with Lycan, yet suddenly he found himself vanquished by Lycan. At this stage, Torpo had not yet ascended to the rank of candidate destroyer, and thus his strength paled in comparison to Lycan. Following his victory over Torpo, Lycan's gaze shifted to Jillian as he inquired, "Are you certain you will not intervene? You possess great strength, yet you remain no match for me. You are indeed formidable." "But still not my adversary," Jillian replied, and as he spoke, his body erupted in a searing blaze, akin to a tempest of fire. A torrent of molten crimson flames enveloped him, and arcs of fiery electricity flickered across his form, scorching the surrounding air. A shroud of red mist cloaked his entire being. Witnessing Jillian's wrath, Lycan's expression grew increasingly cautious. Jillian's power was eightfold that of his own. Each minor tier within the divine realm represented a twofold disparity. And Jillian stood at the pinnacle of the third tier, while Lycan was merely at the mid-level of the same tier, signifying a gap of 3 entire minor levels. Lycan sprang into action. The reincarnation divine eye activated, and the time leap technique commenced, propelling time forward to a mere 0.5 seconds. The space surrounding Jillian turned a blinding white. Time around him began to freeze. Boom. The air shattered with a deafening crack, and a violent whirlwind erupted, spreading outward in all directions. 2 figures, one purple and one red, darted swiftly through the sky, with countless beams of light flashing, their blinding electricity appearing and vanishing in the void. On the ground, Torpo and the proud team of Tispro could only hear the resounding clash of fists. Bang! Bang! The sounds of fists colliding echoed relentlessly, and peculiar spherical depressions began to manifest in the air. All eyes were fixated on the 2 luminous figures above. As Lycan engaged Jillian, he found himself increasingly astonished. Jillian had completely deciphered the temporal leaps of his time leap technique. Although it was said to leap forward 0.5 seconds in time, it also meant accelerating his speed by the same margin. Nevertheless, Jillian's speed far surpassed that of Lycan, enabling him to perceive Lycan's movements with clarity. Even if Lycan was marginally faster by 0.5 seconds. Boom. The 2 collided with tremendous force, the deep thuds of flesh meeting flesh resonating continuously. And explosive sounds erupted around them. Craters formed abruptly in the earth, distorting the very fabric of space. Boom. As the fists of the two individuals collided with a resounding impact, a shockwave instantaneously dispersed the mist enveloping the sky. Lei Qin and Jilian found themselves respectively landing upon two massive floating stones below. Numerous concave imprints marred Jilian's body, suggesting he had sustained considerable injuries. However, considering the severity of Jilian's wounds inflicted by Lei Qin, it was evident that Lei Qin was equally in a state of distress. Poof! Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled by Lei Qin, and the once vibrant purple flames of spiritual energy surrounding him dimmed significantly. It had been quite some time since anyone had engaged him to such an extent. Apart from Belmod, you were the first, yet alas, you shall still face defeat. Jilian's gaze remained indifferent as he regarded Lei Qin. Although Lei Qin's power surpassed that of Torpo, he still fell significantly short of Jilian's might. Nevertheless, Lei Qin managed to exchange blows with him through some peculiar techniques, demonstrating his resilience, considering Jilian's power was several times greater than his own. Truly, he was akin to a Dragon Ball version of Saitama. Lei Qin mused, acknowledging that while he could not best Jilian, it would not be an easy task for Jilian to overpower him either. Lacking sufficient strength, he could only resort to the use of the magical beans. Lei Qin murmured softly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he consumed a magical bean before Jilian, and instantly, his strength surged back to its peak condition. Boom! The sky suddenly became overcast, with thunderclouds swirling ominously as lightning shot forth. Strikes of lightning cascaded around Lei Qin. And amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, the divine aura emanating from him underwent a significant transformation. Upon witnessing the sudden enhancement of Lei Qin's power, Jilian was momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? Both Tuopa and Lei Qin were equally bewildered. Despite Lei Qin having sustained injuries, after a momentary motion, not only had his strength been restored, but it had also seemingly increased. If Lei Qin's previous prowess could be classified as mid-level in the third tier of the divine realm, he now stood at the pinnacle of that mid-level, approaching the high standard of the third tier. Jilian, our battle has only just begun. Defeating me will not be an easy feat, as the words left his lips. Lei Qin's form vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, it was behind Jilian. With his fist poised to strike Jilian, the latter, who had been gazing elsewhere, seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head. In the blink of an eye, he turned, delivering a punch that landed squarely on Lei Qin's chest. A tremendous force propelled Lei Qin backward, sending him hurtling through the air. Crack! Lei Qin's entire body was thrust into the ground, creating a massive crater beneath him. What? Although Lei Qin had been repelled by him, Jilian did not feel elated. Instead, his expression transformed into one of astonishment, for the body of Lei Qin, which should have been lying on the ground, was gradually fading from view. Is this an afterimage? No, I distinctly struck him, Jilian pondered. With a resounding bang, Lei Qin's powerful hand forcefully pressed down upon Jilian's head, driving it mercilessly towards the earth. The ground beneath them shattered instantly. Jilian's upper body almost entirely engulfed by the soil. However, as Jilian was thrust into the ground by Lei Qin's grip, he unexpectedly raised his fist and delivered a heavy blow to Lei Qin's body. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, sending Lei Qin tumbling through the air before he landed on the ground, gingerly touching his chest, feeling a dull ache. His strength is formidable. A few more punches like that, and I might not be able to withstand it. As Lei Qin observed Jilian, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This fellow possesses an astonishing array of peculiar techniques. Jilian regarded Lei Qin with keen curiosity, pondering to himself, I wonder what other formidable moves you have up your sleeve. With this thought in mind, Jilian transformed into a blur, moving swiftly towards Lei Qin, a speed that even Lei Qin's reincarnation divine eye could barely perceive. Here it comes. Lei Qin's piercing gaze fixed intently on Jilian. In the next instant, the two commenced a fierce brawl. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They transformed into two streaks of light, one red and one purple, colliding repeatedly in the void before swiftly separating and then clashing again, ultimately soaring into the cosmos. Within the cosmic expanse, Lei Qin's figure resembled a comet radiating a mysterious purple glow, surrounded by a sacred and luminous aura, scattering star-like specks. The outer layer ebbed and flowed gently, interspersed with bubbles of energy that swirled intermittently. Opposite Lei Qin, a towering inferno of fiery crimson flames erupted around Jilian, reaching heights of several million meters. It engulfed Jilian like molten lava from a volcano, making him appear as a blazing sun from afar. As Lei Qin pushed his power to its zenith, he freed one hand, where purple mist coalesced into a luminous orb the size of a soccer ball. Countless small streams of light orbited the orb, akin to satellites revolving around a planet. A sound akin to the tearing of space echoed as Lei Chen hurled the energy sphere towards Ji Lian. Upon witnessing the sudden onslaught of the purple energy sphere, Ji Lian maintained a calm demeanor, his dark eyes igniting with a red glow. His immense mental force radiated outward, forming a transparent energy shield around him. Crackling sounds erupted as bolts of lightning manifested around Ji Lian, distorting the vast expanse of the cosmos for thousands of kilometers. Bang! A thunderous collision reverberated through the void, unleashing a cosmic tempest that birthed black holes. At the moment when Lei Chen's purple energy collided with Ji Lian's mental energy, a look of astonishment crossed Ji Lian's face. His mental force was instantly consumed by the purple energy which surged towards him. A profound weight settled in Ji Lian's heart. His previously composed expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of deep apprehension. Initially, he regarded Lei Chen merely as a contender to warm up against. However, he now recognized him as a genuine rival worthy of battle. If Lei Chen's power had previously posed no threat, he had now become a formidable adversary. With a newfound seriousness, Ji Lian's aura intensified manifold. He unleashed a punch towards Lei Chen, a radiant red light emanating from his fist, striking the purple energy Lei Chen had unleashed. At that moment, as the two formidable energies collided, the entire 11th universe seemed to tremble in response, shaking violently. Boom! A brilliant light flashed momentarily, and the void suddenly collapsed inward, followed by a violent shattering. In that instant, all the stars surrounding them were fiercely torn and propelled outward, quickly creating a spiral of destruction deep within the abyss. This is the power of destruction. Are you a candidate for the god of destruction? Jiren spoke gravely to Lei Chen. Although a candidate for the god of destruction may not possess the full might of a true god of destruction, they are certainly not to be underestimated. Generally, candidates are among the strongest in the universe, second only to the gods of destruction themselves. Who says only candidates can wield destructive energy? Though I am not a candidate, it does not imply that I cannot learn to harness this power. After all, some gods of destruction have emerged from humanity. Lei Chen smiled at Jiren, having gauged his strength from their brief confrontation. While he still fell short compared to Beerus, he was undoubtedly stronger than Lei Chen, having at least reached the pinnacle of god of destruction level. In the comic, Beerus is depicted as the most powerful god of destruction among the 12 universes, while Belmont of Universe 11 is merely average among them. Lei Chen, having engaged in multiple battles with Beerus, may not have forced him to unleash his full power, but he had a fundamental understanding of the god of destruction's basic strength, which is at least the 4th tier of divine realm, with Beerus at the very peak of that tier. However, due to their destructive power, the strength of each god of destruction is far more complex than it appears. Upon hearing Lei Chen's words, a hint of a smile broke through Jiren's previously astonished expression as he remarked, "You are correct. The universe is home to many formidable beings, and it is not solely the gods of destruction who can wield destructive energy." As Jiren spoke, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. His entire being ignited in crimson flames, blooming like a flower, unleashing waves of heat that surged forth, enveloping the universe in a relentless tide. The super earth beneath Jiren trembled under the weight of his power. Lei Chen's expression shifted, realizing that Jiren had grown at least tenfold stronger than before, an overwhelming divine presence bearing down upon him. He began to struggle for breath as the purple divine aura surrounding him dimmed in the face of Jiren's immense might. Just as Jiren prepared to strike, an enraged voice suddenly pierced the air, resonating in both Jiren's and Lei Chen's ears. "I am eager to see who dares to wreak havoc in my universe." As the words hung in the air, the fabric of space began to warp. The attention of both Lei Chen and Jiren was drawn to this voice, compelled by the overwhelming pressure it exuded. Suddenly, the god of destruction, Vermaud, appeared before them, accompanied by the angel, Margarita. The god of destruction of Universe 11, now revealed, is Vermaud. As Lei Chen gazed upon the whimsical figure of the clown-like destroyer, Wei Mei, accompanied by the angelic Makalita, he was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Wei Mei would be stirred by the clash between him and Jiren. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiren's expression momentarily faltered before swiftly returning to his usual indifference. "I knew it was you, Jiren. But what is this?" Wei Mei observed that Jiren's countenance remained unchanged. However, upon noticing Lei Chen, his expression shifted slightly. Initially, he presumed that another destroyer had ventured into his universe and crossed paths with Jiren, leading to their confrontation. It was only Jiren who possessed the formidable strength to emit such a terrifying aura during a battle with a destroyer. one that could resonate across the vast cosmos and reach his own realm of destruction. Moreover, there was another familiar presence emanating from Jiren, that of the destructive energy unique to destroyers. At first, Wei Mei thought that a destroyer from another universe had come to wreak havoc in his own. Yet, upon his arrival with Makalita, he discovered it was indeed Lei Chen engaging Jiren in combat. Which universe do you hail from as a candidate destroyer? Did your master not inform you that one must refrain from causing trouble in other universes? Wei Mei coldly addressed Lei Chen, still perceiving him as a candidate destroyer who had incited conflict with Jiren for some unknown reason. My apologies, esteemed Lord of Destruction. I originate from Universe 7, but I am not a candidate destroyer. I am merely an ordinary human from that universe. My conflict with Jiren arose solely from my desire to challenge stronger opponents to enhance my own strength, Lei Chen replied with composed dignity. Not a candidate destroyer, yet possessing the powers of destruction and hailing from Universe 7? Huh. Beerus, how audacious of you to teach destructive abilities to one who is not a candidate destroyer. Wei Mei scoffed, reminiscing about the time the 12 destroyers played hide and seek with the Omni King, only for Beerus to take a nap, leaving the other 11 to face the wrath of the irate Omni King, nearly leading to their obliteration. It could be said that nearly all destroyers harbored ill feelings towards Beerus. Now, the fact that Beerus had imparted destructive energy to a mere human not designated as a candidate destroyer was undoubtedly a grave transgression. Although it is said that even if the god of destruction actively imparts destructive energy to others, not everyone can master it. However, this does not imply that the god of destruction can teach destructive energy to a mere mortal who is not a candidate for the position. If I were to let the Grand Priest know that Beerus had taught a human to wield destructive energy, Beerus would certainly face repercussions. Upon contemplating this, Whis felt a surge of relief and momentarily disregarded the tone in which Raijin had spoken to him as if they were equals, as well as the disturbance caused by Raijin and Jiren's earlier combat. In truth, Whis was unaware that it was not Beerus who taught Raijin destructive energy. Rather, Raijin had acquired it through numerous battles with Beerus. Should he discover this, he would likely be rendered speechless. Young man, return whence you came. Out of respect for Beerus, I shall overlook your earlier interruption of my afternoon nap, Whis declared haughtily to Raijin. It was perplexing to Raijin, as he wondered how Whis had developed such a close relationship with Beerus. Perhaps the narrative had shifted. Raijin found this curious, as he had assumed that Whis would have dealt with him more harshly upon his arrival, knowing that each god of destruction possesses a peculiar temperament. Although it was not openly stated that beings from other universes could not enter different realms, if discovered by the gods of destruction from other universes, they might choose to ignore it in a moment of good humor, yet would not hesitate to retaliate if their mood soured. While Raijin remained uncertain of Whis's true intentions, he simply replied, very well. However, as he departed, he left a parting remark for Jiren. You are formidable, but should we meet again, I shall not be defeated. With that, Raijin vanished from the sight of Margarita and Whis. Jiren was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Raijin to utter such words. Yet, before he could fully process the statement, Raijin had already disappeared. Nevertheless, Jiren did not take Raijin's words to heart, as he believed there remained a significant gap between their strengths. This human has even mastered instantaneous movement. No wonder Beerus chose to teach him destructive energy, Whis scoffed. After Raijin's departure, Jiren nodded at Whis and Margarita before turning and flying directly towards Super Earth, although Whis felt slighted that Jiren had merely acknowledged him. A respected god of destruction, before taking off, he refrained from voicing his displeasure, knowing he was no match for Jiren. This human is quite intriguing, Margarita mused, observing the spot where Raijin had vanished, a faint smile gracing her features. Each angel across the universes is akin to family. Just days prior, while Whis was resting, Margarita had engaged in conversation with Phaedos. In the vastness of the seventh universe, it has come to light that there exists no candidate for the god of destruction. Rather, there are only Super Saiyans who can exchange blows with Beerus. It is plausible that this destructive energy was surreptitiously acquired by Raijin from Beerus himself, mastering the art of destruction without external guidance, which speaks volumes about Raikin's extraordinary talent. This particular locale within the seventh universe is an obscure corner of the galaxy, shrouded in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a white fissure materializes from what was once an empty void, expanding outward until it solidifies into a rectangular portal large enough for a person to traverse. Whoosh! A figure abruptly emerges from within, and almost instantaneously, the portal, once a gaping rift, begins to contract rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At long last, I have returned to the seventh universe. Remarkably, Jiren is astonishingly powerful. Raichen muses, gazing at Earth, which appears no larger than an egg from his vantage point. With a mere thought, he vanishes from his location. On Earth. In the remnants of Dr. Gero's laboratory, where the brilliant scientist once endeavored to create artificial beings with sentience, lies a supercomputer that survived the onslaught of Vegeta, only to be buried beneath an unassuming hill. Over the years, Gohan has matured, and Pan has been born. The supercomputer continues its relentless quest to forge more formidable androids, seeking vengeance against Goku and aspiring to resurrect the Red Ribbon Army's dominion over the world. In the laboratory spawned by this supercomputer, a towering figure stands before it, a man with white and purple hair, clad in a jade and dark green martial arts uniform, complete with a tail, measuring an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. After a decade of dormancy, Zyko, have finally emerged. He is the latest android, designated Android 23, genetically engineered from Saiyan DNA, distinguishing him from other androids that predominantly utilize human genes. He possesses a name of his own, Zyko, having awakened from the transformative slumber. Zyko's power has reached an astonishing pinnacle, thanks to years of modifications and research conducted by the supercomputer. On Earth, Goku and Vegeta are in pursuit of Zyko's energy signature. The sudden emergence of this malevolent and formidable presence has even stirred Goku and Vegeta, who had been engaged in a friendly sparring session, halting their bout due to the overwhelming aura. Shortly thereafter, several figures approach from different directions: Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha. Goku, are you also here to investigate that powerful energy? Klin stood at the edge of the mountain, gazing down at the countless forests below. Indeed, that sudden surge of energy was overwhelmingly powerful. It surely belonged to an adversary of the second tier of the divine realm. Sun Wukong's expression was grave, yet the blood coursing through his veins was ablaze with fervor. However, we possess no clues whatsoever, and that presence has vanished from this place. Lu Ping cautiously remarked that it might be due to Lei Chen's influence, as he had not relinquished his training over the years. Although his strength pales in comparison to that of Sun Wukong and the other Saiyans, his combat prowess exceeds 100 million. Humph. If this were enough for you to discern it, I wouldn't have come personally to seek him out, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. This energy is at least that of the second tier of the divine realm. It is peculiar how such a formidable being has appeared on Earth. Lei Chen was taken aback. Having just returned to Earth, he suddenly felt this terrifyingly immense aura. Abruptly, a colossal, fiery orb plummeted from the heavens, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that swiftly spread throughout the city of West Capital. Lei Chen's expression shifted as he observed Rolana, who was at Bulma's house with little Lei. Damn it! Lei Chen exclaimed as he directed both hands towards the approaching golden radiance. An invisible force swiftly enveloped the entire Capsule Corporation, and in the next moment, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the earth. A thick cloud of white smoke filled the sky, and as time gradually passed, the haze slowly dissipated. When the smoke finally cleared, the once vibrant West City had been reduced to rubble. It appeared as though the only remnant of humanity was the Capsule Corporation itself. Suspended in midair, Lei Chen gazed ahead with a grim expression. Had he arrived even a moment later, his wife and children would have perished in that devastating strike. At that moment, half of the cities on Earth lay in ruins due to this singular attack. Lei Chen, what has happened? Lorana hurriedly emerged, her voice laced with concern. Such a colossal upheaval could not remain concealed from her or the others. Even Bulma, upon witnessing the scene, was momentarily rendered speechless. Is everyone in this city dead? Lorana sensed the absence of all ordinary souls in West City, and as she beheld the apocalyptic tableau before her, flames engulfed the remnants of the city. Even the deity of the West, Lorana, was taken aback, not solely by the loss of life, but by the terrifying, fragmented power that lingered in the aftermath. Lei Chen remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon the green figure suspended in the void. With his keen perception, he discerned the individual, a man with white-purple hair, adorned in emerald and dark green martial attire, complete with a tail. This was a Saiyan. The sight of this figure, coupled with his attire, invoked a sense of familiarity within Lei Chen. Yet, he was certain he had never encountered the Saiyan before. The source of this feeling eluded him. Though he speculated that he might not be a character from the Dragon Ball Super narrative, perhaps a Saiyan from a fan-made universe. However, the identity of this individual was currently beyond his recall. Who are you? Lei Chen addressed the figure, his voice cold and distant. Who am I? I am, of course, a Saiyan, And the strongest among them, a synthetic scion, Zhiko, the figure replied with a mocking smile. A synthetic scion? Lei Qin was momentarily taken aback. As his thoughts raced, his eyes widened, revealing a pair of black and silver pupils that emitted a dual light. The power of his wish began to manifest, and Zhiko's profile materialized within Lei Qin's mind. To think you are a genetically engineered scion, designated as number 23, Zhiko. This is truly astonishing, Lei Qin exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Oh, I never anticipated you would uncover so much. It seems Dr. Gero left quite a bit of information about me before his demise. Upon hearing Lei Qin suddenly recognize his identity, Hiku, though initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure. After all, aside from Dr. Gallo, no one else was privy to his existence. At that moment, Sun Wukong, accompanied by Vegeta, instantaneously materialized in the West capital. Damn you! Sun Wukong's eyes, brimming with fury, fixed upon Zhiku upon discovering that all the inhabitants of the West capital had fallen victim to his wrath. Only someone as benevolent as Sun Wukong, the kindest of scions, would lament the loss of so many lives. Meanwhile, Vegeta, relieved to find that those he cherished were unharmed, turned his gaze towards Zhiku. However, his expression remained unchanged. To Vegeta, while Zhiku is undeniably formidable, he too was no weakling. Yet, the revelation of Zhiku's scion heritage piqued Vegeta's interest. You are also a scion. I never expected that aside from myself, Kakarot, and Lei Qin, there existed other scions. Are you from Universe 6? Vegeta ascended into the air, positioning himself at the same altitude as Zhiku to engage him in conversation. Vegeta, prince among the Scion royal lineage. Yet, I regret to inform you, I am not an ordinary Scion. I am the mightiest among them. To put it in your words, I am the king of kings among Scion royalty. Hiku, he proclaimed, a sneer curling at the corners of his lips as he regarded Vegeta with disdain. Ridiculous. Vegeta scoffed, unwilling to accept Zhiku's claims. The notion of a king among Scion royalty was absurd to him, especially when he had been surpassed by a low-born Scion warrior like Sun Wukong. Vegeta. This individual is an artificial Scion, number 23, created by Dr. Gallo through the genetic material of you, Kakarot, and others. Lei Qin's voice reached Vegeta's ears. What nonsense is this? Vegeta's expression darkened. He held a profound regard for Scion lineage. His anger when surpassed by Sun Wukong and Lei Qin stemmed from this very pride. Now faced with a Scion of superior bloodline, compounded by the fact that he was a mere creation of technology, was intolerable for Vegeta. I knew it. There couldn't possibly be other Scions beyond us. It turns out you are merely a computer-generated abomination. In truth, Vegeta had come to accept Lei Qin's words, acknowledging Dr. Gallo's capability to create formidable artificial warriors. The possibility of producing a Scion of even higher pedigree than his own was not far-fetched. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained unwilling to concede that Zhiiku's lineage was indeed superior to his own. As anticipated, Vegeta's words thoroughly incensed Zhiku. Seek death. Zhiku glared fiercely at Vegeta, an aura of terror emanating from him as he transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards Vegeta. I've long found you displeasing. Vegeta scoffed, unleashing a powerful energy of his own. Boom. A deafening roar echoed through the sky. Zhiku landed a punch that sent Vegeta flying, then rushed to grasp his ankle, violently hurling him away. Countless energy blasts surged towards Vegeta in midair. How infuriating. How could this guy possess such strength even in his ordinary state? Vegeta lamented, a surge of golden flames erupting from him. As a myriad of golden lightning crackled into existence around him, his pupils shifting to a deep green. Vegeta's combat power soared to the pinnacle of divine realm. Zhiku, who had just been suppressing Vegeta, was now forced back by the overwhelming energy radiating from him. The very Zhiku who had just mercilessly beaten Vegeta was now being dominated in return. Suddenly, a force far more terrifying than that of Vegeta erupted from Zhiku, overwhelming him. This formidable aura sent Vegeta flying. A silvery light enveloped Zhiku as a torrent of silver flames surged forth, accompanied by a flurry of crackling lightning surrounding him. His silver hair grew rapidly, cascading past his waist to rest behind him. With violet eyes that exuded an extreme sense of malevolence and silver fur appearing on his upper body, the entire Earth, and indeed, the entire galaxy, quaked under the weight of this immense and boundless power. Super Saiyan 5 Zhiku, with combat prowess at the lower tier of the third stage of Divine Realm, was infinitely close to the middle tier of the third stage. Shortly thereafter, lightning struck down in conjunction with the silvery glow, and before long, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, followed by frost and snowflakes, only for sunlight to pierce through once again. In this brief span, it felt as though all present had experienced the changing of the four seasons. A blue radiance erupted from Vegeta, as the golden aura surrounding him swiftly transformed into a celestial blue. With a grave expression, Vegeta gazed upon Super Saiyan 5 Goku. The combat prowess of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta barely reached the mid-tier of the second stage of the Divine Realm. While Super Saiyan 5 Goku possessed a staggering power 80 times greater than his own, rendering the disparity in their strengths overwhelmingly vast. Damn it, as time elapsed, Vegeta could increasingly sense the mounting pressure upon him. Were it not for his aspiration to surpass Jaco, who possessed mere power devoid of mastery, Vegeta would likely find it challenging to even stand before him. Just as Vegeta was on the verge of losing control, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted from within him, stronger than ever before. His combat prowess transcended the mid-level of the second tier of divine mastery, ascending to the upper echelon of the second tier. And the weight upon him lightened considerably. With a sudden motion, Vegeta dashed towards Jaco, delivering a powerful punch imbued with a brilliant azure radiance, a testament to his full strength. However, Jaco, in his Super Saiyan 5 form, effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist with a single hand, disdain etched across his face as he remarked, "Is this truly the extent of your power?" Vegeta refrained from responding, instead launching a frenzied assault against Jaco. Yet, every strike from the Super Blue Vegeta was deftly evaded by Jaco, causing ripples of energy to dance through the sky. Countless shadows of fists flashed in the air as Jaco, with his hands casually behind his back, dodged Vegeta's relentless attacks. This Saiyan was truly terrifying. Krillin, sensing the overwhelming aura, was drenched in cold sweat. Unlike Vegeta and Goku, who seemed to radiate no energy in their Super Blue forms, Krillin and his companions could distinctly feel Jaco's formidable presence. In the face of such terrifying power, they felt utterly powerless, for the chasm between them was insurmountable. The Super Saiyan 5 appeared to have been created long ago, yet despite its immense strength, Jaco's understanding of this state was still superficial. How remarkable, Lei Chun mused aloud, casting his gaze upon Jaco, who bore a striking resemblance to Goku. Following Goku's victory over Frieza, he wandered the cosmos until the West Kai found him. According to Goku's recollections, the West Kai not only excelled in culinary skills, but also embodied the traits of a devoted partner. Yet, this was merely a guise to gain Goku's trust, for after witnessing the demise of Majin Buu, the West Kai realized that only power could ensure survival. Thus, upon recognizing Goku's latent potential, the West Kai seized Goku's blood while he was asleep and departed. Following the conclusion of the GT saga, the West Kai returned to Earth with Jaco, who claimed to be Goku's third son. Both Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Gohan fell before him. And even Super Saiyan 5 Goku proved no match for his might. If it were not for the overwhelming power of Jaco, which his own body could scarcely endure, even Sun Wukong might have fallen to his might. However, Lei Chun remained oblivious to the fact that, due to his interference in the GT world, Sun Wukong had neither shrunk nor departed with the dragon. Had Jaco sought out Sun Wukong at that moment, it would have been uncertain whether he could prevail against him. Yet, this was the realm of Dragon Ball Super, where Jaco would manifest as the artificial Saiyan birth from Dr. Gero's supercomputer. One could only wonder if, by that time, Vegeta's brother, Rigor, would also make an appearance, a Super Saiyan more formidable than Broly himself. Super Saiyan 5? Sun Wukong mused, his eyes alight with the fire of battle. As he gazed upon Jaco, who was locked in combat with Vegeta, he had naturally heard Lei Chun's voice, and although Jaco's fighting prowess had eclipsed that of Vegeta, he was still incapable of slaying Vegeta in that fleeting moment. For while Jaco's strength was formidable, their mastery over energy was not on the same plane. As long as Jaco did not manage to eliminate Vegeta instantaneously, Sun Wukong could teleport in an instant to save him. Thus, he refrained from rushing to Vegeta's aid. That Dr. Gero truly is a terrifying scientist. Even after all this time, he has left us with such a monstrous legacy, Leping remarked, a hint of dread coloring his expression. Vegeta summoned his divine aura to its utmost limit, channeling all his energy into a singular focus. A cerulean divine flame enveloped him, radiating brilliance. Ultimate flash. Boom. Boom. With arms outstretched, Vegeta finally brought them together with a forceful clasp. unleashing a torrent of blue energy that surged forth like a great river of light towards Jaiko. The Super Saiyan 5 Jaiko sneered as he watched Vegeta's ultimate flash race toward him. Boom, boom. A colossal explosion erupted in the heavens, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks. The energy released from this cataclysm affected the entire solar system, causing several small meteors to vanish in the aftermath of this explosive spectacle. Huh. Vegeta gasped heavily. The recent surge of energy had drained him significantly, and the azure divine aura enveloping him had dimmed considerably. As the celestial blue light in the sky gradually faded away, a silvery figure emerged. A formidable presence dispersed the haze above, revealing the silhouette of Jaiko. With his arms crossed defiantly over his chest, Super Saiyan 5 Jaiko scoffed, "Vegeta, is this truly your utmost effort? How pathetically weak." "Scoundrel!" Vegeta roared, fully aware that his energy and stamina were severely depleted, rendering him incapable of resisting Jaiko's every strike. "Now it's my turn to act, but I wonder how many blows you can withstand. However, if I were to defeat you in one fell swoop, it would surely lack excitement." As soon as he finished speaking, Jaiko's entire form vanished in an instant. Ugh! Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of foam, his body curling up like a shrimp. Jaiko had appeared before him in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch that struck a critical point, overwhelming Vegeta's combat prowess to the extent that he could not even perceive Jaiko. After a brief pause in midair, Vegeta relinquished his Super Saiyan blue form. How infuriating that I, Vegeta, had been bested by a mongrel. His heart brimmed with resentment, yet he was now slowly descending from the sky. "Is this how it ends?" Jaiko remarked, raising one hand towards Vegeta, gathering a terrifying orb of silvery energy in his palm, which surged forth rapidly towards Vegeta. Oh no! As Gohan witnessed the imminent strike of the terrifying energy from Jaiko aimed at Vegeta, he became increasingly anxious. "Dad!" Little Trunks gazed in astonishment at his father, Vegeta, who was on the verge of being obliterated by the terrifying energy blast. Given his speed, even transforming into a Super Saiyan would not enable him to reach Vegeta in time. While everyone believed that Vegeta was about to be slain by Jaiko, little did they know that at this moment, Goku had already vanished without a trace. A resounding explosion echoed from the heavens, as a colossal spherical energy field radiated outward, distorting the surrounding expanse for miles around. Dad! Trunks, having transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, was about to soar into the air to rescue Vegeta, but he was firmly restrained by Gohan. "Trunks, do not be overly agitated. Perhaps Uncle Vegeta is not so easily defeated," Gohan reassured him. "Indeed, Trunks, my father is no longer present here. He may have already ascended to aid Uncle Vegeta," Goten noted, realizing that Goku's silhouette had long since vanished. He too speculated that Goku had gone to save Vegeta. Goten is correct. Kakarot has indeed made his way up there. You two should remain here and observe. Though the artificial Saiyan, Jaiko, is formidable, should Goku and Vegeta fuse, defeating him would be effortless, Leichin remarked. Everyone understood that the fusion of Goku and Vegeta might indeed vanquish Jaiko, yet the likelihood of this occurring seemed slim, given Vegeta's temperament. It was exceedingly difficult for him to merge with Goku, especially against a fellow Saiyan like Jaiko. This reality made it even more improbable for the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta. Jaiko curled his lip in disdain, fully aware that Goku would inevitably attempt to rescue Vegeta. Gazing at Goku, now transformed into a blue Super Saiyan resembling Vegeta, Jaiko felt a twinge of disappointment. Although Goku slightly surpassed Vegeta in strength, the difference was merely a matter of 1001 combat power versus 1000, negligible at best. Despite being an artificial Saiyan, Jaiko was not devoid of the inherent Saiyan warrior spirit. However, Goku and Vegeta's display of power left him somewhat disheartened. "Jaiko, if you seek vengeance against me, you need only come directly. Why must you slay so many innocents?" Goku exclaimed, his expression filled with fury towards Jaiko. The arrival of Jaiko, who had obliterated half of Earth with a mere energy blast, incensed Goku further. "Ha ha ha! Goku, after all these years, you remain unchanged. Just as the computer predicted, I expected your character might have evolved, yet it seems I was overly naive. That was merely a greeting. The Earthlings are simply too weak, unable to withstand even my casual strike, and thus they were swiftly dispatched. Is that my fault?" Jaiko taunted with a sinister grin. "Gohan, take Vegeta away," Goku commanded, his gaze icy as he regarded Jaiko, before unceremoniously tossing the unconscious Vegeta towards Gohan. Bang! Son Gohan swiftly ascended to the heavens to catch Vegeta. while Jaiko made no attempt to impede him. At that moment, Sun Wukong's gaze towards Jaiko underwent a profound transformation. In the next instant, he clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. Boom. The aura of Sun Wukong erupted with an unfathomable power. The azure sky surrounding them shimmered with countless starlights, now enveloped in a crimson glow. An endless torrent of energy surged within him. The red light roaring forth in all directions, as waves of fiery brilliance soared beside him, flames of red dancing amidst the azure radiance. The atmosphere for thousands of kilometers around ignited with a fierce, red energy, a terrifying force akin to an inferno. The air was filled with ferocious energy blades, unleashed in wild abandon. Super Saiyan God Fist, tenfold. Sun Wukong bellowed, his combat power multiplying tenfold, reaching the pinnacle of the second tier of divine realm. In an instant, the once azure divine aura was engulfed by a deep crimson shade. Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, appearing before Jaiko in the blink of an eye, his fists striking like meteors in relentless succession. Yada, yada, yada. In the air, silver and deep crimson lights collided, producing a mesmerizing display of cross-shaped ripples. Boom. Jaiko's fist connected with Sun Wukong's face, the overwhelming force driving it inward, propelling his entire body backward at great speed. Crash. Sun Wukong plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Is this all you were capable of? Jaiko descended from the sky, landing slowly before Sun Wukong, his expression one of contempt. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, rising from the deep pit. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Jaiko, do not rejoice too soon. I have yet to be defeated. With a surge of energy, he unleashed the 20-fold ultra-blue King Fist. A divine aura, 20 times more powerful than before, erupted from his being, causing the ground around him to crack open as countless streams of deep crimson lava erupted from the earth. On September 16, 2021, at noon, the story will be launched, with at least 5 updates expected tomorrow. Initially, it could have been published with just 180,000 words, but Feiyu has added an additional 20 to 30,000. Ultimately, the battle prowess equivalent to twice that of an ordinary second-tier divine realm surged forth from Sun Wukong. Hiya! Sun Wukong struck toward Jaiko's abdomen with a powerful punch. What? Jaiko's gaze shifted in surprise towards Sun Wukong. He had not anticipated such a significant increase in Sun Wukong's strength. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, Sun Wukong's combat prowess remained negligible in his presence. His body abruptly halted in midair, and in an instant, he discerned Sun Wukong's movements, extending his right hand to seize Sun Wukong's arm. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished by Jaiko's astonishing speed. My strength far exceeds yours, Sun Wukong. With these words, Jaiko effortlessly caught Sun Wukong's fist with one hand. The power of the third tier of the divine realm is tenfold stronger than that of the second tier, rendering even Sun Wukong's formidable King of Worlds fist ineffective. Yet, Sun Wukong's foundational combat prowess was undeniably lacking. I shall not concede easily, he roared, his energy surging within him. The azure starlight surrounding him intensified, the crimson aura deepening in hue as boundless energy surged forth from his being. The red radiance roared and surged in all directions, while around Sun Wukong, fiery red light blazed, flames consuming the azure glow. The sky, stretching for thousands of kilometers, ignited with brilliant scarlet energy, a terrifying force akin to a raging inferno. The ferocious energy blades howled and sliced through the air. The 30-fold Super King of Worlds fist unleashed a power thrice that of the second tier of the divine realm, erupting from Sun Wukong himself. What? Jaiko gasped in disbelief, only to witness Sun Wukong forcibly retracting his hand. Instead, he seized Jaiko's arm and, with a powerful heave, sent him spinning through the air in a complete 360 degrees. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong delivered a heavy blow to Jaiko's abdomen, causing the latter's body to arch in response. What on earth is happening? Jaiko shouted in fury, forcing Sun Wukong back. Sun Wukong! Jaiko bellowed, as his internal energy surged, causing the silvery blue aura surrounding him to intensify. How infuriating, Kaka wrote. It seems that the gap between us has widened without our awareness, Vegeta lamented, a tinge of reluctance in his voice. The 30-fold Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken had brought Sun Wukong perilously close to Jaiko's level. Although Jaiko's strength still surpassed that of Sun Wukong, the suppression of their realms indicated that the disparity between the two was not insurmountable, despite being consistently overshadowed by Jaiko. Sun Wukong proved to be a formidable opponent that Jaiko could not easily defeat. A 30-fold KO Qin? Kakarot truly is impressive, Lei Qin remarked with a chuckle. His gaze fixed on Jaiko. While the KO Qin was undeniably powerful, it bore significant side effects. Sun Wukong's body could withstand a maximum of 20-fold without consequence, and exceeding 30-fold could lead to catastrophic damage, risking bodily explosion if not carefully managed. As for Jaiko, although he could not vanquish Sun Wukong in the immediate term, it was evident that the latter could not endure this state for long. With a flurry of punches exchanged in the air, the two combatants moved at such incredible speeds that only the collision of their energies was perceptible, their figures remaining elusive. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong has already felt the immense exhaustion of his physical strength, and his muscles are in excruciating pain. This is the consequence of employing the 30-fold King Fist. The 30-fold King Fist is overwhelmingly powerful, and Sun Wukong's body simply cannot endure such an immense multiplier. It seems you have reached your limit. Perhaps it won't be long before your body self-destructs. Jaiko bursts into laughter, astonished by Sun Wukong's combat prowess, for he clearly perceives his own strength to be superior. Yet, Sun Wukong manages to engage him in a fierce exchange. Jaiko raises a single hand towards Sun Wukong, a finger pointed, gathering a terrifying silver-white aura. Sun Wukong, allow me to send you to hell. In the heavens above, accompanied by a cry of agony from Sun Wukong. A strand of energy emitted from Jaiko's fingertip pierced directly through Sun Wukong's chest. After a cold chuckle, Jaiko slowly withdrew his hand. At this moment, Sun Wukong's aura grew increasingly feeble. After a while, the cerulean flames and crimson light gradually faded, and Sun Wukong reverted to his ordinary form. With the loss of power, his body began to plummet steadily. Suddenly, Lei Qin appeared beside Sun Wukong, catching him just before he fell into the vast ocean. A verdant glow emanated from Lei Qin's left hand, which he gradually infused into Sun Wukong's body. This emerald luminescence enveloped Sun Wukong's exterior, and after a couple of seconds, the sorrow etched upon his surface began to fade away, allowing him to regain consciousness. Aside from a slight pallor on his face, he appeared to be unharmed. Kakarot, if you are unscathed, then do step aside. It is now my turn to settle the score with this scoundrel, Lei Qin spoke to Sun Wukong. His gaze fixated on Jaiko, radiating an aura of vengeance. Sun Wukong cast a reluctant glance at Zichiku as his form gradually descended to the ground. The battle had escalated beyond his capacity to intervene. Although his wounds had healed, his stamina had yet to fully recover. Ha ha ha, you seek to hold me accountable? What a monumental joke. Sun Wukong is no match for me. Are you here to amuse? Zichiku erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd of jokes. It seems you are unaware of my existence. Indeed, I have only recently arrived on Earth and do not reside here regularly. It is only natural that your computer lacks my information, thus your unfamiliarity with me. Meanwhile, Lei Qin's figure inched closer to Zichiku, his aura growing increasingly formidable. Initially, it radiated a golden flame, then lightning crackled around him, and finally, his hair began to elongate as he transitioned from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 4. Golden fur enveloped him, his rigid golden hair trailing down past his tail, with strands cascading over his shoulders. Upon witnessing Lei Qin transform into Super Saiyan 4, Zichiku was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Chuckling, Super Saiyan 4, is it? I never anticipated you would attain this form of Super Saiyan, but alas, it is somewhat regrettable. You are currently facing a Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 4 is still woefully inadequate. Zichiku declared with unwavering confidence towards Lei Qin. Lei Qin remained silent, merely letting out a cold sneer. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, and relentless bolts of lightning pierced through the darkness, striking around Lei Qin. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and lightning, the golden aura enveloping Lei Qin transformed into a striking purple. A thunderous roar erupted from Lei Qin as towering waves of energy burst forth from him, an endless cascade of purple energy radiating outward. In an instant, a brilliant purple beam shot skyward, unleashing a colossal force that generated an unyielding wind pressure, lifting all surrounding debris and rocks as if they were drawn into a black hole. Lei Qin had undergone another transformation. What? Jaiko's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, an overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, forcing him to retreat. Behind Lei Qin, a resplendent sea of starlight erupted, emitting dazzling brilliance. Imbued with the weight of the cosmos and the radiance of celestial bodies, An aura of terror and violet light emanated from Lei Qin, his hair taking on a crimson hue, yet his energy shimmered in purple. Now, behold, I am no ordinary Super Saiyan 4. I am a Super Saiyan God in Super Saiyan 4 form, Lei Qin proclaimed. It is merely a change of color. A Super Saiyan 4 remains a Super Saiyan 4. It is utterly incomparable to the previous Super Saiyan 5, Jiako retorted with a scoff. However, despite his words, he dared not underestimate Lei Qin. After all, the mere force of Lei Qin's presence had already proven that his strength was not to be trifled with. Indeed, Lei Qin smiled faintly and opened his 5 fingers. Boom! A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, as Lei Qin effortlessly unleashed a force comparable to 30 times the Kamehameha of Sun Wukong. Boom! Jiako was forcefully pushed back several steps by an energy blast casually unleashed by Lei Qin. I refuse to believe that your strength surpasses mine, Jiako shouted, as a tremendous silvery light erupted from his body, transforming into a phantom that charged towards Lei Qin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rays of light flickered rapidly, and Jiako appeared behind Lei Qin. Yet, it was as if Lei Qin possessed eyes on the back of his head. He swiftly turned around and delivered a powerful punch. Their fists collided, igniting a fierce spark that split the earth beneath them. Jiako was struck squarely in the face, staggering back several steps. Impossible. Super Saiyan 5 should be exponentially more powerful than Super Saiyan 4. How can your strength be so formidable? Jiako exclaimed, trembling with fear. The foundational combat power of Super Saiyan 5 is 100 times that of Super Saiyan 4. However, Jiako was not entirely familiar with his current strength, compounded by the fact that he had not honed this power through personal training. Consequently, his might was merely 50 times that of an ordinary Super Saiyan 4. At best, he could only unleash half of his potential. Having just achieved the Super Saiyan 5 state, he had rushed out seeking vengeance against Son Goku. Although he had defeated Son Goku, his stamina was now beginning to wane. Jiako erupted in fury, pushing his strength to its utmost limit as he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar. The emotion of anger and the fervent desire for power erupted in an instant, as a dazzling silver light radiated forth, splitting the earth asunder while lightning coiled around Jiako like a white serpent. In a flash, a wave of silver flames surged outward, rippling from Jiako's core. The violet Super Saiyan 4, Qin, sensed the impending threat and ceased to conceal his own power, as torrents of formidable energy surged from Jiako, reaching towards the heavens. Under the influence of Jiako's energy, the sky darkened, and fragments of spatial plates shattered, tumbling towards the ground. Qin observed this spectacle with a sense of calm. The power of Super Saiyan 5 was 100-fold greater than that of Super Saiyan 4. Jiako's displayed strength did not truly reflect the might of Super Saiyan 5, yet the emergence of even greater power from him was not entirely unexpected. So, you are finally unleashing your full strength, but alas, this is not the complete energy of Super Saiyan 5, Qin remarked, clenching his fists as his own aura surged dramatically, elevating his power several tiers above before. Jiako, in his Super Saiyan 5 state, possessed a strength equivalent to the middle tier of the 3rd stage of the Divine Realm, while Qin, in his violet Super Saiyan 4 state, matched him equally at the same tier. The two warriors clashed relentlessly in the skies, silver and violet lights colliding in a frenzied display as a thunderous explosion resonated from above, unleashing a vast circular energy field that distorted the surrounding space for miles. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as brilliant silver and radiant violet light surged between the two. Their fighting spirits soared to the heavens, and suddenly, both individuals ascended into the sky. Curse it! Vegeta's expression darkened as he watched Lei Qin and Jiako suddenly soar beyond the confines of Earth. Just moments ago, he had only exerted half of his strength, and this was not even the full power of Super Saiyan 5. How formidable would it be if he were to unleash the entirety of that power? Sun Wukong sighed, having also heard Lei Qin's earlier words. Vegeta let out a cold snort, and a cerulean glow enveloped him. Transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he soared into the sky, swiftly breaching the Earth's atmosphere to follow closely behind Lei Qin and Jiako. Observing Vegeta's ascension into the cosmos to witness the battle, Son Goku hastily followed suit, also transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. In the boundless expanse of the galaxy, immense planets floated like mere specks of dust amidst the vast ocean of stars. The tranquil depths of the universe were suddenly pierced by two beams of light, streaking through the Milky Way like meteors, their speed surpassing multiples of light. Wherever these luminous trails passed, nearby celestial bodies erupted one after another, disintegrating into cosmic fragments. Lei Qin and Jiako engaged in relentless combat, transitioning from hand-to-hand skirmishes to energy blasts, their clash escalating from Earth to the universe itself. After countless exchanges, they rapidly distanced themselves, landing upon the starlit canvas not far from the Earth. Jaiko's breaths grew labored, while Lei Qin maintained a serene composure. The disparity between them had become starkly apparent. Jaiko, if you were to familiarize yourself further with the power of this state before returning, perhaps defeating you would pose a significant challenge. However, in your current state, you are far from my match, Lei Qin remarked to Jaiko. Humph, the outcome is yet to be determined, and you already speak so confidently, Jaiko retorted, astonished by the extent of Lei Qin's strength. However, the fact that Lei Qin previously claimed his current form was not the full power of Super Saiyan 5 left Jaiko in doubt. Could it be that Lei Qin possessed an even deeper understanding of Super Saiyan 5 than he did? Lei Qin remained silent, merely observing Jaiko. Suddenly, in the next moment, a blanket of pure white enveloped Jaiko, and time around him came to a standstill. Boom! Jaiko was suddenly sent flying. A trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth, while Lei Qin remained motionless, standing in place. What on earth was happening? As Jaiko wiped the blood from his mouth, his face darkened. This is the flash time technique, a power that allows one to leap through time. The warm-up is over. Jaiko, I will not interfere with your quest for revenge against Sun Wukong, but your recent strike nearly claimed the lives of my wife and child, and I shall not let this matter go unpunished. With that, Lei Qin paid no heed to Jaiko's expression. Bang! Lei Qin's fist struck deep into Jaiko's abdomen. His entire fist was embedded within Jaiko's body, causing Jaiko's eyes to bulge as if they might burst forth, and his expression turned grotesquely fierce. With a series of relentless blows, Jaiko felt himself lifted off the ground, followed by a barrage of strikes that swiftly left him bruised and battered. How could I possibly be defeated? Jaiko roared in fury, his voice resonating so powerfully that it seemed to shatter the very stars around him. An endless rain of purple light descended from the void, pouring down like a torrential downpour. Under the onslaught of Lei Qin's lightning-fast techniques, Jaiko appeared increasingly disheveled. The silvery flames surrounding him began to dim. Suddenly, a flash of silver light transformed the glow around Jaiko to a deep purple. His previously formidable Super Saiyan form diminished from Super Saiyan 5 to Super Saiyan 4. His power now dwindled to the pinnacle of the second tier of the divine realm, rendering him vulnerable even to someone like Sun Wukong. Ultra-divine Turtle School Energy Wave. A sphere of purple energy coalesced before Lei Qin's chest, his hands swiftly forming a flower-like configuration, gathering a blue energy orb in his palms. He thrust his hands toward Jaiko. A magnificent torrent of energy erupted, flowing toward Jaiko like a vast purple river. No, I cannot be defeated. Jaiko's declaration was abruptly consumed by Lei Qin's ultra-divine Turtle School energy wave, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In the starry expanse, 100,000 kilometers beyond Earth, a spectacle reminiscent of fireworks erupted. Countless bursts of light emerged, some blooming like chrysanthemums, others cascading like colorful ribbons, while silver sparks danced, adorning the boundless dark cosmos with extraordinary beauty. It was as if the night sky was embellished with brilliant flowers, twinkling stars, and a dazzling display of life. Hoo-hoo! Is it over? Lei Qin gazed quietly at the scene before him. He was beginning to understand why Frisia held such a fondness for the annihilation of planets. The spectacle following a planet's explosion was, in fact, quite beautiful. Just moments ago, Jaiko had been transported to an unknown, lifeless planet by his formidable Kamehameha technique. Rager. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously appeared beside Lei Qin. Has that fellow perished? Vegeta inquired, gazing at the splendid fireworks before him. Indeed. I believe we must dedicate ourselves to rigorous training during this period. Otherwise, who can say if some peculiar and formidable adversary might emerge again? Lei Qin nodded in agreement. Responding to Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. He had not trained diligently that day, yet he consistently found himself one step behind Goku, and now he was even further behind. Haha. Lycan, are you ever returning to Blue Star? Goku chuckled at Lycan. It seems unlikely, Lycan pondered. Ever since the birth of his son, Ryder, he had rarely ventured back to Blue Star. Indeed, there were no humans there, and the only companions Ryder had to play with were dinosaurs, which naturally made him reluctant to return. Haha, that is splendid, Goku exclaimed joyfully. A week later, with the help of the dragon, all those who had fallen to the hands of Jaiko were resurrected one by one. Is little Ryder clashing with Goten again? Piccolo stood atop a mountain, drenched in cold sweat. If his conjecture was correct, Ryder, having been born merely 6 months prior, had already developed a combat power capable of matching Goten. The Saiyans were truly terrifying. Meanwhile, others felt the intensity of the battle between the two. Goodness, Little Rider can actually hold his own against Goten. It seems I cannot afford to lag behind. Trunks began to sense a looming crisis. If he were surpassed by Rider, he would surely face his father Vegeta's ire. Truly, he is my divine offspring, born with innate power. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become the mightiest supreme Kai in history, perhaps even surpassing his father. Lorana beamed with a captivating smile, filled with pride for her son. Lycan contemplated. Goku can utilize the Kaioken in Super Blue form. I wonder if I can employ it in Super Saiyan 4 Purple form. He had just attained this state, and it would be a while before he could ascend to Super Saiyan 5. If he wished to further enhance his strength, the Kaioken was his only recourse. Lycan was acutely aware that despite Goku and Vegeta's current strength being inferior, once they entered the tournament of power, Goku would unleash his Ultra Instinct, undoubtedly surpassing him. Even the Deep Blue Vegeta could catch up to Lycan. The Kaioken, a technique devised by the North Kai in the Dragon Ball series, allows one to exponentially amplify their combat power within a short time frame, sometimes by several times or even dozens of times. This technique does not directly attack the opponent, but rather enhances one's own strength, speed, attack power, and defense. In the original manga, when Goku fought Frieza, his Kaioken reached a maximum of 20 times, while in the animated film, Super Saiyan Goku utilized a 100-fold Kaioken with the aid of Piccolo's energy. Additionally, he had employed the Super Kaioken while in Super Saiyan form during his battle with Ribrian. Much like the transformation of a Super Saiyan, one can instantaneously elevate their prowess, albeit at a considerable cost. This technique bears significant adverse effects on the body. Should one exceed the limits their physique can endure, it would inevitably collapse. Upon acquiring the secret techniques of the Kaioken, Lei Qin embarked on a relentless pursuit to master this formidable technique. Unlike Sun Wukong, who has honed his skills over time, Lei Qin possesses the dual powers of Super Saiyan 4th and Super Saiyan God, rendering his application of the Kaioken particularly challenging. Sun Wukong himself had to train extensively before he could utilize the Kaioken in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Thus, as Lei Qin modifies the Kaioken, he remains deeply engrossed in its intricate workings, aspiring to derive a technique that suits him. While absorbing vital energy, he simultaneously contemplates the Kaioken. The energy of the universe begins to refine Lei Qin's physical form, necessitating that his original body adapts to the Kaioken, enabling it to withstand greater energies. If his body cannot endure such formidable strength, he must cultivate his Dantian. In the Dragon Ball universe, practitioners push their physical limits to expand their cellular capacity, allowing for the circulation of more energy. However, every individual's body has a finite capacity for energy. This explains the immense battle prowess of the Saiyans compared to the relative weakness of Earthlings. Differing races achieve varying heights of power. If we envision the Earthling's body as a swimming pool, then the Namekians resemble a river, while the Saiyans embody the vast ocean. Individuals like Krillin, through repeated breakthroughs of their human limits, transform their bodies from a swimming pool into a river. Yet, no matter how much it is altered, a river will never rival the boundlessness of the ocean. Eventually, a swimming pool will reach its capacity, while a river, no matter how expansive, remains just that, a river. Whereas the ocean is infinite and without end. Presently, Lei Qin is expanding the volume of his Dantian, allowing it to accommodate greater quantities of energy, inviting more of the celestial essence into his body to nourish his physical form, aspiring to manifest two oceans within himself. The Dantian is situated along the golden ratio of the human body. The brain represents the upper Dantian, the heart the middle Dantian, and 3 inches below the navel signifies the lower Dantian. The lower Dantian is the repository of essence, the middle Dantian, the repository of energy, and the upper Dantian, the repository of spirit. The Dantian is not merely an acupoint. It primarily refers to the lower Dantian, located behind the navel and in front of the kidneys, also known as the yellow cord, safeguarded by the spine. With a surge of determination, Lei Qin's forehead veins bulged as he unleashed a fierce roar, creating swirling vortices around him, each representing a newly established Dantian. Harnessing this overwhelming energy, he activated not one, but 3 Dantians within his body, the lower, middle, and upper Dantians. However, the Dantians within Lei Qin differ from those of others. While they absorb spiritual energy, he harnesses vital energy, which is then transformed into power. Perhaps it would be more apt to refer to it as a sea of Dantian, as the vital energy has fully liquefied within. As the Kaioken surged forth, Lei Qin suddenly rose, unleashing a furious roar. A radiant white light enveloped him, as boundless energy surged within his being. This brilliant glow roared and surged in all directions, with white luminescence soaring beside him. Lei Qin's battle power surged to an astonishing 800 trillion, while his base power stood at 960 trillion, indicating that he was now wielding the fivefold Kaioken. A radiant Kaioken, indeed. Lei Qin gazed at the surrounding white aura. With his current physique, he could harness the fivefold Kaioken at most. Exceeding that threshold might lead to catastrophic failure or even explosion. Yet, for the present Lei Qin, this was more than satisfactory. Although he was limited to 5 times his power, given ample time, he was confident he could achieve tenfold strength. In his normal state, Lei Qin reached the pinnacle of the first tier of the divine realm, with a power level of 960 trillion. Beyond that, the initial strength of the first tier in the divine realm was 60 trillion, equivalent to 60 trillion units. The Super Saiyan Blue of the third tier was comparable to the peak of the second tier of the divine realm, while the Super Saiyan Red represented the highest level. With Super Saiyan 3 at a higher tier, Super Saiyan 2 at a mid-tier, and Super Saiyan 1 at a lower tier of the second level. Beneath the fivefold Kaioken, Lei Qin's ultimate strength had reached an impressive 350 trillion, aligning him closely with the pinnacle of the third tier of the divine realm, nearly on par with his normal state of Goku. Meanwhile, as Lei Qin contemplated the intricacies of the Kaioken, on another planet, Son Goku had already confronted the imposter Vegeta. The imposter Vegeta showcased the prince's fighting style to perfection in midair. He was not the true Vegeta, although he had replicated Vegeta's abilities entirely. He also mirrored Vegeta's personality and pride. Amidst a flurry of chaotic strikes, the imposter Vegeta suddenly assumed a forward-thrusting gesture, declaring, "Final." Oh no. Vegeta and the others were instantly taken aback upon witnessing the scene. If this attack were to land, they too would be caught in its wake. Damn it. Kakarot, what are you doing? Unleash the power you used against Jocko. Vegeta gritted his teeth fiercely. A brilliant flash of energy coalesced in the hands of the counterfeit Vegeta, casting a terrifying radiance across the sky. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku finally cast aside all hesitation and roared, Kaioken. In an instant, a blue aura of divine energy enveloped his crimson attire, doubling his might. In a swift motion, as the counterfeit Vegeta launched his attack, Goku had already vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, Goku reappeared above the counterfeit Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch downward. Boom. The imposter Vegeta plummeted but did not crash into the ground. As his form had vanished, bang, bang, bang. Resounding echoes reverberated through the sky, causing the entire planet to tremble. At last, Son Goku and the imposter Vegeta separated. Standing in distinct positions, Son Goku gazed at the imposter Vegeta, his eyes alight with fervent battle spirit. I never imagined that after your clash with Psyker, your strength would reach such heights. It seems you have not relaxed in the slightest during this time. The imposter Vegeta chuckled coldly. Do not presume that you are the only one capable of progress, but I must concede, your Kaioken is indeed formidable. Cut. The spectator Vegeta's expression was not one of joy but rather sorrow. In truth, he was pleased that his doppelganger had managed to push Son Goku to his limits, for it indicated that his own power was nearing Goku's. Hey, Uncle Goku, quickly defeat this imposter. My father is on the verge of disappearing. Trunks exclaimed loudly. Son Goku's gaze sharpened as he looked over. Indeed, Vegeta's form was becoming nearly transparent. Haha, my Kaioken is far more formidable than this. With a sudden roar, Son Goku declared, tenfold Kaioken. He resolved to delay no longer, for Vegeta was close to vanishing entirely. As Goku swiftly brought his hands together in a flower-like formation at his waist, he concentrated a vibrant blue energy sphere in his palms. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that flowed forth like a grand river of light. Meanwhile, the imposter Vegeta, preparing his ultimate flash, projected a blue energy wave from both hands. Boom. When the two energy waves collided, an explosion erupted akin to countless missiles detonating at a single point, creating a vast circular energy field that expanded outward. What? This is impossible. The imposter Vegeta witnessed his ultimate flash being gradually overwhelmed by Goku's Kamehameha, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet, it merely prolonged the inevitable. At that moment, Goku's voice rang out once more, tenfold Kamehameha. In that instant, the imposter Vegeta could no longer withstand the force. He faced the catastrophic blow head-on, his body disintegrating like vapor. Simultaneously, As the imposter vanished, the real Vegeta returned to his normal state. At that moment, Raichin appeared. Am I too late? Raichin arrived just in time to witness Son Goku's Kamehameha obliterating the imposter Vegeta. Dad. At that moment, little Lei soared into Lei Chin's embrace. Little Lei, how did you end up here? Lei Chun inquired, but upon noticing Trunks and Sun Wukong in the distance, he understood the reason for his son's presence. With Trunks and Sun Wukong around, it was hardly surprising that little Lei, the ever-following shadow, would be there as well. Although little Lei possessed formidable strength as a natural Super Saiyan, he was still a child, naturally trailing behind Trunks and Sun Wukong as they frolicked about. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, this universe would surely have faced doom. At that moment, the elderly caretaker of the Super Water approached, sincerely addressing Sun Wukong and the others. Haha, no need for thanks. By the way, these little rascals have caused you quite a bit of trouble, haven't they? Sun Wukong chuckled. No, I owe them a great deal. Without them, I truly wouldn't know what to do, the elder explained. Indeed, Dad. I didn't cause any trouble. I actually helped the old grandpa a lot. Little Lei chimed in with a sweet, childish voice. Haha, little Lei is the best. But next time, you mustn't wander off carelessly, especially not away from Earth. Lei Chin's tone grew a bit stern as he concluded. Indeed. Upon noticing Lei Chin's seemingly irate demeanor, Xiao Lei felt somewhat hesitant to speak. It was his first encounter with Lei T's tone in such a manner. Whatever words need to be exchanged can wait. Let us return first. Vegeta cast a deep glance at Lei Chun before summoning the others. A few minutes later, Sun Wukong and the others bid farewell to the elder, as well as to Manaka and Gak, and returned to Earth. Is that you, Goten? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, and before long, Chi-Chi rushed in from an unknown direction, seizing Goten with an iron grip. Ouch! Mom, be gentle, Goten exclaimed. His ear firmly held by Chi-Chi. Though her grip was not particularly harsh, he still had to feign the appropriate reaction. It's one thing for you to be playful, but this time you took little Trunks out to another planet. He's merely 6 months old. Chi-Chi bellowed. Mom, I had no idea how that spaceship suddenly took off. Goten replied, feeling somewhat wronged. It was at that moment he realized that Trunks and Little Bra had already scampered off, nowhere to be seen upon hearing their mother's voice. Those two rascals, how dare they leave without calling for me? Goten grumbled inwardly. In the following days, Goku was diligently training on an island near Vegeta's residence, with the two of them engaging in battles daily. During their match, Goku refrained from using the Kaioken technique, acknowledging its potency but also the considerable toll it exacted on his body. A month swiftly passed. Meanwhile, Lycan was lost in contemplation, for the narrative had become tangled. The counterfeit Vegeta, who should have appeared much earlier, had only now made his entrance, while Kamba, a character meant to debut in Dragon Ball Heroes, had inexplicably surfaced. Lycan was utterly bewildered regarding when the tournament of power would commence. Just as he pondered the potential adversaries that might emerge, Goku's silhouette abruptly appeared before him. What is the matter, Kakarot? Lycan inquired, curiosity piqued by Goku's sudden appearance. Goku chuckled heartily, his demeanor reflecting excitement. It's this. Lord Zeno has declared that the tournament of power is about to begin. All 12 universes will participate, but each must present 10 warriors. So, I came to ask if you would be interested in joining us? Goku was well aware of Lycan's formidable strength. Even he and Vegeta combined could not match it. Fusion aside, Goku was acutely aware that he could not afford to underestimate this tournament. If a universe were to be eliminated, Goku would not have reached out to Lycan. However, if they were to lose, the entire universe would face annihilation, a fact that Goku took with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Goku's words, Lycan's expression turned to one of astonishment. The tournament of power? Is it really about to commence? How did you come to know that Lord Zeno was organizing it? Goku, equally curious, replied, I just found out. Ordinarily, such news should not have spread so quickly. I not only know about the tournament of power, but I also understand that it is no trivial matter for Zeno to host it, Lycan responded. Lycan spoke gravely to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression stiffened, and he soon forced a smile, saying, Haha, I knew it would be impossible to keep this from you. The eliminated universes are destined for eradication. That is why you have come to invite me. Otherwise, you would have likely only summoned Vegeta. Lycan retorted with irritation. Haha, not quite, for there are 12 universes. And who knows if there might be a formidable warrior surpassing our own. Sun Wukong chuckled. Though there aren't many who exceed our power, there are certainly several warriors who match your strength and Vegeta's, Lycan remarked thoughtfully. How so? You have ventured into other universes? Sun Wukong inquired, astonished. Lycan nodded and explained. A few months ago, I visited Universe 11, where I encountered 3 masters whose prowess rivals yours, and one of them is even stronger than I am. It is said that this individual has defeated the god of destruction of Universe 11. Oh, by your account, you have crossed blades with him, Sun Wukong exclaimed. His excitement palpable. Indeed, although we did not determine a victor, I had exerted all my strength, while Jiren appeared to be more than capable. Had it not been for the arrival of the god of destruction of Universe 11, I might have faced defeat, Lycan elucidated. How does he compare to that Super Saiyan demon, Kamba, we faced? Sun Wukong inquired curiously, unable to resist contrasting Kamba with Jiren. Presently, Sun Wukong's power, while still not matching Kamba's from that time, was not far behind. In a real battle, the outcome was uncertain. Jiren is stronger than Kamba was back then. I suspect even the great ape transformation of Kamba would struggle against him, Lycan contemplated. What? That is exceedingly powerful, Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock, fully aware of Kamba's strength. Even Vegeta had been utterly defeated, yet he still fell short of Jiren's might. With this thought, Sun Wukong began to tremble, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Kakarot, how many have you gathered so far? Lycan asked Sun Wukong. At present, it's just the 2 of us, Sun Wukong replied. Currently, the individuals who have attained the divine realm are Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Android 17, and Majin Buu, making a total of 7 of us, Lycan reflected. Android 17 has grown that strong? Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment, having not seen 17 for quite some time, while he occasionally encountered Android 18. He had not anticipated that 17's power had also reached the divine realm. So we are still short of 3 individuals? Sun Wukong mused. Perhaps we could invite Frieza, Cell, and Jaco to participate in the Tournament of Power, he suggested. Jaco. Upon hearing Lei Chen's words, Sun Wukong's expression darkened considerably. It is important to note that the appearance of Jaco resulted in the annihilation of a significant portion of Earth's life forms. Unlike Frieza and Cell, Sun Wukong finds himself unable to suppress Jaco. Although he has made considerable progress over the past month, it does not imply that he can contend with Jaco. Cell, on the other hand, left a more favorable impression during the God of Destruction tournament, while Sun Wukong possesses confidence in overcoming Frieza. Perhaps, in his current state, he could achieve that, but he cannot enter that form at will. It is a transformation that occurs passively. Presently, Sun Wukong has attained the ability to enter the state of Zizai Yichigong, though external stimuli are required for him to do so. It is a significant advancement compared to the timeline of the Tournament of Power. Kakarot, go find Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Android 17, and Majin Buu. Leave Frieza, Cell, and Jaco to me, Lei Chen stated. In hell, amidst a forest alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Frieza lay swathed in a white cloth. Akin to the narrative, observing a group of cherubic children with wings frolicking and singing before him, his countenance darkened, as he struggled to endure the excruciatingly painful melodies that assailed his ears. At that moment, an unfamiliar figure materialized before Frieza. Frieza, it seems your existence is rather pleasant. You certainly know how to enjoy life, Lei Chen remarked with a slight smile. If you have something to say, then just say it. I doubt you have come merely to exchange pleasantries, Frieza replied with a cold sneer. Lei Chen regarded Frieza silently, before suddenly severing the white cloth that ensnared him. Haha, am I finally free? As Frieza's form emerged from the ground, a terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the very foundations of hell to tremor. Enough. Just as Frieza reveled in his exuberance, an overwhelming presence descended upon him, immediately pinning him to the ground. Despite his significant advancements in hell, having reached the mid-second tier of divine power, he found himself vastly outmatched by Lei Chen. How is this possible? How can your strength be so formidable? Frieza could hardly fathom that. Aside from the god of destruction Beerus, another being could exert such overwhelming pressure. Frieza, I shall not waste words. You have 2 choices. First, participate in the Tournament of Power, and if you win, I will help you return to life. Second, you will vanish forever, Lei Chen declared, an aura of lethal intent locking on to Frieza as he spoke the final words. It seems I have no choice, Frieza replied with a bitter smile, without uttering another word. Lei Chen enveloped Frieza in a radiant white light. In the next moment, when Lei Chen and Frieza materialized, he found himself in a pitch-black realm, a desolate world devoid of vitality, strewn with skeletal remains. This was the place where Frieza resided before being brainwashed. The 19th layer of hell, Lord Lei Chen. At that instant, A flash of green light illuminated the surroundings. When it subsided, he stood before Lei Chun. "So, I offer you a chance at resurrection. Partake in the tournament of power," Lei Chun conveyed to Cell. "Very well." Cell readily agreed to join Ray Chin. The first time they met, he had endured considerable hardship at Ray Chin's hands before consenting to participate in the God of Destruction martial arts tournament. Now, with Ray Chin once again seeking him out, he felt no hesitation. At that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, and a silvery light illuminated the entirety of the 19th layer of Hell. Although the surface of Hell in the Dragon Ball universe consists of 18 layers, the first 18 are reserved for mortals, while the subsequent 19th layer is home to beings of divine caliber and above. How can this be? This presence is utterly terrifying. Cell exclaimed in shock, realizing that even after years in Hell, he had never encountered such a formidable existence. Frieza transformed into his golden state, his power soaring to the intermediate level of the second tier of divine realms, barely managing to withstand the overwhelming aura without succumbing to his knees. Similarly, Cell was not in a much better predicament. He too underwent his golden transformation. Lei Chun, perish. As the words fell, a colossal silvery energy sphere, exceeding 1,000,000 meters in size, hurtled towards Lei Chun from the crimson sky. With his right hand directed at the approaching energy orb, Lei Chun conjured 5 silvery energy spheres at the tips of his fingers and hurled them forward. It was Vegeta's finger energy blast. The two formidable energy orbs collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Jiako emerged. He was a scion with flowing white and violet hair, clad in a martial arts uniform of emerald green and deep green, complete with a tail, standing before Cell and Frieza. A scion? How could such a powerful Super Saiyan exist? This is impossible. Frieza trembled, his face contorted in fear. How infuriating. The expression on Shalu's face shifted. But after casting a glance at the stoic Lycan beside him, he exhaled in relief. At that moment, the ground of Hell began to fracture, subsequently unleashing torrents of magma, wreaking havoc upon the earth. It seemed as though the entire 19th layer was on the verge of collapse. However, that was merely a fade. If the 19th layer were truly so easily destroyed, the formidable beings within the realm of the gods would have long since taken refuge in the mortal world. A silvery radiance enveloped Jiako, and as a surge of silver flames erupted with fervor, bolts of lightning flickered menacingly around him. Jico's white hair grew rapidly, cascading past his waist to rest behind him. His violet eyes emanated an aura of profound malevolence, while silver fur sprouted across his upper body. The entirety of Earth, no. The entire Milky Way galaxy quaked under the weight of this overwhelming power. Super Saiyan 5 Jiako, a warrior of medium strength within the third tier of the divine realm. Jiako, do you wish to be slain by me once more? Lycan's voice echoed into the ears of Frieza and Shalu. What? This fellow was actually killed by him? Frieza found it hard to believe such a powerful being could fall at Lycan's hands. So that's how it is. I had wondered when such a terrifying entity would emerge from Hell. It turns out he was vanquished by this one. Shalu comprehended the situation at once. Jiako remained silent, his gaze seething with fury directed at Lycan. In the next instant, Jiako sprang into action. Boom! The air shattered with a deafening crack, and a violent whirlwind spiraled from the ground, expanding outward in all directions. 2 figures, one silver and one gold, darted across the sky, their luminous forms clashing in a breathtaking display of light as blinding sparks flickered in the void. On the ground, Shalu and Frieza could only hear the resounding clash of fists. Bang! Bang! The sounds of their fists and feet colliding filled the air, with peculiar spherical depressions appearing in midair. Both of their gazes remained fixated on the 2 radiant forms above. Suddenly, the crimson sky darkened with ominous clouds, from which lightning continuously surged. A massive aura of purple divine energy erupted from Lycan, as bolts of lightning rained down around him. In the midst of the tempest, Lycan underwent a tremendous transformation. An endless torrent of purple energy erupted from him, sending a colossal beam of purple light soaring into the heavens, generating an immense pressure of wind. From behind Lycan, a resplendent sea of purple starlight surged forth, radiating dazzling brilliance, infused with an overwhelming weight reminiscent of celestial bodies. Super Saiyan 4, in his violet form, wielding strength of medium tier within the divine realm. Lycan, have you finally unleashed your full power? How fortuitous, Jiako sneered, only to suddenly unleash a furious roar. As Jiako succumbed to an overwhelming rage, he pushed his power to its utmost limits, unleashing a thunderous roar. In that instant, emotions of anger and an insatiable desire surged forth, causing a brilliant silver light to erupt, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling radiance. The earth trembled beneath him, fissures appearing as lightning coiled around Jaiko like a serpent. In a heartbeat, a wave of silver flames radiated outward from his being, sending ripples through the very fabric of the 19th layer of hell, which quaked under the weight of their formidable powers. Even the underworld itself resonated with the terrifying aura and divine might of the two warriors. In his omnipotent state, Jaiko, the Super Saiyan 5, bore a combat prowess that reached the third tier of divine realms. Is this the full power of Super Saiyan 5? Lei Qin observed with astonishment. Sensing the intensified aura emanating from Jaiko, which was now twice as potent as it had been a month prior. The chaotic fluctuations of energy had also become remarkably stable, indicating that Jaiko had not only advanced but had mastered the energy control of Super Saiyan 5 flawlessly. Haha, Lei Qin, even though you once claimed my life, I never cease my training in the depths of hell. Now, even your time-space technique will find no match against me. Jaiko laughed triumphantly. Lei Qin remained silent, gazing steadily at Jaiko. While it was true that Jaiko's power had surged significantly, perfectly harnessing the strength of Super Saiyan 5, it still only matched the effectiveness of his time-space technique at 0.3 seconds. If Lei Qin were to employ a 0.5 second time-space technique, he could easily defeat Jaiko, albeit with a slight delay. Suddenly, the purplish divine aura surrounding Lei Qin gradually faded, transforming him back into the ordinary state of Super Saiyan 4. Oh, Jaiko was taken aback, somewhat perplexed by Lei Qin's decision to diminish his own energy. Yet, in the next moment, with a furious roar from Lei Qin, his expression transformed dramatically. The quintuple Super Saiyan Kamehameha erupted with a thunderous roar. Lei Qin's energy surged forth at an astonishing and terrifying velocity. Remarkable. Both Cell and Frieza were forced back by this overwhelming aura, retreating over 100 meters. This strength was unfathomable. How could a Saiyan possess such immense power? Frieza's face contorted in a shade of deep anger as he glared at Lei Qin and Jaiko. Regardless of whether it was Lei Qin or Jaiko, he harbored hatred for all Saiyans. Yet, the extraordinary might of these two was something Frieza found utterly intolerable. A silvery radiance enveloped Lei Qin, as three energy reservoirs within him surged forth, unleashing an inexhaustible torrent of power. The silvery light roared and surged in all directions, igniting a brilliant white aura around him, causing the sky for hundreds of thousands of kilometers to shimmer with this fierce white energy, a terrifying force akin to raging flames. Concurrently, after invoking the Kaioken, a divine purple aura radiated from Lei Qin, transforming him into a Super Saiyan 4 with a majestic violet hue. The surrounding purple starlight was enveloped in a blazing white aura, with the white flames consuming the outer layer of the violet glow. At this moment, having amplified his battle power fivefold, Lei Qin had ascended to the pinnacle of the third tier of divine realm. This time, Jaiko was astonished, for he sensed that Lei Qin's aura had surpassed his own. Jaiko, will you continue to fight, or shall I finish speaking before you make your choice? But be aware, my current strength has indeed exceeded yours, and I have yet to employ the flash technique, Lei Qin remarked. If Jaiko remained oblivious, Lei Qin would have no choice but to permit him to perish once more. It is essential to understand that although the deceased in hell do not mourn their demise, experiencing death even once typically results in a significant decline in power. Moreover, should Lei Qin desire to ensure their complete and irrevocable demise, he possesses the means to do so, as he still wields control over destructive energy. How infuriating! The expression on the face of Jaiko, a formidable figure, darkened as he glared at Lei Qin, his eyes brimming with wrath. Yet, Lei Qin spoke the truth. At this moment, Jaiko was indeed no match for him. Should he fall to Lei Qin's hand, even if the souls in hell were beyond mourning, his own power would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Coming to this realization, Jaiko's countenance gradually settled into calm, the silvery aura surrounding him slowly dissipating, returning to its usual state. He crossed his arms over his chest and coldly addressed Lei Qin. Speak your purpose for coming to hell to find me. In response, Lei Qin offered a faint smile and replied, I wish to extend an invitation for you to participate in the tournament of strength, should you emerge victorious. I shall assist in your resurrection. What is the tournament of power? Jaiko was taken aback. Observing Jaiko's expression, Lei Qin began to elucidate. This universe comprises 12 realms, and we belong to the 7th realm. The tournament of power is a contest wherein the mightiest from each universe participate, and ultimately, only one universe shall prevail. while the others face annihilation. Upon hearing Lycan's words, Jaiko chuckled. He finally comprehended Lycan's purpose for seeking him. It appeared that even Lycan, whose strength surpassed his own, harbored doubts about winning this competition. What Jaiko remained unaware of was that even if the seventh universe were to falter, Lycan possessed a means to bypass the erasure by the Omni King. However, he could not extend the same salvation to others. It seems other universes must harbor formidable warriors that surpass your strength, which is why you have come to enlist my assistance. I am indeed determined to participate in this tournament of power. I wish to witness the true nature of the opponents that compel you to seek my aid. Jaiko exclaimed with excitement. As a scion himself, he yearned for battle and relished the challenge posed by stronger adversaries. Very well, but I must caution you. Upon our return to Earth, do not create any trouble for me. With that, Lycan suddenly unleashed a surge of violet energy into Jaiko's body. This terrifying energy brimmed with destructive potential, seemingly existing solely for the purpose of devastation. What on earth is this? Jaiko wondered as Lycan executed his instant transmission, channeling the destructive energy into Jaiko. A chilling sense of mortality enveloped Jaiko's mind. However, he soon sensed that this dreadful energy had dissipated within him. Yet, he understood that such a force could not simply vanish. It was merely beyond his current perception. After all, he had witnessed the ominous purple energy penetrate his being. Jaiko's expression darkened as he regarded Lycan, realizing that the latter's power was likely far beyond the mere quintuple strength of the Kaioken he had previously encountered. Immeasurable. This was the impression that Lei Chen left on him. Only someone whose power vastly surpassed his own could elude his senses as Lei Chen manipulated his body. Once the match concludes, the energy I have left within you will vanish, Lei Chen remarked. If Beerus were to witness this move by Lei Chen, it would likely terrify him, for such mastery over destructive energy requires an intimate familiarity with its control. Humph. Jaiko let out a cold snort. Without uttering a word, he suppressed his feelings, knowing he was at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate against Lei Chen. Lei Chen only targeted Jaiko, refraining from meddling with Frisia and Cell, as their powers paled in comparison to Jaiko's. In contrast to the two, Lei Chen was far more cautious around Jaiko. Although he was stronger, his advantage was limited. Should Jaiko resolutely seek to escape, Lei Chen could not guarantee a complete victory over him. Half an hour later, on Earth, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Son Goku, Majin Buu, Jaiko, Frisia, Cell, and Android 17 had all gathered. Among them, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Son Gohan were engaged in a tense standoff with Cell, Frisia, and Jaiko. Jaiko, how could you bring Lei Chen back from the depths of hell? Vegeta glared at Jaiko, his expression one of displeasure. Apart from Son Goku and Lei Chen, Jaiko was the third scion to have bested Vegeta. Jaiko remained silent, casting a cold glance at Vegeta before shifting his gaze to Son Goku. Aside from Lei Chen, it was only Son Goku who piqued his interest, not merely due to Goku's formidable strength, but because he was the target of Jaiko's lethal intent. As for Vegeta, he had previously been rendered nearly lifeless after only a few exchanges with Jaiko. Seeing Jaiko disregard him in favor of Son Goku ignited Vegeta's fury. He felt insulted. What's wrong? Are you starting to fear me, you bastard? Now you don't even dare to answer my questions? Suddenly, Vegeta laughed, deliberately provoking Jaiko. Hybrid? Upon hearing Vegeta refer to him in such a manner, Zhu's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, Vegeta, are you courting death? Zhu, I am no longer the Vegeta you once knew. You, a mere lowly scion, ought to address me with more respect. I am, after all, the illustrious prince of all scions, Vegeta scoffed. What illustrious scion prince? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a lesser royal. While I am of the highest noble lineage, Zhu replied icily. What's the matter? Do you wish to brawl? Come forth and allow this prince to witness whether you still possess a fraction of your former strength, Vegeta declared, his eyes gleaming with a fierce battle intent. Without further ado, Zhu ceased to engage in idle chatter. A golden aura erupted around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. For him, dealing with Vegeta required nothing less than this formidable form. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, fully aware that Jaiko still underestimated him. Upon witnessing the impending clash between Vegeta and Jaiko, Lycan refrained from intervening. A silvery light emanated from Lycan's hand as he struck the air before him, conjuring a rectangular arena, 100 meters long and 70 meters wide, to materialize before the onlookers. Wherever you wish to unleash your fury, Lycan remarked. By the third day after being summoned back to the seventh universe, He had successfully fulfilled his wish using the Super Dragon Balls to acquire all the divine training manuals across the universe. As he finished speaking, two beams of light flickered, and Jaiko and Vegeta instantly appeared upon the arena. A cerulean light radiated from Vegeta, and in the next moment, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Heh. Once again with this blue transformation, Vegeta. I fear I shall soon hear your exquisite cries of despair, for Jaiko's power surpasses your imagination, Frieza remarked with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, though Cell remained motionless, his expression suggested he shared Frieza's sentiments. Yet, in the next instant, they were utterly astonished. Jaiko, allow me to enlighten you. I am of the noble Saiyan royal lineage, even more exalted than you. Vegeta bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. Acknowledging the immense power of Goku and Lycan, Vegeta hesitated to claim the title of the strongest Saiyan, opting instead to assert his noble heritage, lest he falter. The cerulean aura enveloping Vegeta morphed into a deep blue, his hair and eyes mirroring this transformation. A surge of formidable power erupted from within him. Behind Vegeta, an expansive sea of luminous starlight erupted, radiating brilliance that dwarfed even Super Blue, exuding an aura of tremendous weight akin to that of galaxies. Deep Blue Vegeta possessed a battle power equivalent to the middle tier of the God Realm's third stage, being 20 times more potent than Super Blue. What? This is inconceivable. Frieza gasped, never expecting Vegeta to transform yet again in this state, his strength far surpassing Frieza's own. Cell's gaze shifted, fixated on Deep Blue Vegeta. Astonished by this unexpected elevation, he has leveled up? Jaiko observed Vegeta with a serious demeanor, realizing that Vegeta harbored such immense power. Clearly, the gap in strength was no longer as vast as before. Deep Blue Vegeta shouted, propelling himself toward Jaiko as a streak of deep blue light. This time, Jaiko dared not underestimate him. A silvery glow erupted as Jaiko finally transformed into Super Saiyan 5, well aware that Super Saiyan 4 was no longer a match for Vegeta. The clash of blue and silver light collided, unleashing a terrifying aura that stirred the air around them, shaking the very foundation of the arena under the weight of their confrontation. Drink up. Bang. 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 Vegeta roared, unleashing a flurry of chaotic punches towards Jaiko. The air was filled with the resonating sound of strikes. Vegeta's fists moved like phantoms, delivering countless blows in mere seconds. Jaiko, suddenly overwhelmed, raised his arms defensively, retreating relentlessly as an immense aura expanded around him. Yet, just as he neared the edge of the arena, an invisible force consumed him.